Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I shake to the order of the unicorn. I shake to the order of the phoenix. Today we're about to dig into Ophiel's The Art and Practice of Cabala Magic. So I hope you were able to get the PDF from the description below. Greetings in the chat. Peace to Mad Titan. Peace, Bunny Queen. What's going on, Shells? 13 Keys. Peace. Jackie T. How you doing? Tamara Martin. Greetings. Greetings from Jacksonville, Florida. Oops. Oh, yeah. Welcome. We're about to dig into this text and finish, or I should say, dive a little bit more into what we were discussing before in the last book from Ophiel. And yeah, this one goes explicitly into the Cabala system. We touched on it on the last audiobook with the art and practice of clairvoyance. But yeah, this one's really about to elaborate more on those individual spheres. So I'm just opening it up here. What am I doing? I got the physical copy. There we go. Saturn's Guru, peace. Cass E, welcome. Evo 7, good to see you. Mad Bear, peace. Brian Roldan, greetings. KT, good afternoon. Hello, Sabrina. Tony Jules, greetings. Oh yeah, glad that you can make it. All right, so just getting set up here real quick. Shouldn't take me but a few more seconds. Don't want to make you wait too long because this is going to take a few hours. Tried to make sure that we started in the hour of Ophiel today, which is around this time, the hour of Mercury. Doing a little bit of research into the spirit of Ophiel, and I begin to see some crazy, interesting correlations. While we're waiting, I would suggest that you go to Google just for a quick moment and Google the Olympic spirit of Mercury and see what that spirit's all about. But of course, we're going to be diving into that here in this book, just a little bit. All right, just a few more moments. I'm not going to keep y'all waiting for too long at all. It's only been about 3 minutes. How are y'all handling quarantine life? How's your Wednesday so far? Oh yeah, not only the hour of Mercury, but also the day of Mercury. Perfect. Wednesday. Greetings, Kina. Al Nagu, what up? Hecate Goddess, good to see you as always. Hecate Goddess says, I print and bind these books today. I hear that. Shout out to Edward Peach. Give me some peaches in the comments if you know what I mean. Mad Titan, thank you. Respect, love, I appreciate you. Thank you for that donation. Darth Vega says, what quarantine? I don't know, regular life. the rest of the world had to start playing our game that quarantine. Living my life like it's golden. Living my life like it's golden. Miss Lady XO, peace, peace. I learned a new phrase last night. It's about to get littier than a titty. I know I just had to use that one. Littier than a titty. I had a great laugh. But yeah, let's get this thing going. Liddy and the titty. What's good, King David? Good to see you making each one of these, bro. Digging through each one of these books. Day after day. Christina Baptiste said, I cut Ja Rule for this notification. Hell yeah.
It's 4 o'clock.
Sky L says, are you sure not the moon hour? Well, that's what my planetary ephemeris says. So the moon hour is about to start in a few moments, actually. Abdullah Hazrat says, thank you for your services, sir. Unicorn peach, peach, peach. You're absolutely welcome, my friend. The way I stay humble is to remember that I'm benefiting from this too. You know what I'm saying? I am benefiting from this as well. All right. So without further ado, we should go ahead and get cracking. Dedication to my students of the future. Hello. For a large number of reasons, not the least the personality of Ophiel, today is not seeing the wide distribution of these books. Ophiel, jokingly, although his heart is cracking up more than one way, accuses others of allowing the devil to fuddle up their minds so as to prevent this book from coming out, or, now that it is out, to slow down its distribution, as well as the distribution of the other books to prevent truth from being known and used. Oh well, into each life some rain must fall, but does it have to be a permanent flood? I'll keep going. Drops of water can wear away the hardest stone in time, so mote it be. Ophiel, West Hollywood, California, spring of 1976. All right, so this doesn't have interesting chapter names, making it a mystery as to what's in store. Let's get it started. Introduction and forward. Awakened Grace says, wearing my unicorn earrings. Perfect. Catch that energy. It's that amazing super full moon today, so I think at this point we're in the moon hour. Peace, Dreamwise. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, Jocelyn B. 305 Capricorn, I see you every time. Miss Lady XOXO says, I'm so glad I got this book as a gift. Awesome. Well, we about to finish it today. Showstopper, thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate you. I appreciate your donation. Thank you. Kenna says, them songs coming through, Trev. Absolutely. Somebody come get her. All right. Introduction and forward. This world plane presents confusion compounded upon confusion to the seeking student of the occult, who really lives on all the planes at once. On every side, and also down from above and up from below, come all kinds of screams of supposed authentic knowledge, information, is there a difference, about what is in of the occult, the voices of teachers and masters, revelations of leaders demanding instant obedience and obeisance to themselves, and dire threats if instant submission is not forthcoming at once, and so on far into the night, enough to drive any sincere occult student mad with confusion. Oh, I said that before. As I have taken to saying lately, the study of the occult is full of blinds, dead ends, and traps for the student. If he cannot think his way out of these blinds, dead ends, and traps, he will remain forever caught therein at some spot, and no further progress will be until he releases himself by progressive attainment, thinking of what is true. And we see that all the time. There's so many people we interact with here online who are, supposed occult students, but they are stuck by varying levels of traps and blinds. Got to get out of yourself, got to get out of your own way. You got to get out of your ego, right? At any point when you think you've got it and you know it all, you're on that path of being trapped up. I'm just saying. Shobes 01, Shalom. All right. It is true that truth is relative and, in the case of individuals, accumulative. However, the increasing accumulation of additional truth knowledge should not be at variance with the first early truth knowledge. Boom. Additional knowledge should be an expansion of the first knowledge, and so on. This is why it is good to look to some of these older texts and not just these books that were written in the last 10, 20 years. You feel me? Because the books that were written in the last 10, 20 years most definitely got their information from older knowledge. So keep in mind that our studies of today are only expansions of what's already been started, right? No new thing under the sun, as the good book says. Truth about what? First, as much accurate truth as can be acquired about the nature of God. Second, as much accurate truth as can be acquired about the nature of the physical universe and the inner planes thereof, which inner planes are really physical too. The PDF is in the description, guys. If you don't have it, go ahead and grab that PDF and follow along, or get yourself a pen, pencil, and paper and start taking some notes, because this is the type of subject that is going to be used all around for the rest of your spiritual journey. And you've probably already been using it. You definitely have already been using it. But you know what I'm saying? The Cabala isn't something that's going to get old, something you're going to throw away, not touch again. You'll definitely be using the Cabala throughout your spiritual practices. Like, it's not even a question. You're hard pressed to find magic that does not connect to the Cabala. Dare I say, you won't find any. So please take notes. Please take notes and read along. Third, as much accurate truth as can be acquired about you, know thyself. Yourself, your possible powers, their use and expanded use and continued expanded use. There exists an occult system of truth knowledge called the Cabala. There are a number of different ways of writing this word. Cabala, Caballah, Qabalah, and they all mean the same thing. They all mean the same thing, so don't get caught up by the spelling. Please don't get caught up on that. The Cabala system has many advantages over any other system I have ever heard of in the matter of immediate, accurate truth knowledge. But to my mind, vastly more important is the fact that in this system, you can grow in knowledge and power at your own pace and never reach an end. So please keep that in mind in advance. You're not going to come to an end of this study. Only progressing levels higher, higher, and higher. No matter how much knowledge, truth, and power you get, there is forever 1,000,000,000 times more knowledge and power ahead, with, as I said, no possible end in sight. Joyful for us air signs. Some basic description of the Cabala system is in order here now. First, there's the historical background of the system. Not too much of what is known, as the system was always held by its followers to be very secret, which was written down. What was written down was incomplete, and the incomplete parts were never written down. They didn't have to be, for when a person acquired a definite portion on the Cabala knowledge, he then knew the missing parts intuitively, and so will you. So that's another beautiful thing. This is a system that works together. If you start to know enough, you can fill in the blanks with the others, but never assume, because that makes an ass out of you and me, of course. Study to show thyself approved, the good book says. As an aside, it appears that the Muslim religion in the 13th to 15th centuries was not as straight-laced as the hidebound Christians were, and it appears that they dealt freely and open with the inner worlds, or planes, or matters of the Cabala, as well as invocations and evocations to all kinds of spirits, good and otherwise, and in fact, I'm told, taught these things in their universities in Spain before the insane Ferdinand and Isabella drove them out in 1491. And those of you who study history know about that calamity. Alkebulan King L says, thoughts on the night side of Eve. How about thoughts on Ophiel's The Art and Practice of Cabala Magic? Greetings, K. Nicole. Greetings, Trish NYC123. Good to see you. Scott L, you trying to be like me and read 2 books at once? I see you. For you at the same time, literally. Bless says, woo, this is right on time. I've been reading the Mystical Cabala. Yeah, so this book is actually very supplementary to the Mystical Cabala. So hopefully this book should help you in your current studies. Sky L says, oh, and I finished the Necronomicon this morning. Oh, when Ishtar took back her jewels, when leaving the abyss, I cried. Aw. Oh, Lord Enki, Lord of all magicians. Right on. Remember that story, because in a way, that's the same story as this, and also the same story as what Christianity says. But let's continue. Yeah, but before the Moors took up the Cabala, in point of fact, before the Jews existed as a Palestine nation, before Babylon and Egypt, some form of the Cabala existed because all the gods and goddesses of any nation, at any time, at any place, all fit onto the Cabala pattern. And this does not seem to be an accident. Like I said, you're not going to get away from this knowledge right here. Ashley Eccles, greetings. Good to join us. Thank you. Second, wait, let me go ahead and highlight that. All gods and goddesses of any nation at any time in any place fit into the Cabala system. And this does not seem to be an accident. Second, there's the structure, pattern of the Cabala glyph called the Tree of Life. This right here. And how you fit into this pattern. See the head and the throat and the arms and the body, the heart, the sex organs, the anus and the feet, the head, the crown, the right arm, the left arm. All right, and how you fit into the pattern, and how the pattern allows for the life pattern of all of us by embracing and demonstrating our lives, the past, the present, and the future, thus presenting us with the key to power over our life. Third, there's the attachment of all forces to the Tree of Life pattern glyph, and what this means to you in terms of how you can use the forces that constitute the physical cosmos for your benefit and not allow them to use you for your detriment. This is done through knowledge. This is done through knowledge. Fourth, additional control over your life living is gained through knowledge that all physical things, institutions, objects are attached or, as Dion Fortune says, filed under the headings of various Sephiroth. Thus, when you are working or going to work with a certain definite subject, you can look at the subject's position on the Tree of Life glyph and determine at once the forces or gods that rule that subject and how to best work with it, because you then know what its basic nature is, as well as the basic nature of the forces that rule that first subject. Fifth, my research has shown, to my satisfaction, that the physical cosmos universe consists of 5 elemental forces and their combinations, and practically nothing else, as is shown by the Cabala pattern layout. These 5 elemental forces and their combinations are irretrievably connected to the Tree of Life, and this fact has not been actively demonstrated to my knowledge by anyone before, or its significance explained. A whole new world opened up for me when I realized this. I hope it does for you. The object of all my writings is to make our lives better through knowledge and understanding of, let us say, divine things. So here's another book, an occult book for your benefit and advancement. This book is a part of a forthcoming series, which I hope will continue to grow as long as I am able to hold a pen. Since starting to write this book, I have been reading a very interesting and profound book about the history of the Golden Dawn type of secret societies and some biographical material about some of the people involved in these societies from the year 1880 up until now. The author, in referring to Dion Fortune in her writing, says, Dion Fortune's occult books and articles Most of these were rather vulgar, pot-boiling journalism, italics mine. I thought her books were quite good, and by no stretch of verbalization would I have called her writings vulgar or pot-boiling. I love Dion Fortune's work, personally. So I am now wondering, what are my books called? Or what are they going to be called? Well, I'm sorry, dear occult students. The writing I do is the best that I want to do. As I said before, I know my books are not the glorious literature, but while I suppose I'd like to write glorious literature, I'm trying to write and teach the occult, and that subject is quite carefully. Ophiel, Hollywood, 1975. Was it buffering? Oh, man. I'm not sure what part it was buffering at. Buffering. Well, that's all good. Because I don't want to read that intro part again. Basically, he was saying that a lot of people talk shit about Dion Fortune's book and says that she's basically, they're more focused on the writing style, basically. And Ophiel's saying that he loves Dion Fortune's books, as do I. But his book isn't about presenting a glorious literary writing style. It's about focusing on the subject at hand, not the style of writing. So he was saying, although the style may not be super exciting or super, collegiate, the point is he's here to give you the subject and not distract you with his writing style, basically. All right, everybody with me? You're welcome, Jackie T. All right, let's continue. Elijah Westfield says, I know you say you hear this all the time, but you showed up in my meditation and then a unicorn. Perfect. I do hear it all the time, but I'm not saying that as in like, don't tell me, because it's always awesome to hear. That means, what I'm doing is working. But yeah, that's an excellent sign. I would definitely analyze what unicorns mean to you personally and what I mean to you personally. That's really how you can break down the message that I was seemingly delivering to you in your dream or meditation. Awesome. Greetings, just incredible. Let's continue. Postscript. As I start the, to me, agonizing job of getting this book ready for the printer, I am reading it for the first time in a month, and I'm struck by my references to knowledge as a means of power or escape from this world, or rather as a means of control over the turbulent, disgraced forces with which we now have to contend all our lives. Do not neglect this book, but the next book is about knowledge, which the Greeks call the gnosis, which can help you on your way through this outer physical world and into what you are looking for. Additional forward. It has occurred to me in getting this different book ready for the press that someone is going to step up and say to me, how have you put all these things in use practice yourself? And as you apparently have not done so, or if you did, they didn't work, hence they are no good, etc., etc., etc. No one regrets this more than me, that I don't stop the seeking of new things and giving them out to you, but instead retire to some secluded spot and seek out the higher, deeper occult knowledge for my own use, then use it myself and stop all this teaching. There's an old adage that says those who can't do teach. Well, I can't do it. Wow, I just said that. I seem to be compelled to seek and publish, albeit somewhat slowly. You students out there are going to use this material for your benefit much better than I'll use it for my benefit. In other words, there's somewhat of a cost to doing the research and the study and constantly teaching, because that means to some degree you're not really employing the forces as much as you really could. And I think that kind of hints to what Jesus said in the Bible as far as greater works than these shall ye do, because the people who are learning this stuff are going to hopefully put this to work at a much deeper and greater level, because they don't have to worry about breaking it down and trying to teach it to someone else. So in other words, he's saying, judge the result of this magic by your own life and not by the teacher's life, because it may be that the teacher knows a lot of this stuff but isn't really using it as much as you could. But anyway, you'll get more out of this than I will. I think my books will last long after I am gone, and others benefit from them much more than I will. And all I will have is fame. Such is life. To the critics, I don't understand the critics' reason for being critics. I didn't write the Ophiel books for the critics. I wrote them to help, poorest damned excuse in existence, to help others. I certainly didn't write them to make money, as I have made none to speak of. Others have chiseled me out of the money, and I have been left with the glory, which is now and then blasted by the critics. I don't mind criticism if I learn something from it, but of the criticism that has turned up so far, I have a very definite double feeling. One, the critics didn't read the book thoroughly and completely. And two, the critics didn't understand the material in the book while reading it. And the reason they didn't understand the material is that they weren't capable of understanding the material in the first place. Ooh. It was quite clear to me that the critics didn't have the inner perception of the occult so as to be capable of properly evaluating my books. So what the hell good was the criticism except to show up their ignorance? Yeah, you can say that for most people who spend their time criticizing instead of trying to prove it. I would gladly welcome some deep thoughts that would show or lead me into another forward view that I had missed or not reached, but none of the criticisms were like that at all. Most of them were carping cracks about my style, how my style is irritating, and such bull as that. In one of my books, I made a statement, a reference to the elemental force of water, and to the fact that the Great Lakes had fallen in their levels, and suggested a connecting remedy, which passed entirely over the head of one critic who saw no connection whatsoever. In his ensuing remarks, he only revealed his abysmal ignorance of the occult. By the way, what connection could there be between the water level in the Great Lakes and the elemental force of water? Or how could nature be helped to restore the Great Lakes by your knowledge of the elemental force of water? The only type of person who is capable of reviewing my occult books is a person like Dr. Francis Israel Rigardi, and he is too busy to do it. So unless you've got plenty on the occult ball, don't make a fool out of yourself by trying to review my books. Ooh, Ophiel going in. If you want to do a good job of reviewing and criticizing, then follow the directions and develop yourself and talk about that and forget the other, which is nothing. Damn. As I am about to give this book over to the printer, I am beset by an anxious feeling that this book is not going to be an entertaining book to read for amusement or to pass an idle hour. This book is about a very different subject than ordinary life, and hence my organization of the materials is not ordinary quickie stuff. Please treat the material in this book as not of this world familiar knowledge. Follow the study as it unfolds, and don't look for an instant connections, you microwave generation kids. Ophiel, West Hollywood, California, 1976. Asterisk here. When these statements were written, the Great Lakes were low. I saw in a magazine article recently that the Great Lakes are full again and overflowing, and incidentally causing a great deal of damage. So nature does correct herself and does go in cycles, which idea fact of cycles I commend to your most careful consideration and attention for now and for the future. 13 Keys says, Big O talking crispy. And I have learned yet another phrase to use. Ophiel out here talking crispy. Antonio Bird says, I like how he emphasizes the importance of the reader learning and benefiting from his knowledge. Right. These books aren't for criticizing and talking about how it was written. It's about trying the shit for yourself, doing the work. You feel me? Tony Jules says, shade, LOL, right? Once again, Bunny Queen is being roasted from beyond the grave. Nice. Moldvox says, this book is meant to be studied and practiced daily. Welcome, Moldvox. Greetings, Zola Lewis. Good to see you. All right, so those of you just joining in, you missed the intro, but you didn't miss the meat. We're about to get into chapter 1. Go into the description and download the PDF so you can read along, or, which might be better for you, or I should say, get you a piece of paper, something to write with, and start taking notes. Start taking a few notes. What I would definitely recommend, if you're not the note-taking type, you might be the drawing, sketching type, because I know some people learn by distracting their physical body by sketching. I'd highly recommend sketching a picture of this tree of life here. You know what I'm saying? Drawing these 10 spheres and drawing the lines that connect all of them. And maybe later on, once we touch on the individual spheres, you can start taking notes about what each one of them represent. So, you know what it is. Sky L asks, Travis, have you read the Grimoire of Tiamat? I think so. Long ago. Love and Elevation says, peace, family. Thanks for sharing this, Travis. I listened the other day, dozing in and out for the 8 hours. You did awesome. Thank you. I think towards the end, I too was dozing out in and out. That's why I decided to do this at 3 p.m. instead of 3 a.m. First Eye Visions, Igualito tuning in. Greetings, my brother. Greetings. We had a great discussion last night. We got a video on the way, by the way. This man gave me some excellent insight on a few things. So be on the lookout for a video about how to really distinguish chatter, vocal chatter in your head versus actually channeling. That's just a side note. Aisha Abdullah says, well, it's 3 a.m. here in Malaysia. Damn, you on the complete other side of the world. Awesome possum. Tony Jules says, The Ladder of Lights is a great book on the Tree of Life. The Ladder of Lights. If anybody can find the Ladder of Lights PDF, please link that, because that sounds interesting. But yeah, go ahead and draw this picture if you have not done so already. And I say draw it, not just download it on your phone, because you're putting in your physical effort to do so. Q Billings says, hi, Professor Travis. Greetings, my brother. Greetings. All right. So let's get started. Moldvox says, Jacob's Ladder. We are climbing Jacob's Ladder, soldiers of the cross. I love to praise his name. Let's go. There you go. Chapter 1. What history of the Cabala is available. For those who have found my books for the first time, to old readers, I apologize for the repetitions. To my dear new occult student readers, I am an informal person. I do not believe in substituting a stiff literary formality or a canned lecture talk for achievability in the occult arts. I am not like any of the other occult teachers in that I am telling you what wonderful natural occult gifts I had given to me by God, and therefore you must come and follow me blindly and throw all your material possessions at my feet and buy my meditation robes for me at $150 a robe, as some Swami is doing, right? Or to buy my, no, I ain't gonna throw shade on nobody. Tyler Leona Dreyer says we just started. We're just now getting into chapter 1. So yeah, basically. Ophiel has long intros and outros. So yeah. Yeah, so he's saying I'm not like any other occult teacher that you've seen before as far as telling you how powerful he is and how God has given him this gift and you should follow him and buy all his stuff, etc., etc. Or buy other occult sundries such as my Akashic record readings for $250. Uh-oh. Or lesser Akashic record of past lives readings for $150. No, I have none of these things available. Just occult knowledge, teachings, and practices which you have to learn and do yourselves for your own benefit. I like that. He says he don't have time to sell you Akashic record readings. He'd rather just teach you how to do it yourself. I can totally dig that. Also, dear students, the study of the occult is not hard, but the study of the occult is different. Much different from any other earth plane study, and unhappy as it may sound to you, I have found that the only really dependable matter in which I can convey these great and noble truths to your consciousness so they catch on is through repetition, which I do with important points throughout the book several times if I feel it is necessary to get the idea over. When you come to a repetition, then please consider that the repetition is not there to pad out the book, but to emphasize an important point of occult knowledge, which please make your own and study all over again. The repetitions infuriate critics, but I'm not writing glorious literature to entertain the critics, but to teach a different kind of knowledge. If I could do it a better way, I would. Or if I knew someone who did it better, I'd send you to him. I may occasionally say in this book and in my lectures that I don't know. When you hear me say I don't know or read this, don't get any ideas that I am denigrating myself. Oh no, not at all. When I say I don't know, I also mean that to the best of my knowledge, no one else knows, really knows. So don't let it throw you. The second chamber, greetings, greetings. Thank you for joining. Good to see you. I may occasionally, no, I just said that. In the following pages, I'm going to give you several different kinds of examples of religious types of thinking. Please read them over carefully, making mental notes about how far apart these ideas are in time and space, a favorable expression of mine, but how they have similar basic ideas at the base and bottom of each. I've covered some different ground here, and the critics are not going to like it, concerned as they are with the preconceived ideas of formality. I wanted you to have a quick picture of widely different religious ideas. I repeat, so get that out of the material following. With these observations out of the way, we can now proceed. As we proceed, to give you what you need. In the case of the subject of this section, the history of the Cabala, there is no real definitive history of the Cabala to give. As was said before, not only was the Cabala Tree of Life diagram not drawn, nor the explanation written down in ancient times, but on top of that, so few people could read and write that it wouldn't have helped much if it had been written down completely and handed out to the mobs everywhere, the masses of asses, as Bobby would say. You would have expected that Dion Fortune would have given some connected, reliable history about the beginnings of the Cabala system, but she gives very little information. On page 3 of her book, The Mystical Cabala, note her spelling of the word. Dion Fortune intimates that due to the fact that Abraham and Joseph went to Egypt, so did Jesus Christ, according to Matthew. Joseph and Moses were intimately associated with the court of the royal adepts. Then she says, Solomon sending to Hiram, king of Tyre, for men and materials, building of the temple, the famous Tyrian mysteries must have profoundly influenced the Hebrew esotericism. We read of Daniel being educated in the places of Babylon. We know that the wisdom of the Magi, which is plural for magus, must have been accessible to the Hebrew Illuminati. Page 3, paragraph 10, The Mystical Cabala. This is one of the books on the list at the end of this book that has some value as an occult book for occult students. I almost want to kind of go in and read that, but I guess we'll save that for another time. Mad Bear 222, thank you. And the Peach for Ophiel. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Tony Jewell says initiation wasn't for the masses. Absolutely. Eggs Blackley. Tyler Leona Dreyer. Good evening. 10 p.m. for you in South Africa. That's awesome. We got people from all around the world. That's amazing, man. Ross Kanani Tafari. Greetings, my brother. Gerald Sombright in the building. Greetings. It's littier than a titty. I said that again for you, Gerald. That's my new word. I'm very proud of it. It's littier than a titty. 3. Peace. Let's continue. Okay, and this is about the extent of the history Dion Fortune gives of the Cabala, leaving us to make what we can out of it. We can, however, do a little thinking on our own, or rather, a little deducing. Note how she refers to Tyre, or Tyr, then refers to Babylon and the Magi, and also the word Illuminati appears. Oh, shit. We done touched on the Illuminati, the demiurge. This is getting real scary, y'all. All of these references imply to me that these ancient religions had, to be put in modern colloquial terms, an upper crust in each of their religious systems, right? And an exoteric and an esoteric version, right? I forgot who was talking about that in one of their videos, but That's what this is pointing to here. An upper crust to which only a privileged layer of someone's could gain admittance, or were admitted only by some method of selection. The logical conclusion to this seeming fact is that everywhere and perhaps everywhen there was a group of illuminated men and women who had some grip on some higher knowledge, which they were using in various ways, advanced ways. All right, so basically, he's talking about with all these religions and all these religious systems, we hear about this ancient information and it was never written down, right? But it was passed through word of mouth. That's one of the excuses. The other is how the Bible talks about a lot of influential people, characters in the book would go to Egypt, right? Or go to these secret places and be taught by certain peoples. But he's basically saying that the concept of the Illuminati or the Magi, the Maguses, has always been around, where the mainstream people would have this type of knowledge, but that higher selection of separate people would have a deeper version of the knowledge. That's always existed. And it's within that deeper secret group, that secret society, that's where a lot of this knowledge was really cultivated, perpetuated, advanced, and learned. So, yeah, and in those secret groups, only certain people could get in, regardless of, whatever the criteria was for that. LE says, I'm from the future. It's 0040 here in Afghanistan. It's midnight 040. Nice. 40 midnight, I guess is how you say it. Shadows 218 says, it's 1:11 p.m. here in Vancouver, BC, Canada. What's up, TK? Blessings, bro. Blessings, blessings. All around the world, same song. Yeah, let's channel all this energy to the understanding of the Cabala. Namaste right here on YouTube. Namaste. Does mundane history show any evidence of the existence of these inner groups? Perhaps if I were a historian, I might know where to look, but the average historian would not know what to look for exactly. Historians and others have mentioned the Eleusinian mysteries, religious mysteries celebrated at the Eleusis in worship of Demeter and Persephone. But little else has been said about these mysteries. What effect did the rites have on their participants? Were the initiated any different after they went through the ceremonies? Were they better? If better, in what ways? Character-wise or financial-wise or both? Or what? All these questions remain unanswered by the historians. Beyond mentioning how many centuries the Eleusinian mysteries lasted and some details of the dates of the meetings, nothing was said. And this is not surprising, as the historians, writers, scholars are not, as a rule, religiously inclined, let alone occult religiously inclined enough to even wonder about the subjects as we do. See, occultists look at history through different eyes because, we know a little bit differently. Regarding these Eleusinian mysteries, you can get a great deal of knowledge about them from 3 sources. Enough so that as time passes, you become proficient in occult knowledge. You can reconstruct the mysteries, perhaps not in exact details, but close enough so that you can understand them and arrive at the same benefits that the ancients obtained. That's key. You may not understand them in exact details, but close enough so that you can understand them and arrive at the same benefits that the ancients obtained. So keep in mind, it's not about memorizing words from a book. It's about understanding those words and applying them in your life so that you can get the effects. Now, let's continue. The 3 sources I mentioned are 1, all of the ordinary history accounts of the mysteries, their seasonal dates, descriptions of their festivals and parades, etc. 2, the study of the goddesses involved, who and what they were, what they did, what their functions were, how they operated, careful analysis of all the myths about them and their actions and their relations to mortals and to you, students, especially their positions on the tree of life. And 3rd, your inner perception contacting the Akashic records and reading therefrom the knowledge stored there regarding the Eleusinian mysteries. As time passed, the Eleusinian mysteries passed away, due, I believe, to the growing power of the Christian religion. Probably it went underground for a time, and then that too passed away. But probably the initiated were forewarned by their personal powers of the coming events. I regret very much that I will not be able to give you an exact history of the Cabala, as it just does not exist in an exact form. Dion Fortune says, that it was not until the 15th century, when the overwhelming power of the church was weakened, that some form of the Cabala material appeared written down. Some, she said. I am inclined to think that it was when printing was invented, or rather reinvented in the West after being used in different forms in China for many centuries, that the whole magical curriculum, some parts definitely false, began to appear in print because of a good market for it. Ain't nothing changed but the name of the game. Also, I now recall that a large amount of magical material seemed to be in existence even before then. I recall that one of the popes gave Charlemagne, not the dude from the Breakfast Club, a magical book of daily prayers, the 7 mysterious orisons. Here it is for your use. Use it and see if it gets you any results. Can't hurt you. The next several paragraphs are reproduced from a book by Arthur Edward Waite entitled The Book of Black Magic and Pacts. I have that book, and it's extremely boring. Published in London, 1898. The book has since been reprinted in paperback form, and the material in it is well known from different sources. It really contains no black magic or any pacts, right? I wasted my money, but probably should be owned by you for research purposes. Kelly Clark, blessings. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you for that donation. Oh my goodness. Tony Jules says the understanding facilitates alchemical processions in one's body on all planes to godhood. Absolutely. Tony Jules says Pacts with the Devil has a must-read forward. Yes. Greetings, Stray Panther 79. Greetings. Wow. Incredible. All right. Yeah, I was wrong. It wasn't the Book of Black Magics that I thought was boring. It was the Book of Forbidden Pacts that was boring and a waste of my money. But let's continue. God, by whom all the faithful are served, give unto me thy peace to remain with me forever, both in this life and that which is to come. Amen. Monday. O great God, by whom all things have been set free, deliver me also from all evil. O great God, who has granted thy consolation unto all beings, grant it also unto me. O great God, who has succored and assisted all things, aid me also, and succor me in all my necessities and miseries, my enterprises and dangers. Deliver me from all the hindrances and snares of my enemies, both visible and invisible, in the name of the Father who created the whole world, in the name of the Son who hath redeemed it, in the name of the Holy Ghost who hath accomplished the entire law in its perfection. I cast myself utterly into thine arms, and place myself unreservedly into the holy protection. Amen. May the blessing of God the Father Almighty, of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost be always with me. Amen. May the blessing of the God the Father, who by his only word hath made all things, be with me forever. Amen. May the blessing of our Lord Jesus Christ, Son of the great living God, be with me forever. Amen. May the blessing and 7 gifts of the Holy Ghost be with me forever. Amen. May the blessing of the Virgin Mary and of her Son be with me forever. Amen. Goodness gracious. Neophyte says, hi, man. The Book of Black Magic and Pacts was given to Crawley at Cambridge and was his first magic book. I did not know that. Pacts with the Devil has a must-read forward. Yeah, that one's an interesting book. I just want to keep in mind here also, when you're looking at this, we read the book about the demiurge, and look what it says about the name of the Father who created the whole world, right? That describes exactly the function of the demiurge. Then talks about the name of the Son who hath redeemed it, right? And you think about Heru, of course, and his function as the conscious mind, sublimating the ability of the subconscious mind. Then you think about the Holy Ghost, who represents the feminine aspect of this Holy Trinity, who hath accomplished the entire law in its perfection. And I think that points a lot to the concept of the earth element, how all the elements come down and have their culmination here in the earth. But, there's a lot of different correspondences here to all this stuff. Ashley Eccles, thank you. Thank you for that donation. I appreciate you. Thank you. She says, thank you. This helps me a lot. Awesome. That is the whole intention here, to help break down this information and make it useful. All right. Let's go to Tuesday. Christina Baatiz says, so Holy Ghost is the mother. Well, you think about it, it's supposed to be the Holy Family, right? The Holy Creation. You can't have a family with just a dad and a son. Like, you know what I'm saying? There's got to be the feminine aspect. And, you know, we can get into that. It's a long story. The whole reason that a lot of this is happening is because balance is being forced. The appreciation of the divine feminine has been completely stripped away from major religions. So she's literally forcing a comeback, a resurgence, if you will. So, yeah. Zola Lewis says the 7 Hathors as well. Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. Zola Lewis, she said the 7 Hathors. Awesome observation. Somewhere in here it talks about the 7 blessings of the Holy Ghost. Yeah, may the blessing and 7 gifts of the Holy Ghost be with me forever. So what is he talking about, right? A lot of these things, you know, replicate from different religions and belief systems. Great Goodness Goddess says, hey, just dropping by to say peace. Daughter was using my phone while I do her hair. Check back again soon. Awesome. Saturn's Guru says, Holy Ghost is like the energies you invoke. Yes, just like Isis is literally the spirit of magic, right? Isis is not a person. Mother Mary is not a person. The Holy Ghost is not a person. It represents an aspect of this energy, right? The practitioner, the magician, is supposed to be the masculine, and the energy he's working with is the feminine. So all of us here would represent the masculine in this equation, and the magic that we're doing represents the feminine. That would be the Sophia. Showstopper says, don't call it a comeback. She's been here for years. Right. But let's keep going. Tuesday. May the blessing and consecration of the bread and of the wine, which our Lord Jesus Christ made when he gave them to his disciples, and said unto them, take and eat ye all of this, for this is my body, which shall be delivered for you, in remembrance of me, and for the remission of all sins. Be with me forever. May the blessings of the holy angels, archangels, virtues, powers, thrones, dominations, cherubim, and seraphim be with me forever. Amen. May the blessing of the patriarchs and prophets, apostles, martyrs, confessors, virgins, and all of the saints of God be with me forever. Amen. May the blessings of all the heavens of God be with me forever. Amen. May the majesty of God omnipotent sustain and protect me. May his eternal goodness lead me. May his boundless charity inflame me. May his supreme divinity direct me. May the power of the Father preserve me. May the wisdom of the Son enliven me. May the virtues of the Holy Ghost stand always between me and my enemies, both visible and invisible. Power of the Father, strengthen me. Wisdom of the Son, enlighten me. Consolation of the Holy Ghost, comfort me. The Father is peace. The Son is life. The Holy Ghost is the consoling and saving remedy. Amen. May the divinity of God bless me. Amen. May his piety warm me. May his love preserve me. O Jesus Christ, Son of the living God, have pity upon me, a poor sinner. So I think what's really cool in that one is in each one of these levels, it's talking about the different qualities of the tree of life. And I think that's what he's going to be pointing out here in just a minute. But it talks about, may the blessings of the holy angels, archangels, virtues, powers, thrones, dominations, cherubim, and seraphim be with me forever. Those are all different classes of angels that are represented on each one of these spheres of the tree of life. Right? And he also talks about the blessings of the prophets, apostles, martyrs, confessors, virgins, and all the saints of God. Those could also be attributed to each one of these spheres in the tree of life. And may all the blessings of all the heavens. When they say all the heavens, what are they talking about? All these different spheres, right? Talk about the 7th heaven or the 3rd heaven, all these different levels of heaven. It's referring to the Cabala. Yes, the Bible is all about the Cabala and astrology as well. Junior Conjure says, happy Ishtar in advance. Hell yeah, that's where we're getting to, right? 13 Key says, that's why Big O mentioned we should study the goddesses of antiquity. It's a reason why that energy has been strategically suppressed. Right. Tony Jewell says, Bobby Hemmett teaches that the patriarchy is burning out. The matriarchy is resurfacing. Exactly. Flex Washington says, my neighbor asked if I believed in God, and wanted to talk about the Bible yesterday. I told her it's about the esoteric aspect of it. I knew I threw her for a loop. I wonder if she'll retain any of it. Yeah, it's difficult to have this type of discussion with a regular Christian because they're not really trying to hear all that. You gotta ease it in. You gotta talk to them on their level and drop small nuggets here and there. That's the only way, because if you overload them, their ears shut down. Tony Jules says, it is my understanding that the Bible is a Kabbalistic codec. Yes. But yeah, when talking to Christians, with me, it's never about trying to show them the secret side or the dark side, because I learned my lesson many times over. You know what I'm saying? That the fear kicks in instantly. You'll see it happen physically. So I just go along with the conversation. I agree. Yes, God is good. Won't he do it? But you drop something in here and there. Keep the conversation going, because as long as you're talking to them, they're listening, right? You don't want to shut them down. And it's not about trying to give them as much as you can. You give them as little bit, just a seed, just a little bit. Give them something to think and walk away with. But don't overload them and don't try to fight. You got to think, what is your intention? Is your intention to argue and prove that you're a dark side nigga? Or is it to help plant a seed of knowledge in somebody? That's the thing we got to remember. And I'm not talking about you specifically, dude. I'm just saying in general. Perfect. The second chamber says sandstone level niblets. Yes. Junior Conjurer says, yeah, that's what I do. I speak on their level and put the gems in there. What makes them go, Right. You get them started on their path of questioning, because you can't throw a bunch of info to anybody. Even if it's good, sound, righteous, provable knowledge, you can only give people what they can handle, what they ask for, really. When somebody's initiating a conversation with you, they're trying to get that little bond, that little where two or three are gathered in my name, I'm there. They're trying to get that process started. So when they're getting that God connection started with you, give them some God, but on a small level. They can't handle your level, so just give them a little bit. Saturn's Guru says, read their energy, talk to their jinns. Yeah, just read their body language. Listen, like seek to be understood, seek to understand more than you're trying to be understood, right? It's not about you, because you already got the info. Oh yes, Philosophy says, thank you for that wisdom. Most def. Hekate Goddess says, EA was having a fight with a Christian 2 hours ago. And what does that prove? Like, I don't need to fight any Christian or debate any pastor or none of that. That does nothing. I'd rather talk with people, have a discussion, right? Agree on certain points and implement some things that they may have never thought of, right? That's way more effective than fighting. You can't win a verbal fight. Who wins? Both people believe what they believe, and it doesn't go anywhere. You just got some people agreeing with you and some people disagreeing you. And that doesn't do anything. Sri says, came into that realization the hard way. Absolutely. L. Lee says, I hold them down and force knowledge down their throats. With love, of course. Is it knowledge you're forcing down their throat? Or Tony Jules says, they ask me questions. It's like, Moldvok says, it's like trying to tell an alcoholic he needs help. Exactly. You don't convince people. People convince themselves. You just provide the keys that they would need to convince themselves. All right. Let's continue. Wednesday, which is today, the day of Mercury. O Emmanuel, defend me against the malignant enemy and against all of my enemies, visible and invisible, and deliver me from all evil. Jesus Christ the King hath come in peace, God made man, who has suffered patiently for us. May Jesus Christ, the gentle King, stand always for my defense between me and my enemies. Amen. Jesus Christ triumphs. Jesus Christ reigns. Jesus Christ commands. Generator, operator, destroyer. May Jesus Christ deliver me from all evils forever. Amen. May Jesus Christ vouchsafe me grace to triumph over my adversaries. Amen. Behold, the cross of our Lord Jesus Christ. Fly, therefore, O my enemies, at the sight thereof. The Lion of the tribe of Judah and of the race of David hath conquered. Alleluia, alleluia, alleluia. Savior of the world, save and succor me. I conjure thee, O my God, O Agios, O Theos, O Agios, Iskrios, Agios, Athanatos, Elysion, Hemas, Holy God, Strong God, merciful and immortal God, have pity upon me, ha, thy creature, ha, and sustain me, O Lord, ha, forsake me not, reject not my prayers, O thou, the God of my salvation, do thou assist me always, O God of my salvation. Interesting. Tony Jules says these prayers sound like formulas to shut down one's mind. LOL. Well, hey, you got the mind of a living God. We can overcome anything, right? DRW Isis, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Awesome. Thank you. I'm very grateful. Kelly Clark says, if what you are doing works for you, then that's all that matters. Eggs Blackley. The second chamber says, LOL, the deacon prayer and you swallowed up. Had to do it. You start getting on that flow, man, that just kicks in. Okay. But you're starting to see here how each of these prayers, when you look at it from an occult perspective, there's a certain thing behind it. It's not just a bunch of words. Because look, this is supposedly a Christian prayer, but we got names like Agios, Theos, Isikrios, Athanatos, Elysion, Hemos, Holy God. That sounds like Bobby Hemmett doing libations to different gods, don't it? Well, if you've got that book, Dictionary of Ancient Deities, you'd be able to look up each one of these things, right? Multiple gods, but it's not multiple gods. It's different functions of the one God at its different levels of reality. That's what we're about to get into. Same thing with any God in any religion. It's not talking about a bunch of different people in the sky. It's not talking about a family of invisible beings. They're different aspects of your power, literally. Luna Crystal says Hathor is welcomed by Hermes. There is a hymn about it on the temples of Dendera. Bunny Queen, if you're with us, I saw that you had in your Facebook story a book about the Egyptian deities and their relation to the Cabala or something like that. You'll find that even the Egyptian pantheon is related to the Cabala, the Ennead, and all that good stuff. Thor's Day. Enlighten mine eyes with true light, that they may never be closed in eternal sleep, lest mine enemy should say, I have prevailed over him. So long as the Lord is with me, I will not fear the malice of my enemies. O most sweet Jesus, preserve me, aid me, save me. At the name of Jesus, let every knee bow in heaven, on earth, and in hell, and let every tongue confess openly that Jesus Christ is in the glory of his Father. Amen. I know beyond doubt that in what day soever I shall call upon the Lord, in the same hour I shall be saved. O most sweet Lord Jesus Christ, Son of the great living God, thou hast performed most mighty miracles by the sole power of thy most precious name, and hast enriched the poor most abundantly, so that by force thereof the demons flee away, and blind see, the deaf hear, the lame walk erect, the dumb speak, the lepers are cleansed, the sick cured, the dead raised up. For whatsoever the most sweet name of Jesus is pronounced, the ear is ravished, and the mouth is filled with pleasant savor. And at that one utterance, I repeat, the demons take flight. Every knee is bent. All temptations, even the worst, are scattered. All infirmities are healed. All disputes and conflicts between the world, the flesh, and the devil are ended. And the soul is filled with every heavenly delight. For whosoever invoketh or shall invoke his holy name of God is and shall be saved. This holy name pronounced by the angel even before his conception in the womb of the Holy Virgin. Zola Lewis says TOLM, Tree of Life Meditation book by Ra Un-Nefer Amen, is origin in Kemet. Moldvox says this is multidimensional. Exactly. I think that's the point of him putting this in here. Actually, guys, this is really just a book of Christian prayers. Haha, got you to listen to Christian prayers. I'm trying to convert you all. Friday. O sacred name. Name which strengthens the heart of man. Name of life, of salvation, of joy. Previous name, resplendent, glorious, agreeable name. O resplendent name. O glorious, agreeable name, which fortifies the sinner, name which saves, conserves, leads, and rules all. May it please thee, therefore, most precious Jesus, by the power of the name of Jesus, to drive away the demon from me. Enlighten me, Lord, for I am blind. Remove my deafness. Set me upright, who am lame. Give me speech, who am dumb. Cleanse my leprosy. Restore me to health, who am sick. Raise me up, for I am dead. Give me life once more, and enrich me in all my parts, within and without, so that furnished and fortified by thy holy name, I may abide always in thee, praising and honoring thee, because all is due to thee, and thou only art worthy to be glorified, the Lord and eternal Son of God, in whom all things rejoice, and by whom all are governed.
5 o'clock.
Praise, honor, and glory be given to thee forever and ever. Amen. May Jesus be always in my heart and in my breast. Amen. May our Lord Jesus Christ be ever with me, within me. May he establish me forever. May he be around me and preserve me. May he be before me and lead me. May he be behind me and guard me. May he be above me and bless me. May he be within me and give me life. May he be near me and rule me. May he be beneath me and fortify me. May he be always with me and deliver me from all the pains of eternal death, who liveth and reigneth forever and ever. Amen. Wow. Goodness gracious. King David. Yeah, I caught that too. King David says, set me right, Jesus. I'm a lame. You lame. Give me game, Lord, for I am a simp. Yeah. They got bars. Moldvok says the Holy Ghost was one of many that visited John D. and Edward Kelly. And R. Kelly, too, apparently. The second chamber says, yes, these are self-activation, generation, and operating handles. Exactly. Generator, operator, story. These aren't talking about some sky daddy outside of you that you're trying to beg. You're invoking power within yourself, right? It's all perspective. Greetings, Shay Shade. Thank you for joining us. Sri says, straight fire. All right, let's keep it going. Saturday. Baron Saturday. Jesus, son of Mary, salve. Oh, yeah. Okay, so each one of these days also correlate with each one of these spheres. So probably looking back at the type of prayer that's being prayed probably relates to the function of the God power at each of these levels. Okay, I'm starting to see. Sky L, I don't know what Wanga means. Wanga. I am delivered. Okay, Saturday. Jesus, son of Mary, salvation of the world, may the Lord look favorably upon me with mildness and propitiation. May he give me a holy and willing spirit to respect and honor him only, who is the liberator of the world. On him could no one lay hand, for his hour was not yet come. He who is, who was, who shall remain, God and man, and beginning and the end. May this prayer which I offer unto him deliver me eternally from my enemies. Amen. Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews, honorable title, Son of the Virgin Mary, have pity on me, a poor sinner, and lead me according to thy loving kindness in the way of eternal salvation. Amen. Now Jesus, knowing what things must come to pass concerning him, came forward and said unto them, Whom seek ye? They answered him, Jesus of Nazareth. But Jesus said unto them, I am he. And Judas, who was to deliver him, was with them. And soon then, as he had said unto them, I am he, they fell backward upon the earth. Then asked he them again, Whom seek ye? And they said, Jesus of Nazareth. Jesus answered, I have told you that I am he. If therefore ye seek me, let these go their way, speaking of his disciples. The lance, the nails, the cross, the thorns, the death, which I have endured, prove that I have effaced and expiated the crimes of the unfortunate. Preserve, O Lord Jesus Christ, from all afflictions of poverty and from the snares of my enemies. May the 5 wounds of our Lord be unto me an everlasting remedy. Jesus is the way. Jesus is the life. Jesus is the truth. Jesus has suffered. Jesus has been crucified. Jesus, Son of the living God, have pity on me. Now Jesus passing went through the midst of them, and no one could place his murderous hands upon Jesus because his hour had not yet come. Okay, so I did see a little bit of correlation with the energy of Saturn. Saturn being the limiter, right? We mentioned death here, but Saturn is also the Grim Reaper. How it talks about look favorably upon me with mildness and propitiation, because the energy of Saturn is very harsh, very limiting. Okay. Now I'm starting to see. Bunny Queen says, was waiting for you to catch it. Oh, so you figured it out before me. Okay, I see. Junior Conjure says, makes sense. Each planet equals each day. Flex Washington said, whoever seen Emmanuel TV with the fake pastors in Africa exorcising demons from paid actors. Ay. Moldvox says 5 wounds of Jesus, 3 wounds of Hiram Mabif. Sri says Saturn is about that discipline. Absolutely. Sunday, Paternoster. Deliver me, O Lord, I beseech thee, me, even thy creature, which usually means name, from all evils past, present, and to come, whether of body or soul. Grant me peace and health and thy goodness. Incline favorably unto me, thy creature, by the intercession of the Blessed Virgin Mary and of thy holy apostles, Peter, Paul, and Andrew, and of all the saints. Vouchsafe peace unto thy creature and health during all my life, so that strengthened by the mainstay of thy mercy, I may never be slave of sin, nor go in fear of any trouble. Through the name of Jesus Christ, thy Son, our Savior, who, being truly God, liveth and reigneth in the unity of the Holy Spirit, forever and ever. Amen. May the peace of the Lord be always with me. Amen. May that peace, O Lord, which thou didst leave to thy disciples, abide ever with power in my heart, standing always between me and my enemies, both visible and invisible. Amen. May the peace of the Lord, his countenance, his body, his blood, assist, console, and protect me, thy creature, me, in my soul and my body. Amen. Lamb of God, who didst reign to be born of the Virgin Mary, who didst cleanse the world from its sins upon the cross, have pity on my soul and my body. O Christ, Lamb of God, immolated for the salvation of the world, have pity on my soul and my body. Lamb of God, by whom all the faithful are saved. Interesting. Cheryl Brown says, hey, Travis. Hey, Cheryl. Interessante. Tony Jewell says 444 on my clock. Yeah, Eastern time. Awesome. 444. Flex Washington says LMAO. It's so ridiculous. Yeah, the actors. Saturn's Guru says Saturn is also structure. Carbon is crystalline formation of the shape of the hexagon. 666. Om. Sky L says, yup, Pastor ain't gonna say nothing. Just keep putting his hand, praying over your third eye, blocking the 72 by 2, 144. Yeah. Bunny Queen says dabbing for Jesus, right? The second chamber says Hiram Abiff took blows from 3 ruffians. That sounds like a story that you mentioned last night. Interesting. Ganas says 344 for us Texas folk. Or is it 345? The second chamber says trauma delivered. Saturday is an interesting energy. Okay. Yeah. Saturn, trauma, discipline. Gotcha. Saturn's Guru says, by the way, no cannabis for the past 4 days. Wow, the dreams. Awesome. I'm glad that you took that step. So now you can see with your own evidence that when you don't smoke, your dreams become more vivid. I know I've been definitely putting to practice the techniques outlined in the art and practice of astral projection. And last night I experienced, it was crazy. Just before I woke up, I started falling from a high place from what I was doing. Falling because I knew that it would wake me up. So as I'm falling, and I just knew, all right, well, I'm about to wake up, so let me go ahead and do that. And just before I hit the ground, I woke myself up. Unfortunately, the rest of my dream started to rapidly dissolve. But I do remember I was hanging out with the homie. We usually play Apex Legends on Xbox. So it just so happens we were like in the game, like in the dream. Not playing it, but actually being in it. But anyways. WZE says, crazy people actually believe that when they see it. Sadly, they'll take anything to feel better. Saturn's Guru says, I smoke mugwort and sage joints, though. Do what thou wilt. Next, Jin J says, do you ever work with planets? What is your opinion on working with them? Yes. Let's continue, because we're getting into why we had to endure all of that Jesus speak. This, of course, was long before printing was rediscovered. Also, some of this church magic had a suspicious connection to the Tree of Life setups. Then again, there were some documents dealing with calling or invoking certain types of inner plane entities which were connected to various levels of the Tree of Life. This calling could not be done without some background knowledge of what and where the entities were located and from which they could be called or invoked. I would say myself, without making any great research, that from some other hints and scraps of evidence given in the same book, and only because I am looking for it, because of the past occult experience I had in accumulating the material for my books, that a great deal of occult magic was carried on by members of the clergy in the Catholic Church and thoroughly disguised under church routines. I can definitely see that. Flex Washington, I certainly believe that's the trade-off. That's the trade-off that I figured out. He said, yeah, I don't dream about anything when I'm high, but when I'm awake and high, the dream state is kind of while I'm awake. Yeah, I think that's the trade-off. Like when you're awake, it's like you get to experience that dream feeling while awake. So it's just like, you know. Nice one, generational intricacies. Tony Jewell says, Jesus speak, LOL. Generational intricacies says, double speak. Right. Let's continue. The following material is also from the same book by A.E. Waite. It is another Catholic Church document which is interesting to our inquiry, and it is entitled Honori Papae Adversus Tenebram Principum et Ejus Angelos Conjurationis ex Originale Rome Serveto. Damn. Rome 1529. Because of its extreme rarity, few public libraries, none apparently in England, possess an example. The authenticity of this work is questioned, and it is impossible to speak with certainty about it. But it is evidently the formularies of exorcism, a rite of the church, and possesses a considerable body of literature to which even a pope of past ages might not inconceivably have contributed. However this may be, the attribution in the one case will account for it in the other. The grimoire, as presented in the Book of Black Magic, may be merely a preservation of the orthodox conjurations, and if not that, is a reprisal. It is sorcery revenging herself on a pope who casts out devils by representing him as the prince of those who dealt with them. Having said something to justify the grimoire from groundless condemnation, it is necessary now to add, on the authority of its own evidence, that it is a malicious and clever imposture which was undeniably calculated to deceive ignorant persons of its period who may have been magically inclined, more especially ignorant priests, since it pretends to convey the express sanction of the apostolical seat for the operations of infernal magic and necromancy. The entire claim is set forth most curiously at the beginning of the pseudo-constitution and must be cited at considerable length to convey its full force. Jeez. The Holy Apostolic Chair, unto which the keys of the kingdom of heaven were given by those words in which Christ Jesus addressed to St. Peter, I give unto thee the keys of the kingdom of heaven, and unto thee alone the power of commanding the prince of darkness and his angels, who as slaves of their master do owe him honor, glory, and obedience by those other words of Jesus Christ. Thou shalt worship the Lord thy God, and him only shalt thou serve. He hence, by the power of these keys, the head of the church has been made the Lord of hell. But seeing that until this present the sovereign pontiffs have alone possessed the power of using invocations and commanding spirits, His Holiness Honorius III, being moved by his pastoral care, has benignly desired to communicate the methods and faculty of invoking and controlling spirits to his venerable brethren in Jesus Christ, adding the conjurations which must be used in such case, the whole being contained in the bull, which here follows. I don't remember reading all this in this book before. Maybe I skipped this part. Honorius, servant of the servants of God, unto all and each of our venerable brethren of the Holy Roman Church, cardinals, archbishops, bishops, abbots, unto all and each of our sons in Jesus Christ, priests, deacons, subdeacons, acolytes, exorcists, cantors, pastors, clerks, both secular and regular. Health and apostolic benediction. In those days, when the Son of God, Savior of the world, generated in the fullness of time and born according to the flesh of the race of David, did live on this earth, whose most holy name is Jesus, before which the heavens, earth, and hell do bend the knee. We have seen with what power he commanded demons, which power was also transmitted to St. Peter by that utterance. Upon this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. These words were addressed to St. Peter as the head and foundation of the church. We then, who, by the mercy of God, and despite the poverty of our merit, have succeeded to the sovereign apostolate, and as lawful successor of St. Peter, have the keys of the kingdom of heaven committed to our hands, desiring to communicate the power of invoking and commanding spirits, which hath been reserved unto us alone. And our possessors did alone enjoy, wishing, I repeat, by divine inspiration, to share it with our venerable brethren and dear sons of Jesus Christ, and fearing lest in the exorcism of the possessed they might be otherwise be appalled at the frightful figures of those rebellious angels who, in sin, were cast into the abyss, lest they should be insufficiently learned in those things which must be performed and observed, and that those who have been redeemed by the blood of Jesus Christ may not be tormented by any witchcraft or possessed by the demon. We have included in this bull the manner of their invocation, which same must be observed inviolably. And because it has met that the ministers of the altar should have authority over the rebellious spirits, we hereby dispute unto them all powers which we possess in virtue of the holy apostolic chair, and we require them by our apostolic authority to observe what follows inviolably, lest by some negligence unworthy of their character they should draw down on themselves the wrath of the Most High. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Next is alchemy and the alchemist's search for the philosopher's stone, which changes everything into gold. The search for the philosopher's stone was not hindered by the church, as no matter how fanatic the sweet, loving, Christ-like church was in burning heretics, they would have to be clear out of their minds to stop any search for gold, free gold, which they loved and craved as much as anyone did. In other words, what he's saying is they burn heretics and they burn witches and all that stuff, but they certainly supported alchemy. And who could resist alchemy? Because, nobody's going to turn down the gold. I'm not making a very good division of dates here, but I trust I'm covering the subject in a way that will be informative to you as an occult student rather than as a history student. There's a direct connotation between the Philosopher's Stone and the Tree of Life, which I have written about several times in other places. You'll find the list at the end of this book. And while some persons did find the stone, they didn't mention the Tree of Life as such in connection with the stone, but the two had to go together, as you will learn in your studies. We always find the Cabala in the background somewhere. Always. Another historic happening which has strange undertones and overtones to those who are sensitive to inner plane pressures and their following later manifestations out into the physical plane is the case of the Knights Templars. Through their contacts with the nearby Oriental countries, they accumulated a high degree of occult knowledge and power. And through the centuries, this occult knowledge and power enabled them to acquire great wealth. And as the order never died, this wealth grew somewhat the same as the Roman Catholic Church's wealth does today. As a side note, it says here, I have since writing the previous material ran across some scraps of historic rumors that the Knights Templars' upper crusts, as stated before, right, the secret society of the secret society, did indeed make contacts with the upper crusts of Islam. And the two uppers found that they did have much in common, not only in ordinary things, but in the higher revelations of religions. So the two uppers didn't fight each other, but let the lowers do the fighting. I do not know more. See what you can find out. Interesting, interesting. So we often see that a lot of people go to war, but it's usually just the armies and the soldiers and the people that go to war. The people that are in charge are hobnobbing and having dinner together. Some of their mystic occult rites were passed on to and became embodied in the structure of the Masons or Masonic order. Although I do admit there is a time gap here, which I cannot account for unless I do some intensive research, which is not the purpose of this book. I believe the Masonic order claims their order goes back to the building of Solomon's first temple, or perhaps to Egypt and the building of the pyramids. Or then it could be the other way around. The Knights Templars could have been the outgrowth of the original Masonic body's occult attainment. At any rate, the Knights Templars were accused of some very peculiar practices, and an excuse to seize their vast wealth which was done. Jacques de Molay, as he was burned at the stake, cursed both the King of France and then the Pope, and they were both dead within the year. Ooh. There's a smattering of the Cabala evident in the Masons today, but you can't discuss it with them as they are very cagey and think you are trying to steal their secrets. Especially is this true of new young members. However, like all churches and religions, the mass bulk of the Masons know very little about their inner structure's secret workings, nor do they care to know much more. A man named Albert Pike wrote a book called Morals and Dogma of the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, which is full of occult material, and some of it that I examined is Kabbalistic right out. Oh, here is one of their secret symbols. I'll expose. You have seen the Mason symbol of a compass and a square thusly all the time, right? If you ask them what that means, they won't tell you because it's a big secret. Here's the secret. Just connect the open parts on up and you have two triangles. Oh my God, no way, yeah. Flex Washington says Jacques was a gangster, right? Oh, great. We were buffering. I didn't even realize that. Okay, whee, big secret. A fire triangle and a water triangle. Let us go a little further with this big secret. Let us take the compass. What does the compass do in real life? Working with material things. The compass draws circles, thus delineates and encloses a designated area, puts a specific area inside a boundary. The result is a circle enclosing a space. A circle is a symbol of air, which means movement or ability to move. In this case, move in the newly encircled closed space. By running an imaginary line across the bottoms of the compass, you change the symbol from one kind of a symbol to another kind of a symbol. A triangle, which in this case is an air triangle. Oh. So the compass makes a circle, which is air, but it also makes an upward triangle, which is air. In this case, means the same thing as a circle, and so the symbolism holds together so far. Now then, consider the other figure of the symbol and the square. What does the square do on the earth physical plane? It trues things up according to a plan. Remember, we are here dealing with Masons, whose form of occult symbolism pertains to building spiritual buildings, after a manner of speaking. So enough for this. To proceed, we then have two triangles, an upward pointing one and a downward pointing one. Thus, these two triangles change into the other two elemental forces by a line being drawn across the triangle like this. Then becomes elemental fire. Then becomes elemental earth. Fire expansion and water contraction are the two most violent acting elements alone. Put together, they neutralize each other's violent actions and result in a solid, inert, placed elemental earth. This, then, in brief and in haste, is the meaning of one Masonic symbol. So we got the four elements all in one. Interesting. I've strayed from the history of the Cabala, but it seemed important for me to do so at this point to show some connection between Cabala and Masonry. This unsuspected, unknown connection, as it were, I can say here all that the Cabala system is behind all physical things. Ooh, Michael McClinney pointed out something very integral here. He says, there's a reason the author went from demon control to alchemy. Transmute your demons for enlightenment. Looks like the author writing in an occult fashion. Yeah. So I picked that out, right? There's a reason also why he has you actually read these prayers and then jumps to something completely different. You're reading the prayers still, regardless of what you think about it. We all just read these prayers with vigor and passion and a lot of attention. Like, oftentimes you'll find that, sometimes there's lessons within the lessons. We'll just put it that way. Awesome. Thank you for pointing that out. Let's continue. Rules all physical things. If you learn to run it, you can rule it instead of being at the mercy of unknown and uncontrolled blind forces. It could be said that when you know you can, then gives eyes to the blind forces, right? Given sight to the blind forces. Now, I repeat that I have a strong feeling, based on logic alone, that there exists somewhere a body of men and women who know. They have not contacted me, probably because I'm unworthy. I am not going to make any effort to contact them per se. I'm just going along, learning, and then using. Study and practice, right? Learning and using. And I strongly advise you to do the same. To try to get back to the history of Cabala thought. Far to the north of Europe lived a Norseman, or the Vikings, those who lived in the coast indentations called Vix. These men rapidly outgrew their available food land and for many centuries raided and invaded the countries to the south of them. Their religion was a modification of the Cabala, but a religion in which the worst, to us it seems, qualities of the gods on the tree of life were brought out. There is nothing to prevent this. The namby-pamby Christian religion notwithstanding, you are a free agent. I hear you ask, but do you get punished if you do? I don't know. Perhaps the answer lies in reincarnation for adjustments. If the answer is not there, then things are in a mess. I guess this is a good place as any to line up the gods in a la Crawley style in 777. So let's get a little bit of a correspondence here. Wanda Wisdom, greetings, Trav, and the Magus Mighty Ones. I'm tardy. Pardon. What page are we on? Welcome. If you're in the physical book, it's page 27. If we're in the PDF, I believe it's 25, they're saying. Okay, let us continue. So, we got to roll with the symbol. We got the Greek, then the Roman, then the Norse, then the Egyptian, then the weekday. So we got the symbol of Uranus. That's Uranus. The Egyptian correspondent would be Ptah. Computa. Symbol of Saturn. That represents Saturn, or Saturn Virtue in Roman. Saturn in Norse. Isis. Saturday. Isis. Symbol of Zeus is also Jupiter, is also Thor, is also Ammon, also Thor's day. The symbol of Mars is Aries, Mars, Tevi, Sheskit from the Egyptian Kemet, and Tuesday. The sun, Apollo, Balder, Ra, Sunday. Venus, Aphrodite, Venus, Frigga, that's where we get Friday from, Frigg's day. Nephthys, Friday. Mercury, Hermes, Mercury. Loki, fire, right? Thoth or Anubis, right? Wednesday. Woden's day, Odin. The moon, which would be Diana. Hathor, Monday, moon day. Then you got the four elementals, which would represent Pan, fairies, trolls, undines, unicorns. You can see from these diagrams the basic connections of the gods with the tree. Blind Raymond Server says, did you get it? Your anus. Welcome. Dark Matter says, wow, Isis is also Saturn. Wow. Tony Jules says, Mr. Wednesday, LOL. Love me some American Gods. I haven't seen anything past the first season. I didn't know it was still going, to be honest. Let's continue. The gods usually perform approximately the same function in all times and places, except, as I said, where a god rules several things. The local situation may be such that emphasis upon one feature, not necessarily considered desirable by everybody everywhere, is necessary for survival. This is shown in the case of the Norsemen who outgrew their food supply, and it was either go out elsewhere or stay around and starve. That is, invoke the violent aspects of their gods. As a rule, large numbers of new people, strangers with empty stomachs, are not received with open arms in new countries, and so it was necessary for these Norsemen to fight terrible battles to escape from their old places to the new, and, as I said, to invoke those qualities in their gods to help them to do this. And thus, it is with all peoples with these same gods, the people use what qualities of their gods they need, and the other unneeded qualities are left unneeded and ignored. So much so that it is even forgotten that they exist in the gods. So that's interesting because it points to the book that we read about the art and practice of getting things through creative visualization, where it talks about every energy has both that positive and negative aspect. And depending on which one you're using, you kind of bind the other that you're not using. One has a constructive function and the other has a destructive function. Interesting. What's up, Unstints? J. Jones, peace. Page 26 through the PDF. In tracing some evidence of the Cabala system in the history of the northern mysteries of the Druids, Celtics, etc., if you are in doubt about the identity of a named god whom you do not recognize, then find out all you can about his or her functions, what he or she does, what stories are told about the god or the goddess. And I would also say that's true with the Goetia. If you're just now cracking into the Goetia, don't just ask people which one should I use. Look at all the descriptions of all 72 and figure out what you actually need in your life at the time and then give it a shot. And not just the Goetia, for any of these gods. If you get the Dictionary of Ancient Deities or whatever, or the, what's that popular one? Encyclopedia of Spirits, flip through. And if you're really using that spiritual power, flip through randomly and you're going to fall upon one that you can use eventually. From a study of these myth stories, you should easily recognize the ruling function of the force in question and place it on the tree. Once this is done, you then know 95% about the God force and how to deal with it accordingly. As we are dealing with the history of the Cabala in this chapter, although we seem to stray from time to time, I will mention here that there is being published a sort of magazine called Man, Myth, and Magic. At first, I received the magazine with some reservation, as it is to supreme value in our work, but now I have concluded that there is a great deal of valuable historical material being presented, albeit somewhat incomplete due to lack of space. However, at the end of each article, further references are given, and all things considered, you probably should try to keep the complete file for your reference for your occult study research work. For example, and this is in line with the historical Cabala chapter we're studying, I noticed an article in this magazine about the Norse gods, and especially about the antics of one of their gods, who was called Loki. Everyone loves Loki, right? This Loki was, or should I say is, a mischief troublemaker who is always playing around, pulling some kind of trick, often deadly tricks, upon other gods. He made endless trouble and was continually being forced by the head god to correct the trouble he caused. I wish you would read more about him and then see if, according to his nature, you can recognize him. Let us say among the Greek pantheon of gods, remember what I said about different peoples with different requirements from the same god? Right? Different requirements from the same god. So they correlate and correspond, even though one god does different things, they do the same thing most of the time, just different aspects of it. Loki is also Thoth, is also Hermes, right? They're the same entity. But depending on the culture, you use it for what it is. Let's continue. In the occult, much balderdash has been written about the will and willpower, almost as if the will was some kind of a separate power itself, instead of being merely an adjutant to a man, a means of steering a man's thoughts in a definite direction and holding them there hard. Primitive Stone Age man was very close to nature, as his whole existence depended upon his willpower being focused on his surroundings. You become what you think, or rather, you become attached to, merge with what you think. That was a low-key good definition of how attention is important with your willpower. I'll read that again in case you weren't paying attention. You become what you think, or rather, you become attached to, merge with what you think. Those Cro-Magnon men thought so much about the animals they hunted that they merged with the animal's life area and influenced the animals so they were more easily hunted. Whoa. The somewhat proof of this is that they are here today. Their hunts must have been successful. These Stone Age men also used visual aids for themselves and probably to train the young of the tribe in the magic methods. They drew pictures of the food animals on their sides of the caves, and even in some cases of successful hunts. The man we are discussing is called the Cro-Magnon man. His remains have been found in a cave at Dardenne, France, along with cave wall pictures, which pictures have a direct connection with the Tree of Life Cabala. Interesting. Even at this early human date. Interesting. Oh, shit. Michael says Saturn plus Jupiter looks like 54. That was the name of the cable company in last night's movie. Yeah, I noticed that too. 54, 5 and 4, Saturn symbol. I don't know if you guys remember, if you're with us with the They Live movie, the cable 54, which would also be these two spheres, you're hard pressed to go past here. But it was at that point when you saw in the teleportation room, those people were able to shoot to the stars, right? I bet you we could map that movie down to this Tree of Life, dude. I'm telling you. Orange garbage truck, right? Oh, man. Let's keep it going. Wanda Wisdom says ISIS is, and the condensed dollar sign. Yeah. Flex Washington says, I guess Loki is an aspect of Elegua too. Absolutely. Wanda Wisdom says Loki, low key, Elegba, Isu. Interesting. In Prodigies, the later rapper, he mentioned the name in his mentor, me believe. He mentioned that name in his memoir. This war outside going on, nobody's safe from. Alignment via comfort in thought. Thoth. Wanda Wisdom says the theory of keeping your enemies close to conquer them. Never saw the logic in that. Wanting to be near what or who is supposed to repel you. Yeah, I think that would make sense, especially when you take into what he was saying here about how hunting the animals, they're getting in tune with those animals. They're becoming on that vibration to kind of influence them. It's pretty hard to influence something that you have nothing to do with, right? Wanda Wisdom also says 54, 5 plus 4 equals 9. The 9th house is ruled by Jupiter. Nice. The upside down Saturn symbol is the Jupiter glyph, right? Symbology. Love it. Now it says straight up. Whoa. Saturn's guru says 9 is the number of completions, endings. Yeah, that's pretty much where the material plane starts to end. Doesn't get past here very much. Bunny Queen says completion of a cycle. Flex Washington says Prodigy had a sick ass flow. Hell yeah. Wonder Wisdom says gotcha. But scary. It's likened to a stalking, studying its subject to one day capture them. Again, spooky for me. Yeah. Interesting stuff. All right. Thank you guys for tuning in and for reading along and studying along. Please join in the chat if you're picking out some gems, because, you know, there's some stuff that I see, some stuff I don't see. And plus your comments definitely will help somebody else connect dots. So, I mean, this is a living study process we got going on. For those of you who just tuned in, please check the description. The PDF is there. Read along. If you're not reading along, at least take notes. And if you're not going to take notes because you're stubborn, at least make sure you're drawing this picture and meditating on it. The tree of life is what that is. Let's continue. Well, I would continue if I knew where we were. All right, so yeah, the cave paintings on the cave walls relate to the Cabala even at this early human date. See the directions at the end of each of my books for making and using a treasure chart or treasure map, or shall I give it another name? Some name like Life Desire Attainment Outline Chart. I'm told that people today are not interested in physical supply, but only in illumination type of attainment. This can be acquired by means of the chart too. By all means, make and use a chart. Make a chart anyhow. It works while you sleep. If it works for your Cro-Magnon ancestors, I repeat, it will work for you. Next, as we come down the ages, we encounter the organized remains of these nature contexts embodied in the Celtic Druids, and still later, after the Christian religion had destroyed or driven out the Celts and Druids, what remained was known as witchcraft, practiced by witches and warlocks. Ooh. I have reason to believe that the poor old crones who got themselves tortured and burned alive by the sweet, Christ-imitating Christians in these screwed-up ages were never the real witches at all. The lying Roman Catholic Church had spread all manner of lies about witchcraft in order to thoroughly discredit it, describing the witches as hideous in appearance and practicing repulsive rites, as witness the descriptions of Shakespeare gives of the witches in Macbeth as having beards. Oh. Whereas the opposite is more likely to have been true. I would guess that the nature cult with its nature natural contacts had gone underground at the first hostile Christian action, right? You know what I'm saying? Even if this was today, like if you caught wind of Christians starting to kill people who practice the occult, I think that tactics would be changed instantly. We wouldn't wait till people are already getting burned at the stake. But anyways, the hypocritical Christian cult, by the time it reached those northern countries, England and Normandy, had brought with it something more powerful than Jesus' persuasion. The Viking Norseman might conquer a land, but he soon found that occupying a land and then settling down and enjoying the land and acquiring all kinds of goodies by selling his produce and buying what imported products there were available entailed some quiet arrangements and peace deal making with his neighbors, instead of killing them as formerly. But all these trading advantages could be gained by a preliminary baptism, prime signing to the new Christian religion, followed by a later joining to the new religion. So, as the old nature religion had nothing like this to offer, it went out of sight, but was still practiced by many people for its recognized spiritual benefits, and practiced not only by the lower classes, but by the higher classes also, and probably, I strongly suspect, even had devoted followers inside the church hierarchy, clear up to the very top, and I mean top. Thus, to somewhat sum up this history section without going too deeply into basic research, there exists out there, out on the outer planes, a living pattern of forces. These forces can be called gods. These forces can be personified as person-like characters and then called, I repeat, gods. The personification, giving them names and designated appearances, give us a handle to get them to grasp a connection to and with them and to use them for our benefit. All right, so you're not falling on your knees and worshiping and praying to an actual demon with sharp teeth or an actual Oshun naked woman with robes. They're energies, they're patterns, they're forces, and we use those images for our mind to kind of anchor onto, for our mind to interpret, for our symbolic mind to work with. Sky L says, hold up, YouTube is messing with this channel. I don't think so. I mean, YouTube is allowing me a nice little platform to do what I'm doing right now. Plus, they also pay me a couple of cents and dollars here and there. But, who knows? Who knows? Movox says, my phone doesn't buffer, so I'm listening through the phone and using the laptop to chat. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing also, except I'm speaking through the phone and using the laptop or the computer to read the chat. Rene Cordes says, how much knowledge was lost and locked out of reach for most people at that time? Outrageous. Yes, and I'm glad you said at that time, because knowledge is never really lost. It's always somewhere, and there's a huge story and a huge plan going on, so there's never anything lost, really. Just shifted and turned here and there. Saturn's Guru says, check out the original 1972 Wicker Man. Should do a movie night on it. Has to do with Society of Pagans. Luna Crystal says, Canubis is the Coptic name of Hermes. A ritual dedicated to Herm, Anubis, contains process of sulfur water. This water is also called holy water, water made by heating lime and sulfur. You rub it on your forehead. Bunny Queen says, basically he is saying the tree is the life force for the occultist, study and explaining why it's gotten dismantled and fragmented. Yes. Modvox says, saw that back in the day in Skinamax. Oh yeah, I remember calling it that. Tony Jules says, they don't refer to themselves as gods. I know from hands-on experience. Yes. Saturn's Guru says, no one out there is doing anything to you. That's what these teachings point to you and help you understand. Precisely. Thank you for saying that. Ain't nobody doing nothing to me. I don't think they have the capacity to even think up a proper thing to do to me. So I'm really not worried. Everything is perfect. Perfect, I say. Let's continue, right? The personification, giving them names and designated appearances, give us a handle to get them to grasp a connection to, and with them to use for our benefit. Man, you and I, mankind, instinctively knows of the existence of these gods, forces, or concepts. But in our primitive beginning, we had no philosophy to attach these concepts to, and consequently we acted or worshipped, reacted blindly, instinctively, intuitively, like the Cro-Magnon did with his instinctive, sympathetic magic cave wall paintings, which sympathetic magic worked. All that is really important and will work today. So it's not that we should look down on people who do fall on their knees and worship gods and deities and entities and stuff like that. Shouldn't look down on that, because that's a basic lower level of understanding the same thing. When people fall on their knees and praise and worship, like real worship of God, they're still connecting with that energy. The only difference is they're acknowledging its existence, but they're not integrating its existence. For us in the study right now, we're acknowledging the existence of the power. It's just that we recognize that it is us, or rather we are it. And it's not that we're begging some outside entity. All right, Kenna says, hit me up on the site and I'll add it to the rotation. Yes, as far as the movie night and what movie that we're going to watch for the week, Kenna sets up the system to vote on which videos. So please go to themagussociety.com. Sign up if you haven't already. It's free. It's where we can link up and connect and share information and discuss different things. And this is also where you can vote on the movie that we're going to watch every Tuesday at 7:45-ish. Raina Leono, love and light with balance. Sorry I'm late. No problem. Welcome aboard. Tony Jules says, imagine where you'll be in 10 years, Leona, right? Imagine where you're going to be in 3 years, bro. Moldvox says, praise and mantra is sleight of mind. Right, right. Okay, let's continue. So, later, as time passed and man became more organized, called civilized, right. So civilized is more meaning organized, not necessarily clean and sophisticated. It just means organized. We live in a society that's more civilized, but certainly not more intelligent. These basic God-knowing, you know what? I like that. I'm just gonna figure out a way to put that somewhere else. Later, as time passed and man became more organized, called civilized, these basic God-knowing instincts became organized into definite patterns. And the history pattern we are now studying and deeply concerned with is the pattern called the Cabala Tree of Life. I realize that in these few lines we have covered an immense gap of time between caveman, Stone Age man, and the beginning of organized civilizations. A civilization is started, I am told, when a people start keeping a written record of themselves. You must realize that in this time gap, all degrees of God's interplane developments took place. First, I would say that man came in contact with simpler, basic nature contacts. The word nature comes from the same root as the source, comes from the same root source as mother, nature, and mother, and matter. These simple nature contacts were attracted and controlled and used through the vital living force, which is naturally in living blood. And hence the early contacts were not so nice from our viewpoint today, to say the least. Even the early Judeo-Christian Bible records sacrifices of sheep and doves and oxen, which seem to have passed away at some unknown time date. Later, the Greek and Roman temples were still offering animals as sacrifices, but I gathered the sacrifice was more or less a part gift offering to the personnel in the temple, who ate portions of the sacrifice as their due for their services. Later on, incense took the place of blood sacrifices to a very large extent as the higher patterns of the Cabala Tree of Life took over. As history moved along through more time ages, many endless different named God forces developed, God forces with different names, but all the same basic God. However, in the matter of the Jewish Cabala system, their adoption of the Tree of Life system was a bit different from the previous religious systems and those systems following, in that the Jews did have a one only God, and hence when they set up a Tree of Life pattern in place of a different God showing up on each Sephiroth, such as with the Greek God system I use, they had on each Sephiroth a different name of the same God. And if you look through the Bible, not the King James English translation, you will definitely see often where it says Lord or God or any of the words for God, it's actually going to be one of these that we're about to look at right here. Right? If you look at the actual Hebrew translation, it names a different aspect of God, a different power of God, which almost looks like different names of God. But in the King James version, they took all these different names and they just put God or Lord in capital letters. Greetings, Uppity Unicorn. Of you to join us. Moldvox says it's a disconnect so that you can get a desired effect. Absolutely. Zola Lewis says, in the Jewish tradition, there are 72 names of God. Right. Bot says, LOL, I'm reading the Booker Liber Herudo. What does Liber mean? Liber is Latin for book. Herudo means leech. So you're reading the book of the leech. Moldvox says, I'm getting deja vu again. All right, so looking at the Tree of Life here, and we saw the different correspondences a few pages back with the different gods and gods of the Greek, Roman, and from Kemet and from Norse. We're also going to see it here from the Judeo-Christian aspect, right? So the top sphere, Kether, has the name Eheye, which means I am that I am. I am Elohim. Remember in Genesis, it talks about the Elohim, right? I am that I am. Let us make God in our own image. I am that I am. The sphere here, dealing with the stars, is Jehovah, right? Lord. We got Jehovah Elohim, which represents the Saturn sphere. El, which is God strong and mighty, that represents the Jupiter. Elohim Gabor, that's the Mars. Tetragrammaton, Aloha Vadaoth, Tetragrammaton, that represents the Sun area, right? The demiurge, the middle pillar here would probably be all the demiurge power here. Elohim Seoth, the host, the God of hosts, that's the Mercury sphere. Jehovah Sebaoth, the Lord of Hosts, that's the Venus sphere. The Venus sphere and the Mercury sphere, they kind of also function as left brain, right brain, right? So also the spheres go across from each other as the chakras: crown chakra, third eye chakra, throat chakra, heart chakra, stomach chakra, sexual organ chakra, root chakra. So crown chakra would be I am that I am, right? Right brain, left brain, that goes right in line with the stomach chakra. Tetragrammaton, which is also the sun, which is also the little Christ center, that correlates with the heart chakra, which is why the Christ energy resonates with the heart chakra. All this shit lines up, right? The more you learn, the more you start to connect these dots. The moon sphere, Shaddai El Chai, the almighty living God, the imagination, right? The realm of creativity. Adonai, my Lord the King. Adonai means prince, but you also see that the more you study Kabbalah, this also is represented by the princess, by the fallen virgin, my Lord the King. Hey, look, it's on page 33. What a coincidence. Let's continue. 305 Capricorn says, I've taken so many notes already. Love this book so far. Awesome. Awesome. I love to hear that. I love to hear that. That means that this is actually has some value to it, to you. It actually has some usefulness to you. Fantastic. Just imagine, man. After putting this information to practice, after using this as somewhat of a filter, not even a filter, but like a lens to view the rest of this work through, you're going to start getting so much of this so much deeper, right? The knowledge is going to penetrate the level that you'll be able to actually use it, right? And see when it's being used. Up at the Unicorn says, and a 72-letter name of God. Yes, absolutely. And that's where we get these angels. Sky L said that you were reading the Angels of Magic. The way that we get all their names is from the 72-letter name of God, which again, all comes back to this right here. So no matter what you're doing, it's going to come back to this, which is why this is so crucial. If you don't learn anything else, please learn about this right here. You can't go wrong. It is not going to be a waste of time. You don't have to worry. You will put this to use, period. I don't care if you're going right back to Christianity tomorrow. You're going to be the best Christian in your neighborhood, the best Christian in the church. You're going to be sitting right in the front row seat with a good nigger sticker. Let's continue. This idea is essentially the same difference as it is to have a different god appear on each Sephiroth. Bunny Queen says, petting the book like a cat. Don't judge me, all right? Molvok says, geometry of Kabbalah is scary beautiful. All right. So it is a basic truism that all is one. Everything is one thing. All gods are really one God, only manifesting under different functions, right? There's levels to this. This is all one energy. It's just expressing itself. It's unfolding and being observed at different stages and different states, as above, so below. Rene Cortez says, actually got me doing yoga again, and now I can feel all of this process and actually doing magic without rituals, candles, and all that. Beautiful. Awesome. Tony Jewell says, the understanding of it causes one's light to increase in illumination. Every man, every woman is a star, from the Book of the Law. Absolutely. Nice, nice, nice. Let's continue. We will go no further into this subject at this point, but a plan to continue it out in detail in later chapters or another book. A simple summary of the history of Kabbalah system. Kabbalah is sort of an old Jewish word meaning to receive, QBL, to receive, down to today. It would appear from closer study and research than is given in this little chapter that the foundations of Kabbalah knowledge go back into the dim beginnings of the human race, long before there was a language to express the knowledge. Apparently, Mother Nature was always there with instinctive, intuitive access to her secrets, which secrets were perceived then and are still to be perceived now by uniting oneself with her. And there's an asterisk here. It says, let us use this word Mother Nature for a while. Mother Nature is Isis, the great mother of all people and things. She is attached to the Sephirah Binah and is a female Saturn. Aha. Or the female or negative side of Saturn. Saturn is the positive side. Gotcha. The masculine aspect of Saturn is the positive side. Get used to this idea of different gods and goddesses being attached to the same place on the tree. So in other words, like what we were saying before, whatever energy you're using has a constructive and a deconstructive aspect. It has a positive and a negative aspect. It has an electric and a magnetic aspect. Obviously, we all are mature enough to understand that negative doesn't mean bad, right? It means the opposite. It means magnetic as opposed to electric. But anyways, Saturn here is also Isis, and that's why he had her up here in this correspondence, right? Isis with Saturday. That's why Baron Samedi, Baron Saturday, the Lord of Death, up here with Saturn, the Grim Reaper, also has his counterpart, which is Maman Brigitte, right? The gods aren't in heaven kicking back with their wife or husband. It's talking about how that energy has two aspects, right? Now, if you want to imagine Maman Brigitte and Baron Samedi as two people, right? And I've got them both on my altar back there. Interesting. If you want to imagine them as two people chilling in the graveyard house or whatever, that's by all means, let your subconscious mind work that way. But please understand that these things are just energies expressing themselves through symbols. Where we at? Stray Panther 79 says playing catch up. Kundalini middle pillar lines up perfectly. All right. Zola Lewis says Ma Mayat Isis. Wanda Wisdom says, and see what kind of respect they put on her name. Yeah, kind of respect they put on her name. But that's fine. Let them do what they do. Children will be children. We understand better and we do better. So what you focus on expands. Let's focus on this. Wanda Wisdom says polarity, dual, again, as in the negative positive ions found at the beach. Aha. BB Life says Rape of the Archangels, the Ultimate Horror of the Heavens by E.A. Coetting. Yeah, I've got that one. That was probably the first book I read by E.A. Coetting. Wanda Wisdom says Yin Yang, likened to there's male and female planets, herbs per study. Yes. Sky L says, I was possessed by her Isis. She is intense. Whoa, I loved it. Nice. Maybe you'll share that experience with us. Tony Jules says, everything is everything. Bingo. Everything is everything. Classic phrase. Wanda Wisdom says, what page? I was in the kitchen cooking, yo. We're probably on page 32 or 33 or something like that. What are you cooking, by the way, Wanda? I am hungry at this point. Great goodness, goddess. Greetings. Welcome back. How did the hair turn out? Bum, 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 bum. Everything. All right. Nature was always there with instinctive, intuitive access to her secrets, which secrets were perceived then and are still to be perceived now by uniting oneself with her. This sounds impossible, or at least mysterious, but it is not. It is gratifyingly amazing how Mother Nature will reveal herself to you upon your observing her works and entering into communication with her, to be more exact. So you have to stop and take a minute to hang out with, get to know, do the small talk, laugh, giggle. You know what I'm saying? Got to get to know her, see what she likes, see what she don't like, spend some time. Let's continue. Entering into communication with her, to be more exact, to enter her aura of her operations. Once you have done this, you are in tune or receiving good vibrations from her. And while the exact process is unknown to me, she gives her secrets freely to her, shall we say, friends. Or could you be more than friends? Kiona D. Carter, greetings. Wanda Wisdom is making red potatoes with dill, rosemary, chives, and other seasonings, plus red cabbage. I probably shouldn't have asked you that, because now I want some. Oyas philosophy says, are the words Absolute, Bria, Yetzirah, and Asaya the four elements, or am I saying this all wrong? Absolutely. Absolutely. They're the four worlds of the Kabbalah, and they also line up with the four elements, but it doesn't mean exactly four elements. In the occult system, when you hear about the four elements, fire is not talking about literal orange fire flames burning on a burn pile, right? It's not talking about wind blowing. It's not talking about the water in the ocean. It's talking about the qualities of those elements. So water represents the cohesive nature of things, right? Air represents the expansive nature of everything, how it all runs away from each other like gas when it's dispersed. Fire represents the activating and volatile aspect, right? And earth represents the gravitational and still and solid and accumulative and even the expressive, like nature quality of it. So when you talk about the four worlds, it's talking about that aspect of it dealing with the levels of the tree of life. Holy shit. I love that. I love saying shit that I've never thought about before. It just comes to me. Great goodness goddess says, looking pretty. Go eat some plants, Trav. I should. I really should. For now, I'm going to take my chlorella and spirulina. I got one apple left. I'll have to eat that on my break. Wanda Wisdom says, hear the song More Than Friends But Less Than Lovers by One Way. That groove brings me to tears each time. Earth sign, sun sign women tend to give me a vibe of Mama Gaia. Yeah, I can see that. Dallas Vega says, so are these energies archonic or no? Absolutely. Each one of these spheres represents a quality that is represented in nature, and each one of these qualities are the archons. They're not scary vampires waiting to suck your blood, if that's what you're hinting at. Let's continue. Bunny Queen says the occult feels like those clubs kids made and outsiders want to join, but they don't know the password, right? Tony Jules says, Oya, get the Ladder of Lights PDF by William Gray. Stray Panther says, what chapter are you on? Wow, you shouldn't ask that, because now I see that we're still on chapter 1. Damn. Wanda Wisdom says, when you eat out in nature, take from the earth, leave her some cleaned pennies, preferably cleaned in Florida water or rose water. Never take from her without giving. Pardon my mama bear mode. That's a wonderful idea, and I'm going to write that down so I remember to give back whenever I take from. Where's my pen? Where's my unicorn pen? Bum, 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 bum. Aha! We have returned. Yeah, it's almost time for a CMOS break, to be honest. Gerald Sunbright says, oh no, the Archons, right? This is going to happen every time. There's always somebody who's still stuck on that old vibe. Darth Vegas says, not afraid, but I thought the Archons were interested in keeping us fallen. Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Now, okay, so to take what you just said there, you said, I'll read that again. Darth Vegas says, not afraid, but I thought the Archons were interested in keeping us fallen. So it's just like when you're laying down and you're feeling lazy and you don't want to get up and wash the dishes, that force that makes you want to just stay there and not wash the dishes, that's the quote unquote, the Archons, right? It's not the bad guy. It's your natural disposition to go with that flow, with that inertia, right? You getting into your higher self and the study of the energy is what develops your willpower enough to get up and go wash those dishes, to do it, not because it's fun, but because it must be done. So it's not this thing that's, holding you down. No, just like there's no white man in the system that's holding the black man down. It's just the nature of the system. If you don't do anything about it, will inevitably lead to pretty much you being used and not getting any use out of. So in a way, this quote unquote archon energy is inertia, right? The not wanting to move back up the tree because the energy is flowing downward, right? It's flowing downward and it's going to take force to go upward. And that force is the willpower, the knowledge, the focus on the goal, trying to seek and attain and go up that way. If you don't have any of that in your system, you're going to still be pressed. And all you're going to do is blame the devil, right? Blame the archon, blame the demiurge, or even blame God if you're one of those people for keeping you down, for holding you down. The man's holding us back. No. You're just not applying yourself. So when you think of these archons, don't think of bad guys. Think of something that needs to be understood. The knowledge dispels the darkness. You feel me? I really hope that you were able to get something from what I just said, because it would make me shed an invisible tear if you continue thinking of archons and the demiurge as a devil. Up at Unicorn says, writing with my unicorn pen as you read. Awesome, possum. Let's get on the same vibe, right? Gemma Thorne says, when I experienced Kundalini awakening, the serpent had to travel through each Sephira. Precisely. And if you notice, the lightning bolt zigzag comes down sharply like this. It's pushing you down at sharp angles, right? The angels pushing you down. But the serpent energy, it swerves and coils and flows upward, right? You're going to have to learn how to finesse through these angles. You can't get back up here zigzag like the angels. You're going to have to use the serpent power, that Kundalini energy, right? You're going to be wise like a serpent and flow back upward, upstream. Up at the Unicorn says, listening to you, but reading a simple hoodoo book as well. So y'all out here trying to be like me, reading these two books at the same time. I thought it was just me, but apparently I'm not special. Wanda Wisdom says, inertia can be intoxicating. It's like a high all its own. Depression, lazy tease. Yeah, it happens. It happens to me sometimes, you know. That's why you have to maintain your frame and be ever vigilant, because these forces don't sleep. It don't sleep. Just like they say in business, whatever you're not willing to do, the other guy is doing it, right? When you're deciding to take a break or rest or sleep, your quote unquote competition is still pushing. So likewise, this energy, the way that it's set up is to forever push down. Matter of fact, there is no time. It is what it is. It is a pushing down, not so much in an enemy, but that's just the way it goes. That's just the way the energy is structured. But I don't want to be too long on that part of this topic. Just reading through these comments here. Bunny Queen says, lazy vibes is the devil. Precisely. Terrence McKenna says, the ego is the king of the archons. Hell yeah. That's getting up to demiurge, inverted demiurge type of power. But you're right. Being in your ego, it again, that's perfect. That's inertia in motion right there. Seeking to keep you where you have always been, right? Afraid of change, afraid of changing what you are. Fear is the root force behind that. It's self-preservation. Bunny Queen says, Satan just want to be friends and make your earthly stay comfortable. Exactly. Great Goodness Goddess says, or you can always throw those dirty dishes away. You can, but see, now you're facing a different issue, which is the continual buying of new dishes, right? You can't escape it. It's just going to manifest in a different way until you actually solve it. That's when it disappears. Otherwise, it will continually manifest. Wanda Wisdom says, or one could honestly be physically disabled. Yeah, but what I typically see is when there's something like that that's blocking you, usually your challenges are in a different area, right? Dark Matter says, thank you for clearing that up, Travis. Thank you for asking that question, even if it wasn't through the keyboard. Kenna says, completely. Sometimes I want to shake people and say the exact same things. I'm telling you. Darth Vega says, I got you. Good. Very glad. I'd rather you come to your own understanding of this concept than fight or debate or any crap like that. John 11890 says we have to swim upstream like a salmon. Absolutely. Mad Bear says Solomon, right? Salmon, Solomon. Oh, wow. Connection, right? Tony Joel says, actually, guided meditation accomplishes the rise up the spheres. Precisely. The ladder of lights. All right, we need to continue here. Maybe that's why salmon are so powerful to eat. If not, then I just made that association within my subconscious mind. Salmon and Solomon and swimming upstream. Whoa, that's pretty big. And that's why I love this chat, because you just gave me something powerful, Mad Bear. Salmon, Solomon, swimming upstream, swimming up that tree of life. Yo, that is fire, dude. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Very spirit inspired, I'm sure. I'm eating me some salmon tonight. I'm going straight to the grocery store after this and get me some fresh salmon. Yo, that was tight. Junebug says all operations or workings are carried downwards. Divine Poimander. Yes, you are my ancient literal quoter. Thank you for that. All right, let's get going. Damn, yeah, now I'm hungry too. I need to finish this up so I can make it to the store to get that salmon before quarantine closes, right? Namaste. So you channeling Ophiel as well, I see. Wanda Wisdom says card 49 in the medicine cards deck. Salmon swimming upstream to return to source. Yes, wild caught, and thank it for its sacrifice to you. And let me hush for however long that lasts. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I do when I pray over my food. It's not like, oh, Jesus, bless us for this food. I give thanks to the energy that is present. I give thanks to my abundance, Bot says, bro, I was just eating some salmon. And that's exactly why you're here right now. It's only because you ate that salmon. Flex Washington says, and also like swimming up the subconscious and not being washed away in it. Hell yeah. Upward moving triangle, says Rene Cortez. Sky L says salmon eating only and water, then meditate for 14 days. Oh, you on fleek. Oh, damn. Y'all, oh my gosh. Bunny Queen says, isn't salmon a peach color? Oh, shit. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm definitely getting me some salmon tonight. Thank you, Ophiel. Ashe Ophiel. This is incredible. Let's continue. Oh my gosh. All right. So damn, I don't even know where we are. Yeah. So there we go. Communing with nature, getting to know nature, hanging out with nature, being thankful, being grateful. She always provides her secrets if you spend the time to get to know her. Right? As above, so below. Divine feminine right there. One example I know of, except I have no dates one example I know of, except I have no dates at hand, but they can be easily ascertained. There was an old wise woman in England who had a reputation as a local good witch, who had a medicine for dropsy and similar sicknesses in the body, in which the body tissues accumulated water. A big shot bishop was dying of this accumulated water in the tissues, and after the doctors of his day had given him up, his housekeeper slipped him a slug of the witch's brew, and his heart strengthened and pumped the water from his tissues into his kidneys, from whence it was eliminated, and he recovered. All right. Of course, this recovery attracted the attention of the doctors. They bought the medicine's recipe from the old woman and found the medicine was composed of 25 herbs. Upon testing, it was found that the herb that did the work was foxglove, or the extract drug digitalis, which is still used for this purpose today. So the big unanswered question of all this is, how did this old woman discover this quality of this plant? And the answer is, nature disclosed this secret to her by intuition. That sounds a lot like George Washington Carver, if any of you guys know his story and how he would get information from the peanuts. You feel me? Generational Intricacy says, get that Dr. Inky detox. All right. So yeah. How did this old woman discover this quality of this plant? And the answer is, nature disclosed this secret to her by intuition. We've got an asterisk here. A woman's body has creative powers, as you well know, the power to create and form and build up another life body. This, in spite of all the present bull about the differences in treatment of men and women in life, which I myself never did subscribe to, even way back in my childhood. The differences in the treatment of women should never have been brought about, but for some reason unknown to me, it came about. When a woman becomes of a certain advanced age, her body changes, the possible birth creation process, a change called the change of life. The life creation process then goes to another part of the woman's body. The life creation process then goes to another part of the woman's body, let us say her head, and she becomes creatively instinctive psychic. Interesting. Instead of physically creative. And then when she showed some signs of this enhanced psychic ability, she got burnt at the stake for being a witch, mostly by sweet, loving, Jesus-following Christians. Interesting. So this is why we've got the maiden, the mother, and the crone, the different stages of her intuitive, creative ability, life creation ability. From the charm of the maiden, from the generating, sustaining principle of the mother, and from the spiritual creation of the crone, right? Generator, operator, destroyer. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Triple darkness, darkness. Saturn's Guru said omega-3 fatty acids for the brain. Mackerel in can is wild caught and 1.56 per can, and is second only to salmon in omega-3, containing 100 grams. Interesting. Alpha and omega-3, says Saturn's Guru. Whoa. Okay. Something in the way of her life put her close to nature's forces. I would not know how exactly. I would have to go through a contact process myself, and so would you. But the process is there for all to use freely. So thus, in the beginning, before the dawn of civilization, Mother Nature, who is the Cabala, was there and still is. Then, as time comes down to the 3,000 or 4,000 years ago, civilizations began to appear in the form of cities, and also the Mother Nature forces behind became more organized. Religions and temples and priests appeared, and the forces are reduced to some kind of system. However, the system was understood and used and available only to a group of insiders, generally a priesthood of a specific kind. The advanced civilization, for want of a better word, the putting of original nature forces into a closed system, had the latency of separating people from their original life power sources, and brought on the queer neurosis that civilized society has today, as witness the hippies with their dress and manners and their drugs. All of which is, if you will examine it closely, an attempt to get back to some kind of an original, authentic source. The drugs bring about an immediate state of nowness, isness, amness, which is missing from our postponed to the future type of living. Even in the prevailing religions, all teachings are based on a future, postponed state of rewards and punishments. We're always waiting to go to heaven. We're waiting for an afterlife where they just steal this one. Bunny Queen says this book is 129 pages. Gonna split it in 2 parts. Oh man. For me, it's 150 pages. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We're going on 2 hours now. We'll see. Let's continue. Then, as time moved on, other civilizations arose with a different named set of gods, but still the same gods. Apparently, each successful wave of conquerors attributed their conquering success to the favor of their gods, but the gods were basically the same gods. Hey, if you guys want me to split this in half, I guess maybe say so in the chat, take a vote or something. Because, I mean, I'll run the distance. Ain't no problem to me. But if you guys want to maybe split it up on 2 books, because this one is a little bit thicker than the others. But then again, the font is bigger, so it's probably the same length. So we're probably looking at another 4 to 6 hours. But you'll let me know. Flex Washington says, keep on soldiering on like true soldiers of the cross. Soldiers of the cross. Amen. Amen. Be seated. Be seated. Please be seated. I remember when that was a meme of like a low-key insult. That's very funny. Modevox says, I don't mind running through. Bot says, nah. Straight Panther says, beautiful storm outside. All right, so it looks like the fellows want to troop it out. I can dig it. Mad Bear says, I'll take a small toke break, but I can take it with me. Cool. Great Goodness says, I'm going to need you to go to church. I may be, just to get the update on those songs, man. Oh, yes, Philosophy says, split, please, because I got to work tomorrow. Wanda Wisdom says, what's the vote? 1 for go the distance, or put a 2? 1 for 2. Yeah, that would be a good idea. Ariana Mystic says, is this vid staying up? Yes, it's staying up. It's staying up, most definitely. Peace, Rene Cordes. You got to go because it's 1 a.m. Have a good rest, man. Have a good rest. Zola Lewis says, go get your salmon. Hikate Goddess says, small break. Take your dinner, bro. Wow, it's 6 o'clock. I mean, I can go. That's why I wanted to do this at 3 p.m. so I wouldn't be falling asleep like last time. All right, so yeah, if you feel like voting, 1 for keep rocking and rolling, 2 for splitting this up in 2 parts. Either way, it's gonna be litty than a titty. Wanda Wisdom says, I know a lady that shared that she sat in the same Cabala class with Madonna. It's 11 p.m. Wow, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You must be in like Europe or something. Al Nagu says, watch the replay. Keep reading, Trav. I like that. This is going to be recorded, so. But then again, I'm tempted to get that salmon. But I mean, you know, I could wait. I'll meditate and eat my salmon spiritually. I'll eat a big ass salmon like Goku when he was a kid. All right, let's continue. At least at this point, we got to continue. Okay, yeah, so here we go. Asterisk. So thus, in the beginning, before the dawn of civilization, Mother Nature, who is the Cabala, was there and still is. Then, as time comes down to 2 or 3 or 4,000 years ago, civilizations began to appear in the form of cities, and also the Mother Nature forces became more organized. Religions and temples and priests appeared, and the forces are reduced to some kind of system. However, the system was understood and used and available only to a group of insiders, generally a priesthood of a specific kind. The advance of civilizations, for want of a better word, the putting of original natural forces into a closed system, had the tendency of separating people from their original life power sources. and brought on the queer neurosis that civilized society has today, as witness the hippies with their dress and manners and their drugs, all of which is, if you will examine it closely, an attempt to get back to some kind of an original, authentic source. The drugs bringing about the immediate state of nowness or isness or amness, which is missing from our postponed to the future type of living. Even in the prevailing religions, all teachings are based on a future, postponed state of rewards and punishments. Love and Elevation says, get a spoonful of that moss and keep going. See, I like that right there. Maybe my sea moss had a salmon swim through it and bless it. Wow, Bunny Queen says the recount is 11 yeses and 11 nos. 11-11. Of course, of course. Happy birthday, Mad Bear. You Aries, right? You one of them, yeah, strong Aries. If you're here for the end of the chat, I might have something for you. Holy shit. I definitely got something for you, Cassie. Your birthday's on the 5th? Yeah. Okay. Then, as time moved on, other civilizations arose with a different named set of gods, but still the same gods. Apparently, each successful wave of conquerors attributed their conquering success to the favor of their gods, but the gods were basically the same gods. The intuitive truth seems to be more likely that groups, national groups, incarnated groups, run in cycles, just like the Magus Society. It was here before, if you do your research. And it literally came to me in a vision. Like, I was nowhere near any books or any internet. Like, the whole Magus Society concept came to me in completion, directly from channeling Lucifer, but that's a whole nother thing. But yeah, incarnated groups run in cycles, wherein a defined group will display for a time and then recede to impotence and be crushed in turn, in time. Through all this, the Cabala system survived. I strongly suspect through the agency of a hidden group of inner upper knowers whose knowledge and powers transcended all group and national bonds. In point and fact, one of these instances is quite plainly brought out in the Bible in Daniel 1:3. And the king spake unto Ashpenaz, the master of his eunuchs, that he should bring certain of the children to Israel, and the king's seed, and of the princes. Verse 4, children in whom was no blemish, but well favored and skillful in all wisdom and cunning in knowledge and understanding science, and such as had ability in them to stand in the king's palace, and whom they might teach the learning and the tongues of the Chaldeans. So here is a record of a definite transference of conquering power to the conquered. Instead of these Chaldeans concentrating exclusively on training their own children, they also select a number of children from the conquered king's seed and of the prince's seed and teach the lore and learning of the Chaldeans. Or, as Dion Fortune says, when we read of Daniel being educated in the palace of Babylon, we know that the wisdom of the Magi must have been accessible to the Hebrew Illuminati. So you can read between the lines as well as the next one. Interesting. Saturn's Guru says, get it delivered. Yo, that's a good idea. I need to think of a restaurant that delivers salmon. Who delivers salmon? The count is still even. That's crazy. So I must decide. Not a Gemini strong point, but hey, whatever. Let's keep going. As I said, as we come down through the time ages, we find another system has sprung up in darkest Africa. That's got to be dark. A system analogous in many ways to European witchcraft, in that this system dealt with and along many of the same lines that witchcraft did. The system is called Voodoo. Ooh. Voodoo is a religion practiced in all of Africa. I have not made an intensive study of the Voodoo religion system as such, but I do recognize one of their gods, who they call Papa Legba. Papa Legba. Papa Legba. And who is the keeper of the gateway to and from the land of the dead? If Papa Legba is the guide controller of the dead, then he is akin to Anubis, the lower form of Thoth, Mercury, Ophiel. There are other voodoo gods, all with the prefix name Papa, Papa Dambala, Papa Gede, Papa Agusu. There is a description of a voodoo ceremony given in Kenneth Roberts' book, Lydia Bailey, chapter 15, to the end. For your occult education, I would advise you to read the whole chapter. I need something to write on so I can remember some of this. Papa Legba, Papa Legba, Papa Legba. Bring them out. Okay, so that was Lydia Bailey. That's chapter XV. I'll read that later. Bunny Queen says, you call on so many energies, the video briefly glitched screen, right? Glitch Hiker K says, no, I'm late. Oh, there's plenty more jewels in here, man. Or woman. Trust and believe. Zola Lewis says, Papa Dambala. Papa Dambala. Hey, Papa Dambala. Papa Dambala. Uno, dos, tres, babajo. So, nope, we're not there yet. Here we are. Thus, in ancient and modern voodoo, we find the framework of the Cabala. Indeed, everywhere you look on this earth plane, you find the framework of the Cabala, as the whole physical world is hung on to it. So he's already repeated this at least 3 or 4 times. In other words, this is a crucial part of the book. Or would you prefer the use of the word fastened to it? Almost hung upon it like the flesh is hung upon the bones. We are in a bone Gundam with flesh meat armor. Let's continue. So that is about it. A simple history of the Cabala system, the part that can be used by you. The rest of the history, and God knows how big the truth really is, can be recovered piece by meditation, like Tony Jules said, and contemplation, if you should need it. Meditation and contemplation. Very crucial, very crucial. Oh, cool. So that was chapter 2, or chapter 1. Let me see what we got going on here. Once again, the votes keep splitting. All right, well, that's fine. We'll just keep it rocking and see where the universe leads us. I don't like to plan ahead for anything anyways, because, you know, I'm so in tune with the weather. I got to do what it do. Up at Unicorn says, Unicorn Voodoo just finished reading a hoodoo book while listening to you. Ah, no coincidences. Like literally, she says. Dara Holland says, 2, go get that salmon. Generational Intricacy says, Children of Blood and Bones is a good book. Interesting. Yeah, it keeps getting even. Up at Unicorn says, and I live in this particular state, home of the best salmon. Do I have salmon? I mean, hell, I might even settle for salmon in a can, to be honest with you. But if a place delivers, that would be badass. Okay, so here's what we're definitely going to do right now. Here's what you're not going to do. I tell you that right now. Yeah, this is what we're about to do here. Okay, so, damn. That's 2 pages, 20 pages, 30 pages. All right, let me take a quick break to refill my coffee. And shouldn't take too long. Gotta wait for that hot water to boil. How we take 10 minutes? That way I can also see what restaurants deliver salmon. And I might just order some. But let's just take a little break so I can absolutely get that coffee. And maybe a little scoop of that sea moss while I'm at it. Because Dr. Sebi said that it would make me immortal. All right, so we're gonna take a quick break. We shall return. This may be the last time. This may be the last time, children. This may be the last time. Yeah, so go get your sea moss tea, go get your coffee, go see and check if you got some salmon in a can in your cupboard. Whatever. I shall return. So here we go. And don't judge me if I don't make it back before this thing goes off, because Geminis don't respect time. But I respect you guys, so I'm going to try my best. I could never be a goofy nigger if they paid me. Oh wow, and it's the pink supermoon too? Goodness. I did find some canned peaches though, so I'm straight. Definitely found some canned peaches. Beep, 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 beep. Wow, I actually made it back. I'm really proud of myself. I'm usually not on time to anything. I won't be on time to my death. I promise you that. Greetings, the apocalypse thing Mora. Greetings, greetings. Yeah, the bunny and the rabbit have been a big symbol in my life also. That was probably one of my first spirit animals, I would say. I used to always draw myself as a rabbit when I was a kid. All right, all right. Y'all all right? Glitch Hiker, how did your grandpa miss his own funeral? That sounds interesting. Wanda Wisdom says, I put canned peaches, ice, coconut, vegan, ice cream, and white Hennessy and ginger with ice in a blender. A drink for the ancestors and Ophiel. Gave them first before me. Tasted yum fest. Oh my gosh. Look, I don't know if you're allowed to talk about food in the chat anymore because you got my taste buds acting all kinds of ways. I'm trying to maintain my frame here. Damn, they couldn't find his body for 2 hours. That's crazy. Ross Kanani Tafari says, you know, we show up and show out. Laugh my motherfucking ass off. KMSL, Owl Gang. Y'all all right? Amen. Amen. Be seated. Be seated. That's funny to tell someone to be seated. Be seated. Wonder Wisdom says, when you read the Rabbit, Mouse, and the Medicine Cards book, then go and see the movie Inglourious Bastards. Serious study, as only you can do. Then think of what zodiac sign it correlates. All right. All right. Be seated. Be seated. Y'all all right? Let's go. Let's move on. Lord. Chapter 2. Book of Ophiel. The art and practice of Cabala magic. If you're in your PDF, that should be about page 33 or something like that. It's real easy to find chapter 2 because if you got a PDF, you can just kind of scroll forward with your mouse or your finger, what you like to play with, and you'll find preface to chapter 2. Had to get a scoop of that. Sea moss. Let's go. Preface to chapter 2. In trying to understand God and the world or physical universe, there are a number of ways to go about doing it. Generally, a story of some kind is told, a story of fable or myth. Also, generally, the story is about some kind of superhuman being who performs actions, which actions result in certain kinds of results from which an example is derived, which example is supposed to be final and unarguable. What I would like to call to your attention here is the fact that a story, myth, fable is often misunderstood as it filters lowerward in contact with less mentally alert persons and becomes considered a real story happening instead of a fable, and here the trouble starts. Does that bring any stories to mind for anybody? Right? Stories that, how does he put it here? A story, myth, fable is often misunderstood as it filters lowerward in contact with less mentally alert persons and becomes considered a real story happening instead of a fable, and here the trouble starts. Well, shoot, not even Bible, even with this occult stuff. King Payment is real, and you will address him as king, or else you're going to regret it, Bucket. All right. Let's get the confusion straight in ghetto Gotham. The man behind the mask you thought was Batman's Bill Clinton. Too soon retire. The roof is on fire. Connie Chung brung the bomb that comes from Oklahoma. Things are getting serious. Boom baya. On the mountain Satan offered me Brunswick. Help me Jaja. The dumbbells, not being able to understand parable or illustrations and being in the majority, will kill off or at least drive out the illuminated ones who accept the stories as fables. And the whole matter ends up in a mess, with people still looking on Mount Ararat for parts of an imaginary ark. And that's still in the news, like recently, at least a few years ago. We found pieces of the ark. Like, really, dudes? Really? Well, in the story of Jonah, he survived in the belly of the whale. Were physics different in those days? I mean, obviously. However, this should not be the situation with you. You should know that whatever system is used to teach with or by, the teaching is metaphysical, not physical. Please understand, the teaching is metaphysical, not physical. Travis, the demons are real. I don't care what you say. They're not parts of the subconscious mind. Okay, great. I'm not having this argument with you. Believe what you want, as I will do the same. But my belief is backed on research of other information. Let's just continue. Whatever. We know this struggle already. The system Ophiel uses and tries to use better and better is the Cabala system, and more exactly the phase of the Cabala system diagram called the Tree of Life. But the Archons and the Demiurge is the bad guy. He's got us trapped here. He's caught us in the illusion. And Sophia's trying to save us. It's a story. It's a metaphor. The Cabala system will be explained and re-referred to again and again in the pages following, even some repetitions made as we go along. Then, too, I have noted that I come to a place where there are several subjects to be handled at once, and I will say, I will handle this later on. I have handled most of these points later on, but if I don't, I will do it in another book. This I swear. The first parts here will be talk theory, followed by some diagrams. If you are puzzled at first, wait for the diagrams. All right, if you're puzzled at first, wait for the diagrams. We should clear it up.
7 o'clock.
Thanks, Mac. All right. Jesus on the main line, tell him what you want. Oh, Jesus on the main line, tell him what you want. I said, Jesus on the main line, tell him what you want. Just call him up and tell him what you want. Saturn's Guru says, I'm in these Facebook Lucifer groups. Wow, kind of like going from oven to frying pan. It's like, when I die, I got dibs on Satan's lap. Humans. I had a dream where I got to brush Oshun's hair. Generational Intricacy says, We Are Climbing Jacob's Ladder was my favorite. Jesus on the main line is my favorite one. If you need a healing. Mad Bear, just in time. As you can see, we just cracked into chapter 2. Chapter 2 is You, the Bunny Queen says, I got to smack her tits. Was it Liddy and the Titty? Breasts are nice. I just had to take a moment to appreciate that. If it wasn't for breasts, many of us wouldn't be here. All right, chapter 2. You, the tree, your powers. All right, now it starts getting good. Thank y'all for hanging in there. Y'all trooped through the history portion, and now we get to some of the practice portion. Sometimes you got to go through the boring to get to the exciting. For those of you who may be just tuning in, the PDF is in the description, and also, I don't know, like and subscribe and share and all that good stuff, whatever. Great Goodness Goddess says, you conjured up my old pastor daddy, Trav. LOL. Nice. Let's continue. You are the Cabala tree of life. A small one, of course, but all the parts of the tree are in you, and you are in it. You, the real you, is not the physical body. I never thought we were the physical body, or that our life or being or thoughts or feelings were generated by our physical being. But I have a book here in which a wild debate is held, in which the two sides are presented. The one side claiming that thought is generated by the body and in the body, and the other side saying that thoughts and life processes are merely carried on through a body. But the origin of these things lies on another plane altogether. I always did feel that this idea was nearer to the truth. Man is basically a pure being, a living being, who has, probably against his will, clothed himself in layers of matter and descended from pure being to a physical body being life, for some reason not given out by any God governing the operation. Unless man is not a piece of God and did it himself for experience. So that was almost like a tongue-in-cheek way of talking about the demiurge, right? According to the demiurge, we were stolen. According to Gnosticism, we were stolen and planted on Earth as part of some weird experiment against our will, right? A lot of people feel that we're trapped in this 3D existence. That's one way to put it, right? How he says, man is basically a pure being, a living being who has probably against his will, right? Real slick, slipping that in there. Probably against his will, closed himself in layers of matter and descended from a pure being. 777. That was the process of coming down here, putting on all these garments. And Sky L, if you're still with us here in the chat, you'll remember in the Necronomicon, as Inanna was descending to the underworld, if you notice, if you read that book, like you say you did, because I know you did, it talks about how she had to take off her jewels and her different powers and different things that she had on her, all the way to get to the underworld. She had to strip herself of all her power. That's the same concept. I probably should have said that when you first mentioned it. But when those two twins had to come down and give her the water of life and the food of life, they gave her the strength to come right on back up out of the underworld. But the thing is, hell followed up with her. So when we all awaken our God selves, that's when we start the real zombie apocalypse. Let's continue. And the other argument, aside from being a prisoner on Earth, he's also saying, unless man is not a piece of God and did it himself, maybe for experience. So those of us who say, yeah, we gods, how can we have been imprisoned here? This is more than likely for a reason.
that we're experiencing this world down here. As Money Queen says, doesn't a great scientist experiment on themselves for the best results? Exactly. Molvox says the orchard is a training ground. Malkuth is kindergarten. So what's the place called where you grow a bunch of peaches? Isn't that called an orchard? Emily Lee says, makes me question a lot about this life. Awesome, awesome. As this information should, right? It makes me question a lot about this life too. Especially when I see people who don't know about this and don't care to know about this, and how they just repeat cycles and cycles and cycles. Lettuce and tomatoes, let us continue. Anyhow, you are here now, and you are here in a certain form framework, and all the connecting memory links as to why how are lost and suppressed. So you will have to start from this end and recover your powers being knowledge back upwards. So first use your powers here to start back up. For the understanding of these personal powers and your place in the universe, to repeat again, one of the endless systems of explanations called philosophies is a system called Cabala, spelled in several different ways, but here the spelling Cabala will be used. The Cabala system has been wrongfully attributed exclusively to ancient time Jewish sources, whereas apparently a closer examination shows the Cabala system coming from many ancient religious sources and not exclusively Jewish at all. The reason why the Cabala seems to have this Jewish origin is that among ancient peoples, the Jewish religion was the only religion having a monotheistic foundation idea of one God only, and this one God only idea was necessary in the beginning study of the Cabala system. It is not until one becomes more advanced that broader multiple God concepts can be introduced into the study and use of the Cabala system. Notice how he said, it's not until one becomes more advanced that broader multiple God concepts can be introduced, because you start out with the one God concept, and until you really deeply get that mastered, then you can look at the many gods concept in a mature way. Otherwise, you're going to be doing crazy things to get the approval of the different gods. Know what I mean? Behooved. Behooved. What's the etymology on that word? Moldvach says the old Jewish word for paradise was also orchard, the apple in the garden. Aren't peaches grown in an orchard also? Delicious. Peach is a symbol of youth and immortality. My deeply ingrained symbology for the peach comes from the Journey to the West with Sun Wukong, and how he was supposed to he was supposed to protect the garden of the peaches of immortality, and he ended up eating them all. I often associated myself with Sun Wukong, mainly because I really like Dragon Ball, and also because in a mushroom trip it was revealed to me that I was, yeah, interesting. Now it comes full circle. That's really cool. Good stuff. We are all every god, but we have mostly specific energies of certain ones. Here we go again. So we had an asterisk here. I have changed my mind a little bit here about this monotheistic Jewish conception being at all necessary. I don't want to advocate any kind of multiple gods and goddess worship, as I myself don't seem to worship anything in particular. I'm conscious all the time of the presence of a first cause with which I want to become more in contact. Is this worship? So he's conscious all the time of the presence of a first cause with which he wants to become more in contact of. And he's saying, is that qualifies as worship? The various gods and goddesses attached to the various Sephiroth to me mean only forces. Forces or vibrations, each with a certain characteristic and practically nothing else. It is what it is. Anything you add to it, that's you. Our growth job here is to understand these characteristics and cooperate with them, fit in with them, and thus ride the forces. Come on, ride the train and ride it. Zola Lewis says James and the Giant Peach. And didn't that peach like float them up to heaven and shit? Interesting. Bunny Queen says those full circle breakthroughs are the best. Better than Nice, nice. Let's keep it going. I like to be in a position where I can help to facilitate these breakthroughs. Libra Spirit says behoof, taking up for oneself or that which binds, requirement. Nice. Nice. Okay, let's continue. The next few paragraphs will contain some general information about the Tree of Life diagram you are coming to and some ideas of the colors you are going to use, and then some information about the various other trees around. The Cabala is generally shown as a diagram, which is called the Tree of Life, and indeed it is. It is also, incidentally, the original Christmas tree, which came to us through the Anglo-Saxon Norse Christian conversions through England. The diagram of the Tree of Life should be drawn and painted by you and kept where you look at it continually and contemplate its meaning. This book is always out on my surface, always. I should make my own soon, that's for sure. As you might have trouble drawing the Tree of Life, I will try keeping copies on hand for a nominal sum to cover the printing and postage, which God knows what it will go up to in the future. So write to the address given and inquire for today's price, and you'll also get your name on a mailing list for new developments. As a matter of fact, after doing the first Tree of Life in the Queen of Scale colors, you should do a tree in the King scale, but by this time, you should be making your own diagrams. Then for me, to seemingly make it still more confused, you will find out later that there are 4 layers to the tree. And somebody brought that up in the chat earlier about the 4 worlds of Absoluth, Bria, and the other 2. Tony Jules says the Kabbalistic forces have personalities. They're not to be fucked with. One gets introduced by lower aspects of themselves. Absolutely. And this is why I think I had such a chaotic time when I was first playing around with the clip off. You know, I was trying to be cool and dark side, and I really had an experience there. But years later, I totally understand. Tony Jules says, but they are magnificent to be favored with their presence. Absolutely. And notice how this all hinges upon your perception of them, right? So the energy isn't good or bad. It's how you allow that energy to filter into your life. So it's not that, oh, the demiurge is evil. Oh, Lucifer is evil. Oh, that no, it's how you filter that energy into your existence. Super hot coffee. Just the way I like it. Then for me to seemingly make it still more confused, you will find out that there are 4 layers to the tree, and each of these has a colored tree of its own. For example, on page 139 of Dion Fortune's book, The Mystical Cabala and the Description of Binah, in the 4 layers, the colors are 1, crimson for the king scale, 2, black for the queen scale, 3, dark brown, and 4, gray flecked pink, kind of like a jelly bean. So you should eventually make 4 more trees. They have their uses in your future magic operations, but notice that Dion Fortune mentioned these other trees, but just that mentions, and that is all that she does. Never a hint for you to make the other tree diagrams, because that hint could lead to another hint that there was more than meets the eye. And this would be giving away secrets. Secrets you are not entitled to know because somebody considers you unworthy. I don't. How sweet, Ophiel. This is why we love you. This is why I'm hot. Mold Vox says, good, true magicians in here. Hell yeah. Real recognize real. Tony Jules says, they reflect what is in the individual's heart. They mirror back your attitude. Right. And when I was working with the clip off, I was so full of ego. I was trying to be a master teacher, right? I used to record videos back then, but I never let any out. Thank God. Oh, man. But I was trying so hard to be like Panic or whatever. Like I wanted an audience. I wanted to be smart and remembered. And I got all the chaos that came with ego. I got all the chaos that came with that shit. So I'm glad that I got to experience that privately. But unfortunately, you'll see that there's some people who are experiencing that publicly, right? They're still in their ego phase, trying to be all over the internet as these master teachers. And slowly but surely, strange things begin happening. And the circus of their life becomes exposed, you know, crotch up, draws out, crotch up. Bunny Queen says, I worked with Andros in my high school dark days. What? Hell no. Oh yeah, Philosophy says, humbled by your humility. I was certainly humbled, that's for dang sure. It's cool. I don't make fun of people for typos. Not all the time, at least. Mad Bear, dark, brown, and gray have other names like king and queen? Yes. Flex Washington said, you might have went out like Umar Johnson. And that's kind of who I was low-key referencing. And there are many others who are on their way. You're exactly right. Oh my gosh. That sucks to be going through that publicly. Because at the time, you don't realize that you're an ass. You don't realize that you're a clown. It's only looking back after you get a little bit of knowledge, you're like, damn, I was being a jackass. Thankfully, I was able to go through that privately. And I'm, yeah, super thankful for that. Sonia Kimmett, greetings, greetings. Thank you for joining us. Sonia Kimmett says, good evening, greetings from the Netherlands. I live in South Carolina now. Love your videos, life altering. Beautiful. James Jeremiah says, I don't want to teach shit. I want to be the best version of me, and that I am here to be. Exactly, exactly. And see, it wasn't until I actually accepted that and stopped trying, that's when I was able to do, when I stopped trying and just did. If you look at all my early videos, it wasn't about trying to make me cool. It was simply about trying to record my experiences with the Goetic practices and to help bring assurance to anyone who might have been having any difficulty. Like, that's literally all my videos have been about. Mo Blah says, hi all, I'm late but ready for more knowledge. Welcome, welcome. Better late than never. Movox says, gematria for the word peach is 77. Thank you for that. 77 is also 14, which is also 5, which is also change. Tony Jewell says, don't fuck your people, LOL. Spirit will take you to task. Yes, absolutely. I also had to deal with my sexuality, so I wouldn't be tempted by the many wonderful gifts that I'm sent into my inbox, which I absolutely appreciate. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But I cannot get caught slipping. Modevox says, I started with Dantalion. Hell yeah. I love Dantalion. I think I work with him the most. Honestly. Honestly. Oh yeah, Philosophy says 5 seems to follow me. Well, you should follow 5 back. Okay. All right. Where are we? Stop thinking about DMs, Travis. Here we go. To get going, the physical universe is what the Cabala tree of life is concerned with and is what we are concerned with. What went on before the physical universe came into being is nothing that we can handle or do anything about now. Dion Fortune calls them the 3 negative veils of existence, so let the matter go at that. Ain, Ain Sof, and Ain Sofar. Triple blackness. I'm sure you guys have heard of that before. Let me read that again. To get going, the physical universe is what the Cabala tree of life is concerned with. And this is what we're concerned with. What went on before the physical universe came into being is nothing that we can handle or do anything about now. All right, so that's kind of why the tree starts here. We don't worry about what's before this, right? It continues, but this is the beginning of manifestation. On other diagrams, you'll see that there's actually 3 layers above this, the triple blackness of space. One's called Ein, one's called Ein Sof, and one's called Ein Sof R. And that goes into a whole level that most people can't even handle. So it's fine to not even worry about that. What we're concerned with is this right here. I think only a very small portion of people can actually dig that deep, honestly. Like, it's not even about, it gets beyond willpower at that point. It's more like if you are supposed to know about that, you know what I'm saying? But like Ophiel says, let's stay focused on the actual tree itself. And there was an asterisk here about that point. He says, since writing the above, I've come onto a whole new mass of material, which is to be put out in the next book, which I am not hustling you to buy or to neglect this book, as this information is a foundation to the next book. To make a long story longer, I didn't know, as I said, about the way the revelations were going when the above was written. The whole mass of material in my book so far and coming out, as it did step by step, led around in a large circle to the old Gnostics and their religious concepts, which I had no idea about, but which is now emerging by itself from these books that now I realize wrote themselves. As I said in the next book, we will deal with the beginnings of what was known as the Gnosis, and you will find that another whole new world of good ideas should open up for you, ideas that you can use. So just to let you know, the book he's referring to is The Art and Practice of Contacting the Demiurge. And thankfully for us, we've already read that book. So hopefully we'll be able to connect a few dots. Nice. Raina says, I started the tree in prison, 5-year bid, then did Dante comedy and by John Milton. Yes, excuse me. He says, then did Dante's comedy and John Milton, both of which are highly occult symbolic, as I'm sure you've noticed. Saturn's Guru said, I started with 13 signs astrology. Emily Lee says, who is Dantalion? Dantalion is one of the goetic spirits, right? He's like number 70 or 69 or 71 or something like that. He is one of the goetic spirits, and he helps you to understand the workings of the human mind, especially in relations to other humans, psychic abilities, mind control, that type of deal. Yeah, Google is amazing, says Bunny Queen. That too. Straight Panther says, I started with 5% Nation, 93. Right. Straight Panther 79. Actually, it was hearing Roz Ka's Nature of the Threat that planted a seed. Yes, I remember we were talking about that song a few videos ago. This is the nature of the threat. Had to keep pausing that video and Googling what the hell he was talking about. And he also does mention 1492, how Ferdinand and Isabella drove the Moors out of Spain, which was mentioned in this book. Interesting. Wanda Wisdom says, I started with Dr. Phil. Oh, okay, yeah, Phil Valentine, got you. And then Miss Blue. Straight Panther 79 says, I swear I'm in high school again and skipped 4th period. Nice. This is the nature of the threat. Pale man walks on the threshold of darkness. Ring with a buckshot, but not just yet. First, you must truly understand the nature of the threat. Where are we? Here. I am not prepared to explain an absolute physical beginning, nor am I really interested in one as such. I don't think any man was around to witness it. There are some people who set up a phrase vastly boring. Shit, I don't think I could read The Secret. Anyone actually read the whole thing? I couldn't bring myself to it. Okay. But I find the rounds and rays vastly boring and of no importance in handling today's problems, other than to feel all will come out in the wash, which it will. But to hell with sitting around and doing nothing to assist in the meanwhile. So in our study of the Cabala Tree of Life system, we will assume a place when the preliminary physical creation pattern has taken place already and created out of itself, as there is no other material around. How could one think there is something there besides God, some other material or matter existing besides God? In other words, God created itself out of itself. There's nothing else outside of this. That's why he keeps repeating in this book, all the physical creation is attached to this tree. The all created itself out of itself. There's no thing before it, and there will be nothing out of it. There's nothing that exists outside of it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be all. And that comes from the Kabbalion. Therefore, it seems that the conclusion is inescapable that all was God, all is God, and all will be God, especially all is God. So re-examine all matter with this idea in mind. So then, we can start with a tree of life pattern already made up, and this pattern is to be made real and physical. The undifferentiated God, essence, substance, enters the tree of life pattern at Kether, which is here. It enters the tree of life pattern at Kether, and then becomes in some way unknown by any teacher I know. Physical, elemental, essence, and substance. So this undifferentiated God energy essence enters our perceptual reality through Kether, and by some magical, mystical, fanciful unicorn way becomes physical matter. The same way that your thoughts eventually magically unicorn fancily becomes matter, right? That's the whole process of this zigzag. Really, really, really want to zigzag. If you want to be my lover. The physical elemental essence substance proceeds down the tree to become denser, each step lower, until it becomes final dense matter, but only seeming. This seeming will be covered as we go along, I hope. At this place, we will consider the paths on the tree of life. You have noted that the tree of life consists of 10 round circles connected together by doubling lines running from one circle to the other. These double lines are called paths. The round circles are called Sephiroth, which apparently means to emanate. All right, so these are the paths. The circles are the Sephiroths. All right, so the Sephiroth, which apparently means to emanate, which of course means to come out of. And these Sephiroth so do come out of each other. The Sephiroth are objective, the paths are subjective, right? Meaning that the paths are more conceptual and the Sephiroth are more tangible, right? But also notice that he said the Sephiroth come out of each other. We have it layered like this so that we can put it into context, but truly it looks more like a bunch of circles coming out of each other, because this is what it is. Then this one comes out of it. Then this one comes out of that one. Then this one comes out of that one. One way to look at it is kind of like this is water in a cup and it's overflowing. And let's say it overflows and becomes this cup, and that overflows and becomes this cup, and that overflows and becomes this cup. So it's more structured like that until all the cups overflow and we have physical reality. And that's how you can see that the archons are actually different aspects of energy, because you got juice flowing from all these different cups. And the point is to get back to the original juice without all the cups. You feel me? So we've got this whole play of chutes and ladders. And as far as the paths, that's the path that the juice flows out of the cup into the next cup, and the different ways that it can do so. Tony Jules says, has anyone experienced the conscious of being conscious in darkness? Yes, and that's the really difficult part. I think I made a video about that in Why Do You Fall Asleep When You Meditate? Because when you're crossing over, when you begin to fall unconscious during meditation, your body is used to going to sleep when your body feels totally relaxed. So most people don't stay conscious when they cross that barrier. But actually holding on to a sigil or a concept or a sound or something to attach your focus onto will allow you to cross over and remain conscious in this space of total darkness. But like I said, most people are used to falling asleep after years and years and years in a lifetime of training of falling asleep when you're relaxed. And that's the precise reason why we use different sigils and things to focus on. Yummy. Bunny Queen says, yo, Ophiel, ridiculous. I thought grandma was making Alfredo, usually white, but it's tomato sauce and the color of it is peach colored. I say, Ophiel, I say, wonderful. Moldvox says, I had temporary forced state of consciousness last night. Nice. Being awake and asleep at the same time. Moldvox says to radiate. Yes, yes, it radiates outward. And the further away from source the radiation, the more dense, right? That's why I said that pressure, that energy keeps pressing down. There's not really up, down, left, or right. You know what I'm saying? But just for us to conceptualize, that radiation is pushing out. And each stage of the radiation pushing out, it becomes a different level of energy until we get here. So our thing is to get our consciousness at that source of radiation. A better way to look at this would almost be like a circle, and this is the center, right? And it comes out, spirals out. That's almost a better way to look at it. Love and Elevation says 10 of Cups in the tarot. Absolutely. And also the 10 of Pentacles if you look close at that card. Wanda Wisdom says, likened to how the iris pupils dilate in a dark movie theater. Maybe. I can see how that can work. Moldvox says you can go beyond death with that kind of attainment. Precisely. Now imagine practicing crossing over that barrier of unconsciousness. Imagine training yourself when you sit down and meditate to cross that barrier. Right? When most people die, some of them go into shock. Some of them look for the Lord Jesus. Some of them are riddled with fear, anxiety, right? But imagine you as somebody who practices how to cross over when the lights go out. I imagine that your energy is being directed towards a different place. I'm just saying, it would just lead one to naturally believe that, right? Tony Jules says, it made me wonder, am I the creator of all this shit? Awesome, right? I mean, really, when you start getting to center, you can't help but start having those kind of thoughts. You know what I'm saying? If you were to come out and say, I am God in front of a bunch of people, you'll immediately be met with opposition. You ain't God. You ain't create the sun. You can't do this. You can't do that. You know what I'm saying? Because it hit them straight in the ego. You know what I'm saying? But it's not for sharing. This is for your knowing and then your doing. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it definitely makes you wonder, am I creating all this? Hell, I ask myself that sometimes, especially when I do something or I think something and it manifests almost immediately. I'm like, wow, like this shit is crazy. Like, I got stories for days, but I don't want to bore you with that. Saturn's Guru said, technically, we are happening in each other's consciousnesses. As you created Facebook, YouTube, eyes just reflect light. I mean, pretty much, you know what I'm saying? All of our consciousness and attention and awareness is focused on this one point, which is, you know, Ophiel and Cabala magic. And that's why we keep having these individual revelations, because everyone's collective energy is focused on this particular concept. So naturally shit's going to happen. Not to mention this person took time and effort to structure this in such a way that such a thing would happen to an individual. So just imagine, we got 48, 50 people here in this chat or on this video at the current moment, and we're all tuned into this. I can imagine that we're all going to pull out more collectively than what we would pull out individually. Know what I mean? Yeah. Wanda Wisdom says KRS-One song, yeah. I keep saying that, right? Where he raps, call him God, because that's what the black man is. Yeah. So I shall program myself with that concept whenever I say that. Krishna's mom was scared when she saw stars in his mouth. Shit, wouldn't you be? Tony Jewell says, I have similar stories, Trav. Yes. I'm sure a lot of us can relate on that level. Flex Washington says, I think you have to say that you are creating everything. It gives you all the power, which is God. Right. It lines up your thinking and your thought process to that level. Movox says Krishna means black. Interesting. Saturn's Guru says, if you sit and look back, you can see how everything you wanted happened. Everything. Right. You can definitely attack. I mean, if you're paying attention now, this doesn't work for people who are in denial. But if you pay attention, you can see how all the events in your life, in some way, shape, or form, have lined up with your cycle of thinking, your pattern of thinking. You know what I'm saying? Self-elevation, peace. You finally made it. Finally made it. Good to see you, bro. Good to see you. Mobla says, I see things I manifested a year ago coming to fruition. I took care of my future self, goddess mode creator. Yes, that's what we're doing. By getting focused on the task at hand of know thyself, you're actually lining up your future. You feel me? Like, what kind of future is going to come for a person who's focused on Kether? You feel me? Not somebody who's focused on, what's that rapper's name? Young Chop, and the drama of some girl talking about how he's not really a vegan, or some other dumb shit in the human world today that doesn't lead you anywhere. That's going to lead you somewhere else. What you focus on expands. If you're focused on drama, you're going to expand drama. But if you're focused on know thyself, you're going to get know thyself. How many of you randomly or accidentally found my channel, you know what I'm saying, have never heard this shit before, or at least never delved into it, and now look at what you're thinking about. Look at what kind of thoughts you're having, right? When you read books like this, when you think thoughts like this, when you do deep meditation, like what Tony Jules was talking about, it leads you and points you in a certain direction. Your consciousness is an energy beam, and it's pointed somewhere. It's a trajectory. Now, if you line up your trajectory with how the natural pattern of the universe is, you're going to become in sync with this natural pattern of the universe, right? Like, it's not a mystery. It's just the way it is. So, like, know thyself. Focus thyself. I'm just saying. Where energy flows, attention goes. Period. Saturn's Guru says, so basically Cabala puts you in the now. Absolutely. Eggs blackly. John 11890 says, it can be seen in the Fibonacci sequence too. As the line draws away, it becomes more condensed. And I think Ophiel kind of had that idea with his book cover also. Keen observation. Very astute. Flex Washington says, bruh, Young Chop is wild and it's embarrassing. I bet, my Xbox crew last night, I had to suffer and endure listening to some crazy ass, I had to suffer and endure watching a video that a young lady made complaining about him. And her voice was so obnoxious, like I had to leave, like I couldn't take it. And he's like, yeah, but if you just listen to what she's saying, man, it makes sense. I'm sure it does, but I don't want this female in my existence by any shred of, wow, goodness gracious, humans and the things they pay attention to. Cosmic Serpent, peace and greetings. One of my favorite unicorns. Peace and greetings. Tony Jewell says, Flex, that concept wasn't present with the ancients. It's of European origin. I have Bobby Hammett's attitude towards that collective. Interesting. All right, let's continue. The second chamber says, God, generator, operate, degenerate, living cycle of cosmic energy. Yes, generate, operate, degenerate, or even, I think, generate, operate, degenerate, or something of that nature. But yeah, that's the cycle of existence. King David says, shout out to Masterly Foolish. He is the link. Yes, shout out to Masterly Foolish. I usually don't say this on any of my videos because it's mostly about the subject matter and not the video YouTube shit, but certainly subscribe to Masterly Foolish if you have not done so. He's got a lot of different videos from different people, and that's a nice little nexus point to go in many different paths. You might find something that one person doesn't talk about or think about that you're interested in. So I definitely need to get to this book. Mobla says, you explain it all so well. Thank you. Self-elevation says, destroy indeed. Absolutely. Wanda Wisdom says, generate, operate, degenerate, regenerate. Yeah, like the dark moon, right? We got the 4 phases of the moon, right? The waxing, the waning, the full, and the dark. So technically it's generate, it's birth, death, and rebirth, basically. You know what I'm saying? All right, so let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. So what we were talking about was the Sephiroth and the paths. And remember, it said that the paths are subjective and the Sephiroth are objective, right? So look up the difference between objective and subjective because you're going to see that a lot in the occult, right? Subjective, the paths, they're more conceptual. And these have to do with the minor arcana of the tarot, if you're into tarot. So you'll notice that the minor arcana is subjective. And you also notice that the major arcana is objective. Right? For people who don't really understand that, we were taught that the major arcana is more important, right? It represents bigger, what's the word? Bigger aspects of your life, more serious aspects of your life. That's because they also represent the Sephiroths. So let's continue. Actually, I might have that mixed up. I think the major arcana are assigned to the paths. Somebody correct me in the chat if I'm wrong. Where we at, though? I know you students are of good intelligence, but these terms objective and subjective bothered me, especially in connection with occult studies. In the occult, the words objective and subjective have specialized meanings. The word objective stands for a physical plane object, while the word subjective stands for the inner plane duplicate of the outer physical plane material objective. Clear on up or in to the original archetype. The dictionary definitions are different. So in other words, it talks about how the Sephiroth, the 10 spheres, are objective. And basically that means the Sephiroth and the 10 spheres deal with physical plane objects. Now the paths, right, where we do path working and where the energy flows, the paths represent inner plane duplicates of the outer physical plane material objective. For example, the paths would represent the energy behind a breakup and not the actual breakup itself. The paths would represent the energy behind eating healthy or going vegan. It represents the energy behind robbing somebody. You see what I'm saying? Not the actual action, but the energy behind it. So when you're doing your magic and you focus on the paths, you're tuning into the energy behind a certain thing, right? I think up here is like the path of the magician tarot card. So you're focusing on the energy that's behind that thing. You feel me? Let's continue. This seems like a good place to put in the statement that, as you have no doubt been told already, the paths in the Sephiroth have been equated to the tarot card deck. What? It's like you read my mind, Ophiel. The paths are the major arcana. Okay, thanks for clearing that up. The paths are the major arcana, and the Sephiroth are the minor arcana. There is a discrepancy here as to the numbers of Sephiroth in the cards in a deck, but it should be explained later. Each of the Sephiroth has a special characteristics which set it off as different from the other Sephiroth. So much so are these Sephiroth different from each other that in the Jewish monotheistic system, each Sephiroth has a different name of the one God. Oh yeah, I forgot this asterisk here. This figure right here, figure A, is a diagram which will enable you to make up the tree of life easily. The figure is a good working size. Just take off the measurements with the measuring compass, then make the circles in pencil as well as little circles. Hey, there's a nod to the circle and compass tool instrument, right? Wow, that's crazy. I didn't think of that until Michael pointed that out early. You make the circles with the compass, and you use the square to make the straight lines. Interesting. Circles and squares. You got to circle the square. Whoa. Oh man. Okay. Following the lines of the little circles to make paths in pencil, then ink in the whole tree carefully. After the ink is dry, then erase the pencil lines remaining with the gum eraser. Wow, that's crazy. Tony Jewel says, dude, the moon is peach in color. Yes. The second chamber says sub implies that which is beneath or out of view, i.e. the subconscious. It's beneath, it's out of view. Interesting. Bunny Queen says, oh shit, Travis, I forgot to tell you, graduation is today. Oh, cool. Interesting. Y'all, things are about to be really exciting for the next little bit of time that we're on this plane of existence, I must admit. Tony Jewel says, I have an interesting story about the paths and spheres. Oh my goodness. All right. Come on. Where are we at? Each of the Sephiroth has a special characteristic which sets it off as different from the other Sephiroth. So much so are these Sephiroth different from each other that in Jewish monotheistic system, each Sephiroth has a different name of the one God. There's an asterisk there, and it says, to me, this point is so interesting and so vital that I'm adding this additional information about it. Basically, one is to become the many. The one vibration is to become the many vibes, to give it a little touch of the mod. Each of these different vibrations acts differently from the other and was designated as a special god or goddess in the form of the tree of life that I use the most, using the Greek pantheon as the basis. So to him, the Greek pantheon works. To some of y'all, the Kemetic pantheon might work. To somebody else, a pantheon that you attribute, characters in video games to will work. Doesn't matter what you use, it's just the tools. The process will remain the same as long as you attribute them correctly. That's why there is the book 777 by Aleister Crowley, because it gives you so many different correspondences that you can use with the same energies. It's almost like playing a video game, like I play Apex Legends, where they have 12 characters or so, but you can put different skins on them, right? You can put like a Christmas skin or a Halloween skin or a red outfit or a blue outfit or a Transformers outfit, but it's the same character with the same abilities. Just like they talk about Anubis versus Thoth versus Hermes versus Loki. They're all the same entity right here in Mercury. It's just depending on where you're from and what you vibe with, you'll pick a better connective point to draw the energy down, right? Gemini, right here. Same energy. And what's crazy is it doesn't matter if you believe it or not, whatever sign you are correlates, you represent a lot of the energy of the sphere that you're correlated with. So hopefully this is connecting a whole lot of dots. If not now, then it will when you think on it just a little bit longer. The Queen says, in other words, forget the messenger. Did you get the message, right? Tony Jewel says, high science. That's what I call the whole practice. Whoo! Let's keep it going. Fire. You do understand, don't you, that the elements that constitute this physical life are different from each other? These differences are personified, dramatized in the form of gods and goddesses, each carrying on a certain kind of function and ruling a certain aspect of physical existence. Like Ben 10, how he can be possessed by those different aliens that he calls upon to do a specific task. These differences, however, are only different rates of vibrations of one single main vibration. Or even like Mega Man, whenever he conquers the whatever enemy he's fighting or reaches that level and overcomes the guardian of that level, he now has access to a different power. That's why he's always been my favorite video game character. These differences, however, are only different rates of vibrations of one single main vibration. Another way of saying this is that there is only one God, one first cause, and it functions in different ways the same as the different gods and goddesses function. And this different functioning is shown by giving a different God name to each of the Sephiroth, as shown in the Tree of Life, number 2. Please study these ideas carefully, as they form a large part of the background of the Cabala knowledge. These different names of the one God designate the different functions that the same God performs in that place or position. The translators of the Bible in many cases translated these various different God names into just plain God or Lord, or when they did translate God name as El, God became strong and mighty, right? Just like it shows us over here. El, strong and mighty. It's talking about Jupiter, God, strong and mighty. Talking about Chesed, Gidullah, the glory, right? The significance was lost on the ordinary Bible reader because he didn't relate the name God strong and mighty to its position on the Tree of Life. At this point of this study, it seems about the right time to set up a Tree of Life with the Hebrew names for the different functions of God upon it. Note the Tree of Life with the following Jewish God names on the designated Sephiroth. And another reason why this is good to have a correspondence of an actual pantheon is because you personally have a background with the pantheons. Don't just attribute the gods you want because you think it's cool or because you want to represent the Kemetic gods because you're black. You want to attribute the deities that you have a personal emotional significance to. So for some people who are into the Greek pantheon, this is associated with Zeus, right? And they know Zeus to be that strong and mighty king on his throne, right? They know that Ares, because of the mythology, that Ares is that warrior god, right? They know that. They know that Saturn, what he represents. They know what Venus represents, right? They know what Apollo represents. So when you're attributing the gods to this sphere, don't just put something up there because you think it's cool or because you're trying to be hip. Apply what you actually have a subconscious connection to. You feel me? I hope that makes sense. Hope that makes sense. Jehovah Jireh, my provider. Shadows 218 says Kirby is basically the same. LOL. Yes. Especially if Kirby has the ability to access whatever power he's previously absorbed at any given time, like Mega Man. Hot Moldvox says Ben 72, right? Cabala Pokemon thing. Yeah, Goetia Pokemon theme, right? Bunny says, I thought you said Megamind. No, I'm not even sure I know what that is. Dark Matter says, I asked this on Sunday school. Are there different are there different gods in the Bible? Got shut down fast. Yeah, man, I had that experience too. I was led to feel the need to apologize for asking about the Greek pantheon and how it applied in Sunday school as a kid. The second chamber says those lines are variable correspondences between the orbs, a mapping of conceptual and physical relationship themes. Cabala is a transdimensional key to observe energy types accessible to us. Absolutely. Eggs Blackley. Bunny Queen says, can we build a pathogen, and I'm sure you mean pantheon, on video games? Absolutely. It's about, because look, if the Greek gods don't mean shit to you, you just know about them. If the Kemet gods don't really mean anything to you about them, but you resonate deeply with, anime or video games, then yeah, it might be a better attribution to you, right? If the Marvel universe is what you love the most, you can attribute Thor and Iron Man. Iron Man can go right here, right? You can think about the Hulk, right? You can attribute each one of these entities, whatever resonates with you, because the energy behind those characters are still there. But the thing is, I would advise you to study first before you just start throwing things willy-nilly and giving all kind of correspondences to your subconscious mind that don't make sense. And you're absolutely right, Forex. Hulk with Jupiter, right? His expansive nature. But hell, even still, Iron Man or another character, Spider-Man, they might even be able to be multiple spheres. But the point I'm saying is, study the meaning and the energy behind these things, and then attribute a symbol to it so that you can pull that energy in. Then you can have yourself that Hulk toy, and then use it to correspond with whatever you've programmed it to program. Wolverine is Mars. That's a great one, Moldvox. Hell, we could come up with our own thing and just attribute a bunch of characters. You know what I'm saying? We could come up with a new 777 codex for pop culture and just like attribute all of the characters from different shows and movies and stuff. And we can low key use them to pull energy down. Colossus is Mars too, he says. Colossus, yo. That might be a good idea. That might be a collective thing we can do. A living correspondence guide to pop culture, video games, and movies. The new gods, basically. Yo, that would be an awesome idea. Make it a free PDF and like pass that around. Remind me of that if you guys are still down to contribute to that, because I think that'd be pretty damn cool. Oh, Dwayne Wilson says Jack Kirby would be proud. Hell yeah. So would Ophiel. So would Stanley. The true artist isn't really too focused on the money. He's focused on spreading that meme, that mimetic virus. Moldvox says workouts can go with the planets too. I bet. I've got no background in that, so I can't really speak on it. But hell, computer programming can go with this, honestly. You can work this in anything. There's nothing that escapes the Cabala. Nothing. Bunny Queen says, if you're serious, let me know. I love to research. Hell yeah, I'm serious. Stray Panther says you can do this with Lord of the Rings. Absolutely. You can do this with Star Wars. Moldvox says Mercury is leg day. Second Chamber says love Jack. Hell yeah. Jupiter is chest day. Shadows 218 says geez, what would Jean Grey be? Jupiter chest day, fucking weak. Forex Alchemist says, where did the Cabala come from? Didn't come from anywhere. It's always been here. And that's what the whole first half of this book is talking about. Forex Alchemist says, how did they figure this shit out? That was in the first portion of this book here. It's kind of just been there. Let's continue. Flex Washington says, Jean Grey would be Kether. Thank you. Absolutely. Hecate Goddess says, I am down as always. Awesome. I think we might actually do that, guys. And that might be a lot better for people born in this day and age, this modern generation, to have this new pantheon, right? Oh my gosh. That's cool. But let's stay focused here. All right. So at this point of this study, it seems about the right time to set up a tree with the Hebrew names for the different functions of God upon it. Note the tree of life with the following Jewish God names on the designated Sephiroth. I will try to explain the meaning of some of these names to you now. That is, the general accepted ordinary meanings that you can and will use in your present magical work. Of course, there are deeper meanings unto endlessness, and I, unlike occult fakers out there, will tell you, I do not know it all, but neither do they. But catch them admitting it, right? In time, after you and I learn the first lessons, we will be ready for more and higher lessons. So let's go. The first group of God names we will look at is Jehovah and Elohim, also Tetragrammaton and El. For those who don't know, Tetragrammaton is Yod He Vav He, Jehovah, right? Jehovah. Yod He Vav He, Yahweh.
It's 8 o'clock.
Thanks, Mac. Damn. All right, so let's get started here. Jehovah is one of the most misunderstood names in the Bible and occult setup references. In the first place, Jehovah is not a name. Jehovah is a formula. And we learned that from the art and practice of contacting the demiurge. The occult ignorance translate Jehovah to Lord. Jehovah is spelled Yod, He, Vav, and He, or in the Hebrew words from right to left, Yod, He, Vav, He, and is, as I said, a formula, not a name. The formula is shown by the meanings of the letters composing the formula Jehovah. The first letter of Jehovah is a Hebrew word Yod. This letter is the smallest letter in the Jewish alphabet. Also, each letter in the Jewish alphabet has or is a name of a thing too. In this case, the letter Yod means hand or closed hand. Also, the letter Yod stands for I as in I am. I, the central center of consciousness, the central I, the personality. Back to the formula. So far, we have a Yod, which means I for I am. Oh, good. Here it is. I don't have to save that page. All right, so here we go. The next letter is He. The meaning of He, or window, or wind door, that's what He stands for, wind door. An opening through which air, the elemental air, movability, can enter a house plane. Also through a wind door can be seen or viewed as seen, or in the case of the mind, an imagination image picture of something. There's an asterisk there, and it says, "Dear students, none of these examples are exactly great. You have to juggle your mind and stretch it slightly to make it fit. All these ideas, as the masters, it seems, didn't want to make the whole thing too clear. They wanted you to work to understand these things and their applications to life living." Gotcha. So you still have to do the work. That's why it's a bit confusing. Back to the formula. So far we have a Yod, which is I, and a He, which is wind door. The next letter is Vav. The word Vav means nail, also has a sort of meaning of desire accomplished and finished. A nail fastens two things together. You can also say desire fastens or puts two things together. And the final He, with a dot in the middle of it, which dot means this He is a solid, not an imaginary He. So Yod, He, Vav, He. The first He is an image of the imagination. The second He is an image of a physical solid thing. One image in the mind, one image in reality, physical reality. Interessante. Yeah, we say, hey, yeah. Wanda Wisdom says hip hop's language, yo, right? She says, and we also say, hey, We say wow, right? Yo, hey, wow, hey. That's funny. Hip hop's language. Tetragrammaton is an in breath and an out breath. All right. Here is the whole Lord Jehovah formula. What it means is you see in your mind's eye what you want. Want is desire. The nail that fastens your sight, inner sight object to you. You then possess the object in imagination, and later you can possess the object in real through a process of magic transformation, which process is started by the formula. Hip hop hooray, ho. Wanda Wisdom says, wow, is mom inverted? Desire inverted, maybe? Shadows 218 says, I have a symbol of Azerate on my left arm, and it also represents the tree of death. This then appears to be the meaning of the god named Jehovah. And you note this name Jehovah appears throughout the tree, especially on the right side of the tree as you look at it. Later on, this will be treated more fully. Also, keep in mind that the Hebrew Jewish language is a language of symbols, which means the symbols don't have just one meaning. So this is one of those reasons and times where you want to just make sure that you don't think you know it all. And I have to remind myself of that also. Sometimes my definitions have to be flexible in order to continue receiving, right? Cabala, QBL means receive. In order to keep receiving this gnosis, I have to be flexible in my definitions. So in the Hebrew language, the Yod He Vav He can mean a ton of different things. It means so much, right? It means way more than we can hold in our heads, right? Just the single letter, like Yod, like he says, it means a closed hand. It means all kinds of things. The vowel means desire. It means nail, right? Hey represents a window. Like it can be so many different things that you put together. The language was so intricate back then. It wasn't like our language where a word means exactly what it is. A word might have two meanings, but their alphabet was pictures, and pictures are worth 1,000 words, and they lived true to that. There was only 22 letters in the Hebrew alphabet, but that means so much, right? Keep in mind there's also 22 paths on this tree of life. That's no coincidence. And there's like a certain, I think there's like 11 numbers they call the letters, they call the mother letters or something like that. And each of them correspond with the different spheres. It was very intricate. It wasn't just slapped together like our current English language. Like their language was made in such a way to really connect and stimulate the subconscious mind. Not to mention they also wrote backwards, you know, compared to us, which again helps to stimulate the subconscious mind. All that to say, when you're looking at the ancient science, never think you got it all, you understand it all, it's behind you, beneath you. Never feel that way, because the mystery will continue to reveal itself if you keep looking. But when you're done, when you're finished, when you got it, you stop right there. Wonder Wisdom says, 22 in numerology master number denotes building and teaching. Yes. Saturn's Guru says, did the ancients have concept of time, or was one day just all energies and each day was a new existence? So one day had all the energies of the planets. Time as we know it is just a construct. I like that, and I like that you pointed out. And I find that the further I go in life, especially since I stopped having to work a 9 to 5, it's been seeming like that. Every day is the same, not in a bad way, but in the fact that the sun goes up and comes down. And you know what I'm saying? It's just whatever you're doing in your cycle of life is what you're cultivating more of as you continue doing it. So yeah, I can't imagine that the elders lived that same way. Interesting. But I can definitely think that the way that we believe in time is very weird and stressful on our bodies and our minds. I think people get older because they believe in that. You know, naturally we get old, but when you're believing in stress and stressful things, it takes a physical toll on you, right? Especially when you're so overly concerned with time, having a watch on your wrist, looking at a calendar in your face every single day. Which you focus on expands. The second chamber says, as the operator, one can assign sundry meanings to the symbols of personal experiences and preferences. Absolutely. Forex Alchemist says, everything now is backwards compared to the ancients, LOL, no coincidence. Yeah, no coincidence. And it may not even be malicious, because you got to think, before the year 0, there was like BC, and we're like AD. Like, what if there's just a 0 point of in and out, in and out? I don't know. Don't know enough to make a judgment on that. Generational intricacy says they were extremely intelligent. Yes, the ancients were far more advanced than we were. Some of them were, right? We still have these basic humans that are here today, were there back then. Filler people, if you will. Greetings, Ben Blanc 83. Greetings, welcome aboard. Tony Jewell says the ancients dealt with cycles. Right. And I think that's what I was trying to say. Flex Washington says, Trav, you asked a question between major and minor arcana. It's major arcana because there are 22 of them. Yes, thank you for that. And Ophiel did point that out here a little bit earlier. Dark Matter says mystery reveals itself here. Very much appreciated. Yes. Me and Mystery get along quite well. So she pops her head in from time to time. The Cosmic Serpent says, reading the I Ching as well. Yeah, so you'll definitely be able to see how this relates and correlates with that. Movox says, Quicksilver and the Flash are Hermes. Bingo. And notice how the Flash kind of has that joking type of personality like Spider-Man, the trickster, right? Let's continue. So yeah, I want to read this again to point out one of the low-key things he dropped. This then appears to be the meaning of the god named Jehovah. And you note, this name Jehovah appears throughout the tree, especially on the right side of the tree. Jehovah on the right side. Jehovah, Jehovah El, Jehovah Sabaoth, right? And on the left side, you're going to see Elohim, Elohim, Elohim. There's a reason for that. Jehovah, Elohim. If anybody already knows, what type of energy do we designate for the right side of the tree versus the left side of the tree? Not just light and dark, but as far as polarity, how do we assign the right side and the left side? If anybody can say that in the chat. The other Elohim appearing more often on the left side of the tree, you facing it, is, I am told, the masculine god named El with a feminine name ending in Elohim. Dion Fortune says this word Elohim means God and goddess, or male and female, God principles in one, somewhat reminding me of Miss Mary Baker Eddy's Father, Mother, God. There appears to be a good reason for their appearance on your left-hand side of the tree, but this too will be handled later. Movox says mercy and severity. Yes. Yes. But what I was looking for is what Mo Blah says, which is male and female. Thank you for that. Awesome, awesome. Great goodness, Goddess says, I'm enjoying this, y'all, in my novice interest. Yeah. So the beautiful thing about this is no matter what level you're at, when you get into conversation with people of different levels, a sort of equalizing process happens. You're kind of brought up and you bring your insights and you help to uplift other people. So feel free to add whatever thoughts may be inspired in the chat. Saturn's Guru says, right is masculine, left brain, left feminine, right brain. Bingo. Tony Jewell says left brain and right brain, masculine and feminine. Exactly. Elijah Westfield says feminine and masculine. Flex Washington says, I wonder what's the origin of Jehovah's Witnesses. Bunny Queen says, oh damn, just released. If the feminine energy is... What? The quote vanished before I finished reading it. Ain't that some shit? Let's continue. At one place, Tifereth, or the sun, the word tetragrammaton appears. This is a Greek word that got in here some way, and it means the same as Jehovah. The word tetragrammaton literally means the four-lettered word, Jehovah, Yod-He-Vav-He. Adonai means my Lord, the King. Next, we will consider the tree of life labeled tree number 2 and the names thereon. In my opinion, these tree number 2 names have a lot of blinds in them. Yeah. And conceal rather than reveal the truth about the tree of life. I've said before in other times and places that the occult and occult appearance teaching have a lot of blinds and dead ends and outright lies in them. I am not fully sure what this is for or why, or how much of this is intentional and how much is due to just plain ignorance on the part of those who should know better. I'm not a blowhard, so I'm not going to say it in this way. I'm reasonably sure that many of the statements made about the occult are not correct. And if you study long enough with powerful desire to know the truth, you should get a disquietness, an uneasy feeling that something is not right when you study some certain occult subject, and you should get a connection feeling that a certain statement is not correct. And then the correct idea should come to you, and your mental text should show it reasonably certain. Back to the tree of life number 2. You will note the top or the first Sephiroth is called Kether, which means crown. Dion Fortune's book, The Mystical Cabala, has been referred to before, and I suggest that you should get the book and read it many times. Well, damn, that's a pretty heavy book to read many times. The Mystical Cabala is the only near understandable book on the Cabala that I have ever found. Absolutely. I do not know how much of this book Dion Fortune got from her inner contacts and how much she got from original research. However, we have it, and so let's master it, and then we can go on to whatever's next. Just to look at the tree we've got here, Kether the crown, Chokma, which is wisdom or knowledge. Most of the time knowledge is attributed to Doth, but for now we'll just say this because it's in the book. Binah is understanding wisdom. Giburah is severity, also strength. Chesed is mercy. Hod is glory. Netshak means victory. Tifereth means beauty. Yesod means foundation. Malkuth means the kingdom. For thou art the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen. All right, let's keep going. This is good stuff. Many of Dion Fortune's statements and data on the Cabala are on a very high level of no use to us down here. Also, there are well-recognized correspondences, she says, to parts of the tree which I have to strain myself to understand and accept her statements about these parts. For the time being, I am merely going to mention some of these differences, but do not let me suggest anything untoward to you. Follow all the lines given in and look to your future development to answer your questions clearly. Or to answer your questions exactly. It won't hurt for you to follow my references to the Tree of Life in this book from now on. If you have the book, you should certainly have it eventually. You can get it from Samuel Weiser, Inc., 740 Broadway, New York City, New York, 10003. Crown is not too bad a name, or too bad of a drink. Crown is not too bad a name in an ordinary sense, as Kether is at the top of the tree, like a top crown, but to a new seeker in the occult, it doesn't mean too much, nor did it mean too much to me when I first saw it. Rather confusing, to be truthful. I am of the opinion, a rather better word, for me at least, would be opener. And in fact, an Egyptian god attached to this Sephiroth is Ptah, the opener, which is 1,000,000 times more occult instructive to me than the name crown. Shadows 218 says Corona is Spanish for crown. Trippy. Corona, right? We're talking about Kether. This is where the energy flows down into the physical creation. So go ahead and put 2 and 2 together there. The nature of the energy of God and as it flows into material existence, right? That's what's going on. Kether or crown or corona. Interessante. Ketheritis says Cassie. Nice. Getting real. Government. Woo! Government. In Greek myths of the creation of the world, Uranus or Oranos is the first god ruler. Read in the myths what happened to him and see what that idea means to you. Okay, so does anybody know the legend of what happened to Uranus? If you don't know, well, basically, oh goodness, wow. I'll wait for someone in the chat to speak about it. It's painful to think about being, yeah. Anyways. Read in the myths what happened to him and see what the idea means to you. Also, you'd better make up a sheet of paper similar to the book sheets and make your own circles for Sephiroth on it with the names I'm suggesting to you now and any other names that suggest themselves to you personally. So that's kind of what we were talking about as far as making our own pantheon associated with the Tree of Life. So Ophiel actually agrees and suggests that as well. The second chamber says, interesting, we are containers of multiple energy cycles. Right, right. All right, let's continue. Next, we come down to Chokmah, which name is supposed to mean wisdom. I have a strong feeling that Chokmah's true name should be knowledge. Another true name for Chokmah would be chaos, following the very old Greek myth name. And ancient meaning of the word chaos means gap or space to operate in. And space to operate in is certainly the function of Chokmah after the opener, right? So notice how the energy is coming down. We're starting to see the function here. The energy enters here, right? It starts, it opens. Chakma is the process of a space being opened and expanded, right? Now we have a space to work in. Almost like if you're a graphics designer or if you work on Photoshop or something, you got to open up a new window, set the dimensions of it, set the parameters of it. You got to open a space. Setting up that new window in Photoshop, that's the function of Chakma right here. Because you then open up that window in Photoshop to fill in, right? You choose your pencil, you choose your whatever tool you're going to use, and creating a picture is going down the process of your life. Basically, you're opening up a clean slate with your Photoshop. When you open the program with Photoshop here, open up a new window, set the parameters for it. That'd be Saturn. Then you begin selecting your tools, getting to work, and at the bottom you'll have your finished Photoshop picture. That's for you graphic designers out there. I don't know how many graphic designers we have in here, so that reference may have gone over some ears and heads. Yeah, I like that. Flex Washington says the fear of propaganda also keeps people from operating on their crown chakra and higher consciousness. It's a crown chakra virus. All right, let's go. Opener of the way. Dion Fortune tells about some very scary beings called the Clip-Off Demons. Ooh. Dion Fortune tells about some very scary beings called the Clip-Off Demons, which are presumably created by an overplus surplus of each normal Sephiroth's functions, which sounds kind of silly to me, but hey, it's probably true. But don't worry about them. You'll never see one. So if you will read the attendant confusion and messes involved in Gailey's story of the myths involving the creations of the world, like the coming into existence of the Hekatonchires, the 100-handed monsters, etc., you can well understand that before physical things could settle down, there were bound to be some confusion, and the confusion could well explain the existence of the Clip-Off in another manner. Now, we now move over to the next Sephiroth, which is named Binah, and which is supposed to mean understanding, but which to me should be named wisdom instead of Chakma as aforesaid. However, on second thought, understanding is a type of wisdom. Let us go back to the Tree of Life chart number 1, the one with the God names on it. Here, Binah is labeled as Jehovah Elohim, which is certainly extraordinary to say the least, and Dion Fortune does not say a word about it, nor can I find anything about it elsewhere. Sankofa Sound says, talk about path working for creating system health. True indeed. Glitch Hiker K says, so Chakma sets up the template. Yes, it's you opening up that window. Where we at? Yeah. So opening up the template would be in between here, right? Because you got to actually open it up and then you set the parameters for the template. So that would be more in the realm of Binah, Glitch Hiker K. And think about this. If you're not the one who is setting up your ideas and opening them and filling them up, someone else is doing that for you, right? When you watch the media and the news or different movies all the time, if you're one of those people who just sit and watch Netflix all day long, Your head is being filled. So your head being filled with that information, and it's being set up in a certain way. Now, the same thing happens when you're reading and studying books, but there's a difference here, right? What is the quality and the intent of this information that you're filling yourself with? On one end, you're being programmed. On the other end, you're being challenged to think, right? And in your thinking is where the wisdom comes from. It's not just put in your brain. You actually have to do a little bit of work. That's why just repeating something you heard somebody say isn't wisdom. That's just repeating. But you got to take all these words into consideration and have a breakthrough of what it actually means to you, right? A good sign of you understanding it is you being able to explain it to someone else. That's the best sign of you understanding it, not memorizing a bunch of cool keywords. Greetings, Dara Holland. Greetings, Sankofa Sound. Moldvox says, Buddha said, don't take my word for it. Absolutely. Rana Leona says, don't watch TV, always inside me. Right? Good Tracker K says, oh, okay, that makes more sense now. Yes. Great Goodness Goddess says, yes, why it's important to stay diligently involved in growing meditation or discussions to challenge self. Right, right. This is a process that has to be perpetuated, right? It doesn't spontaneously happen without any effort. It can spontaneously happen, but it's not really spontaneous. It's the result of a bunch of seeds that have been planted. Now, either you're selecting and choosing what kind of seeds you're planting in your garden, right? You're choosing what kind of seeds. Like, you can watch drama YouTube videos all day and people arguing and fighting and being ignorant. You can plant those seeds in your consciousness and surely hope to reap the benefits of that, or you can begin to plant knowledge and information that can help you become a better experiencer of this experience. It's your choice. Lex Washington says, I don't even know why I have a TV anymore. I know why I have mine so I can play video games at night, but it's not even in my room, so I don't even really see it until the time that it's being used. But I feel you, man. I don't pay for cable. I stopped doing that a while ago. Saturn's Guru says, in path working with goetic demons and Tree of Life, do certain demons take different energy from you based on the path? Ever since I started path working, I've been different in my personality. I wouldn't say they take energy from you. I think that they actually activate that energy, right? Because now you have a symbol to focus that energy on. You have a symbol to push that energy through, right? When you're working with certain spirits or certain symbols, you now have an excuse for that energy to manifest within you. Justina B says, your soil is just as important as your seed. Absolutely. Generational Intricacy said, Disney implanted a seed when I was a kid watching Aladdin. Right? And it's insidious, man. It's insidious. Stuff is slipped in all kind of places. That's why, like I said, it's the intent. You want to know your source of your seed. And even still, as you get more advanced, you can learn to transmute any and everything. So there's nothing to be scared of or, oh, y'all, we got to do something. No. Once you get to a certain point, you can learn to transmute anything that is thrown at your way. Like I said last night, you'll notice I don't really have any videos about you got to protect yourself and this is what you got to do to protect yourself and this is some protection rituals. No, I don't talk about that because I don't do that. I transmute. All this energy coming down, all of it is for me and all of it is for you. Now, if there are parts within your psyche that is not integrated with yourself, parts of your shadow that's not integrated, then yeah, some of this energy is going to bring out parts of yourself that you don't like, and you're going to call it an enemy, right? You're going to fight it, right? You're going to be afraid of it. You're going to want to villainize it and demonize it. I don't have any enemies. I have parts of my reality that may not understand. There's a million ways to say it, but basically, you are what you say you are, either a victim or empowered. I'm talking about right now at this moment, not anything that happened in your past, but right now, you're either still a victim or you're empowered. You choose what happens from this point. Thank you, Stray Panther 79. He says Uranus was castrated by his son, Saturn. And notice that Saturn is the Grim Reaper with the sickle. And the foam or the sperm created sea life and the goddess Venus. And also like this sea unicorn Pegasus thing. Don't forget that. But basically, this, which is Uranus, was his genitals were sliced off and cast into the ocean, which represents the space being opened and severed, right? The slicing, the limiter, the discipliner, that is Saturn. Saturn is identified with the sickle, just like the Grim Reaper. And eventually Venus comes out of that. I'm your Venus, your desire. Or however it goes. I don't know that song. First Eye Vision says, got to be able to transmute everything that comes at you. Exactly. Saturn's Guru says, arm, leg, arm, head. Hey, I just got those, right? Allah. Mobla says, I'm transmuting much better lately, I'm finding, but still a work in progress. Awesome. Glad to hear that. But the way you look at it is you're on that cycle now. So the cycle is only going to continue to get better because you're focused on it. You're focused on watching yourself, and you're focused on not reacting to all the stimulus being put at you. Or rather, I should say, choosing how you're going to react to the stimulus thrown at you, right? When people come to you freaked out and scared and crying, do you get infected with that and start freaking out and getting scared with them? Or are you the one that maintains your frame and doesn't allow that type of vibration to infect your crown, you feel me, and maintain your reality? You might not even know all the facts, but you can at least tell yourself, hey, I know and I trust that everything's going to be all right because of the path that I'm on. I'm not subject to what that other person's subject to. I'm just saying. Uranus was castrated. Great goodness goddess says, slice them and dice them. Hey, I don't like how comfortable you are with this process, all right? It's very painful for some of us. Bunny Queen says, I saw a Pegasus in my room last night. I thought you only had unicorns. Hey. Pegasus, right? Next to my Isis statue. Sankofa Sound says, so his anus was all he had left. Nice. First Eye Vision, yeah, I know, I remember. I try to keep people's names to what they have them on YouTube, just in case they might or may not want to be ID'd, you feel me? Oya Philosophy says, respond rather than react. Amen to that. Modvox says, next month I might actually be moving into a cave. Nice. Let me know if they have Wi-Fi in those caves. Self-Elevation says, that also means every man is Shiva. No question, fam. Right? Shiva means black. All right, let's continue. Self-Elevation says, control stimulus, Lord Magus. I stimulate life and matter. Feel me, Lord. Absolutely. I stimulate life and matter, right? Panicking people don't come around me and stimulate me to become panic. They leave my presence more calm because I know how to vibrate that frequency of solidity enough so to get them grounded. In other words, when people come to you freaked out, you can either choose to ignore them, push them away, turn them away. You might even want to be able to help them calm down, right? That just goes to show that your reality is a little bit more stable than theirs, so much so that you're able to inspire your reality into their reality. So yes, I most definitely feel you. Hell, I have to do that a lot. So much so that it's just a normal part of every day, especially these times. But, you know, it's all good. Wanda Wisdom, what page? 53 for the physical book, probably like 49 or 50 for the PDF. Let's continue. Flex Washington says, a good attribute of vampirism. Absolutely. Glitch Hiker K says, yeah, these recent shenanigans almost knocked me off my square. But then I just had to let go and remember there's much more to focus on. Absolutely. There's much more to focus on. And remember, look at how you're feeling and take into account when you're being distracted, right? Pay attention. Wanda Wisdom says, we know a couple of people that jumped in a lake, the other a pool, to save a panicking drowning person. They saved them, yet the saver drowned. Huh? Panicky types can, yeah. Don't be pulled into their chaos, says Love and Elevation. Allow them to be drawn into your peace. That's a better way of saying it. Thank you. Don't be pulled into their chaos. Allow them to be drawn into your peace. May the best reality win. You know what I'm saying? May the best reality win. To the conqueror goes the spoils. All right, let's continue. Remind yourself of who you are. Always. Always Coca-Cola. Here Binah is labeled Jehovah Elohim, which is certainly extraordinary to say the least, and Dion Fortune does not say a word about it. The actual meaning of this name, Jehovah Elohim, would seem to be Lord of Lords. And something to indicate that lords means feminine goddesses too. To repeat, the name Jehovah Elohim would seem to mean that in the Sephirah, the ruler also ruled all the governing forces, objective and subjective, which govern functions, creations on that side of the tree. Again, the name Jehovah Elohim would seem to mean that in this Sephirah, the ruler also ruled all the governing forces, objective and subjective, which governed functions, creations on that side of the tree. So we're talking about this fellow here, right? Jehovah Elohim. Jehovah Elohim represents and rules over all these bad boys, right? The Lord of Lords and ladies. All right, let's keep it going. I am aware that none of the above material is similar to what Dion Fortune and others et al. Put out, which you can note by reading her book as I have previously recommended. She goes off on tangents like Amma, the dark sterile mother, which is also represented here, and like he said earlier, would also, the feminine aspect of which would be Isis. But he talks about Amma, the dark sterile mother, Aima, the bright fertile mother, etc. I would just as soon she had cut out this flowery language and just got down to brass tacks. I note that after the first cause has made his entrance in Kether, the father mother god of Christian Science, has carved out a working area for itself in Chakma. The next step is to set up housekeeping in Binah, right? So after the first cause has made its entrance in Kether, boom, the father mother god of Christian Science, has carved out a working area for itself in Chakma. Boom, after it entered its first cause, carved out a space for itself, right? And now we're going into form with housekeeping over here, setting up shop. So like I mentioned, you open up the Photoshop app, you open up a new window, you set the parameters for it. All right, look at your tree number 1 sheet. Note it was Jehovah who ruled Chakma. Review that Jehovah was a formula. So Yod He Vav He, the formula we've been talking about right here. So after the first cause, it's almost as if before you get an idea to do something, that existed already. And when it makes itself to you, you think you have an idea and you get started, right? Me having the idea to read these books existed before I knew about it. It came to me and I'm like, oh, why don't I do this audiobook thing? It'd be cool. That concept existed before it came to me. That first cause. There was a first cause before I caught it. But then it came to me as an idea, me believing that it's my idea. Lord of the Rings. All right, let's continue. I am aware that none of the above material is similar. Okay, I already said that. Look at your tree. Notice that it was Jehovah who ruled Chakma. Review that was a formula, Yod-He Vav-He. Now in Binah, the formula is coming true. All right, so we got the Yod-He Vav-He formula because the first cause idea came in, right? Now this represents the formula coming true. Yod-He Vav-He, Jehovah, which means the closed hand, which means grasping it. Hey, which means the imagining of it. Vow, which is the desire for it to be true. The last hey, which is its materialization, right? Your visualizing, your creative visualization, your path working, your magic in your mind, right? You got the intent to do a magic spell and it hits you and you get this idea of how you're going to do that ritual. Now you're starting to actually get, thank you. Let's get it. Let's get it. Here we go. All right. So now in Binah, the formula is coming true. The second hey is becoming solid, right? The first hey was imagination. The second hey is becoming solid now. And the solidity starts in Binah and ends up in Malkuth finally. So this is a process of your first intent that was given to you as an idea, and that idea slowly materializing until finally it becomes a physical, concrete reality. Me having this book is the result of a visualized intent, right? I want to know more about Cabala, so let me do some research. Oh, let me get this book because somebody said it's good. Let me check it out. Buy the book. It's here. I study it, right? Years later, here I am still talking about it. So this result started years ago, right? Somebody had an idea for the phone that I'm recording this on, right? I remember back in 2008 working in the Navy, and I'm working on these officers' computers, and I saw that they had these big ass Mac computers with the Apple sign on them, and I'm like, wow. And they had like 2 screens on their desk. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, one day I'm going to have that too. Although it was 2008, you know what I'm saying? Years later, here I am at my desk with 2 big ass Mac screens, right? The same type of Mac computers they had, right? And I'm doing what I'm doing. It started as an image, as an intent, and okay, and it manifested into my reality. But here's the thing: before I even saw it, before these things manifested on my desk, there was some type of energy behind all that. And that energy was one day I was going to have those things for a reason, not simply to just have Mac computers, but there would be a reason, right? And maybe that reason was that so I could learn how to do Photoshop, so I could learn how to produce music, so I could learn how to edit videos, right? And all the things that I learned how to do through the Mac computer. There's a first cause that exists behind and before everything that we do, right? Oh my goodness. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Okay, so the second hay is becoming solid, and the solidity starts in Binah and ends up in Malkuth. I would suggest again that you read Dion Fortune's description of Binah. She goes off on many a beautifully turned phrase, such as form is the discipline of force. Yeah, I like that part too. Form is the discipline of force. What that means is force is energy. Force is coming down that tree. But as the force, as that wild, untamed energy becomes disciplined and tamed, it slowly becomes form. So as that force starts to get its ass whooped by Saturn, as this starts to become whipped into shape, carved and sliced, right? Just like Saturn did to Uranus, as that wild and boundless force and that first cause, that energy, that intent, that creation, as it becomes disciplined and shaped and chiseled, it slowly becomes form. And that is the whole thing of the energy behind this LVX777, behind this dance of light and energy within the tree of life, behind manifestation, beyond creation. This is how it goes from first cause to manifestation. And learning how this system works, now you can start to take part in this beautiful game that most people aren't even playing, but they're being played. The craftsman says self-elevation, right? The creator, right? It's making sense. It's going to make sense. Just pay attention. Saturn's Guru says force versus power. Great book. Oh yeah, philosophy says nothing can manifest unless it's first a thought or an idea. Eggs Blackley. Let's continue. Form is the discipline of force. Well, sure it is. But while you should read this, it really doesn't do you much good in a practical way, but you should read and learn it anyhow. Looks like we have an asterisk here that I missed. We'll get back to it after I finish this paragraph. Actually, let's go read it. So the asterisk came when we mentioned Binah is labeled Jehovah Elohim. He said, the name Elohim is very mysterious. I am too old to go into this too deeply now, as I will never live long enough to get to the scholastic bottom of the matter. I am told, and I have to accept this for now, that the name Elohim is the name of a male god with a female plural goddess ending. If you will study my book, The Art and Practice of the Occult, you will find in that book that the idea that the tree of life is divided into 3 parts, as you can see, and I have equated those 3 parts with future, present, and past. Therefore, considering the left-hand side of the tree of life as you look at it as the future, it could be thought that 2 forces, positive and negative, male and female, forces went into the new first creations. And in a sense, the female force is used up in passing through the present to the past. So the past becomes the male Lord alone. Just an idea of mine. What do you think? However, fortunately, much of occult knowledge will work without these tremendous fine points being completely understood any more than a person has to be an engineer to drive an automobile. That's an interesting observation. How the past is the feminine aspect and the energy coming from future to present to now is it becoming masculine. Kind of like how in the womb, everyone starts out as the female, but those who become males eventually become males. Interesting. Dark Matter says, now I understand my love of the Grim Reaper. Well, here's the crazy thing, man. What if you, there's more to it. I love it. Self-elevation says, indeed, Lord, stay on it. Yes, yes. Self-elevation says, make sure the craftsman is truly understood. Saturn is discipline. The first keys of discipline is controlling stimulus, your own. Let me get with my queen. Peace, Lord, Meg. Thank you. Thank you. That's awesome. Discipline. Saturn. There's a reason for it. That's the beginning of it. Having self-discipline. That's what we just talked about. Peace, bro. Peace. Thank you for contributing. Be well. As you already are. All right, let's see where we at. All right. Then in another place, she says, the embodied spirit sees death on the horizon as soon as its day dawns. I remember that part too. The embodied spirit sees death on the horizon as soon as its day dawns. Sure, I said before, what goes into a form must come out sooner or later. I myself don't look forward to it, but I try to accept it and write as many books as I can so they can be used after I kick the bucket. He wrote that in 1973. Moldvox says this chat is the best one yet. Absolutely. I think, yeah, I can't even pinpoint maybe why it would be, but I'm just rolling with it. That's why I don't want to split it up into 2, because everybody won't come back and the energy will be split as well. Self-discipline. I love it. I love it. I love this chat. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for being a part of this. Thank you for actually paying attention and reading along and taking notes and getting these revelations, putting them to use. I truly appreciate this. You know what I'm saying? This just helps to remind me that there is a reason and a place for all this, that it's not just me, you know what I'm saying, doing something for nothing. This, you know what I'm saying, this helps solidify the purpose. So I appreciate you guys for real. John 11890 says, the diamond is made by pressure and force, then to be shaped by a gem cutter. We learn abstractions best by analogies. Absolutely. So diamond is made by force and pressure, right? It comes up out of the earth, which would be Kether, and the pressure and the force, which would be the Chakma, and the Binah, the Saturn, is the cutting of that diamond, right? The slicing up of that diamond, the shaping of that diamond. Just like Uranus was sliced up and castrated by Saturn. Cool. Cool. Cool, man. This is awesome. I'm glad that you guys are digging this too. That makes me happy. Gerald Sombright says, LMFAO, Mr. Peach Ben knew this shit was going to happen. What an interesting apocalypse, right? Right? And there's even some points where it sounds like he's talking directly to me or some of us or just to life right now in general. It's amazing how this happens. Ha. Peach, and like Moldvox said, the gematria of it would be 77. All right, all right. Let's continue roasting Bunny Queen every now and then with these little snarky remarks. Where are we at? Oh, yeah. I remember one time I was trying to explain this birth from death to a non-occult student woman, and she almost screamed at me to stop talking. How many of you have talked to Christians and muggles about this stuff, and they damn near physically fight you so that you'd stop talking about this stuff? I remember talking to one Christian dude, and we were talking about Revelations, my favorite subject. He just wanted to keep it light and general, and I kept dropping, like, you know, some of the knowledge behind it, some of the science behind it. And the conversation changed, boy. He wouldn't even look me in the eyes no more. He was like, yeah, well, you know, the Bible also says this ain't for man to know. Man don't know the deeper mysteries. I'm like, yeah, but you can if you just study a little bit. They're symbols or this, that. Yeah, but you know, no man can know this stuff. So I was like, no, there's actually a science behind it. Like, you know, this and this. No man can know. He was trying, boy. He had to leave after that. That was one of those times when I really realized, like, man, you can't have this discussion with people. And looking back, I can kind of see how wild I might have looked to my certain friends who did entertain the conversations. They weren't interested in the occult like you guys. They were just open-minded. So here I am, like, ranting and raving about all the stuff that I've learned, and they're just like, I don't know, man. But boy, nah, brother. No man can know the date, the time, or the hour. Yeah, but you know, it says here, and this means that, and this means, brother, no man can know. It's like, dude. Mobla says, yes, oh my God, they are brainwashed, like, don't even want to hear your viewpoint. Right, but I gotta hear yours. You don't want to hear mine, but I gotta hear yours, right? Roz Kanani Tafari says, I stopped because I used to have fights like the fight scene in They Live. Yes, that's the scene. That's the verbal struggle. You were literally fighting like Roddy Piper and Keith David in the alleyway. Bunny Queen says, I hate that I would rather you tell me to fuck off than entertain me and have me waste my time. Yeah. Mobla says he's just repeating what he heard in church. Right? Now, brother, no man can know. Yeah. Trying to teach an earthworm how to ride a motorcycle. Goodness. Sankofa Sound says, Pastor got problems with that shit. Second Chamber says, that's why your stuff is important. Randall Leon says, LOL glitch. Yeah, that was the glitch. Put on the glasses. King David, put the motherfucking glasses on. Brother. All right, let's keep going. Let us keep going. All right, yeah. So I remember one time I was trying to explain this birth from death to a non-occult student woman, and she almost screamed at me to stop talking. I hope you're not affected that way. I cite this as an example of what one is up against when you try to hand out these ideas to the world. You can't save the world. So I don't hand them out anymore unasked. Please mentally highlight that for people who haven't gotten that lesson yet. Don't be trying to share this info with people who are not asking for it. Because even though you may be right, even though you make sense, even though you studied and researched and all your points are dotted and all your T's are crossed, if the person ain't ready for it, they will not accept it. They might even get mad at you. Don't cast your jewels before swine. All right, all right. There are too many asking, right? So I don't hand, so I don't hand them out anymore unasked. There are too many people asking, right? Focus on the ones who are having this conversation, right? That's why we are here where we are, because we all actually care about this stuff. You feel me? But let's continue. Let us continue. I read and studied the section in Dion Fortune's book about each of the Sephiroth, and I'm amazed at the complex detail she goes into in elucidating these various Sephiroth and the uselessness of it for everyday living. I have not had access to the sources from which she got her information, but then I am not trying to duplicate her work, but to get some workable tools out of the Cabala system that you can use for your well-being. Now, by developing your understanding. Okay, so she's trying to give you some workable tools out of the Cabala system that you can use for your well-being now by developing your understanding. Asterisk says, note, Dion Fortune says on page 6 of the Mystical Cabala, for this reason, although I shall give in these pages the principles of the Mystical Cabala, I do not consider it would be in anybody's interest to give the keys to its practice, even if by terms of the obligation of my own initiation, I were not forbidden to do so. I do not consider it would be in anybody's interest to give the key to its practice, even if by the terms of the obligation to my own initiation, I were not forbidden even to do so. In other words, she says, I wouldn't give you the deeper insides of this information, even if I was allowed to. Can you imagine such withholding? Well, don't worry about it. You're getting a bunch of working keys in this book, working keys that will keep you busy for a very long time to come. And when you run out of the keys in this book, you should then have enough to enable you to get your own keys. They were saying keys back in 1973. And when you have a massive understanding of materials on hand, like a well-stocked library of knowledge ideas, this then turns to a wisdom which should help you transform your life the way you want it. Interesting note. Just having an accumulation of wisdom in your head doesn't translate to understanding. That's the same thing as believing that life spontaneously just springs out of matter, right? There's a part of reality that we don't understand where life animates earth, where life animates matter. It's the same thing that happens when pure knowledge turns into wisdom, right? There's a divine spark. There's a lightning bolt that happens that transforms knowledge into wisdom. And certain keys help to activate that inert matter. Inert knowledge is a lot like inert matter. I mean, it's data, right? Matter is data, DNA. But life is that spark, that juice that turns it into understanding, turns it into wisdom, turns it into that God level. For example, I want you to read page 144 of her book, paragraph 12. I wonder if these numbers are a coincidence. Note she uses the word antinomianism. This word threw me, and I had to look it up. Sounds very impressive, does it not? It means a type of belief in which the...
9 o'clock.
Thanks, Mac. It means a type of belief in which the moral law is of no effect, only faith. Now, this is all very beautiful, and please get it for what it's worth. But I don't see the knowledge of this word or this paragraph adding to your personal powers to handle this physical plane world. Dang. Hmm. Hmm. Also, dear Dion used a word I cannot even find in my dictionary. On page 139, she uses the word ketis. I have a similar collegiate dictionary and a large dictionary, but the word is in neither one. Also, and I intend writing to them about this, I can't find any classical myths or references to a goddess of sewers and scavengers named Cloaca, at least not in ordinary texts. Although I think that word refers to a type of digestive system in certain animals, like turtles, I believe, where the urinary tract, the anus, and the sexual opening is the same opening. That sucks. So that means you piss, you shit, and you have sex through the same hole. I think that's called a cloaca, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody can look that up if you want. Turtle. Therefore, what I should want you to get from Kather, Chakma, and Binah now is later I'll introduce some of my own discoveries, which I sincerely hope will add to what Dion Fortune gave you. I'm planning on covering the tree first in the ordinary way, and then going back with the additional. Kether is the entrance place of the God subtle material in the first form of ethereal influence into this physical world. So Kether is the entrance to that God particle, that God influence that puts anything else into motion, right? So I have a YouTube channel right now that you're watching and learning and listening. But before I created this channel, before you had the intention to watch and comment and learn and all this good stuff, before any of this, there was already an influence to make this happen. And Kether represents the entrance point into reality where that influences, right? Before the coronavirus outbreak across the world, or so-called, before that happened, there was an influence for that energy to happen and perpetuate itself upon the earth. This is Kether. It comes out of Kether. Kether is first cause. I hope that makes sense. Chakma sounds like Klingon. Chakma, says Moldvox. All right, let's keep going. So Kether is the alpha, the beginning, from beginning to the end. Losers lose, winners win. The ethereal subtle God influence changes into physical matter at the bottom of the tree. This change is through an agency which changes the apparently subtle ethereal God force influence coming in from outside the top, Kether. And as I said, after traveling all the way down to the tree comes to rest at the bottom of the tree as physical matter in Malkuth. But the physical matter down there is no more real and solid than was the original God subtle material was in the first place. First cause, zigga zagga zigga zoo, boom, physical material. But it's no more physical and concrete than it was up here. But our perception of such is so focused, right? But it goes back as well. Awaken Grace, glad that you're still riding with us. I'm glad all 55 of y'all are still riding with us. Thank you. I appreciate y'all. Let's keep trucking. Let's keep pushing. Where we at? I don't know if I will be able to describe the agency in this book or not. I'm not sure about its reception and use by the wrong persons. If they are really dumb and do not make it work, then no harm can be done. If they should be able to get it work the wrong way, it could be awkward for me to explain why I gave the vital information out. So I should exchange a letter or two with the student first to see what's going on before handing it out. However, I think I'll drop hints here, and if they figure it out themselves, I guess it's okay then. For example, I was in a social gathering once where some devil worshippers were attending. They all had pentagrams around their neck with one pointing downward, which is, as you know, a sign of disruption. I looked at them and tested their auras and felt nothing. So they had the daishiki on, they had the ankh around their neck, they had the big ass Africa necklace, but it wasn't no power. All right. So they all had the pentagrams around their neck with one pointing downward. And as you know, that's a sign of disruption. I looked at them and tested their auras and felt nothing. So I knew they did not activate the inverted pentagrams due to dumbness. But if anybody in that group does activate his pentagram and set off the rest, all hell will break loose. Damn. Dang. Somebody commented and I just thought, I bet they're about to comment, and they literally did. I love it. I love it. Wow. Oh yeah, philosophy says, the body cavity into which the intestinal, urinary, and genital canals empty in birds, reptiles, amphibians, most fish, cloaca, opening for expelling contents from the body. Cool, so I was right. What an awful thing. I mean, you know, it's a value judgment, but whatever. Moldvox says, most Satanists are sheep with attitude. Hell yeah. Sheeps with attitude. Sassy sheep. Yeah, I'm a Satanist. I mean, sassy sheep. Or I guess that's what you call a goat, right? A sassy sheep. All right, so all hell break loose. Incidentally, I noticed a long time ago, no offense intended, that the Eastern Star pin seems to have a 1-point downward pentagram, which I have always wondered about, as it appears to be definitely wrong point-wise, occult-wise. To get back to the Cabala tree, as I repeat again, there are endless attributions of all kinds, angels and archangels, and names and titles attached to the first 3 Sephiroth, and of course to the other Sephiroth to come too. All these attributions are probably truly true, but many of them you will not use. And if you try to learn them all at once now, it gets confusing. So keep that in mind. It's not so important to learn what God is associated with this or memorize the angels and this, that. What's important is to memorize the basic framework. Understand this tree and the energy behind it. Once you get that down, not only will you not have to memorize the gods associated with it, but you'll be able to recognize what God goes there as soon as you hear about them, right? So if somebody tells me, about the movie Terminator, and I think about the Terminator robots, just hearing the description of them and what they do, I'm probably going to put them over here with Mars or Saturn because I know the energy behind it versus trying to memorize all these different characters and where they go. Memorize this first, then put everything in its place. Where are we? Yeah. Okay. Worry about memorizing all those things. Just memorize the tree. All these attributions are probably truly true. I already said that. Yeah, but it gets confusing. Learn the simple basic facts now. Start to use the learned knowledge, and as you get deeper into the occult and your obvious power, knowledge, wisdom increases, you will then pick up on those other different extended knowledge matters one by one and go to town with your occult work and occult development. So depending on what keys you learn first is one of the factors that depends on how quickly you advance on this path. If you memorize the right stuff, you can start to learn the other stuff quicker. And that's the benefit of having a teacher or a guide. Not to have somebody to worship, but to have somebody that can help point you in the direction of advancing on the path in a more efficient and smooth way, right? Let's continue. So far, now you can sum up these first 3 Sephiroth, viz. Kether is the first place where the first cause, called the Anglo-Saxon name God, which means good, enters this physical plane universe from out there somewhere. Heaven alone knows from where. He, it, the first father, mother, male, female conjoined principles, first 2 sides of this one it thing, nothing but just nothing, is so thin that it does not have 2 sides. Utters the thought word. Okay, so nothing comes out of nowhere, which is everywhere, and says the words, ehe ye, I am. Could mean, let us speculate a little, here, I am a part physical it. So what comes next? I will carve out a sphere of action for me to operate and move in. So that right there is the first 3 spheres of the tree of life. I exist. No. There's a thing. I exist. I exist here, right? So that's kind of what's going on in this upper triad. And you'll notice that most of the time you learn the tree of life, it works in triads. The upper triad, notice how it's pointing upward, right? Pointing to heaven. Then you got the 2 down triads, boom. So this is where Brother Panic says that Earth is an afterthought of an afterthought of an afterthought, right? This physical reality is an afterthought of an afterthought of an original afterthought, because even this is entering from a plane beyond. You feel me? Movox says I was doing magic before I knew what the fuck was going on. Right. It's how we live. It's how our brain works, how we interpret the world. You know, some people, I mean, most people have it to some degree. They just don't know what the hell they're doing. Awakened Grace, thank you. Thank you so much. And to be honest, I just forgot about the salmon until you said that. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. And I'm definitely getting salmon. If from nowhere else, at least in the can. But I'm definitely getting me some salmon. Tony Jules says, this is coming across as an intellectual approach, left brain dominant approach to magic, as opposed to a spirit influenced, intuitive right brain approach. Yes. Hell yes. Let's do this thing. All right. So one more time. So far now, you can sum up the first 3 Sephiroth. Kether is the place where the first cause enters the physical plane universe from out there somewhere. Father, mother, male, female, which is Yod-He Vav-He. Yod-He Vav-He also means father, mother, son, daughter. So this first cause enters the physical plane universe and it utters the thought words, I am. And then it says, I will carve out a sphere of action for me to operate and move in. Hence, as Dion Fortune says, it moved, it overflowed into a space to operate in, which space is called Chakma. Again, read about the creation of the world in Gailey's classic myths. Note the names night and mist and fiery air of aether, eros. Also note void, mass, and darkness. Broad-bosomed earth, broad bosom. That's funny. And beautiful love, and so on. Do a little simple meditation on these things and see if you can identify any of them working here today. Are any of them present in your character and nature? If you can make friends with them and come to terms with them, is it possible? Now, Kether has been changed to Chakma, and the work of expansion begins. That's key. It is said that Chakma is not a producing aspect of the physical universe so far thus created. Chakma is a stimulating influence analogous to a male fertilizing function. I will say in passing at this point, and to expect to elaborate more fully later, that all the Sephiroth on the right side of you, facing the tree, are, in my opinion, stimulators due to another factor which will again be expounded more fully later, if not in this book, then in another book. All the Sephiroth on the right side are the stimulators, hence why this is called the masculine side of the tree. The stimulators. All right, all right. Also, you might, from now on, always look to find the female or male counterpart of any god force we mention. So look for the female counterparts of Chakma. You'll find them in Gali. Chakma, being the great stimulator and having nothing to stimulate but itself, proceeds on to create Bina, which is called the Great Mother, as Chakma is called the Great Father. And you can note that magical images of these two Sephiroth are, for Chakma, a bearded male figure, and Bina, a mature woman, as a matron. Thus, Bina is a necessarily created overflow from Chakma, and the creation of a female phase to be used as a broadening creation, woman-type organization to receive the male creative direction as to the further expansion of a million different kinds of forms. Let me read that part again. Thus, Bina is a necessarily created overflow from Chakma and the creation of a female phase to be used as the broadening creation woman-type organization to receive the male creative direction as to the further expansion of a million different kinds of forms. Kind of reminds me of how Eve was taken out of the rib of Adam, right? There's no possible way in hell you can take that literally. But when you apply the cosmic key of the Cabala, you can start to see that the masculine principle here overflows into this feminine principle here. Interesting. Cosmic two-step, says Oya philosophy. Cassie says like Adam and Eve. Yeah, exactly. Oya philosophy says deep. Dark matter says mind blown emoji, right? That's how you know you're getting into this real occult science, when the shit that you've known all your life and believed for no reason at all suddenly makes perfect sense. Bunny Queen says jumping off. Be back in a bit. All right, jump off. Enjoy your time. All right. Remember that the first cause creates all things out of himself, as there is no other material present or available to him for creation's supply, except himself, or as we have used the term here, itself. So that would, help us to think about the Adam and Eve story. God was really like nothing, nowhere, then suddenly created, life and earth and all that good stuff, then created man, but man was out of him, and then created woman. Both of them was out of him, almost like left brain, right brain, conscious and subconscious, So that means he would have created the serpent also, and the garden, right? Like, it's not like, I don't know, it's weird how Christians can believe that there's like this thing separate from God. There's a devil or this insidious snake. Like, all this came out of God, right? It's not like an intruder came along. How is God as powerful as you believe he is if you believe that there's some weird intruder that comes in and fucks everything up? No, it's supposed to be that way. Bunny Queen says, don't make me feel bad. Lil bro needs help with his online homework. No, it's cool. Do what you got to do. It's fine. Everything is perfect timing. For real. Hecate Goddess, Libra, Lilith 2, and Samael. Yes, exactly. Elijah Westfield, thinking and then feeling. Yeah. Saturn's Guru, brother, fear Allah and his punishment. Eve was from the rib of our father Adam, right? Straight Panther 79 says having a Naruto moment. Tony Jules says, and the pineal gland would be God. Yeah. Kana says, I don't know why my player keeps pausing, LOL. Cheap. Moldvox says, Satan is just a job description. Pretty much, Everybody's got to play a role. Judas had to do what he had to do, right? Mobla says it's supposed to be this way. Wow, I believe that's true. And it seems better to live with that knowledge that things happen the way they're supposed to happen. It is better, right? Better than being stressed out, confused, struggling, and weird, right? You can live at peace knowing that everything is the way that it's supposed to be. Not that there's a mysterious sky daddy in the sky, but that the all manifests itself, right? Everything is a piece of the puzzle of the all. There's no weird parts. It's all together. Ade Oduyukoya says, hello, Travis. I've just joined. It's Rakma, or the Jota in Spanish, not ch sound. Thank you. Gerald Sombright says, but my brother, no man must defy the word. You see, brother, Eve is the reason why the man fell from heaven. You got to understand the complication of the dissertation of what's going on in the region of Genesis, my brother. See, if it wasn't for the womb man, for the womb man, right? Because the womb man is a man with the womb, my brother, ate the fruit, which is tempted by the serpent, which is the white man. You understand, brother? This is why we fell from grace. This is why we got the pyramids, but the pyramids were stolen from us on the backs of elephants, my brother. Now allow me to pontificate and proliferate and subliminate on the castrate of the adjudicate. Check. Cassie says Yggdrasil from the Norse mythos has a snake too. Yeah, and I think that's the flow of the energy, right? Tony Jules says still waiting to hear about magic, LOL. Yeah. Antonio Guzman, greetings. King J. Randolph says, one fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish, brother. Yeah, Tony Jules says channeling some Damon Wayans. Yeah, see these kids know about that. They don't know about that. But hey, even they got it from somewhere, you know what I'm saying? Shadows 218, I gotta go grab some dinner, so I'll be back if you're still streaming. Yeah, I hope you're getting some salmon, bro. Message, check. And that's a brother who really know what I'm talking about. No tip. All right, let's keep it going. Dylan Big Crane says, glad to find this channel. Thank you. You are welcome, my brother. Join the stream if you know what I mean. Where we at? Okay, please consider these two outrageous to our physical plane concepts. Number one, here is a power with both sexes in it, androgynous or hermaphroditic, that separates part of itself from itself, and one part makes or creates forms out of the other part. Yet they are both the same originally and still are basically the same thing. Wow. So here is a power with both sexes in it, androgynous or hermaphroditic, that separates part of itself from itself, and one part makes or creates forms out of the other part. Yet they are both the same originally and still are basically the same thing. Wow. Better do some meditation on this subject. And two, thus, in view of the above obviously logically true facts, all matter, any large or small piece of matter, physical matter, is God. Somewhat different than what the world thinks, isn't it? Also, another little sideline here, there is the second commandment from the famous 10 commandments, which Jehovah gave to Moses on the mountain, but which he must have already given it to the Egyptians 1,000 years before, as I'm told similar commandments were found 1,000 years before Moses. I think we all know about that, right? The 10 commandments were taken from the negative confessions of Mayat. And somebody tell me, how many negative confessions were there? King J. Randolph, greetings. Oh my God, no way. One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. I don't know why, but when Trav was doing that voice while saying my brother pontificate, I thought of the David Alan Grier's character in the movie Boomerang, the pool table scene. Yeah, see? Real ones know. King David. Oops, out of time. My bacon smelling fine. Simzom, contraction, expansion. Solve et coagula. Yes. 42 negative confessions. And what is the answer to the question of the universe, right? 42, my brother. Gerald Sombright says, what a great author, man. I'm glad his spirit is resurfacing. I agree with you 100%. Absolutely. This is pretty cool. Knick knack, paddywhack, give a dog a bone. I gotta add that one next time. That was Raz Kanani Tafari. Knick knack, paddywhack, give a dog a bone. This old man came rolling home, brother. Ryan Morrow 77 says current up 77. That's that peach again. Currently on that Esoteric Magic by Philip Cooper. Nice. I haven't been able to get a hold of that one. If you have a PDF, please feel free to share. Haven't gotten to the Cabala chapters yet. Yeah, the good thing about Philip Cooper's books is a lot like Ophiel. He lists the same ritual each time. Ophiel always lists the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram, which is a hint to how important it is. Philip Cooper he lists that one too, and he always goes into the meaning of the different planets. So yeah, these guys are definitely trying to teach a certain thing almost without teaching it. And I know Tony Jewell says we haven't gotten to the magic yet, but the thing to understand here also is he actually is teaching the science, but slowly, right? We overlook it because we're paying more attention to the things he's saying about Dion Fortune or this, that, or third. But he's dropping little trinkets and jewels. See, this is his style of writing. When you read the stuff, you start to figure out the bigger picture. That's his style of writing. And he cleans it up once you get towards the end, because he starts to say things that he's seeded in the beginning of the conversation. And then it all begins to click, right? And I think that's meant to give you this deep revelation by the end of the book. So you're like, well, damn, I figured it out. But really, he's been telling you gradually through the book. That's how this thing works. And that's another reason why I don't want to kind of break this into two parts, because it goes together, you know? Pride Kane says, yo, bro, can I ask a question? I don't know. I'm going to ask you a question. Can you ask me a question, brother? Because the question is the question of the answer. Here we go. Let us continue. Yeah, so the 42 negative confessions, we got that. He mentions the 10 commandments. The Egyptians already had them 1,000 years before. In this commandment number 2, God says not to worship a graven image of anything and fall down and worship it. No, I guess I'd better put in the whole thing. Exodus chapter 20, verse number 4. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven images or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water or in the earth. Number 5. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them, for I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, venting the iniquity of the father upon the children unto the 3rd and 4th generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. I cannot see myself worshiping any graven image, but according to the previous logic, which appears to be true, at least relatively true, all physical matter is God. So I can't figure out what all the squawk is about. If you can figure it out, let me know. None of it hangs together at a higher level. Binah, then, is considered to be the cosmic mother from which all things come or are formed in, by, of. Check out the references to thrones in the mystical Cabala. This throne idea is very illuminating. Any woman, in order to give birth to offspring, requires a solid base from which to work. Interesting. All right. Such a base is usually called a home. A home is usually a house built on a piece of ground. The ground in the house structure is ruled by Saturn, who is attached to Binah. So attached to Binah is Isis. Isis is a sort of female Saturn. Isis is the Egyptian mother goddess from which all things spring. Isis's attachment to Binah is Egyptian, and Saturn's attachment is Greek. The Egyptian myths are so much older than the Greek myths that the connecting links that should make Isis the mother ancestor of the lower gods are not as clear as in the case of Saturn, which clearly show the relationship between the gods. The only relationship mentioned is Hathor and Nephthys as sisters of Isis. In reality, they are the same goddess. And I know some of y'all knew this in the chat. Hathor is the same as Artemis, and Nephthys is the same as Aphrodite. And as we learned earlier, Artemis would be the moon. Aphrodite would be Venus. So we've got Saturn, the moon, and Venus. What kind of dots are about to connect here? Pride Kane asks this question. All right, bro, thanks. Wanted to ask if it's safe to accept a request by a spirit you summoned. Well, I would say, why would you summon that spirit if you're not going to trust anything it says, right? Don't summon a spirit if you don't want to talk to it. Hey, spirit, I summon you, and I'm asking you to do a thing for me. Okay, do this. I don't know if I'm trusting you, bro. You're kind of invisible. I would say if you summon the spirit and it's talking you and asking you to do something, I would say use your common sense. You know what I'm saying? Don't kill anybody or hurt yourself or do anything stupid. But if you're asking for something and you got an answer, you might as well follow and see where it goes. You know what I mean? That's my point on it. That's my idea on it. You want to try to remove a lot of the doubt that you're having, because doubt is a blockage. It's a roadblock, right? Remove that doubt. It doesn't serve you helpfully. Tony Jewell says, my impatience is a manifestation of one of the Kabbalistic forces inside of me. He likes to get to the point. I feel it. I feel it. I guess that would be the Saturn, right? Bazinga. Movox says, Osiris is a reflection of Dionysus, Bacchus, Jesus. Absolutely. Now you can fit Hermes in there too. All the feminine gods are the same goddess. And one could also say that all the masculine gods are the same god. But as we're learning here, all the gods are just one god, which further points to what he was saying about the androgynous hermaphroditic principle. Tony Jules says, right, don't fuck with spirit. Treat them like you would want to be treated. Right, absolutely. And that's the key. Take this doubt out, right? You wouldn't, go ask a doctor for help and then question what he's saying to you. Like you wouldn't have went to him in the first place if you didn't believe he would have something to offer, right? Now, ultimately, you're dealing with yourself and your own energy. So what you're saying is you don't trust your own energy. Remove the doubt, see where it goes. And what you're going to do is you're going to prove to yourself that the power is real and that the power is yours all along. So go ahead and get on that process of proving to yourself that the power is real and it's yours, right? Doubting these spirits when you have intended to ask them for help is doubting yourself when you've intended to ask yourself for help. All right. Saturn's Guru says, Dionysus, god of wild frenzy. What's up with that? Is he Pan? Absolutely. Those two come together. And he also relates to Loki. But he also relates to Hermes and Thoth. Bacchus was the wine and revelry one, and they're the same one. Bacchus and Dionysus are literally parallel. We're talking Greek and Roman here. All right, so let's continue. Okay, of course, we have been speaking here as if these gods and goddesses were real and alive and personal, and they are not. In the later part of this book, we will treat them differently and show you how to contact them and use them. But for now, we'll proceed as we have been doing. The first three Sephiroth are considered as sort of a unitary triangle. I have also set up the next three as sort of a unity triangle too. Rather different from the mystical Cabala's way, as will be shown later. The right side pillar of the tree, as you look at it, is called the pillar of mercy. The middle pillar is the pillar of mildness. And the left-hand pillar, the pillar of severity. I cannot cut these names myself, although the mystical Cabala makes a great to-do about explaining them. To me, the first three Sephiroths seem like the father principle, the next three, the mother principle, the next three, a lower father, and the last one, a lower mother. By all means, read and study the mystical Cabala, but remember, there are blinds and traps in the occult, and if you can't think your way out, or think of and consider additional ideas, it can be very binding to future expansion progress thinking. After Binah comes Chesed, and Chesed is called love. Again, I don't cut the name. Chesed is the sphere of Jupiter, this guy here. And Greek Zeus and Roman Jupiter don't spell much about love to me. Right? This man-ho. But maybe it's a different kind of love, right? King J. Randolph says, multiple cultures and tribes intermingled with each other in trading. And through this interaction, they also took each other's spiritual systems and interpreted them into the language and understanding of their own tribesmen and or clans. Absolutely. Absolutely. Is Blackley. Chesed is the sphere of Jupiter, and Greek Zeus and Roman Jupiter, they don't spell much about love to me, unless you mention Zeus's love affairs, but I suppose that is not what is meant. Also, Dion Fortune says Chesed is the corresponding place of anabolism, the digestion of food. And the next sephira across, Gibu Ra, is catabolism, or the tearing down of the food products in tissues, etc. This seems reasonable. She says that Chesed is the sphere of the formulation of archetypal ideas. I have found that the archetypal ideas were formed and started to be carried out in Chakma and Bina, so it seemed to me, who once fancied myself an inventor. You will note that she talks about some very heavy stuff here, the logos, etc. This is all of tremendous importance, but it is not going to get you a loaf of today's bread, which is what I'm trying to get down to now. We will go on with the next Sephirah. The mystical Cabala calls it Gibu Ra, strength, severity. We know it better as Ares, and we will call him the god of war. He is also the Norse god Tevi, from which our Tuesday comes. Also keep in mind what he said a little bit earlier was about anabolism and catabolism. The anabolism in the stomach with the food and everything, that's the congealing and bringing together all the different food and squeezing all the juices and nutrients out of them, right? Bringing it together. That's how your food is turned into poop. The catabolism is the breaking down, this is disintegrating, right? Breaking it down to the tiniest elements of it. So when you're doing the tree of life, Vigi Bura, you see this laser beam of red come out, breaking down, destroying like acid, everything it touches. Vigi Dula, that's the Chesed, the Jupiter, that's the coming together, like the food in the belly that congeals together to make the poop. This is the magnetic and this is the electric. This disperses and scatters, this brings together. And this is also where you get solve at coagula, right? Solve like dissolve and coagula like congeal, separate and bring together. So that's something to keep in mind there. Also how Zeus, right, the god of how it talks about love, bringing it together, even though he's going around with all these women and whatnot, and men sometimes, bringing together, where Ares of Mar is dispersing, scattering, and separating. Two polar opposites. But since they're across from each other, they both represent the same chakra point, which is the throat chakra. So interestingly, the Bible says the power of life and death are in the tongue. All the dots connect when you really start to look at this shit. Ade Odukoya says, it makes me think of electricity, male and female plugs, in order for the power to move along the electrical circuit. I speak French. Hope this makes sense. Makes absolute sense. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, exactly like plugs, right? And that's how the energy is transferred, by making that connection of male and female, right? You put that plug into the socket. That's where the juice comes out. You can apply that to many different places. Wanda Wisdom says BRB. All right. Hecate Goddess says, this reminds me of the American God show. Interesting, interesting. Like I said, I haven't seen anything past season 1, so I don't know. Moldbox says the story of Unum Bite reflects the Garden of Eden story. I'm not too familiar with that at all. But let's continue. She says that Chesed is the sphere of the formulation of archetypal ideas. The sphere of formulation of archetypal ideas. I have found that the archetypal ideas were formed and started to be carried out in Chakma and Bina, or so it seemed to me, who once fancied myself an inventor. You will note that she talks about some very heavy stuff here, the logos, etc. This is all of tremendous importance, but it's not going to get you a loaf of today's bread, which is what I'm trying to get down to now. We will go on to the next Sephirah. The mystical Cabala calls it Gibera, strength, severity. We know it better by the Roman name of Mars or the Greek name of Ares. We will call him the god of war. He is also the Norse god Tevi, from which we get Tuesday. As usual, there are a bunch of other wildly romantic tales, titles, and such, like connected with the Sephirah, all of which are not too much use to me in carrying on daily activities. What am I supposed to do with the 5-petaled Tudor rose? Don't answer. I do note here a name, seraphim, fiery serpents. The serpent occurs again and again in the occult and generally means wisdom or something like that in the occult usage. The ancient occultist, seeing forces with clairvoyant vision, very interesting story that kind of freaked me out. I thought that was pretty profound when I read it, and I kind of stopped to meditate on it for a moment, right? This was late at night when I used to take walks around the city at like 3, 4 a.m. because no one would be out and about, so I'd get private time. I read this part and I stopped on it and I was like, wow, you know what I'm saying? The reason they talked about serpents was because, you know, that's how they saw the Kundalini energy with this is how they saw vibration basically up and down across that singular pole. And I'm like, wow, that's cool. So I went out on my walk, and I'm talking about like in the middle of the city, not near any vegetation or anything. I'm walking on the sidewalk, and like not even like 5 minutes after leaving my house, for the first or maybe second time in my life, I see a snake going up the sidewalk, and I'm like, holy shit, that's some kind of sign right there. That was like probably the second time I've ever seen a snake, and that was right after meditating on this image. Like I sat down and meditated on this, and the concept of this being the serpent actually being vibration. And lo and behold, I'm walking across the serpent, and it freaked me out. That was pretty cool. Long time ago in a galaxy far away. But yeah, it says here the serpent, you know, we got the amplitude, which is the up and down. And then we got the wavelength, which is where the cycle begins and ends one good time. Let's continue. Greetings, Black Tower. Very nice of you to join us. Greetings, greetings. The Black Tower says, I love me some high magic, right? Cassie says, sinusoidal waves. Ade Odukoya says, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent. Tony Jules says, that diagram reminds me of my physics test. Uh-oh. Great goodness says, wow, confirmation. That's exactly what it was. Stray Panther says, I was thinking Kundalini. You wouldn't be wrong. You know what I'm saying? That was just the trauma to bring it home for me. Because at the time, I was a little bit shook, right? So it really cemented that understanding, that revelation that I had. And to randomly see that snake on this walk that I used to take every single day for a year and a half, maybe. And randomly, I see this fucking snake slide across. I was like, ugh. Yeah, but it definitely drove the point home to me. Flex Washington says, I love Quetzalcoatl. Been working with him. He was in my dream recently. Let's keep going. And to the more primitive understanding, this wave appeared as a serpent or snake. No doubt, when Moses, there were several leaders, all named Moses. There were several leaders, all named Moses, raised the brass serpent on the pole in the wilderness. It had something secret to do with the misdirected forces represented as serpents. Raising the forces, so we got the head and the body. The spinal column would be the middle pillar, the pillar of mildness, that serpent energy. Now we know as the frequency, the vibration, that wave going left and right, climbing back up the tree like we talked about earlier, right? Raising the forces on the pole, the spinal column. Kundalini energy, but I'll just give you the raw material. Maybe you can come up with the joke. Ross Kanan Tafari. I love all the spiritual shit, but hands down, Cabala shit is the dopest. Oh, shout out to Kambada. Hell yeah, Kambada. I love that guy's music. Especially the Devil Dog. That's a cool song to me. When one sees a snake moving in real, is chilling to say the least and fascinating. I agree. I agree. Am I buffering? Am I buffering? Bunny Queen says, what page we on? For me, it's 62. For you, Bunny Queen, check out this picture. Whenever you see that picture around page 58 or 60 or whatever, we're on the next page. Buffering, buffering. Every day I'm buffering. Well, yes, philosophy says it's against the law in this Syrian community to kill a snake. Mobla says no buffering. King J. Randolph says slightly. Page 53 in the PDF. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Stray Panther 79. All right. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. There was an asterisk up here when it talked about all these leaders named Moses. Here is another one of those queer contradictions in the Bible on which all preachers are so silent, which silence amounts to hypocrisy. It was my understanding that Jehovah had given a commandment, the second in which he forbade the chosen people to take or make unto themselves any graven image of anything, etc., and to bow down to it, etc. And now here we have Jehovah himself doing that very same thing that he ordered them not to do, if I can read it all correctly. Or could it be that because the brass snake was cast, it was not graven, that it was carved out of rock or stone? Did that make the difference? I don't get it. Let's continue. It had something secret to do with misdirected forces representing serpents raising the forces on a pole. Somebody come get her. She's dancing like a stripper. That's what it was. That's what I was supposed to say. Cured the people of their afflictions of misused force. Although, why the hell they go to all the trouble to tell a story in this veiled matter is beyond me. Instead of just coming right out and saying it, the people misuse their forces like these natural sex forces, these forces that look like snakes to clairvoyant sight. And their leader made a symbol of snake of brass or copper, the metal of Venus. Copper goes with Venus. And strung it up on an upright pole to point out that the people should elevate their thoughts to higher points, away from too much of the lower parts, etc. Brass, copper, Venus, the pole, beauty. Interesting. Mars also rules police. And remember, we talked about that in the book reading we did previously, The Art and Practice of Clairvoyance. Rules police, rules the CIA, rules the Pentagon, rules the Homeland Security, and all that good stuff. Mars also rules police under Dion Fortune's basic Cabala ideas, and this sounds quite true to correspondence. Dear students, we are all having a hassle these days with the police and police ideas. No one in their right mind can quarrel with the idea of the police preventing crime or catching criminals, which should be the main object of the police. But instead of that, we find so much of police work today is taking up in attempting to suppress not criminals, but people who are doing personal things that other people don't like themselves, but won't let others do. Such things are nude shows in theaters and bars. All right, that's confirmation for me and Ophiel. You and the strippers and the peaches. I get it, bro. Such things, nude shows in theaters and the bars. If people don't want to see those kind of entertainments, let them stay away and mind their own damn business. There's plenty of police work to be done in crime without bothering about people's morals and junk like that. Let the church take care of morals and the law take care of crime. Bunny Queen, I know that you're getting this channeling with Ophiel. Let me know if you're getting this connection between Ophiel and the Peaches and that T-Pain song. Because it came to me before, but I was like, I guess we can't be sure of that. But clearly he told me that. That's pretty cool, man. I bet you if we did some hard research, we'd probably find evidence, right? Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Ah, man, that makes total sense. All right, here we go. Wow. Okay, all right. Yet we have a situation here in this country now where a bunch of deadheads can't enjoy anything in life themselves and don't want anyone else to do so either. So hence, they got 2 recent squares on the Supreme Court now and are trying to steal the liberties we gained under the Warren Court. By the way, in Dion Fortune's book, she does talk about how the sphere of Venus does rule strip clubs and the cabaret and that type of thing, a place to worship beauty. And the not so much sex, but the aspect of arousal through that type of thing. Okay, cool. Copper, Venus, beauty, the pole, the serpent winding up the pole. Dadgum, that's really cool. That's really cool. All right, let's focus. Can't let titties and ass cheeks distract me. All right. Another misuse of police power occurred in the attempt at prohibition. I am informed that recent evidence study shows that this monster was put over by Native American Bible thumpers who didn't like foreigners and their beer gardens and wine-drinking women's. It seemed foreign women drank beer and wine. As occultists, you should not be led astray by extraneous subjects and should mentally resist all efforts to sidetrack you from your main occult work. Maintain your frame. Thanks, Ophiel. Give me some depth. Encourage the police to catch criminals, but discourage them in acts of suppression. I'm not sure just how Mars forces react with each other, but the police, by their rigid actions, have brought down upon themselves much hatred, and this hatred has resulted in violent actions being taken against them by certain other violent classes of people who are actually killing the policemen by ambush, which is certainly a Mars action or reaction. In other words, live by the sword, die by the sword. Money Queen says, raise that kundalini with a couple peaches. You don't have to tell me. It's part of my study and practice, that's for sure. Many of these things appear to be the fault of politicians and rigid classes of people who cannot make adjustments to allow others their personal freedom choices, much due to the Roman Catholic Church pressure, which church loves to rule and dictate its will upon people. Many politicians make silly, foolish laws which encourage the oppressed to seek aid from other politicians to evade these silly, ill-advised laws. I will write more on this later and connect with the occult. Next, we come down to the center Sephirah, which is called Tifereth, which is supposed to mean beauty. I'm sorry, but frankly, I don't get the beauty at all unless it is in connection with the Greek Apollo, who has been called Glorious Apollo. Interesting note for myself. In my early days of trying to work Cabala magic, I also thought that the beauty here meant physical outward beauty. And when I tried to work a ritual for a glamour ritual in specific, I was using the wrong force. And it really had the opposite effect. It fucked my shit up. And it was very humbling, but allowed me to see the ego of what I was trying to do. Right? This is still during my whole ego period, trying to do this and that. I should have been doing a working with Venus, but instead I was using the sun, which is true beauty of love and compassion and all that Jesus type stuff. You know what I mean? Humbling, not trying to make yourself grand and likable by the world. Moldbox says, I like enlightenment, but I can't pass up a big juicy peach. Yeah, and don't really want to, right? Why? Just, everything in moderation, right? Elijah Westfield says, okay, how amplitude and wavelengths correlate to feathered serpents, as above, so below, the eagle and the snake. Okay, so we are on 6 hours. It's thundering outside, so hopefully this doesn't kick my power. But if it does, just know that that has happened. But I don't think it's going to happen. The Black Tower says, I've noticed that physical handicaps or injuries often, if connected to the tree, can show weak points or areas we need to work on. True indeed. I like that. True indeed. King J. Randolph says Django, Sango, Chango. Yes, indeed, indeed. He's up there beating shit down. And interesting, as we're talking about Mars too, huh? Shangyo has just joined Father Khan. This type of shit happens every day. All right. Dion Fortune speaks of mysteries of the crucifixion with the Sephirah, thus making some kind of a connection with Jesus Christ and the other crucified gods or slain gods or sacrifice gods, which, as she does not explain further, I am totally unable to follow out in any way. Please again, don't think I'm denigrating myself or I'm totally ignorant. There may be all sorts of secret mysteries here, and I just never to this date came across them. I will, however, never cease searching as long as I am alive. And if and when I uncover anything valuable, I'll give it to you quickly. As I said, this central Sephiroth is called Beauty, and I don't get the beauty at all, so I think it's another of those innocuous blinds so prevalent in the occult. Tifereth is on the middle pillar, as Israel Regardi calls in the center column in this book. It does seem from this position that Tifereth is a sort of gathering together and balancing up force, which we will go into further, as I said already several times. Dion Fortune speaks of this sphere being connected with the knowledge and conversation of our holy guardian angel, but doesn't say much about how to contact it in a practical way, evidently leaving it to some kind of a gradual growth idea, which I myself find very unsatisfactory. But read her high-sounding language and see what you get out of it. A practical, quick connection would be wonderful. Next down is Netzach, which is supposed to mean victory. And again, not to be boring, I get no meaning of victory out of this rendition of Netzach. This Netzach Sephirah is the sphere of Venus power, or the Greek Aphrodite, which doesn't spell any victory to me. Also, the Sephiroth across from Netzach is called Hod, which is supposed to mean glory. This Sephiroth is connected to the Greek Hermes or Roman Mercury. And what there is of glory about Mercury, I am again at a loss to comprehend exactly. I do know that these two, Venus and Mercury, were sometimes considered hermaphroditic. Androgynous also. The mystical Cabala mentioned a bearded Venus, and Mercury was noted for his changes, especially in the form of Loki, the Norse god of mischief, who was always pulling something on the gods and was forced to undo his tricks, which he did many times by changing into a female. Mercury, Venus, the androgyny. Dionysus, right? Makes you think of Prince, right? Androgynous. And Dionysus always had pretty much, drove women into a frenzy, right? They loved being near him. And there were such thing called the, I think the Dionysian mysteries or something, which also involved alcohol, getting drunk, but also coming to epiphanies that way. Very, very, very interesting. Nothing new under the sun, I'll tell you that. Please note that at the top of the tree and the bottom of the tree, we're getting these non-plane sex types. Only in the middle of the tree is the sex type exactly male or female. Man, this is really wild. I knew that was coming, Straight Panther 79. Oh, I like that. Straight Panther 79 says the beard on the clamshell. Interesting.
It's 10 o'clock.
Thanks, Mac. Ade Odukoya says Bacchus parades in ancient Rome. Right, right. Okay. So once again, please note that at the top of the tree and at the bottom of the, okay, so at the top of the tree and at the bottom of the tree, right? The top and the bottom, we've got the hermaphrodites and we've got the androgynous, right? Check that out. And right above the top, we've got God, or the emanation of essence, coming right through. and it's still androgynous or hermaphroditic here. And just before it hits the bottom, it's also androgynous or hermaphroditic. Interesting. So the top and the bottom of the tree, we're getting these non-plane sex types. Only in the middle of the tree is this, which is this one, which again is filled with conflicting image ideas. I've always associated Diana, Greek Artemis, the virgin huntress with Yesod or the moon, and not the symbol as given with by Dion Fortune. She's very correct when she says that all the other Sephiroth forces are channeled through the moon or Yesod onto Earth, right? A lot of people have this conspiracy theory about how the moon is actually this, I don't know what they say, this thing put in place to kind of keep people locked on Earth and keep us reincarnating. They probably get that conspiracy theory from this type of thinking here, how all of the forces of the universe are channeled into the moon and then reflected down onto the Earth like this giant radar. You know what I mean? In astrology, for example, there are certain effects on Earth due to certain conjunctions happening, and yet on the day it is due, nothing happens, and perhaps nothing happens for a week or more until the moon reaches full. Check that out. Imagine, almost like the moon cycles is a process of the moon becoming fuller of energy, and when it's full, it's actually released upon the Earth, and as it depletes, it closes back up and goes to a new moon, and that cycle continues. That would explain why during a full moon, people act wilder and crazier, right? Interesting. Because all this energy is flowing downward, right? The creation manifesting is flowing downward. And as it hits the moon, judging on what cycle we're on, it's as if the moon fills up and opens up and dumps out onto us and then slowly closes up. That's why during a new moon, it's always better to start a new type of ritual. And during a full moon, you can always expect to manifest more of what you've been started. So, yeah. And it's a full moon tonight, exactly. Yeah. It's really interesting. Moldvox says turn down 4K. I actually don't have any music on this time, so I'm not sure what you're referring to. Let's continue. It takes a full moon to set it off. Set it off on the lip, y'all. Set it off. I suggest y'all set it off. Where we at? In astrology, for example, there are certain effects on Earth due to certain conjunctions and happenings. And yet, on the day it is due, nothing happens. And perhaps nothing happens for a week or more until the moon reaches full. And then it happens. But it is later than the actual day it was supposed to happen. It takes the full moon to set it off. And lastly, we come to Malkuth. Here is where we are now. One of the titles given by the mystical Cabala, which does make sense, is the sphere of the elements. That's why you've got the 4 sections here. Also notice the colors. You've got like a yellowish at the top, a green over here, and a dark red and a black. The black is likened to having all the different colors mixed together, and here we are. Also a reflection of this. But notice the dark green, and on this side we've got the Venus. Notice the dark red, and on this side we've got the Mars and the Mercury. And notice up here we've got the yellow, and we've got the yellow sun, and also the Kether of white. But the 4 is what I'm saying. The division of that 4 represents the 4 elements. Interesting. Greetings, Carrie DeJean. The Black Tower says we separate this knowledge to glean the fruit from the tree, and in almost all cases, allow the tree that we are, each one within, become fruit bearing. Hence why I love high magic and knowledge. Yeah, so you are the tree, right? And your actions and your words are the fruit that you bear. And you can tell what kind of tree you are based on the type of fruit that you give out to the rest of, the world, or in your own life for that matter. How long has it been so far, Bunny Queen? It's been 6 hours. Goodness gracious. Almost time for another coffee break. But it sounds like a party has started upstairs, so I don't know. Yeah. We are trees of life, and our actions and our words are the fruit that we produce. That's why the Bible says you can tell a man by his fruits. Don't be thrown off by how somebody talks and tries to put off for you. Watch them, watch their pattern, watch what they actually do. That's how you can see what kind of person is. But we should know this already. 20-inch blade. Highway. Here the elemental forces which entered the top of the tree as light have come to rest here as earth, solid earth, but it is still light, not really solid at all. It only appears solid by a process which I shall endeavor to explain in the coming parts of this book. Boy, it will be difficult though. No one has ever been able to do it, but I'll try, and you try to comprehend hard. Work on it with all your perception. Dion Fortune says that there are secret tables of the moon tides for occult working, and etc., which no one knows about except her society. Well, I'm very fond of her, but I don't think this story is quite true. There are no secret moon tides of any kind that I know of. There are some tides of the moon, but anyone can figure them out easily. Part is in what I told you already about the full moon being the bringer about of the influences and the conjunctions of planets, which influences are then funneled down into the earth through the moon, and mainly through a full moon. So the moon fills up with this energy, right, as it becomes full. And that's why on the full moon, people act their full humanity, human selves. Apparently, I'm going to have to walk into a bunch of that when I go upstairs and refill my coffee. Let's continue. There may be tables that she used and which she kept secret for her society's use, but it need give you no concern that you are needing anything for your future work. A sort of summary, then, in order to try to understand ourselves and what surrounds us, including the clothes of flesh, because we are a skeleton Gundam wrapped in meat and flesh armor. Many different religions and philosophies have made their appearance in this physical world. This second chapter has dealt with one of these philosophies called the Tree of Life of Cabala. The Tree of Life is merely a system of classifying and listing all the elements that make up the physical plane world so that they can be seen and understood more clearly and their application to ourselves made plain. Read and study all the natural therein carefully, as I plan to expand it right along with the following sections. As you go along with the material, ponder carefully the parts and points that seem most personal to you and most possible of your personal use for application to the exigencies. Haven't heard of that one before. For application to the exigencies of your personal existence on this earth, more especially a happy existence due to no undue confused affairs intruding in your life. Oh my God. It's only chapter 3. How, Sway? Like, how does this line up? Damn, son. But this is like more than half of the book. These other chapters must be short. Must be. Interesting. Saturn's Guru says, fuck it, become a legend. 12+ hour breakdown and lecture discussion. Damn, son. Well, yeah, it'll be cool for the people that are here, right? Anyone else who didn't make it, if they really want it, they'll truck through it. If not, they can read the book themselves. I dig that. Fuck it. We're going to do it how we do it. This is for the people that are present today. This is for the people who are present today. And that's what I like about this. It's a live build. Like, it's not just me reading a book into the phone. Like, we're reading this together, and you guys are throwing your ideas in. I'm throwing my ideas in. This is literally a living thing. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, why stop, right? Who cares about how long it is? If you're here for it, you're here for it. If not, you're not. It is what it is. Ade Odukoya says, so how would I struggle on your name every single time I say it? Ade Odukoya says, so can we steer humanity through influencing the moon? Well, here's the thing, right? The answer is yes and no. Yes, you can quote unquote steer humanity, but the thing is, you're not influencing the moon. The moon is set. It's an algorithm that you know what I'm saying, you're not going to touch. You know that it's going to become full on a certain date. You know that it's going to be new on a certain date. There's even apps on your phone, or even better, there's books that can teach you and tell you how to pay attention to when and where the changes take place. So in order to steer humanity, as you say, what you do is just figure out the flow, the frequency, the currency, the weather, right? You know the moon's going to be full today, so plan ahead. Plan ahead in all the rituals you do, or your intent, or whatever, and work with the current flow of energy. Don't work against it, right? Because working against it is retarded. Working with it is genius, because you're not using your finite level of energy. See, every human has a little bitty small piece of energy, but the universe is unlimited, right? And the way that you get access to the unlimited energy is to line yourself up with the unlimited current. So if you know it's going to be a full moon today, this is when you do full moon shit. If you know it's going to be a new moon, that's when you do new moon shit. The more that you're able to get yourself in line with the natural current of this gigantic ocean that we are in, you start to become more powerful, or rather, you realize the power that you already are, because you're realizing yourself as already a piece of this thing, not separate from it, right? So saying, can we control the moon or control people? That's looking at it from an outside perspective. You understand that this body is part of this gigantic beast called humanity, and you realize that your consciousness is somewhere up here and all this. And the more that you come to realize that, the more that everything just goes with the flow. Like, you want something, you get it. And that's mainly from realizing how all these different energies are organized. So it's not really so much that you're actually doing a thing, it's that you're less working against the flow. And you're supposed to be in the driver's seat. You're supposed to be directing these energies. Otherwise, they're just kind of out there directing themselves. I think Bobby Hemmett said something about the 4 archangels help you out as a child. They raise you, but when you become an adult, you're supposed to turn around and direct those 4 archangels. In other words, the 4 elements. Otherwise, they kick you ass because you're supposed to be leading them, but you're not. You know, like being with, no, I won't say that, because that would probably call somebody out. Yeah, chapter 2. King J. Randolph says humanity is collective of independent individuals. Yes, from one perspective, and there are multiple perspectives. I see humanity as one thing. But, you know, I don't stand on anything solid. It's contextual. When I need to speak with people, I speak to them as if they are the only person that ever exists. I also speak to them as if I'm myself. But in general, when I consider humanity, it is one thing, and it moves together. But, you know. Kenna says 6 hours later, we got to do a 24-hour stream one of these times. I did a 12-hour the other day with 2 books, and it added up to 24 hours within 2 days. That's for sure. Who knows? Everything happens the way it's supposed to. Elijah Westfield says Malkuth holds all energies in denser form, but they are more individualized and or abundant towards the top of the tree. Absolutely. King J. Randolph says cocaine and coffee. That's one way to do it for sure. Bunny Queen says graduation party. Yup. Now I'm getting it. Now I am getting that that revelation. Self-elevation says peace, Lord Trav. Still going strong. Ophiel marathon on the ass. LMAO. Yes, sir. I'll definitely be checking some of the recap later. Indeed. Thank you, bro. Peace to you. Stray Panther says, me, I feel obligated to reread for self anyway. Yes. Elijah Westfield says, a lot of prefaces. Yeah, and you'll find that in his books. You're very welcome, Adeo Dukoya. Nice, nice, nice. Bunny Queen asks, how many times you petted that book? Don't worry about how many times I petted this book, all right? Because I will continue to pet that book, this one. I'm not going to pet you. All right. We about to get back in this thing, right? Mad Bear says contextual. Great word. Yes. All this is contextual. And context is the key to really understanding and being flexible with this occult. And as we're seeing here, this glyph is probably as rigid as you're going to get. Filling in these blanks is where the contextual stuff starts to happen. So on one hand, you know, you can say that this is one thing, but given the context, this is another thing. Just like I can say on one hand, this is Mars in a context. On the other hand, this together is the throat chakra in a context. You know what I'm saying? On another hand, you know, this is whatever correspondence you associate with it. If you can try to see all of reality in such a framework where everything can be contextual and you don't hold on to any one idea too hard and too fast, that's how you can really start to understand all things, because your own ego isn't getting in the way. When you hold on to things too hard, you'll start to trip yourself up when something challenges what you firmly hold and believe. You know what I'm saying? Like what Bobby said in his video, his objective is to uncover this truth and be in this truth, even if that leads him back to the church pew, sitting in the front giving tithes, right? If the truth is to be found there, I will be going there. I don't throw nothing away. But yeah, I'm not trying to preach on that. Y'all already know this. Y'all already know the chillin', the grown folk. Lean with it, rock with it. Straight Panther 79 says cocaine and coffee is a good way to have a heart attack and a stroke. Ouch. I'll stick with the coffee. That's fine enough for me. And I probably need to go get some more in just a moment. Ade Odukoya says, actually, Travis, you have a good pronunciation of my name. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you. All right. Let's continue. Bunny Queen says coffee and Monster the best. Yeah, I prefer that combo, but it's kind of wet outside, and if I went to go get a Monster, then I would probably get wet. I hear it. Preface to Chapter 3. In the following section, we will study the 3 pillars of the Tree of Life, each in turn. I first heard this designation pillars in Israel Regardie's book, The Middle Pillar. Although Dion Fortune might have used it too, but I didn't see it there first. Actually, the word pillar means just one of the 3 vertical divisions into which the Tree of Life is divided. Feeling deeply into consciousness, I note that the 3 pillars correspond roughly to the 3 fates, see Gailey, of mythology. The fates were named Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos. Clotho spun the thread of life, a person's lives. Lachesis twisted the thread of life, and Atropos severed the thread of life at the very end. So there we get generator, operator, destroyer, right? The first fate, she spun the thread of life. Lachesis, the second fate, she twisted the thread of life. So we got generator, we got operator. Atropos severed the thread of life at the end. Now we got the destroyer, right? Generator, operator, dissolver. However you want to call it. Saturn's Guru says Monster is from Corona, California. Nice. No coincidences, right? Sitting in the front paying tithes, right? Black Tower says, I have to get off, brothers and sisters, but I want to say have a great night. And Travis, loved this, brother. Can't wait to listen to this whole thing over the next day or so. Awesome, bro. Awesome. I'm glad you were able to peek in and get a little bit of insight or whatever. Appreciate you. Appreciate your time, your energy. I appreciate all of y'all's time and energy, because y'all could easily be somewhere else looking at Young Chop or you know, peach cheeks on the copper stripper pole of Venus. I wouldn't really blame you if you're looking at that, because that's a good thing to look at. I'd probably be there as well. But, you know, coronavirus, shit is real. Government. Let's keep going. Yeah, so we talked about the three fates: generator, operator, destroyer. By straining your romantic imagination a bit, you can equate the three fates with the three pillars. The first pillar would be the coming in, the future, into the physical existence, corresponding to the spinning of a thread of life. A thread is spun from a small amount of loose wool by twisting it into a straight line string of loose wool. This would correspond with clotho. Then the thread is twisted tighter until it is a real string of wool. The tight twisting would correspond to the middle pillar, present, and to lachesis. And the third pillar would be the pillar of the past, the result of past physical actions, corresponding to the third fate, atropos. These ideas of correspondences need not to be taken too seriously. Just drift into the full idea of looking for general correspondences through life. Then make a note of any suggested correspondences for your own intelligent comprehension and future meditations. Oh, yes. So we're going to focus on the three pillars, all right? And he's going to relate these to the past, present, and future. And I had a revelation of that through reading this book. It wasn't very clear. So when I was trying to tell my friend about it, I sounded like a blathering idiot. But yeah, past, present, future, the coming in. And we talked about how everyone starts out as female but gradually becomes male. That might also be a reflection of how the future is always coming in and the present is always being changed into the past. Just like this energy is always flowing outward and always becoming matter. Our thoughts are continually generating the world. Like if we stopped thinking, we would stop creating the world. That's why when you sit down and meditate, it becomes nothingness, it becomes peace and bliss. But as long as we continue, what you focus on expands, basically. That's how you can wrap that up. Can you guys hear the rain in the background? Beautiful sound, beautiful sound. Beautiful. All right. All right. Dang. Listen, guys, I'm torn. I kind of want to go upstairs and get another cup of coffee because this is another 20 pages. And it looks like this is where I stopped the last time I read this book. All right. So how about this? I'm going to go take an 11:11 break to make some coffee. You guys sit tight. Make some sea moss tea for yourselves. I might do some sea moss for myself, actually, because Dr. Sebi said it will make me immortal. But yeah, we'll be right back. Y'all remember that from Nickelodeon, I believe? No. Bunch of young folks in this chat. So all my song references are going on deaf ears. Anybody who's talking this shit, that shit, Chris Kirkpatrick, you can get your ass kicked worse than them little Limp Biscuit baskets. And Moby, you can get stomped by Obi. You 36-year-old bald-headed fag, blow me. You don't know me. You're too old. Let go. It's over. Nobody listens to techno. I was triggered because I listened to techno at that time. Actually, I wasn't triggered, but I was like, wow, he said techno on national TV. All right, so we'll be back. Okay, now I got time to make that burger real quick. That sounds great. Burger. You know what? I might crack open this these peaches I got over here. Nice, Mo Blosser. You know what I'm talking about. Emily Lee, go get you some coffee. 41 here, legally allowed to study Cabala. All right, see, you done passed the trademark. I thought it was 50, though. Nice, both of y'all are 41. That's cool. Self-Elevation says Shady Bars was raw during that time. Yeah, yeah. I haven't really listened to his new stuff lately. Haven't really felt the need to, but yeah. It was fresh at the time, and he was with the right people, so everything happens the way it's supposed to. Reina Leona, eating my salmon. 040 over here. Awesome, awesome. So you got your salmon. You right in tune with it. The law of correspondence, basically, folks. The law of correspondence. So cool, so cool. 5 equals power. Nice. I'm a 7 right now, so I'm straight. I can't disclose my age because, you know, that CMOS has made me immortal, so. Bunny Queen says, I know, but imagine strippers wearing gloves and swinging on the pole. Gonna slip and bust they fake ass. Yeah. I don't really like the fake ass. I like regular, natural things. I don't like it to be too glamorous. Just, you know, I like the energy. I like the energy, not so much the appearance. All that fake, flashy stuff don't impress me at all. Just be you. That don't impress me much. Don't get me wrong, yeah, I think it's all right. But that won't keep me warm in the middle of the night. That don't impress me much. All right. Let me go so I can get this coffee so I can come back and stop singing Shania Twain. Here we go again. Turn it up. Bring the noise. Never better than back of the brother is matter of fact. Back up like a senator. Soul on the rope, but you treat it like someone. All right. Perfect. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Stop it. So, I see that it takes exactly 11 minutes to make coffee. Okay. What is up, my peoples? My peoples, what is up? Where we at? All right, everybody. All right, everybody. I'm just reading through the comments just to see if there's any questions that need to be addressed or a funny. I like the funnies. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Hope you enjoyed your break. My roommates upstairs were having a very lively round of Uno with some guests, and pretty cool. They made some snacks, and I happened to fill my belly pretty quick. That'd have been awesome if somebody made some type of salmon, but I guess magic has sometimes limits. Oh yeah. Y'all all right? So anxious. Me at 11:30. I love it when you're talking dirty. Said I'm so anxious. 7 minutes it started. No, I'm a sexaholic. 9 o'clock, 9 o'clock, paging you, wishing you come over my place after a while. Aye. I can recall being a young buck, really enjoying that genuine music. One of the first romantic dates that I was on made it back to my place, and I was always told that you have to put on some romantic music. So of course I put on that genuine CD, you know. Yeah. Jump on it, ride it, my pony. That was not the move. She was not having that. She laughed at me and got her stuff and went home. I learned my lesson that day. Genuine is not the move for the young girls. At the time, I was a young guy as well. I'm just a bachelor looking for a partner, someone to roll and ride without even falling off. Gotta be compatible. Chills up and down your spine. Oh, good stuff. All right. We need to get back to it. Jump on it. Let's do it. Ride it. My pony. My saddle is waiting. Come and jump on it. Dylan Big Crane says, do you do private sessions with people? Yes. Yes, I do. Gerald Songbright says, simping. Absolutely. Absolutely. I had to learn. And then there came a point in my life where I said, never again, ever. And I did everything I could to not be a simp in any way, shape, or form. And if you're a simp out there listening to this message, you too can escape the rudiments and cycles of simping. All it takes is a little bit of effort. But first you have to admit to yourself, I am a simp and I've been simping and I need to quit tripping. If you don't come to that realization, you will continually be butthurt and not understand the fairer sex. Ross Kanani Tafari says, no genuine for the young thoughties. Yep. Yup. Tony Jewell says, I would love to hook up with a conscious sister. That'd be marvelous. Yeah, you know. So let's keep spreading this knowledge so we can create more of them, right? That dong, da dong, dong, dong. Living in a minute, dun dun dun. Oh, that was a funny ass time period, boy. That was a funny time period. Tony Jewell says, I hate thongs. What? You don't you see you don't understand the science, my brother, of the gluteus maximus, my friend. I won't go into it. The science of the gluteus stupenditudius. One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. All right, let's get back to it now. Shout out to the 90s and 2000s. There we go. I think that's the energy that's trying to manifest here. One hell of an intermission, says Glitch Hiker K. All right. Let's get to it. No tip. I literally pulled out a genuine CD, put it in the CD player, and pressed play, and thought some magic was about to go down. I really thought that was what I was supposed to do. Hell no, that's not what happened. Imagine my shock. Imagine my shock when she began to, when I realized the music was making her get more dressed than before. Let's continue. Yes. Tony Jewell says, the gluteus maximus looks better in them lace briefs, my nigga. Okay. I can feel it. I'm not going to debate too hard either way it comes packaged in, because, it's hard to not look good. Let's continue, okay? Ross Kanani Tafari says R. Kelly would have done it for real. You're probably right. In more ways than one. Money Queen left with her coat and my coat, right? Hecate Goddess says, ha, the science. Maxwell. Yeah, that might have been a good choice. It was like, what, 2003, 4 maybe? Whatever was hot with the young females back then, 2004, whatever. I don't know. Hell, I don't know what's hot right now. I know I'm hot. I don't need no music. I'll get it done. Let's continue. Chapter 3. The 3 pillars. 1. The right-hand pillar, or the pillar of the past. Saturn's Guru says Jahim. Maxwell is a Gemini sun too, his sexy ass. Probably. Interesting. All right. My mom used to like Maxwell. Chapter 3. The 3 pillars. 1. The right-hand pillar, or the pillar of the past. We will consider now the 3 columns or pillars, each in turn. The first pillar to be studied is what I call the pillar of the past, not known by this name in any other book I've read or found. Dylan Big Crane says Thundercats. Yeah, I could see that. I've heard of Thundercats. I've heard some of their stuff. The pillar of the past consists of 3 Sephiroth, as does the future column. The column of the present has 4 Sephiroth on it instead of 3. There are 3 Hebrew gods connected with the 3 Sephiroth, which you find on the diagram given elsewhere in this book. There are only 2 Greek gods and goddesses whose names are connected with these 3 Sephiroth: Zeus, Jupiter, and Aphrodite, Venus. The first Sephiroth is called Zodiac only in the Greek connection, but has the Hebrew name as given. He's talking about this one here. This one's called Zodiac. So when you think about the planets, you got Earth, you got Moon, you got Mercury, you got Venus, you got the Sun, you got Mars, you got Jupiter, you got Saturn. This represents the constellations. This represents the Zodiac, all of them. And then this is the beyond. Yeah. To connect the sphere of the zodiac, which means basically space to move about in, with the idea of the past is relatively easy. So this one he's saying is the pillar of the past. This one right here on the right, he's saying is the pillar of the past. And that has the zodiac. It's got the Jupiter or the Zeus, and it's also got the Aphrodite or the Venus. All right, so let's get in there. Get in the space to move about in. With the idea that the past is relatively easy. Space to move about in is certainly something that has to be. And be not only an idea, it has to be there, here, now, already in existence. Or again, as aforesaid, a place to operate in, a function, God to function in. Okay. When I use the words God to function in, we are getting close to another theme of God action, which has opened up to me and which I'm trying to get down on book paper as quickly as I can. Some of this new to me material came in writing this book, but I think I will have to adhere to my original ideas in this book and save them for the next book. So look for it. Okay. I hope will suffice to put in your minds the concept ideas of the zodiac physical space or universe as a place for God, leaving out any question of the idea of form of God to function in and through. So in other words, he's saying that the zodiac represents a space to work in. So when you think about the cosmology, when you think about astrology and all that stuff, you got the earth, the planets, and the sun, and we are within the zodiac, right? That's why when you look up, you can see the zodiac. So wherever the earth is facing at the time, you're always looking up at the zodiac because we're within that sphere of the zodiac. It's like the zodiac is this giant globe and everything else is inside of it, which is what this was talking about. You've got this and it expresses outward and it's this. It expresses outward, then we have this, and it keeps expressing outward until we have the earth. So one way to look at it, and you'll see this in a lot of occult pictures, drawings, is that you got the earth and it's contained within the moon sphere, and that's contained within the Mercury sphere, that's contained within the Venus sphere, within the Earth sphere, within the Mars, within the Jupiter, within the Saturn sphere, within the zodiac, and then that is within the Kether sphere, right? That's one way to look at it. And that's where the originals got the concept of the flat Earth thing, right? Got the concept of how the sun revolved around the Earth and everything revolved around the Earth. The Earth was the center of the universe. That's where that whole idea comes from, which is Cabala, right? Everything comes back to this. Saturn's Guru says, interesting. In Sufi tree, ninth heaven is the celestial. Right? Junior Conjure says, and inside of us is a universe the same way, macro and micro. Right. See, and I just stopped here, right? All these are within each other. The moon and the earth is in the moon. We live on the earth, and within us is little environments, right? And within us, there's this whole revolution going on right now with this whole corona thing. As above, so below. Trust and believe that if humanity is going through this, all the other spheres on up the chain is going through a similar thing, because the intent comes through here and it trickles down until it manifests in the physical. So as above, so below. There's no separation. As above, so below. Everything that's happening in your life right now is in some way, shape, or form a reflection upon all the planes. That's why understanding this is so important. That's why you can look up to the zodiac and see the different planets and the different astrology aspects, and it has an effect on your life. It's not that because Mars is in your ninth house, it's not because of that something is happening. The fact that it's there is a symbol to you. Hey, this is what kind of energy we got going on right now. I hope that makes sense. I think that should make sense. looking at the stars and the signs is a way to see where we're at right now, where the energy is right. The same way looking at the moon and people acting crazy at the same time. They're not acting crazy because the moon is full. That's just where the energy is right now. All right. Raskanani Tafari says, I was about to bring that up, but flat earth get people butt hurt. It does. It does. Got to bring it up the right way. Got to be as neutral about controversial topics as possible, unless you want the controversy. It doesn't really serve much of a useful purpose in this forum at this moment, so I decided to stay neutral about it. Tony Jewell says, unless it's an external manifestation of what's happening on the causal plane. Right. And that's what I'm saying. Like, all of this is an external manifestation of what's happening on the causal plane. The fact that Mercury's in retrograde is a manifestation of what's on the causal plane. And the fact that, you know, I go upstairs to get coffee and incidentally end up stuffing my belly with food that I didn't expect is a manifestation from the causal plane, right? Me putting on that Genuine CD at that time, it was a manifestation from the first cause. I wasn't supposed to get any that night. And so on and so forth. As above, so below. Junior Conjure says the key is to learn how to manifest on all planes. Precisely. Or rather, I would say, to realize that you already do exist on all the planes. What we've been learning from Ophiel's books, especially the art and practice of astral projection, is that we have bodies on all planes. It's just that our consciousness is focused on this particular existence we're in. That's why when you lay down and go to sleep, your consciousness is transferred to your dream body. And that's how you're able to move and vibe in your dream world. So likewise, you have an existence in all planes, but your consciousness is currently focused hard on this one that we're in. Bunny Queen says, what the fuck is Mercury retrograde? All I know is I drop stuff more often. Mercury in microbraids is a time when Mercury is in Gatorade, basically. Let's continue. I hope the above will suffice to put in your minds the concept ideas of the zodiac physical space universe as a place for God, leaving out any question of the idea of the form of God to function in and through. Ooh, so another thing is like, since all of these are spheres that are within each other, as God, the first cause, manifests downward, it's almost as if he can only be perceived as in a certain level, right? So maybe on earth, God can only be perceived as us doing the work. And maybe on the higher level, God can only be perceived, you know what I'm saying, as a different level. And the way that you get true perception is through reception of trying to get back up this tree of life here. Interessante. I'm liking this. Also, firmly connect this idea of an in-being zodiac space with the idea of past. The composite elemental symbol connected with chakma, or chakma, or however you want to pronounce it, is water of air. Page 73, right here. Water of air. So one thing you'll notice is that you'll find a lot that these elemental symbols can exist within each other as like a combination, right? I think we talked about this earlier in the Art of Practice of Clairvoyance or the Demiurge one, I don't remember. But the circle crescent thing is water, right? The triangle of red is fire. So to have the circle crescent inside the triangle, that is water of fire, right? So the blue circle right here is air. To have that in there is the water of air. Every element has a piece of another, depending on which one's being used, right? The yellow square is earth. So you have fire of earth, right? You got earth of earth. You got air of earth, water of earth. You got air of fire. You know, he'll break this a little bit down as we go, but I just want to kind of give you an idea so this doesn't sound too confusing. Bunny Queen says, I looked up Mercury retrograde and found 144,001 different explanations. Wow. Crazy. No accident, right? Okay. The composite elemental symbol connected with chakma is water of air, which is this, right? Air is the blue circle, water is the crescent. So the elemental symbol connected with chakma is water of air. Also, depending on what day you're born, everyone has one of these. Everyone has one of these. Oh man, whose birthday was it earlier in the chat? If it's your birthday, say something else in the chat. I forgot who said it was birthday it was. But anyway, I got this book that talks about the different birthdays, and it has all the tarot cards, it has the elements associated, the numbers, it's got all that good stuff depending on your birthday. Mad Bear, it was you. Tomorrow. All right, cool, cool, cool. Let me write that down. And hopefully, by the end of this thing, if you're still on, I will read your page. And I know, Cassie, you said your birthday was like soon at some point. Dylan Big Crane got a 420 birthday. Very nice. Ade Odukoya said, when you said that, Travis, I had the picture of Mr. Manhattan. I can see that, yeah. And really, the symbol for Dr. Manhattan is actually the symbol of the sun.
11 o'clock.
Thanks, Mac. The symbol of the sun, which is the circle with the dot in the center of it. So that should kind of tell you a little something also. Dr. Manhattan. All right, so here we go. Water of air is for Chakma, and Chakma is also Uranus, right? So that's water of air. Remember water. Elemental force of water is condensation, which is certainly a past action reaction. And air, elemental force of movement. So you have here symbolized a movement in an already prepared space. Interesting, interesting. So this is how he's breaking down the meaning of these different things through the combination of the elements. And air, elemental force, is movement. So here you have symbolized a movement in an already prepared space, which fits the symbolism completely. Please unite yourself with this idea. The next sephirah is down is chesed, or the water of fire. So this is chesed, which is water of fire. And that's this right here. It's the water aspect of fire. So let's check out what that means. And the Greek god attached to there too is Zeus, or Jupiter, or Egypt's Ammon, Kemet's Ammon. Jupiter governs bankers, speculation, developments, gambling, and things of like nature, which you can find easily checking any standard astrology magazine. And for your own development, I suggest you do so. Please note that speculation, developments, gambling, and banking are all of a nature of the past. Okay, this is making sense. You cannot speculate with something that has not arrived on this plane yet. Bankers must accumulate, which is past, some wealth before they can operate, bank. And you must gamble with something accumulated already. So gambling is of the nature of the past. The symbol of fire of water is accurate here. Water is condensation, which is past, and fire is expansion. So what we have here is an apparent contradiction, but not really. All it means is there's expansion possibilities based on accumulated resources. Enterprise. Jupiter, right? Wealth, abundance. Indeed, how can you expand except on some base of some kind? And any kind of a base is a past fact. Cool. So y'all get that? That's pretty awesome. Let me know if anybody has any type of hold up with that. Okay, excuse me, Cassie. You are April 5th. I can still get you though. Joe Tombright says, and the pineal gland. Yeah, the sun on Dr. Manhattan's forehead also relates to that pineal. Michael yeah, I'm a trader and I came in at this right moment. Sorry, bro, just got here. No worries, man. No worries. Thank you for joining us. Haha. said her name was Billie Jean to cause a scene. She told me her name was Billie Jean. Do a dance on the floor and around. All right, where we at? Jupiter and bankers, and that's water of fire. Water meaning condensation, fire meaning expansion. So it's talking about expanding on something that is accumulated. And to be accumulated has to have happened in the past. So we're talking about how the right side of the tree of life deals with the past. And we're talking about the different spheres on the tree of life and how they line up with the functions of the past, right? Shakma being expansion, a space to work within. And you can't have a space to work within unless it was created already. So that deals with the past. Here we're talking about Chesed, and it's about Gerald Sunbright says, I'm drawing Michael Jackson as we speak. Yeah, I figured that Michael Jackson would catch you there because, you know, I know you're an MJ fan as well. So yeah, Jupiter, as you know, Chesed, Mike, deals with Mike McGee says, could this help me in the markets, Travis? Of course. And that's what we're talking about. How this sphere is where you would go for that type of thing. You'd pull magic down from this type of area because this is all that it's about, right? To be in the stock market or the bank or whatever it said, it's speculation, which is thinking in the future, which is the fire. And that's done based upon what was accumulated in the past, which is the money, right? Money, current flow, water aspect, but also it was already accumulated. So it's a past thing. So it's on this side of the tree of life. But let's continue. We're just breaking it down piece by piece. All this means is there is expansion possibilities based on accumulated resources. Indeed, how can you expand except on some base of some kind? And any kind of based is a past fact. Next, we drop down to the last Sephira on the bottom of the column of the past, the sphere of the Greek Aphrodite, Roman Venus, or water of water, right? Condensation of condensation. And we all know that Venus deals a lot with beauty. And if you remember from the art and practice of contacting the demiurge, it talked about how Venus deals, not the demiurge, but clairvoyance. It talked about how Venus dealt a lot with jewels and fancy things, being bad and bougie, luxury, and that type of deal. Water of water, condensation of condensation. Aphrodite rules love, jewels, furs, silks, rich clothes, rich and luxurious things, furnishings, and all such. Also, young people who presumably are just beginning to learn to love. All these things are, as you can easily see, definitely connected with the past, ideas, and creations, certainly not anything in the future. A diamond or a jewel would have to be created in existence, but before it could be used for anything. Aphrodite is a female goddess. There are only 2 female goddesses mentioned on the Tree of Life, and they are both at the bottom of the columns. The gods higher up are male gods, except they do have wives, which wives balance off their male characteristics, except Ares Mars, whose female counterpart is Athena, who is more like Mars' sister than his wife. Also, the lowest gods and goddesses are not quite normal in that both Aphrodite and Hermes are often considered hermaphrodites, and Virgin Diana many-breasted. The reasons for this are rather too deep for this book, but have to do with the functions of the forces when they come down to the lower, taking on multiple characteristics that the purer forces up higher had not encountered as of yet. Don't concern yourself with it at first. And later, as you grow, you'll come into the knowledge of it. The symbol for Aphrodite is water of water, and this indicates condensation of condensation. Luxury living, lavish living, is certainly the most consuming base there is. Certainly nothing of much movement in there, or much expansion, just a using base. This concludes the study of the column of the past. Next up, the column of the present. Interessante. Venus. All right, let's get to the middle pillar. Obviously, upon examination, the middle pillar consists of Kether, the first Sephirah, Tifereth, the second Sephirah, the sun, Greek Apollo, the second Greek, older Helios, and even ancient Greek Hyperion. All suns, obviously, Apollo is the etheric sun, or the etheric body of the physical sun. Hyperion is the real astral plane body of the physical sun. The next Sephirah is Yesod, the moon, Greek name Artemis, Roman name Diana. And then at the bottom of the middle pillar, Malkuth, or earth. Remember that earth is divided into 4 parts, 4 elemental force parts: air, fire, water, and earth. Black, citrine, russet, and black citrine, russet, and amber. As I said elsewhere about the start of physical creation, and I also say here about the symbolic start of this symbolic symbol of the physical universe, nothing, not a great deal can be said about Kether. That is, not a great deal of simple things can be said about Kether. The subject is too vast, and definitive knowledge is lacking. As I have also said, before you can go too far along the study of Cabala, you should get the Mystical Cabala by Dion Fortune. She spells it that way. I spell it Caballa. Same difference. The book has been going steadily up in price now for some years, but you still need it, as it does contain a vast mass of information about the occult Cabala, although the book contains no working plans for working the Cabala knowledge. If I may say, with some modesty, I have dug up a lot of workings, and these workings combined with that book's knowledge should put you far along the path. Gotcha. Straight Panther 79 says Aries and Athena are 2 sides of the same coin. Right. I think some of you might think of Sekhmet. Sekhmet might be the feminine aspect of that Mars energy. Saturn's Guru asked for what page we're on. I would imagine it's in the earth. It's in the late 60s. But if somebody can let Saturn's Guru know what page we are on the PDF, that would be much appreciated. '64. Excellent. Thank you, Oyasola Sophie. Elijah Westfield says page 62. Uh-oh. We got a controversy. All right. So we talked about Kether. It's hard to really define Kether. We talked about how the entities associated with this Tifereth sun actually represent the astral counterpart of the physical sun, as all these represent the astral counterparts of the physical planets. All right. So therefore, I recommend the intense study of Dion Fortune's chapter on Kether starting on page 109. Also read the Greek Myths of the Creation by Gailey and what you can make out of that. Also, you might read over Genesis, but remember, it was not written by Moses, but by somebody unknown or at or about the time of Daniel, 1800 BC. So we will leave Kether and go down to Tifereth, Apollo. None of the following is absolutely perfect in its designations. You'll have to use your intelligent thought to connect up these various ideas and functions. To start, the pillar we are now discussing is the pillar of the present, the nounness, the isness, the amness, the beingness pillar. This is the pillar of the present. Now. Oyas Philosophy says page 65 PDF. It's on one of these pages. Whatever page looks like this right here, that's the page we're on right now. Catch me outside. How about that? Money Queen says 62. All right, so notice we got air of air, which is expansion of expansion. Wait, dispersion of dispersion, maybe, because fire is expansion. But anyways, the middle pillar looks like it's got air at the center. So looks like the sun will be air of air, the moon will be air of fire. We'll find out. Interesting. While reading this book and taking a walk, I found this magic card. Yeah, I was seeing a bunch of weird animals on the ground when I was reading this book because I used to read it and go for walks. I saw a tortoise that was run over, it still lived because it tried to crawl over to the sewer and died right there. That was really weird. I saw another strange. I think I saw a deer. Yeah, a deer that had died on my path. I saw a bunch of dead animals on my path when I was reading this book. The snake was alive though. Weird. I guess I placed this here to remind me of that. Deckmaster. This is the Sphinx card, apparently. Number 3-4. Maybe that'll trigger something for somebody. I don't know. The coffee is black. I got a little bit of brown sugar and a little bit of honey. Aw. Dead dog. 305 Capricorn says, good night, loves. Got work to do with Ishtar. Peace and power to you. I know everything will be successful. Have fun. Feel exuberant. Soldier World. Yo, Trav, I made it. Peace, my brother. Peace. Peace. We was just talking about you. Moldvox says, been meaning to paint a dark sphinx with bat wings and a skull face. Interesting, interesting. Stray Panther 79 says it's something personal to you, Trav. Yeah. Yeah, I thought it was pretty key that the turtle was next to the sewer and the deer was in the grass and the snake was on the sidewalk. I want to say I found a bird too that will connect the 4 elements, but I don't really remember a bird, so I'll have to do some meditating on it, right? Peace, 305 Capricorn. Thanks for being here. All right. Apollo was a god of the present. His activities were all connected with present doings and things. Apollo was the leader of the muses and their patron. Please note that songs, dances, poems, and drama are affairs of the present, not the future or the past. All right, so we're on the middle pillar, and the middle pillar has a lot to do with what's going on right now. And right now we're currently talking about Tifereth, which is the sun sphere. Wanda Wisdom says transformation. Right. Death means transformation. Thank you for that. Thank you for that clarification. All right. Tifereth has to do a lot to do with songs and poems. And the book is saying how songs and poems don't deal with the future. You can't sing a song in the future. You can only sing it right now, right? You can't sing a song in the past. It's always in the present. And this idea fits in with the presentness of Apollo in the middle pillar. Also, Apollo ruled physicians and medicines. In fact, one of his sons became the greatest physician, Aesculapius. You do not take medicine in the future, nor in the past, but only now. Also, in a close sense, you are healed now, not in the past, not in the future. You're healed now. Healing happens now. Thus, drugs are attached to the middle pillar. You don't take a drug in the future, nor in the past, but only in the present. And the effect is only also in the present. Apollo was not the god of love. The god of power of love is the goddess Aphrodite, who, as you know, belongs to the pillar of the past. Love has to be between two people. Love has to be between two already accomplished things, already developed, and of the past nature. So love belongs over here on the sphere of the past, of the things that already happened. So Apollo and beauty in Tifereth, this isn't the beauty of love. This is the beauty of now. Like Mo Blah says in the chat here, the now is all we have. Flex Washington says living in the past breeds depression and living in the future breeds anxiety. Precisely. Precisely. Okay. However, certain aspects of the love act are of the present, but definitely are based on the past. Remember, I told you these things shaded into each other. Also, Aphrodite and Apollo are brother and sister. There are many other attributions to the present situation, so work some of them out yourself and enjoy it. We now come down to the sphere of the moon, called Yesod. Read up on Dion Fortune's section of Yesod. I find the Yesod Mood Diana Artemis Hecate scene very dynamically interesting and glamorous, but you find the parts in there that appeal to your inner ego and follow that part. Do not be swayed by my ideas. Go into your inner ego and find the symbology for yourself. Okay, and then to add to that, Wanda Wisdom said, unless there's some sweet memories of the past to ruminate on, could that be where your yes derives? Yeah. Just trying, it's all about the emotional attachment you have to things. It's all good. The part of Yesod that appealed to me the most was the, to me, startling fact that all the upper astrological forces are channeled or funneled down on the world through the moon Yesod Sephirah. That is to say clearly that the effect of any conjunction of planets appears not to take place until the physical moon reaches full moon. So almost what he's suggesting is, although we have the different astrological movements in the sky, they don't really hit until the full moon, kind of like what we're feeling right now. That's an interesting perspective. Or in the case of an adverse effect, it does not take place until the last days of the dark side of the moon and over the last hours of the dark side of the moon. I knew a person who was about to pass on, and he was opposed by the sign opposite his birth sign. I'm a Gemini. My opposite is Sagittarius. I certainly do not go about prognosticating people's demises, but as this person was a relative of mine, I had a strong feeling that the end was in sight, a view which was not held by others, but I did not press my feelings or my idea. The person passed on in the last hours of the dark of the moon, when the personal vital forces are lowest. And the outside opposition of the appearing today's sun to the natal sign chart was its highest. However, do not be suggestive and be swayed by this story. I mean for you to study it only in a general way and see what conclusions you come to in your future living. See if you find any incidents that the effects of an astrological conjunction is delayed until the full moon. All right, so all of you astrologers out there and those who know about this type of science, I would offer you to take up this experiment here. Always talking about whatever sign is going on, it really kicks in during the full moon week. I also think of some of the recent celebrities who died. Would be kind of interesting to look at their signs and what's going on and where the moon was when they passed and what phase the moon was in when they passed, etc. That might be a mission for somebody else. And a rabbit hole. I mean for you to study it only in a general way and see what conclusions you can come into your future living. See if you find any incidents that the effects of an astrological conjunction is delayed until the moon is full, and then the effects of the conjunction are funneled down to Earth. There are 3 goddesses who rule the moon, and I would like you to examine their functions. For example, Hecate rules childbirths. I think we got Hecate goddess in the chat still, right? Stray Panther 79 says he just made a connection to moon magic. Ah. All right, Hecate rules childbirths. There certainly is nothing future or past about the birth of a child. A childbirth is nowness and no fooling about it. The elemental symbol for Yesod is air of water. Elemental air being movabilityness, and the elemental water being condensation from a former state. So movableness of condensing actions is a fair description of the changeableness of the Yesod Amun Sephirah. All right. So once again, elemental air is movabilityness, and elemental water is condensation from a former state. So movableness and condensing actions is a fair description of the changeableness of the Yesod Amun Sephirah. Dig out some more for your own knowledge from the mystical Cabala and Gailey's classic myths. And next we come down to the last of the Sephirah on the middle column pillar, Malkuth, or the sphere of the elemental force of Earth. Not Earth itself, please note carefully. Malkuth is the only Sephirah that is multi-compartmented. Malkuth consists of 4 quarters, which quarters are labeled air, fire, water, and earth. Malkuth, therefore, has 4 elemental symbols attached to it: air of earth, fire of earth, water of earth, and earth of earth. You can't get more earthy than earth of earth, let me tell you. Junior Conjure says, can anyone remind me of who stole sunlight from Zeus in the myth to give to humans? Very astute observation there. Was it Apollo? Was it Apollo that stole sunlight from Zeus? Stole sunlight? That sounds like Apollo. Ras Kanani Tafari says, Hecate is my mother goddess. This is not my real name, says, oh, holy hell, I'm late as fuck to this. Oh. Prometheus, that's it. Thank you. This is not my real name. See, you came right at the exact right time. Prometheus. All right. Let's keep it moving. As you can see, Malkuth can be readily called the sphere of the elements, or of the elemental forces, as all the elements come to rest here. You can note that before, the elemental forces were somewhat separated from each other, but here in Malkuth, they are very close, and mutual reaction is quite easy. In the sphere of the elemental forces of Malkuth lies the mystery of our physical being. Great and profound statements could be written here at this point of our book, and immense vistas, inner vistas, of philosophic observations and conclusions come to the surface of consciousness. But what good is all that in a certain sense? What we want is something practical, some practical directions of doing, something about our lives, or as the cliche goes, something we can get our teeth into as to how to live this physical life successfully. In my former books, and in the books to come, I hope, I've presented many tools, mental and metaphysical tools, for you to use right here and now on this earth plane. Many of you have the books and have made good use of them already. I'm not pressure salesmaning you into buying these books, but that is the only way I have of getting you the material out to you, out to the world, and to you. There's an asterisk here. This point in the books seemed such a good place to reintroduce and reemphasize the present books now available that I have broken the continuity of my present book section to do so. I trust this will cause you no shock, but that you'll absorb the knowledge and benefit thereby, and then return to the present book. So he's saying at this point, you might want to stop and read The Art and Practice of Contacting the Demiurge and then come back. Good thing we've already done that one, right? Interesting. Flex Washington says, there was an old show on Nickelodeon called Prometheus and Bob, but Prometheus was a gray alien who would try to teach Bob, who was a caveman, new things. Oh, that sounds like a familiar day-to-day task, don't it? El Fuego says, Travis, I love the videos, bro. Thank you. Hopefully that you are able to use some of this information. Goodness. Each of the books deal with a specific tool of power, the use of which can enable you to deal with matter, so as to enable you to transcend matter's apparent limitations and come out victorious. Absolutely, right? Because we've got through the art and practice of astral travel, the art and practice of getting material things through creative visualization, the art and practice of clairvoyance, the art and practice of contacting the demiurge, and now we're on the art and practice of Cabala magic. So maybe not right away because we didn't really give it time to marinate, but I'm sure after the next couple of weeks and months of you doing some occult study, things are going to become very clear to you, especially now that you have this foundation here. So yeah, that sounds pretty dang cool. I will give a summary of the books now available on the market, as it were, and describe the tool in each book, and thus hope to entice or force you into its use, and for your development, even against your will. The first book I wrote, gotta do it. Summertime. Sit back and unwind. This is not my real name says, I just found your channel and I recently started meditating and will listen to the chakra meditation video you have up when I meditate tonight. I'm glad I started meditating as it reduces anxiety for me. Excellent, excellent. That's a powerful video. A lot of people have reported some great results from it. Meditation serves multiple purposes, so please don't get stuck on one purpose. Right now, it relieves anxiety, but the more that you get into a pattern of being less anxious and more calm, you'll start to see that meditation will reveal other things for you as well. But mostly it's a way for you to gain control of this power that you have called concentration and focus and attention and awareness. Most people don't have that power. That power has them, right? Or the things that they focus on have them. So keep at it, man. Keep at it. Good for you. Tony Jules, thanks for riding with us, man. I appreciate you. Peace. Enjoy your evening. Enjoy your evening. The first book I wrote was entitled The Art and Practice of Astral Projection. And that's the bad boy right here. And we did do that book, right? We did it probably 2-3 days ago. The PDF is in the description of that video if you are interested. In this book, you are given 4 different methods of leaving this body plane and going elsewhere, where if you have any drive at all, you should learn a tremendous amount of knowledge and experience about yourself in the inner planes over there. All true occult advancement development consists of some form of projection. The weak sister cat dupes organizations who have nothing on the occult ball, will make all kinds of excuses to withhold this knowledge from you, which means they don't have anything of value themselves, and don't forget it. To leave your physical body center of consciousness and transfer it to your inner sense bodies, more or less at will, is an achievement of occult development which you must eventually arrive at. So why not now? Make the start. The second book was called The Art and Practice of Getting Material Things Through Creative Visualization, which is this one. And we certainly did that one like first a few days ago. Good stuff. In this book, the rules and laws governing the getting of material things through creative visualization was laid out. As well, Ophiel can cognize them. You are entitled to the best this world has to offer, and don't let any blue noses tell you differently. If you're not getting your share of gracious living, then it is your wrong thinking which is keeping you from getting it. The answers can be in the above named book. Oya Solosafani. Oya Solosafi. Thank you. 777 pound donation. I appreciate you. Awesome possum. 777 in the building. 777. Awesome. And that's like exactly what we're learning about today. Perfect. Perfect. Thank you, bro. Junior Conjure says, shout out to my planet. Oh, yeah. 1111. Thanks, Bunny Queen. That's what time it is. What time it is. What time it is. I knew you were going to say that. I'm a sis, not a bro. Oh, yeah, philosophy. Thank you, sis. I appreciate you. I should trust my instincts more often, right? Keep it rockin'. Knows how to party. Good night, Grace. Thanks for joining us. Hopefully you can make it tomorrow to the Magus Academy meeting, Grace. See you there. Today is Oya Day, says Wanda Wisdom. Hell yeah. Peace out, Grace. It's salmon time. Salmon, salmon, salmon time. Mike McGee, I don't think you were here for the salmon part, but long story short, somebody mentioned Solomon and salmon, right? Solomon with the Goetia, and we're talking about how the energy presses downward, and in order to get back up the tree of life, and have to swim up like a serpent, you know what I'm saying, going back up the tree, and we talked about how the salmon swims upstream. Not to mention salmon meat is peach colored, just like Ophiel, who is Mr. Peach, and you know, his number is 77. A lot of different things kicked into play. Pretty damn cool. Something that I would not have figured out by reading this book by myself. That's for damn certain. All right. Also, since writing that book, a great deal of additional information has come, which adds a vast amount of workable knowledge to the creative visualization concepts. I hope to get this new information down in a new book as fast as possible. The next book was called The Art and Practice of the Occult, and we haven't read that one. We kind of skipped over that one. It was an attempt to explain some knowledge about the Cabala and the Cabala's connection with the 4 elemental forces and other vital knowledge. These knowledge tools are of great value to your working knowledge of the occult as it exists now. The next book was called The Art and Practice of Clairvoyance. We did read that one. This book shows you how to develop this occult tool for your daily use. You all have this ability now latent in you. The Oracle of Fortuna was written to enable you to get an answer to a question through the medium of the symbols of the elemental forces as embodied in the modified tarot deck of playing cards. A great deal of illumination can be thrown on a question by these cards. The last book is called The Art and Practice of Talismanic Magic and gives insight into the manipulation of inner plane forces for physical plane leverages down here. I hope to write up to 25 books total before I die, so look for them. Oh, he didn't get to 25 books, but the ones he did get to were very, very insightful. This ends the middle pillar. Graduation day, says Bunny Queen. Absolutely. George and the Giant Peach. Ha. We graduated. We the lit class of 3D. He's a smart one, Mr. Peach, says Flex Washington. Oh. Ophiel, I say. Let's continue. Number 3, the left-hand path. The left-hand pillar, or the pillar of the future. There are 3 planes, forces, gods on this future pillar. Saturn, Mars, Mercury, or Saturn, Aries, and Hermes, or forces which are the Saturn fire of air, Aries fire of fire, Hermes fire of water. Fire of air, fire of fire, fire of water. You can easily understand the future nature of this pillar when you see or you note that all these factors are linked with fire, and you know that fire is expansion, and you can also reason that fire expansion is most likely to be a factor of the future than of the present, and definitely not of the past. The first god in this pillar is Saturn. Saturn is an old god, so that I did notice in several myths, not Greek or Roman, but Nordic and in Hindu, that he was referred to by the name Saturn. I am not a history expert, but this did indicate to me some idea of his age in mythology. Also, it seems significant to me that whereas our days of the week are named after Nordic gods, such as Tuesday, Twy, which is from Mars, Wednesday, Wodan, Mercury, Thursday, Thor, Zeus, Friday, Phrygia, Aphrodite, yet Saturday is clearly Saturn's day. Still the same old name, as well as the sun and the moon, Moon Day, Sunday, which two gods are also probably very old. Although why Saturn would be noticed alongside the sun and the moon, more obvious, is not too clear to me. And the three names, Saturn, Sun, and Moon, do not change with the geographical section districts. Interesting. So everyone knows it as the sun and the moon and Saturn. You know, somewhat. But Zeus, Hermes, Aphrodite, Aries' change was aforesaid. As has been said, what's in a name, but why don't you look this up for yourself and see the reason for these changes? The research will be good for you. Do the work, he says. Adam Ledford says, what's up, Travis? Hope you are well this evening. I'm very well. 7 hours in, and we're still pulling out some wonderful gems from this book. Thanks for joining us. Good evening. Flex Washington says, the moon bright as hell over here in Georgia. It is. I saw it last night. Like, all of outside was freaking lit up. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't daylight lit up, obviously, but yeah, you could see everything. It was pretty damn cool. Junior Conjure says, bright as hell here in Trinidad as well. Woo! Mike McGee, which book are you referring to? I remember in passing the age of Saturn in mythology was called the Golden Age, see Gailey. Then no one died, there was no sickness, no winters or bad climates. Food grew freely for all, especially where there are no women. What? Okay, I get you. Then no one died, there was no sicknesses, no winters or bad climates. Food grew freely for all, especially were there no women. Procreation was in some other manner. Check your myth books for more details of this age. Interesting. You will recall that the wife of Saturn was not too well designated or described. In a number of cases, she was called his sister, Vesta. I have noticed and mentioned before that the family relationships at the top of the tree and at the bottom of the tree are not too well defined or delineated sharply. You will note that there were a number of vague female figures at the creation of the world, Gaia, Earth, etc. And then at the other end of the tree, we begin to find both Venus and Mercury shown in some type of hermaphroditic form, such as a bearded Venus and a virgin Artemis with breasts, as well as aforesaid half male and half female Mercury. I can just note this for now. Gailey makes no reference to these beings. I called up the University of California in Berkeley and talked to the Classic Myth Studies department. I asked about these derivations, and one department member told me there was a classic record series of books in 10 volumes in German with thousands of names and connected gods and goddesses and related figures. 10 volumes with thousands of names and connected gods and goddesses and others. So the answer probably lies in those books somewhere. I thought he was going to say I dug through those books and didn't find it, but he took a sharp 90-degree turn. The answer probably lies in those books. I'm not looking in 10 volumes. As we come down to the general middle of the tree, we find a fairly well-designed wife in Juno. No clearly designated wife for Apollo or Mars. Nothing but affairs. So they don't like to get locked down. They like to mingle and be single. Wanda Wisdom cites no women. Now recalling that episode of Charlie's Angels where they went to a womanless town. Sabrina pointed it out. I got to find that episode to decode it now. Interesting, interesting. I think that might even be hinting at maybe the androgynous nature, or what's the word? Pro what's the word? Parthenogenesis or something like that. I don't know. Interesting to research, so that's for sure. Now, the object of all this digression is to introduce an idea here. Saturn is male, and as a rule, a male would seem to be a water condensed past pillar object, and I'd say he was. While on the other hand, the egg ovum with its possibilities, its future possibilities, is surely of the future fire expansion. So there is a little something wrong here. As I said before, most all say over 80% of the symbolism is correct, fundamentally correct. So where we have a slight discrepancy here, we have to examine twice as hard and deep. Don't be too concerned over this. The answer is hidden for the time being. Saturn is a vague, shadowy figure at best, and I might have done as others have done, just overlooked these points and said nothing. But I'm not like that. I will give a possible part explanation. You may recall that I said in previous writings that each Sephirah was male to the Sephirah below it and female to the Sephirah above it. So you mentioned before in other books on the different planes. Whatever plane you're on, the plane directly above you is going to be opposite or the inverse. And then the plane above that is going to be the opposite of that plane. So that starts to make a little bit of sense. There is another god force older than the Greek Saturn, which occupies the same spot as Saturn does, but which fills the future functions more clearly than Saturn, and that god force is the Egyptian Isis, the female counterpart of Saturn. For while Saturn is the father to all, Isis is the great mother of all things in caps. You see that? Practically all your life you have heard the words Mother Nature. Well, Isis is she. She is the mother of all. Isis is Mother Nature. Isis. Interesting. As the great mother from which all is to come, she fits the requirements of expansion. Fire, the heart. Oh yeah, nice. I've got her statue right in front of me. Okay, here we go. Fire is the heart of the pillar of the future. Since writing the previous, new light information has come out about the nature of this mother, father, origin god, which I hope to get out in the next book or books. You can use this knowledge, although to me at least, not as effectively as if you know the behind of it all. So go ahead and use it, but look for more knowledge to come. Dion Fortune says something about this matter in a book called Moon Magic, attributed to her, but which, as I note, was printed many years after her death. I find it hard to believe that the manuscript of this book laid around all these years unpublished until recent times. Seems more likely to me that a ghostwriter did this book in her name, not that it makes any difference. And no offense is intended. Wow. Seems more likely to me that a ghostwriter did this book in her name, not that it makes any difference. No offense intended. Also, I hope you are not going to be offended by these little asides I am writing or doing all the time throughout these books. I expect to be bitterly criticized and attacked by the critics for my poor layout of these books, that I don't give you their approved conventional system layout. But I am writing to inform you of what occult basis seems to exist for the transfer of occult theory to practice. And believe me, that is the most vital, necessary aspect of this work, to get the raw occult into physical practice. That out of the way, to get back to moon magic, she speaks of an inner temple, wherein was a crude stone statue of a female goddess who represented the crude female forces of nature. You probably should get this book and study it for what occult is in it. It just occurred to me as I was describing Isis that there was a crude aspect and refined aspect of nature's forces, and the book has some information on it which could be of use to you in your future magic power development, and that is what this book is written for. The most vital necessary aspect of this work is to get the raw occult into physical practice. Note. Greetings, Narwa. Greetings, greetings. Soldier World says, get it right, Trav. Parthenogenesis. Thank you, Narwa. Thank you. All right, where we at? Also, if I might be allowed to digress for a few more lines here, in one of her books, she speaks of a sort of occult place presided over by a mysterious person where she lived for a time during the early part of her occult career. What I want to mention is that she speaks of the head of this place might have been Dr. Taverner in Secrets of Dr. Taverner, and says that he was a very secretive in his methods. I am told the place has been closed for many years, and he is dead and gone, and presumably all his methods and knowledge have been lost and not transmitted to anyone. Is this a good idea? To lie and leave vital knowledge to no successors? I won't do it if I can help it. Soldier World says, getting tired, old one. To return to the pillar of the future exists as a sort of shadow world against a kind of a screen of reverse memory. So the future exists as a shadow world thrown against a kind of a screen of reverse memory. And what would reverse memory be? I'd say it was imagination combined with desire. That makes a picture place, a place where you can project your center of consciousness and move about somewhat, even living and enjoying the future living to some extent. I think that's a pretty nice description of imagination. It's like reverse memory, right? Because memory is looking back and thinking about something that happened, but imagination is doing it in the opposite process. You're thinking ahead, right? You're thinking of what could be, what would be. And if you play the cards right, you eventually make it a reality. Interessante. I like that. The future exists as a sort of a shadow world thrown against a kind of a screen of reverse memory. And what would reverse memory be? I'd say it was imagination combined with desire that makes a picture place, a place where you can project your center of consciousness and move about somewhat, even living and enjoying the future living to some extent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Learning the tree of life as you are, learning the forces connected with it as you are doing it, it should be ultimately possible for you to develop some power and direction over your life and thus your future. Knowing Saturn's functions existence and Isis's functions existence and the existence of the pillar of the future forces should help you greatly. Now that I think of it, I don't know of any other teaching that even mentions these things and their possibilities. Certainly, the current run of the so-called Rosicrucians all over the place do not mention such things. I don't want to list them, as it could cause static, but you can check for yourself anytime by taking one of their negative futile courses. Damn. Futile courses. GS, greetings. GS says, good energy, Trav. Nice, nice. Greetings, greetings. Thank you for joining us. Then again, I cannot tell you exactly how to influence and change your future. People are all different from each other, and each of you must find the key to his life lock for himself, and only he can do it, and only he can use it. I'm sorry, but the foregoing statement is much different than you have been led to expect by other teachers and even religions. They would have you believe that there is a universal panacea, a universal answer to a multitude of puzzles. You can see that these things are not true. How could each of our lives be the same and yield to the same methods and answers? You are on the right track. You are acquiring knowledge, and knowledge compressed together becomes wisdom. Your knowledge becomes your wisdom, and your wisdom solves your life's problems. That is your job. So now you know, in capital KNOW letters, the first forces that exist in the matter of the future, your future. I've not told you all about Saturn and his sisters, and Isis and her husband, Osiris, or Asar for some of us, right? For heaven's sake, seek out more knowledge than I can give you here about these personified forces, and assimilate the knowledge into your being and use it. For example, I will give one more hint for you to check on in connection with Saturn, and then we will go on into the next god force, Aries or Mars. Every year, around the period just past Christmas, the old year is depicted as an old man with a long beard and an hourglass and a sickle. This is the depiction of Saturn merged with another version of Saturn called Kronos. Saturn is old next to Uranus, the oldest god, but Uranus was somewhat ethereal, whereas Saturn is material. Also present was the sickle, which was Saturn's weapon. Saturn is also connected here with the idea of time, and there's a mysterious connection, as it were, with the occult and time, which has never been resolved. We may do some work on this in the future. Look for it. Although January 1st is not the beginning of a new year, the new year is March 22, the vernal equinox, right? Still, it appears that January 1st was considered by the Romans, and we picked it up apparently from them. The Romans had a god called Janus, from which our word janitor comes from, who ruled this January 1st date. Janus had two faces, so he could look forward and backward at the same time. So can you. Janus is another Saturn. Janus is another Saturn, and now we will definitely leave the first Sephirah of the Pillar of the Fire future. The elemental symbol for Saturn is Fire of Air, page 88. Expansion of movement. Narwa says imagination is Vikalpa Pratibha Bhavana, combined with desire, comma, yes. Yabani Akani Akbar Alim Ra, peace. That was a mouthful. Yabani Akani Akbar Alim Ra. Mad Bear says, according to the Ethiopian calendars, it's 2012. Yes, indeed. But what is time, right? What is time? The next Sephirah down the pillar of fire sounds like the holy roller, or the pillar of fire that the Bible said guided Moses across the desert at night, is the Sephirah Aries, or Mars fire of fire, or expansion of expansion, the elemental symbol of which is fire of fire. Attention is closely focused on Mars. I think I shall use this name as it is so well known as the god of war. Fire of air, that's the Saturn. Fire of fire. That looks like the yield sign in a car, right? And then we've got fire of water, and that's going to be for Mercury. Heavens, there are a million other things that the Mars force does that no one ever gives him credit for. Millions of things that I don't even know about, and which I am glad to say you will have to check out for yourself. And there comes your occult growth. Doing your own research helps you grow, right? The police are also ruled by Mars. I don't want to go into this too far, but the occult viewpoint should be known by use and used and supported by you. Today, there is so much confusion and hate generated by police departments all over this country, mostly due to the fact that the police and Mars are misused and or used for the wrong purposes. Not really part of their real job. And until this is corrected, the situation can only get worse all around. And it has since 1970s, right? It is rather amazing that the police don't see this themselves, but the Mars force is very abstruse and non-self-examining and uncompromising with what it thinks is evil. I was a child in Iowa City, Iowa from 1904 to 1915, and when I left there, I had never even seen a policeman. I knew there was a police station downtown, but I didn't know any of the persons there except by rumor. Such and such's father was a policeman. Then for many years, I didn't see a policeman. Actually, the first time one spoke to me in the goofy tone they use was about 1928 on a trip to Los Angeles when I started to cross against the traffic light, which I had never seen before, and I was ordered back to the curb by a policeman. There are a million things that can be said here, but the point is that fat heads in local government, as well as fat heads in state governments, and still larger fat heads in the United States government, cannot seem to resist the temptation to use Mickey Mouse laws. Mickey Mouse bullshit. Cannot resist the temptation to use Mickey Mouse laws, and especially do I mean local city and county governments. In the old days, their Mickey Mouse laws didn't mean too much, as a man or woman could go to the local political machine and get these silly things taken care of, including traffic tickets. But as time went on, and the cheap political machine and politicians realized the vast income possible through these black male traffic laws, dang, see, he figured it out back in the 70s, right? Interesting. Ophiel had time, LOL. Way ahead of the time. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Yeah, their blackmail traffic laws, for example, they tightened up on their fixing. But all in all, it means using the police not to handle crime, but to handle Mickey Mouse laws designed to bring in filthy lucre only, which is money. The laws of karma are not mocked. Or,
It's 12 o'clock.
thanks, Mac. Or, if the fat heads never heard of karma, there is the American philosopher Emerson's law of compensation, which is also not mocked. The attacks against the police will increase as long as the police are used wrongly. I made the preceding language strong to get your attention. Give the matter some study yourself. While I am painfully aware, and so are we all, that the American frontier has vanished from America, there are still other fields to explore and conquer. And it is the Mars force that is the stimulus for this. The unfortunate mentions the digestive process of the body that breaks down the food and splits it up into absorbable forms. This, too, is the Mars force at work. Also, the processes that change these absorbable forms into heat and energy in the body are types of Mars forces. The processes that transform into heat and energy are Mars forces. The processes that build up tissues are another type of force, probably a Zeus type force, the opposite of Mars. To build up, you must have the materials there, available as it is in the past action, a Zeus action. So another way to look at what he just said there about the digestive force. Soldier Ward, thanks for joining us, man. Thanks. Good to see you. I'll probably be on later tonight as far as the Apex world goes. Yeah, you're right, Michael McGee, Isu, and he always looks forward and backward. But about the anabolic and the catabolic process going on here, about these two spheres here. When you eat food, what's going on in your stomach? On one hand, the acid is breaking down and dissolving and tearing apart the food over here, right? The acid in your stomach is breaking down the food. That's the very Mars energy in your body. But at the same time, the good nutrients and stuff, the parts of that food is being used to rebuild your cells, right? Being used to rebuild your blood cells, your white blood cells, your immune system, give you energy and transform it into energy and heat and all that good stuff. That's a process of the Jupiter energy. So you got to look, each one of the spheres represents a type of energy. So that same energy that's behind the acid that breaks up the food in your digestive system is the same energy behind the police and the CIA and the FBI, right? And the political war machine, right? So what's going on in the world behind those things is also what's going on a larger scale with humanity, and to some degree on an individual scale of you specifically, your life, as above, so below, right? So in a way, when people say one man can't change the world, yes, you can, if you know how to really tune into the personal usage of this energy, right? Because it's all connected, right? It's not you versus the world. Like, you is what is. You know, some may comprehend, some may be on it. Ginger and cayenne, yeah, that also relates to the Mars energy. I love me some cayenne pepper. I put that on everything. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going because there's still stuff to dig out of there. Still jewels to pull up. To live day by day in an interesting manner and to keep up a lively daily activity requires a successful working of the Mars force, as you can readily understand, as each new day is a future coming into here-ness and nowness. In this case, Mars represents energy plus desire. Said something of that nature, right? Yeah. Mars represents energy plus desire. Desire, sometimes called drive. Also basically linked with that horrible word again, sex drive. I rediscovered a little game of solitaire, which I called the Oracle of Fortuna. In this oracle, the function of the card representing Mars was always a little sort of puzzle to explain clearly. I finally called the Mars card energy plus desire to move, to make a move. So many people, including myself, and mine is increasingly due to older age, use or invoke or plan to use energy in their life's actions. Also, again, I say the quality of desire enters here. Desire is usually the spark that sets off energy, so I don't see how they can be separated too far from each other. Please, dear students, check your energy sources and output. Do all you can to clear up the energy outlets at the physical end. Such simple things as adequate sleep, not overeating, etc. Invoke Mars energy. He is your helper here on Earth. Once again, Mars rules the police, but not rule is to be a right rule against a blatant crime. Notice how the police are used against trivial things, and vast empires of crime are unmolested, such as the Cosa Nostra. Dang. In the age just passing away, the Pisces, or the Hermes age, Pisces ruled prisons. Society and civilization has a way of trying to put its shortcomings and mistakes and omissions away into prison hells and forgetting about them out of sight, out of mind. But that age is passing away now too, and all these are being forced out into the open. Today, September 11th, 1971, Saturday, as I write this, there is a prison revolt going on in Attica, New York, and there was a revolt at San Quentin just a short time ago. These revolts too will increase unless the whole matter is taken care of properly. Whether the present fatheads in government can change without being changed themselves is a problem question. Now, you have some ideas about it, and as you grow in power, use them for the outside good. This is the way you can help others, but in no other way for a long time. Interesting. So in changing the world and doing something about it, everyone's like, oh, it's coronavirus. Let's all get together and meditate so that people will be healed. You don't need to get together with all the scared people of the world to pray. You don't have to link your energy to that. You can rightly meditate and pray on your own to cause change in the world. And that's really what I've been talking about for quite some time, right? Since you've heard of me. Just different aspects of the same thing. Oh, Dwayne Wilson says gangbanging also be a misuse of Mars energy. Both types of gangbanging. I mean, would we call that a misuse? Possibly. Wanda Wisdom says, macro, likened to what Tupac said. I may not change the world, but I know I'll spark the mind that does. Precisely. Bingo. Interesting note. Tupac and I share the same birthday. Yeah, well, Narwa says, LMAO, Apex World. What's wrong with Apex World? All right. So, Mars, as a force of the future, is a force that can be misused very easily. So, for God's sake, be careful about your use of plans for the future, as that is where you use the Mars force. Hermes, Mercury, is the last planet force on the bottom of the pillar of the future. As usual, Hermes is the Greek name of this force and is considered more spiritual than the Roman name, Mercury. Mercury was considered more commercial than Hermes, and he was used or worshipped by the Romans as a god of commerce. I think the word merchandise comes from Mercury. Interesting. Wanda Wisdom says Mars rules males. Mars rules Aries. Aries rules the ego, among other items. Yeah. Adam Ledford says macro, micro, unity. Right. Balance. Alignment. I love it. I suggest that now you know about these distinctions. You know and feel that you are going to use him when you want to in both and all his aspects. Now that you know about them, it will require of you to use the different aspects is to know what you want to do, spiritual or commercial, and select your God force and use it or use them accordingly. Hermes, I will use the Greek name, rules the mind, which means he rules the mental sphere, which sphere is also, I suppose, easily understood by everyone as the mentality. I would say that the mind is always verging upon the future, but stimulated by the present and resting on the fundamental base of the past. Interesting. I almost want to highlight that. I think I will. It just occurred to me that there's at least 60 people right now that either are listening on their phone or their laptop or computer to me read a book and are tuning into a chat discussing this book for 8 hours. Holy shit. Like, I keep saying this, but I really do appreciate you guys being here. Like, just thinking about being on the other end of having this and paying attention to it and being active with it, like, it must be interesting. You know what I'm saying? Then you got people like Forex Alchemists who say, damn, bro, I passed out and you're still reading, but still, the simple fact that you are desired to be a part of this, like, is freaking awesome. I can't say that enough times. I will continue to say that even if I say that every hour, because I do appreciate this, honestly. Dara Holland says, I'm on my phone, right? That means you have to be sitting there with your phone plugged in, listening to this, joining in this. Like, this is powerful. This is amazing to me. Mike McGee says, you ever think about the fact that all this stuff that happens in the body works in darkness? There's no light in the body. That's wild. Nice. Flex Washington said, this is the only thing that matters. Agreed. Knowledge itself. Wanda Wisdom says, we appreciate you too. Beautiful. Awesome. Oya Philosophy says, I should drink some coffee, but I don't like this stuff. Yeah, that's fine. Water works too. Whatever works. Evo7 says, I had passed out too, but I'm still here. I got you. Either way, you know what I'm saying? You got the subconscious mind, so the information's getting there. Bunny Queen says, decided to meditate while listening. Been pretty interesting. That's cool. I remember doing that to Panic's videos also. Like, instead of just watching him sit in front of his camera talking, I'd meditate and almost visualize myself there. And I think that adds a little bit of oomph to it, And that's one of the reasons why I suggest taking notes, because you're adding your own personal touch to this experience here. Adam Ledford says, watching on a large screen. So dope. Awesome. I'm on the big screen somewhere in the world right now. Glitch Hiker K says, I'm a visual and tactile learner, so I find it strangely comforting when you caress the books. Also helps me remember the points you're making. Okay, so I'll try to do that more often instead of not doing, in fear that Bunny Queen will make fun of me for it. Obviously, I'm joking because I don't care who makes fun of me about what. Oya Philosophy says nearly 5 a.m. Damn. My unicorns keep running into the screen. Nice. Mad Bear says I'm on the block right now. Interesting. Are you listening through your car? Wanda Wisdom says the womb is dark too, where life is conceived. How you grow sprouts from beans in the dark, in water. Yeah. So honestly, I think that relates to this whole quote unquote quarantine. People are having to be in their home, not in the world, right? Underground, buried, germinating and gestating. Glitch Hiker says, thanks so much for what you're doing. I haven't been this engaged in my studies in a while. Beautiful. I'm not doing this because I want you to hear my voice. I'm doing this because I want to kind of make the idea of digging into a book and studying it something to be enjoyed, right? Something to be desired. Because this is where it is. I love it. Mobla says, this is the only place I want to be at this moment. I'm on my laptop cooking. Oh, shit, I'd love to be there. Tell me what you're making. Raina Leona says, loving this. Flex Washington says, the block is hot. The block is hot. Ha, ha. The block is hot. The block is hot. Hot, hot. Man, we can really get away with anything in these early songs, man. Be in the world, not of it, says Wanda Wisdom. Adam Ledford says, look through the darkness and see your mind. We are infinite mirrors in space-time. Absolutely. Mad Bear says, yeah, I'm with someone now. We will listen to this now. Perfect. All right, let's do this. Kezia M says, getting off triple shift, driving whilst listening. Triple shift. Damn. You trying to get that money. Triple shift. I heard a double shift. You say triple shift. City of Compton. Keep it rocking. All right. I would say that the mind is always verging upon the future, but stimulated by the present and resting on the fundamental base of the past. So mind is almost multidimensional the way that it functions, right? And that's very true. How we look at how everything that you do and say, all the things that you see, you put meaning on it. And the meaning is based on the memory that you stored up of a thing. All right. I've got unicorns literally everywhere I turn my head. Like every itty bitty degree that I turn my head, my eyes will rest upon a unicorn. Now, if you were in my room, that would be relaying a different signal to you. But to me, my past, the fundamental base of the past, my definition for these symbols gives me a different present meaning, right? Stimulated by the present, stimulated by what I'm seeing, right? But mind is always verging upon the future. Mind is almost a few seconds ahead of your body, right? On the subconscious, you're processing the stimulus and it takes a while for it to get to you. But at the same time, the mind is also predicting and calibrating. What an amazing computer system that we have. It's simultaneously in the present, the future, and the past. And it's not a fine line between present, past, and future. If you really like look into this thing, present is there. It's a fine line. It's not a distinctive line between past, present, and future, because you're on the brink of the future and you're also just getting out of the past. It's really interesting, which is that's why it's best to be in the now, because this is that moment. The future hadn't happened yet. The past don't exist anymore. Now, right here, right now. Just be here now. Be here now. Mobla is right now currently making chicken waffles and scrambled eggs. Oh my God. Super hungry. Well, I'm not super hungry, but I could be if I wanted to. Adam Ledford says mind equals information and knowledge faster than light. Mobla says breakfast for a very late dinner. I eat breakfast food mostly if I do eat. You know what I'm saying? I got grits, I got eggs, I got oatmeal, I got cereal. I got all types of breakfast stuff. But let's live in the now. Hermes was known as the messenger of the gods. In other words, he conveyed the contact's message between the gods, which you know are the forces, and men. So God was the messenger Mercury was the messenger between the gods and men, right? Mercury was in between the gods, which is the energy, and men. Please ponder on this statement more yourself. Picture a man desiring something. Recall that all things are attached to some one of the God forces, which, to repeat again, rules his or her own set of physical things. So Mercury being the messenger between men and the forces that men deal with, Mercury also representing mind, right? Hermes, I'll use the Greek name, rules the mind, which he rules the mental sphere, which sphere is easily understood by everyone as the mentality, conscious mind, all right? So then it follows naturally that when man desires any of these different things or learns to use any of these things, the action necessary for this desire or use is through the Hermes force, especially as most of the use desire would be in the future. All desires are of the future, right? Desires of the future. How could there be a desire of the past? Desire of the past would be a memory. Flex Washington says Hermes is the communication to and from your highest self. Mobla says the one thing that I wanted to do during quarantine was to get deep into occult books, and I've been blessed to share and learn with Gang. Look at how that works, right? And to be honest, that's what I've wanted too, and I think that's what a few people wanted. So, you know, maybe the collective desire helps to manifest things like this experience. I think this is pretty cool. This is definitely not something that I imagine. Well, this is something that I imagine would happen, but I didn't think that it would happen like this. I'll put it that way. All right, let's keep going. So all the desires are in the future, and they don't happen in the past because technically that would be a memory. There is a slight discrepancy here. Present use would, of course, be the middle pillar, ruled by Apollo plus Diana. But remember that Hermes' future becomes Apollo's present very fast. In fact, for all practical purposes, the whole life tree action is instantaneous. We only separate it here for examination. Also, in using a thing as a tool, the use of the tool involves a minute future desire just before each present use. So it does hold it together. So even though we're separating this as past, present, and future, it all happens instantaneously. And I think that's kind of what I was saying also about the mind. You've got your thought now, but it's just on the brink of the future. The mind is just on the brink of being ahead of the body, right? But also you're just now leaving every moment. Like every moment is created and goes away. Every moment is created and goes away. Kind of like one of those little flip books where you've got a character on the page and you flip it like that and it begins to move. Like everything rises and falls rapidly like a single page flipping and flowing. So we're just now leaving yesterday into now and on the brink of tomorrow. But just for examining sake, we see how the different spheres line up in this way. Very cool, very cool. Peach Man dropping straight fire. Amen, Brother Gerald. Amen. Deacon Gerald. Wow. Saturn's Guru says, literally, 1 week, your first reading of Ophiel, my wife gave me divorce papers. Jeez. Right now, she just cooked for me as I sit and listen. Interesting. Been doing path working. This is real stuff. That's powerful, man. That's powerful. Let's see where this leads to, right? This is quite a time to be alive. Quite a time to be using this energy, to be aware of this energy that's at work already. All right. The Egyptian, okay, I feel like I should read that last sentence again. Also, in using a thing as a tool, the use of the tool involves a minute future desire just before each present use. Yeah, that's true. Like to pick up this pen, I have a minute future desire to actually write something down, right? The Egyptian form of the Hermes force was called Thoth and was a human body with a bird's head, the head of an abyss, which also happens to be the logo for this subdivision neighborhood that I moved into. I thought that was pretty interesting because I didn't even notice that until after I moved in. And me being associated with Mercury myself, I just thought that was pretty funny. The abyss had some symbolic significance to the Egyptians as a symbol of wisdom, which symbolism escapes me, except Paul Foster Case said something about the bill of the abyss represented a hunting for and searching desire connected with fishing for ideas, as in meditation or contemplation. Not the same. Thus, you will find an ibis perched on a tree in the background of a 17th century tarot card of the star, which card represents meditation. And of course, meditation and contemplation would be one of the functions of Hermes. Both of these things are very clearly related to in the future and definitely not the essence of the past. I just now realized that this book does not have a tarot card in the front of it. Ophiel. Elijah Westfield says Trav Trismegistus. You're starting to connect it. One of the things that took me a very long time to learn was that it was hard for me to hold some things in, right? If I did something clever, I always wanted to talk about it. But I found that sometimes it hits harder when I don't speak it and I'll let the other person figure it out, right? Like, say, for example, when pulling a prank and like always telling the person right away versus letting them figure it out. And then it's funnier for them. But likewise, with some of this stuff, I've also learned some things are better to let the other person figure it out because it hits harder, you know? But yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, philosophy. We are on the last pillar. We're just finishing up talking about Mercury right here, and then we're moving on to the next part. Okay, all right. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Definitely not the essence of the past. I have explained elsewhere the occult difference between meditation and contemplation, but I think I had better do it again. To meditate is connected in a sense with the word meditate. And what? To meditate is connected in a sense with the word meditate and means, in this case, to bring two things together, two different things together, such as one of the things being you and the other thing being the knowledge desired. To meditate then means to enter a mental state on an inner plane wherein you advance mentally towards the object of your meditation, and presumably the object of your meditation moves toward you until you meet and you acquire the knowledge you want. This is true meditation. I think that was an interesting definition of meditation. I haven't seen it like that before. It's time to get a new highlighter. Good thing I have a box full of them. All right. What you are seeking is also seeking you. That's how that quote goes, right? Oyo philosophy says meditation denotes action, not stillness. Last I checked, I believe meditation denotes stillness and not action. But definitely stillness of the body. Let's keep going though. This is true meditation. And all others you hear about, like transcendental meditation, is just a put on to cater to ignorant students for some purpose, probably just to get their money. Yeah. But they can do as they please. All they can lose is a lot of time and money, but that is their right and privilege nowadays. Contemplation, on the other hand, means to enter the inner plane mental state, not mental plane, with a definite pattern or template pattern design held in thought about which pattern you desire knowledge information on with template pattern. Okay, so that's describing more of, if you guys remember me mentioning in the past, and if you're in the Magus Academy, you know we've talked about this recently, about how you've got two types of meditation. You've got insight meditation, and then you have concentration type of meditation, which is dharana. Right? So the difference being the insight meditation is more like what it's talking about up here, where you're just kind of still, you're just kind of, going into the darkness, not really focused on a specific thing, but seeing what the darkness can reveal to you, right? Versus the dharana style meditation, which is contemplation, which is what we do with the Goetia, right? You focus on the sigil, and as you meditate on that sigil, as it puts your template or pattern, it's just like meditating on this sigil. As you meditate on it, it begins to bring information out of that specific sigil. It makes the sigil speak to you. That's why when you work with the Goetia and you meditate on those symbols, information from that symbol is brought up to you, right? When you meditate on a symbol, that symbol speaks to you specifically, right? That's the difference here. So meditation and then contemplation. How it says contemplation, on the other hand, means to enter the inner plane mental state, not mental plane, with a definite pattern or template. And this pattern or template is one of those things that can help get you across that abyss of falling asleep. As I mentioned in my recent video, why you fall asleep during meditation. If you hold on to that pattern or that template or whatever it is you're actually meditating on, that enables you to cross that abyss and really pull deep information from out of these higher planes. And what we talk about now with these higher planes, now we can define this more because we read about it. This is the first, what's the word called? The first vibration, the first, how does the book put it? Anyway, the first entrance into our physical reality, right? And then the space opens up for the template to be made, and then it begins to be disciplined and put more into a form, right? So when you're contemplating and oh my gosh, when you're meditating on a sigil, right, or a symbol or something like that, when you cross this abyss here of sleep, now you're getting into its original inception. Now you're getting into the qualities of its original intent, of its first cause. Thank you, Glitch Hiker. You're getting to the first cause of that thing. So when you sit here and take this bad boy right here into meditation, as your body starts getting sleepy, you ride on the back of that unicorn and you start to get closer to the first cause. And when you get close to the first cause of that thing, you're getting close to the center, right? You begin to not only become that thing, but that thing becomes you. And now you're able to enter into conversation with it. Looks like what he was talking about here when you speak with nature, you spend time with nature, you meditate in nature, nature opens up to you and begins to communicate with you. That's exactly what this is talking about. So if you can cross that abyss of getting sleepy, you can get to the first cause of your sigil. And this is how you have greater success working with the Goetia. You meditate with them until you get to the first cause of these entities. Beautiful. Ein Sof R, says Adam Ledford. First action. Thank you, Saturn's Guru. Thank you. That's big. That's huge. I love it. I love it. Because everything is wrapped up in layers, right? If we're just looking at the surface level, as they say, because remember I talked about how it's like an onion. You got the first cause, and on the outside layer of that is this next sphere, then the outside layer is this sphere, and all these layers until you get the physical reality. But you've got to penetrate deep into a thing, right? You've got to look deep past surface level, past all the different archetypes. And this is why when we talk about the different archons and the demiurge, it's not that you're going to have to actually fight an individual like on Mortal Kombat as you go up that tower. No. You're removing different layers of reality that you're wrapped up in. And all these layers are what constitutes your ego. And the more that you're able to go past these things, right? And leave them where they're supposed to, leave them in their designated places, right? We talk about the past, the present, and the future. We talk about beauty for lavish luxury and stuff like that. We talk about the war and the aggression and the ego, things like that. When we get past all these different things, we get to the first cause of who we actually are. This is how you're getting to your higher self. This is how you speak with that holy guardian angel, because you're leaving all this earth human shit behind, leaving it on earth where this earth body belongs. So it's not like you actually turn Super Saiyan and float off to another dimension. No. Your earth physical body is supposed to stay here and be only here, but your consciousness is what moves up the planes to your other bodies, right? I hope this is making sense to some of y'all. Please let me know in the comments if what I'm saying makes sense, because it is super clear to me right now. And this is really enhancing some of the things that I thought that I already knew. This is great. Dark Matter says, this gave me a burst of energy. Amazing. Thank you for that confirmation. Me too. Awesome. Fuck yeah. I love this. That's the thing about Ophiel's books. You got to just keep pushing through them. Beginning, it sounds like he's just talking about some random shit, but it starts to add up. Like I was telling Tony Jules earlier, you got to hang in there because he builds, right? All his little random stories and stuff, they build on top of each other. But let's keep going. Let us keep going. Jay Jones says, yes. Awesome. Lanny Alderdice says yes. Awesome. Dara Holland says gang gang. Adam Ledford says I'm ready to do art now. Yes, keep doing art. Let me see that next piece that you do. Wanda Wisdom says layers. Matter says fire, fire, fire. Lanny Alderdice says elaborate on more consciousness elevates to different bodies. Well, a good thing to do would be to click on the video I did about the art and practice of astral projection, or at least click on that video and get the PDF that I have so you can read it yourself. And this art and practice of astral projection, notice what they got on the inside cover, right? The Cabala Tree of Life. Ophiel ain't playing, man. He's been doing this for quite some time. But it talks about 4 different methods, and it talks about the body of light method and all this other stuff. In the chapter on the body of light method, we talk about how the thing with astral projection isn't that you're shooting yourself to another dimension. It's that you have a body on each dimension. You have a body on the physical dimension. You have a body on the etheric plane. You have a body on the astral plane, the lower astral and the higher astral. You have a body on the mental plane. But there really isn't much of form on the mental plane. The mental plane is merely intent. But you have versions of yourself on all these planes. The thing is, while you're awake right now watching YouTube, you're conscious of being in your physical plane body. In order to get to astral projection, one of the concepts is you close your eyes and you transfer your consciousness to your etheric body. It's there already. You're not jumping out of your skin and floating around like a ghost. You're becoming aware of existing within your etheric plane body. And you become aware of existing in your astral plane body. So the whole trick and the whole practice is learning how to switch the trigger to flip over. Because you notice when you lay down and go to sleep and your body gets relaxed, what's happening is your consciousness is leaving your physical body to go reside on that dream plane, whether it's the etheric or the astral. And you go there, you hang out, you visit your symbology, you do your thing. And as you start to wake up, your consciousness comes back down to the physical plane. Now, the thing is that just occurred to me after saying that is the meditation, right? As you're meditating here and your consciousness starts to leave your physical body, you're used to doing that and going to sleep, right? So what's actually happening is as you're crossing this barrier, you're starting to fall asleep and you are still going over to the etheric and the astral plane, but you're not remembering it because your conscious is becoming unconscious. But that's why you carry a symbol with you to cross over this abyss of Doth. You use a symbol to cross over, and that keeps you awake. That keeps you conscious. That keeps you alert during the transition from between the physical body to the etheric body. And that's how you can navigate these planes better. Lanny Alderdice, let me know if that was a clear explanation, because to me it was. Multidimensional, says Forex Alchemists. Absolutely. Gerald Sombright says, dynamite! Right? Glitch Your HK says, this reminds me of defragging a hard drive for faster performance. Yes. And that's what occult wisdom is doing for you. You're getting out of your own way. We have all this clumped up shit in our minds and the ways that we think and what we believe in. We have to defrag ourselves so our computer can run faster. We have to get out of our own way, right? Yeah, I was doing a ritual for this goetic spirit and nothing happened. And then I had a dream about him. And all that happened was, I saw him pop up on a TV show, but nothing happened. It's like, what are you talking about? You're telling me all about this results that you're having, but you're saying nothing happened. It's because you think you're looking for a specific thing to happen, and that's not how it actually works. We have to get out of our way. Same energy was rippled through. Hikate Gata says, can you repeat that? I missed it. There's a bit of a lag. I'm not sure what I was saying. 4 minutes. 12:12. Wow. Okay. If you can give me something I said during that time, Hekate, I'll try to repeat it for you. Forex Alchemist. Elijah Magic says word. Zola Lewis says, what's the meaning of the serpent on the top of Dion Fortune? Which serpent are you seeing, Zola Lewis? Lanny Alderdice says, heard you loud and clear, reflection. Perfect. That's great. That is awesome. on the cloud. I might be mistaken. You say above Kether, the serpent above Kether on the cloud? I'm not sure I see it. In the cosmos. Oh. Interesting. I never noticed that until you just pointed that out. And you know, these occultists don't do anything for an accident. I don't know. I'm going to tell you, I have never noticed that until you pointed it out. But that's definitely something I'm going to look into. Wow. Yeah, she's talking about this cloud right here. Yeah, that's something I'm going to have to look into. Because I've never seen that before you mentioned it. Or rather, I wasn't conscious of it. Good eye, sniper. All right, let's keep this thing going. All right, so we talked about contemplation. We talked about meditation. Thoth Hermes was also the god force of all magical operations, as any magical operation is... Oh, page 93. Nice. Any magical operation is certainly of the future, designed to change the future. You cannot change the past. So, it will be to the Hermes force that you will look for help in your magical operations. Saturn's guru says, are we not a dragon? You might be a dragon, but... All right, let's keep going. Now, we come to another puzzling variation of Hermes Mercury Thoth. The Egyptian god force named Anubis, also connected with the Hermes Mercury section of the Cabala. The Egyptian god force was pictured and sculptured as a man's body with the head of a jackal. As far as I am aware, this presentation of Hermes Mercury Thoth as a jackal-headed man god is only Egyptian. It did not appear in Greek or Roman religious functions. I venture here the suggestion that the reason for this non-appearance of this jackal-headed god form in those civilizations was due to the fact that the Greeks and Romans were not possessed, or shall we say not obsessed, with the kind of death ideas that the Egyptians were possessed with. This Anubis was known as the guide of the dead through the afterlife underworld. Interesting to note, in pre-Hispanic Latin America, like South America and stuff, they definitely have that same Anubis type of dog for their guide to the underworld. So it wasn't just Kemet or Africa that had this image. It was also in South America. I forget exactly what culture it was, but they've got like this same type of dog that looks like the Anubis dog. You know, the type without any fur and looks all wrinkled up and mean. There's a name for that dog too. It's like a rare breed or something like that. I'm sure somebody has seen it floating around Facebook recently. But yeah, I have also run across vague hints that Hermes Mercury was also a guide of the dead on their way to Hades, or was sent to Hades on missions, etc. Yeah, he was definitely what they call a psychopomp, and that's somebody that guides you down underworld to the underworld. All right. Mutha Milkshake is saying, is everyone streaming nonsense? Most likely, but I haven't seen everyone stream, so I don't know. Mad Bear says from Tijuana area, Mexico tribe. Perfect. Zolos, that's it, Mad Bear. XHOLOS, Zolos. You're exactly right. Those type of dogs. Cool. Let's keep going. As you may recall, the Egyptians did have a well-organized system of an afterlife, the main feature of which seemed to be that by paying a writer, called a scribe, to draw up a series of charms, affirmations, and denials. Much like a Christian Science treatment today, they could cheat or persuade or bamboozle a whole series of gods into believing that they were perfect, that they had led perfect lives, and were well deserving of the best of treatment in the afterlife. As an aside, I find this Egyptian idea refreshing that a mere man can deceive a god, which idea gives man more importance than the Christian religion, which considers him some kind of worm. Yeah. Interesting. So now we're looking at a little bit of ancient mimetic magic here, because what they said here is, as you may recall, the Egyptians did have a well-organized idea system of an afterlife. The main feature of which seemed to be that by paying a writer called a scribe to draw up a series of charms and affirmations and denials and things like that, so you can cheat or persuade or bamboozle a whole series of gods into believing that they were perfect and that they'd led a perfect life. In other words, you could write your way into heaven, right? And that's what you would pay the scribes for. Pretty interesting there. Pretty interesting there. And I would be willing to wager that it's not the gods that you're writing to and trying to deceive. It's that you are scripting your own existence and your own purpose, and you're convincing your own subconscious mind of what you are, which is what we're doing right now. So that when you pass away, you don't consider yourself a worm like Christianity has you. But yeah, Wanda Wisdom says, talk about Ghostwriter, right? That's pretty cool. I'd highlight that, but it's nothing to highlight. But that's definitely something that should be kept in mind. Fuck it, I'm going to highlight that. Just so if I'm flipping through one random time, I'll be able to see it. Yeah, I'm out of a highlight. I need to go grab another one real quick. Let me go grab another one. Hold on. I'm coming. New highlight. Who it is? For those of you who have a lot of physical books, I like this type right here, the Sharpie gel, because it doesn't dry out if you forget to put the cap back on it. Won't bleed, won't dry out. And no, I'm not making any money if you do this. This is just what I use, and I think it'd be cool for people who like to highlight their books. Gerald Sombright, narrative magic. Exactly. Mad Bear says, what if the snake in the sky is the feathered serpent from the Mayan Mexica mythology? I was thinking along those lines. I was also thinking along the lines of maybe the Aurora Boreas or something like that. But, you know, I haven't put any thought towards it yet, so I didn't want to jump to any kind of conclusions. But I will definitely say that's something to look into. Flex Washington says, scribing like the butterfly effect. Right. Adam Ledford says, this is kind of like the blueprint for a being's ghost architecture. Yes. Forex Alchemist says, wow, smear proof. Is that what it said? Yeah, smear proof. Yeah, these are the type that I've been using since I spent a ton of money on books back in 2015. I bought a big ass box of them and I just ran out. It took 5 years to run out of those highlighters. I think I got like 20 or 30 of them. Ridiculous, young man. All right, let's wrap this thing up. Quetzalcoatl. I like the way that word is spelled. All right, here we go. As an aside, I find this Egyptian idea refreshing that a mere man can deceive a god, which idea gives man more importance than a Christian religion, which considers him as some kind of worm. Also, it introduces another idea that maybe this whole fabric of physical existence is a fake and is only what it seems to be because we accept it as so. That definitely gets a highlight. It gets a highlight and it gets a reread. And for those of you in the future, it gets a rewind, because I think that should be heard again. Also, it introduces another idea that maybe this whole fabric of physical plane existence is a fake and is only what it seems to be because we accept it as so. Oh, wow, and it smells new. Love it. That after all, the gods are fakes and in the sense that we believe them to be, and we are the real bosses. Boss man of all bosses. And it takes only a charm or an affirmation or a denial to change things. Wow. This idea is in line with our conception heretofore studied many times that the gods are forces, not personalities. Although, to repeat again, it makes for easy use to regard the gods as personalities instead of forces because of our physical plane set up ideas of life. In other words, we're so used to using the conception through the physical plane, right? It's easier for us to interpret these energies as personalities, right? It's easier for us to interface with them that way. But in truth, they're just energy. Gerald Sombright says, well, duh, Mr. Peach. We the bosses. We was gods. We was kings. And we built the pyramid. Flex Washington says, Rick Ross would approve of Ophiel. He may have. Who knows, right? Buffering, 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 buffering. Great goodness, goddess. Welcome back. Narwa says, this tradition still continues today in Afro-Caribbean theosophy. Liberates our handwritten books passed from Santero to Almoisa, an initiate. Script your afterlife. Why not, right? What's it gonna hurt? But yeah, this touches on why we go into the whole affirmations, we use all these little devices and trinkets and tools. Let's keep going. Let us return to today's use and application of Hermes, thinking and planning our natural future type applications of the mentality, and as such, as ruled by Hermes from his natural position on the tree of life, which I hope you begin to understand by now, especially as to the part you play in all this, which, after all, is the object of all this work and study, to show you your part and to teach you how to play it, but good and cool. Conclusion to chapter 3. The idea that the tree of life pattern is and was based on a past, present, future design was one that I didn't find in these books, but the idea sprang out of somewhere during my studies of and on the Cabala and the tree of life pattern. In closing, the preceding section, I'm afraid I got a little too broad. In closing the preceding section, I'm afraid I got a little too broad and sort of lost sight of my main goal in occult books, which is to make the occult workable, daily workable by you. However, let us be philosophical about it, and although attenuated, nothing is lost. Understanding, as you now should more clearly, that our physical life is threefold, and you can take this threefoldness into account in all your future dealings and use the known forces as helpers, each in its proper position. I can give you some working directions also, as another old trite cliche has it, knowledge is power. This, when you are first starting your inner plane work, it is of great help to you to use circles, candles, ceremonies, chants, mantras, yoni steams, etc. But as you gain knowledge, yoni steam. As you gain knowledge, you control all things by just thinking of them. No need of the previous kinds of actions at all. So this is kind of what we had touched on recently about the tools, right? These tools are somewhat of just crutches to teach you that the energy is you and it's directed by consciousness. Really, all these little tools and crystals and trinkets and yoni steams and all that good stuff is to get you to focus on the energy and moving it so that you can learn by experience that it's your consciousness that creates this. Eventually, you can let all those things go. But hey, maybe some people don't want to let yoni steams go, and I understand. I mean, I can imagine why. I don't have a yoni, so I don't know about the steam. Will it work on guys? Travis Majors, I use sticky tabs. Do you have any idea the value of rare books? Oh, I didn't think of that. I mean, I do have sticky tabs, but ay. Amafoot says, hey, can you start the book all over again? I missed a few parts. Absolutely, absolutely. For you, most def. Let's see. Art and Practice of Cabala Magic by Ophiel. Dedication. To my students of the future, hello. For a large number of reasons, not the last, the personality of Ophiel. Simply Alon, Yoni Steams, right? Greetings, greetings. Narwa, oh, it was you, that fella in that classroom with Tyrone Bigham sniffing at that marker. Hey, some things smell good. And sometimes it's not things that you would expect them to, right? I still remember the smell of my dad first buying our NES system in like 1988, I want to say. I still remember the way that smells. That was one of my favorite smells ever. I like the smell of new electronics. That might be my mercurial Gemini nature. Gemini representing the lungs and also electronics and communication. Dara Holland says, steam for your sack. Amafoot says, were you guys talking about the Draco constellation? I had a dream about it. What's up with it? I don't know too much about the Draco constellation, but I know about Soldier Boy. Maybe he can connect a few dots. But she was referring to this serpent-like image in the stars up here above Kether. Somebody mentioned the winged serpent, with this being the Ein Sof, Ein Sof R, triple blackness of space and all that. That is also typically sometimes represented as a cosmic serpent. So that could definitely apply. Saturn's Guru says, yeah, I naturally stopped wearing stones and whatnot. Actually, they just kind of disappeared from my life. Also, like they have a life of their own, come to you when you need them. Absolutely. And the Kabbalion talks about how some of these stones not only have life, but also gender to a degree. And the way the Kabbalion breaks that down was pretty mind-blowing to me. Greetings, greetings. Evo7, random question. Does the harpy eagle mean anything to you? It reminds me of one of the little characters on that Skylanders game, because I used to have this little harpy griffin character that used to kick ass. Those little figures were super expensive, but when you have kids, you got to buy shit like that. Adam Ledford says, I thought Draco is supposedly where the reptile aliens were from that control Earth conspiracy, lol. Yeah. Wanda Wisdom, Yoni Sneem is said to clear the cellular memory regarding Guy's data she wants to be rid of. Penis, pin is, he scribes with each stroke. Again, Yoni Steams erases that info per studies. So you could clear your record with a Yoni Steam. Interesting. Amafoot says, Spyro is my life. Good. So now I don't feel like a weirdo because someone else actually knows what I'm talking about. Narwa says, you mean Chinese alchemy and black magic. Egg Shen. Ah. Yoni Steam? Swayze, greetings, Trav. Any physical benefits of Yoni Steams? I personally didn't get any physical benefit from the Yoni Steam, so I couldn't report of any. But then again, I just heard of Yoni Steams a few weeks ago, so, you know. All right, let's move on to chapter 4. Preface to chapter 4, or should I say preface, as I say in France. Preface to chapter 4. In the pages of books to come, we will deal with some new developments that I mentioned have arrived since I started studying this book. These new developments pertain mostly to new, to me, knowledge about how the physical universe is constituted and where the past knowledge and practices heretofore given fit into their place. I am a little disturbed by these new developments, as the new developments might, at first sight, tend to render the old knowledge useless after we have spent so much time learning it. I spent 40 years. I only spent 20. What should happen, however, is that the new knowledge should add increased understanding to the old knowledge and practices, so really they should become more powerful as you know more deeply what you are doing. Nice, nice, nice. What should happen, however, is that the new knowledge should add increased understanding to the old knowledge and practices. So really, they should become more powerful as you know more deeply what you are doing. The study doesn't end. Never ends. Never ends. All things that you used to say. All things that got in the way. All our favorite TV shows have gone out the window. It's new. Jade eggs too. Crystal eggs. I don't think I've used those either. Macaroni and cheese. What's going on? Steamed clams. Oh, man. I bought an egg once. It was too big to fit. I never followed up on getting a smaller one. Oh. I'm a foot. I love that song. I love that song too. I used to love me some Sugar Ray. That 1459 album, I played that CD to death. I really love the first track, how it was like really hardcore and stuff, and then the rest of that CD wasn't. I used that track to scare off my parents once. It was funny. They're like, "Oh, what are you listening to?" Dun, 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 dun. Devil music. All right, let's get back to this.
It's 1 o'clock.
Thanks, Mac. Great God, goodness goddess. Happy Thursday, y'all. Trav, you've been rating for 2 days now. Nice. All right. Where are we at? Yeah. The knowledge builds, and the new knowledge that you add to your old knowledge should help give you a deeper understanding of what you're doing. So when you learn some new stuff, you shouldn't throw away the old stuff. It should all add together, basically, right? That's a mark of that wisdom growing from the knowledge, basically. Happy birthday, Mad Bear. Happy birthday. Oh, it's not 12 o'clock for you yet. All right, here we go. And what are you doing? Basically, you have become aware of the existence of planes other than this one. You should have achieved some success with transferring your center of consciousness to your bodies on the other plane and opened up some experiences there which should have prepared you for genuine growth of self-knowledge and made you hunger for more. In addition, you should have learned a great deal about the nature of the inner plane substance and how to manipulate this substance, which is all magic really is. Also, you should have learned the basic ideas of starting causes on the inner plane to make effects come out here. So that right there is one of the things that he's been suggesting, kind of, sort of, but haven't actually said, right? That last line. He says, also, you should have learned the basic ideas, right? Especially after reading all these books from Ophiel by now. 2 things that he mentioned that we should have learned and that we're going to get to in this chapter. Number 1, how to transfer your conscious to your other bodies, right? Where did you say that at? Yeah, you've become aware of the existence of the inner planes other than this one's, and you should have achieved some success, even if it was just a little bit of success, right? You should practice at least with transferring your center of consciousness to your bodies in the other plane. And I touched on that before when Homegirl asked the question about astral travel and all that good stuff. You have bodies and presences on all the planes of reality. You do. The only thing that you're doing is you're transferring consciousness from one plane to the other. And that's what you're doing when you're learning how to meditate, when you're dreaming, astral projecting, and when you're going into trance with this magic, right? You're learning how to project your consciousness into a deeper plane. And when you're going up those planes, that's where you reach the second thing that Ophiel said. You should have learned the basic idea of starting causes on the inner planes to make effects come out of here, cause and effect. So if we learn that the first cause is here and everything filters down from there, if we learn that everything has an energy behind it, what is behind it? Behind it is further up the tree of life. So if you're wanting if you want a war to happen, you transfer your consciousness up to this realm and you bring that red Mars energy down to manifest in your life as whatever you're trying to manifest, right? And if you're meditating, it works in reverse as well. If you're meditating on a certain symbol, right, you focus, you concentrate on it until, for lack of better words, because there's different ways to do it, until your body begins to get you in that super relaxed mode and you want to go to sleep. But you hold on to that symbol and you cross this infinite ocean here of blackness, and you get to the first cause of that symbol that you're meditating on deeply. And that first cause helps bring the original energy that was behind that thing. So not only can you go into these Akashic records and read, you can also pull out, right? You can also cause things on these levels, and those causes trickle down and make an effect. And this is how you're doing this magic. All the stuff that you're manifesting. Oh, what a coincidence. Oh, every time I look at the clock, it says 11:11. Oh, I was thinking about unicorns and I saw a little girl with a unicorn shirt. These are effects of causes, right? So it may seem like it's starting to happen more and more for you because, you know, it's not just because you found my YouTube channel or because you learned how to meditate. It's because now you're learning how to jump into these other bodies of yours and cause change on the higher planes. You quite possibly are more powerful than you believe. Power is the ability to cause a change. So, I'm just saying. Simply Alon asks, is the inner plane the same as the dream world? The dream world is one of the inner planes. Yes, indeed. The planes all phase into each other, but roughly for sake of conversation, you got the physical plane, then you got the etheric plane, then you got the lower astral, then the higher astral, then the mental plane, and it continues on. To learn more about that, it'd be really good to read The Art and Practice of Astral Projection, which I did a video on, and also The Art and Practice of Clairvoyance. Rawa says, skeleton keys, I've had 2 or 4 stones, quartz, and granite, small analogical objects, toys, marbles, etc., and particularly cards. One might fill up a black bag with all kinds of psychopompic shit. Nice, nice. Law of correspondence there. I can dig it. Oh, Dwayne Wilson says, set effects on higher planes to manifest down in Malkuth. Right. And the Cabala, the Cabalian talks about this also. Dara Holland says, pull out game, be strong. Word. Uh-oh. Travis Majors says, Travis Majors, please read that again. Careful here, folks. Pay attention. Things can get real shady here. Okay, Narwa says, skeleton keys. I've had 2 or 4 stones, quartz, and granite. Small analogical objects, toys, marbles, etc., and particularly cards. One might fill up a black bag with all kinds of psychopompic shit. Okay, skeleton keys, stones, small analogical objects, and particularly cards. Psychopomp shit. Okay, and the psychopomp is the energy or the entity like Hermes or Anubis or whatever that helps you to cross over these planes, right? You use the energy of Hermes, of Mercury, of Anubis to travel through to the underworld, because Hermes or Mercury was the messenger of the gods, the conscious mind, right? It allows you to connect with the future and the present. It allows you to connect with the higher planes and the lower planes. Mercury is enabled to travel freely up and down the tree. So correspondences with this type of entity are a lot like skeleton keys to give you access to these planes. Awesome, possum. Goodness gracious. Also, you should have learned the basic ideas of starting causes on the inner planes to make effects come out here. Chapter 4, Workings. In writing the book, The Art and the Practice of Cabala Magic, that's this one, cool. During its writing, Ophiel acquired a lot of additional knowledge based upon advanced in the sense of outward extended practices, uses of the Tree of Life Cabala pattern. I must admit that I got carried away by this overlapping and put some of this advanced knowledge into this book, where it doesn't make too much sense without the intermediate material fill-in. I'm terribly sorry about this. My whole inclination is to proceed in an orderly 1-2-3 manner, but I'm all alone here. There is no one I can consult with except perhaps my friend Francis Israel Rigardi, and he is very busy with his own work and his own writing and his other concerns too in his life. So, as I said, I'm all alone, and these last 2 books just overlapped and got out of hand. I can add some information here, however, before proceeding with the working part of this book. To repeat, the first book I wrote was The Art and Practice of Astral Projection. I never did know just what the reason was for that book's subject. That is, I didn't know until just lately. I had this burning desire to explain the inner planes and to accomplish a certain kind of work there. Later, I found out how to accomplish the work I wanted in another manner, learning the projection part intact. I may repeat this story in more detail in the next book. It was through the projection part that I came across the astral light, the demiurge. I saw the astral light on the inner plane, and that seeing led off to another search as to what it was really that I was seeing. And this is the point where I began to get the other knowledge that was in front of what I am presently putting down. Are you picking up what he's putting down? So here I am now. I have to finish this one book to be known as The Art and Practice of Cabala Magic before I can go on with the next book, as yet nameless. And that next book is, of course, The Art and Practice of Contacting the Demiurge. Oh, part about cause and effect. Gotcha. I guess I ended up doing that eventually, right? All right. However, all is not lost. In fact, nothing is lost, even though in the next book I intend to do the best of my pen to go into the one it is who does. Still, what the one uses to do with is the stuff we are going to study next. So, just to kind of ruin the surprise, he is talking about the demiurge from the previous book. Interesting. There is another great mystery here, and I have not made much progress in resolving it. To state it as clearly as I can, there is an outer universe separate from you, and then there's an inner mechanism you possess, which you can use to cognize this outer physical universe. And in so cognizing this outer physical universe, you magically transform something so that you become the universe itself and experience the universe. I suppose you can call this living. This idea or thing is touched on briefly in the Golden Dawn books, wherein the phenomenon is called the magic mirror of the universe. The idea, greatly oversimplified, is that a force or forces from out there impinges on the outer edge of your sphere surrounding you, and you transform the force into a form. Give the form movement, expansion, condensation, and solidity. By the way, you know that movement is air, expansion is fire, condensation is water, and solidity is earth. Remember, the 4 elements aren't talking about literal things. It's talking about the quality of those things. And yes, I get you, Narwa. I understand what you were talking about. I did mention it after, eventually. And that quote that you were talking about is, also you should have learned the basic ideas of starting causes on the inner plane to make effects come out here. And you don't stop. The magic mirror of the universe. All right, we're talking about the 4 elements. You give the force being, physical being. Now again, I say, I do not know the exact way or manner or mechanism by which this transformation is done, but it is done. And your world universe is the result. Evo7 says your astrological natal chart has effects on what deities and spiritual beings we may work better with, right? Yeah, but one way to also think about it is when you have a video game and you have different characters to choose that you can develop over time, you get a lot of default stats. Now, as you play the game, you can always rework the stats to better suit you, but your natal chart is your default stats, and they can be adjusted to help you flow better. But oftentimes, default stats are made that way because that character was designed to have certain strengths and weaknesses, I would say. Now it says, yeah, that part is where things get shady. Reception, QBL, Cabala, to receive, can get real creepy when your environment starts talking to you or projects the contents of your own mind. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. I've learned to kind of fall in love with it and kind of just laugh at it every single time it happens. So I guess maybe that's why crazy people are laughing all the time. I don't know. But yeah, I absolutely get you. It's how you take it. I can definitely see how it can freak people out to the max. To me, it's always just like a shake my head thing. Like, really, dude, I was just thinking about this and it manifests that quickly. Like, yeah, right after reading one of these books, I went to the store and I was just practicing. And before I got to the store, the person that I was thinking of to influence wasn't there, but the person that person works with pulled up as I was, making my way into the store. And I thought that was pretty damn wild. I just kind of shook my head and laughed. Yeah, this stuff is really real. Like once you understand how to make it work in your own life, it synchronicities will certainly ramp up to an obstinate amount. I think I used the right word there. All right, let's keep going. Now we will go back to the study of the nature of the material itself. Remember, there are two things here we are dealing with. First, you and your function as a receptor and connector of, let us say, cosmic energy. And secondly, the cosmic energy stuff that comes to you constantly in a form being created constantly by either the lesser countenance, Hebrew, or the demiurge, Greek, for which see the new book to come. Interesting. You function as a connector and a receptor for cosmic energy. All right, and there's an asterisk here about that demiurge party. So sometimes this name is spelled demiurge and sometimes demiurgos, demiurgeois, demiurgos. Always says it's shady because that is where we tend to get caught up and therefore stuck in that conglomeration of energies that play out over and over again as time dilates. Yeah. Adam Ledford says, yo, it was a great eve, but about to see the dream plane, brother. See you in hyperspace. See you, bro. Hopefully you download this book and, are able to dig through it yourself, or you can always come back to the video, your choice. But peace and thanks for joining us. There are a number of names by which this cosmic energy is known. I have said this aforetime, so I will try not to repeat it too much in this book. The reason for this diversity of names is that each time some person got out on the inner planes and discovered this cosmic energy, he gave it his own name. Apparently, each one never ran across the names already given to the thing by others in a different time or a different place, not recognize the qualities of the substance as used and described by others. Now, we now come to the part where we study the tree of life and the distribution of the above named forces upon it and through it, which distribution constitutes living our physical life, which is another way of saying the same thing. Remember, I said elsewhere you were a small tree of life universe, which cliche you hear constantly in the occult, but this time try to absorb its full meaning. There is another knowledge point to settle or explore here. Will there ever be an end to these points? No, never. The quite common sense question arises here. What is the material of which the physical universe is made? I am terribly sorry, but to this question, I cannot give a sensible answer to you who are used to the multiplicity of different kinds of matter or materials. I will say the apparent truth as best as I can. The physical world creator, whether it is the Greek Gnostic Demiurgos or the Jewish Xavier Anpin, uses elemental essence out of which to create the world. And this elemental essence is itself. Wow. Glitch Hiker K. Thank you for that donation. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I love you, man. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Supreme One says, oh, this is live. No, this is recorded. But it's recorded live. Rene Cordes says, hi, damn, you still at it. Kinda, sorta. Narwa says, it is a projection as if in a mirror. The mirror may be curved, concave, or convex. It may be bent or cracked. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's wild how people don't recognize that. How you see the world is how you see the world. Like how you experience the world is based on how you see it. So if you see it as a victim to circumstance, you continue to be a victim to circumstance. If you see it as a megalomaniacal, you have what you have. You have what you know. That's what's crazy about it. We don't realize the power that we have. We really don't. Like we say we do, but we really don't. Perspective determines reality, Elijah Magic says. Absolutely. Wow. Let's keep going here. This is getting to the good stuff here. Anytime you see the word demiurge pop up, you already know. Y'all already know. The chillin', the grown folk. Glitch Hiker K says, mind your mind for real. Mind your wants, because there's somebody who wants your mind. George Clinton. Oya Philosophy says, looking through which window of the self? All right, where we at? Bring them out, bring them out. Okay, the physical world creator, whether it's the Greek demiurge or the Jewish Xavier Anpin, uses elemental essence out of which to create the world. And this elemental essence is itself. Tathagata Buddha, the Father Buddha, says, with our thoughts, we create the world. So yeah, we're pretty much all on the same page here. Matthias Infinitely, good evening, says, for real, man, if we would all realize this power, the thing we could create together would be amazing. I feel the 5D world will resonate with this. And I feel that it already does, because it already is. It already is. Goodness. All right, let's continue. This is beautiful. This elemental essence is itself. The only other explanation I can add is that the elemental essence is in different states of development, and being in different states of development can react with itself. That's an interesting concept. So everything is what it is, right? The God of this world creates this world out of itself. So how the hell do you create something out of yourself? You know what I'm saying? If it's just you, like, how do you create reality out of yourself? But if you look at it here, it says, the elemental essence is in different states of development, and being in different states of development can react with itself. And that relates to kind of what we were talking about just earlier about you have bodies on each one of these levels, but depending on where your consciousness is, you're going to see it differently. So if you're looking from down here and you say, oh man, they put up 5G towers and it's killing us. They out here with coronavirus and it's killing us. We need the toilet paper. That's your perspective of reality. But as you go up these planes, you start to see the nature behind the outward manifestations. The perspective changes. There is no they doing anything to an us, right? There's not a split the higher up you go. The split and the division happens the lower you come. So down here, all the division and duality and multiplicity, that's all afterthought. The higher up the tree you go, the more you start to see that there is no other. There's no they, there's no us, right? It's an I am. It's an isness. It's an isness. There's no reptilians over here. It's no, you know what I'm saying? You know. Remember that each element goes through 3 stages before it reaches the final state, the final state, such as Earth of Earth. Earth of Earth is, of course, physical Earth and does not react metaphysically further with itself. However, physical Earth is made up of things which do react with each other, but this is not what is meant here. Ooh. So check that out. The lowest plane of the tree of life would be Earth of Earth. So this represents Malkuth down here. Then we got Yesod, and we got Hod, and Netzach, and Tifereth, and Heberah, and Chesed, the Kether, and then Chakmabina. All right, so the top 3, these 3 up here. The very top is Air of Air. But as that energy breaks down here, and he explained, basically he explained the 4 worlds in his own kind of way. Saturn's guru, nice. Nice. So he low-key just talked about the 4 worlds, and that really kind of slipped under my awareness in the true Hermes, Mercury, air sign kind of way. Beautiful. We will proceed to draw a tree of life. Call it figure 1A. So that's figure 3A. Okay, there's figure 1A. Gotcha. I don't know what page of the PDF we're on, but whoever's reading along with the PDF, please list the page number. If anybody's just tuning in, the PDF is in the description as usual. All right, so let's keep this thing going. This diagram is, of course, the basic tree of life symbol. I am trying to have all these diagrams in this book printed in colors. The idea behind these colors are wildly given according to all kinds of differing color scales, which vary from school to school and vary for no kinds of the same reasons. So you use the colors that appeal to you, and you will probably be right as any of them, and also right according to your personality. In figure 1A, again, introduce the idea of the future, present, and past connections with the 3 pillars as they have been called by Dion Fortune and Israel Regardie. Okay, so here we go with that, figure 1A. As far as I'm aware, at this time, no one else has presented the tree of life in this past, present, future manner. I wish someone had, so I wouldn't be totally responsible for it. The colors have some connection with the different states in the development of the elemental essence referred to, development from light to heavy. The various colors for the various states of development are given in Dion Fortune's book, as referred to heretofore many times. Eventually, you should make up a book containing the whole series of trees. I find that as I contemplate this color situation and some of its ramifications, I realize that the combinations are almost endless and much more than I can get down here in this little book. You were presented with a study of 3 parts of the tree previously, and it won't hurt to review that part again in detail. This time, we are concerned with the division of the tree into its elemental constituents, thus showing how they can react with each other. Draw another tree, thus figure 2A. Oh my goodness. So this here, right, in its basic form, we got the 3, 3, 3, and Malkuth. Now that becomes this. And this, we're looking at the elemental doubles here. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, Malkuth. All right, so what's he got to say about that? Please note that you are looking at the tree, hence the 2 sides are reversed to your 2 sides. Your right and left side, I mean. So turn around mentally and back into the tree. Gotcha. Like this guy. Page 82. Thank you, Oya Solasophy. Thank you. Once backed into the tree, this puts the tree expansion future side on your right hand side. With the exception of those who are left-handed, a man starts or initiates actions with his right hand, which is in correct line with future type actions. Page 85 now. The left hand holds or supports the right hand, which action, again, is in line with the idea of past action. However, what I wanted to develop at this time is the conception of how the creator creates out of himself, which is also the creating material. So he's the artist and he's the paint and the canvas. He as in I, as in you, as in we, as in us. So however I wanted to develop at this time is that the conception of how the creator creates out of himself, which is also the creating material, the created sustained material physical universe, which is also you. The preceding ideas are not easy or simple to follow, and I do not present them in the form of a completed thesis, but only as an analogy. Something like this takes place, but metaphysically, not necessarily physically. You try to put yourself into the feeling of these things. Think of these things, meditate on these creation ideas, contemplate these things until you absorb them. Look again at figure 2a, tree 2. What you see there is a tree universe, also small tree, you, small universe. Let's just keep reading though. In which, also like you, some of the elemental essence has already reached the bottom of the tree and become the elemental force of earth, whereas obviously at the top, undifferentiated elemental force is entering the universe tree and you and becoming the elemental force of air. Please read the above several times. What you see there is a tree universe, also small tree, you equals small universe, in which, also like you, some of the elemental essence has already reached the bottom of the tree and become the elemental force of the earth, whereas obviously at the top, undifferentiated elemental force is entering the universe tree and becoming the elemental force of the air. This knowledge is not hard. The knowledge is different only, different from earthly knowledge and practice. The main point is there is no thing but God, nothing besides God, and therefore all things have to be made from, come from the one thing, God. How God transforms itself into these elemental substances is part of the knowledge referred to previously, and the knowledge came before the preceding foundation material was written down, thus confusing me to no end. Ophiel does not claim, again, to have the whole answer to it all. I write what my pen puts down. I never know at the beginning of a sentence what the end of the sentence will be. Ophiel's material can be tested, and do test it. Don't accept it blindly. Test it. Learn to etheric project. Learn to creatively visualize. Develop some clairvoyance. So that is the test. Test. I would say do the work. Right? There was one factual point I overlooked in the previous presentation. Take a look at the tree again. Figure 1a. Okay. All right, so we're taking a look at the tree. Gotcha. Note each of the three Sephiroth triangles has air, fire, and water in it, but no apparent element of earth, except you can see the word earth repeated 3 times. Please note, in this case, the element earth is represented by the next 3 lower down Sephiroth. There is another clue for you available as to how God can use itself to react with itself. Hold on, let me read back because I didn't quite get that. Each of the 3 Sephiroth triangles has air, fire, and water in it, but no apparent element of earth, except you can see the word earth repeated 3 times. Mm. Please note that in the place of the round circles Sephiroth, I substituted the elemental forces symbols in combination with each other. Most of this material was given in my book, The Art and Practice of the Occult. Oh, so I didn't read that book. Gotcha. Narwa says, are the illustrations intended to be taught us? That's what I thought, but yes, they are. Yes, they are. The elements, basically. The elements. Yeah, they're in color in the first page, I want to say. No, in this book, the other book. That's where they're in color. Well, I did see a colorful version. Oh, here it is in the cover. Gotcha. So yeah, here we go. Creator of creation, destroyer of destruction. Interesting. Michael says this sounds like alchemical formulas. The words he's using are chemical reaction, reduction, heating, filtering, etc. Yes. And I think we also see that in the whole alchemy aspect of things too. Okay. So, opposite page 84 of the Art and Practice of the Occult is a page of combination elemental forces, in this case, including Akasha. And that's the one that I did not read, so I have no idea what he's talking about there. I hope it is becoming clearer to you how the elemental forces can react with each other, even though they are more alike than not alike. And these then are the building blocks of the apparently solid physical universe made of forces you make real. What power it is that does this, I will treat in the next book, as I have to lay foundations in this book first. Well, Ophiel, we already read that book, so the cat's out of the bag. Hecate Goddess says, thank you, Travis. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Hecate Goddess. Thank you for riding with us for 9 hours. Goodness gracious. And again, thank you to all of you that are presently with and those who were here earlier for hanging out with this this study lesson here. This is, again, pretty exciting and pretty impressive, I would say. And I used to worry that my 20-25 minute videos, people wouldn't stick around and watch the whole thing. Goodness gracious. Flex Washington says, imagine if you started this late night again. Right? I thought 3 o'clock it would be over by now, but I guess not. Kenneth says, we be rocking till the break of dawn, right? On and till 6 in the morning. How do you spell tatwas, those circles and squares? That would be Tattvas, Saturn's guru. Alternatively, it's been spelled Tattwas. All right. Number 1. Call to your attention the diagram on figure 3A, which is this complex looking sigil glyph here. Mind you, it is the same thing as this. It's just that we've learned that we've got air of air, fire of air, water of air, fire of fire, air of fire, water of fire. And remember also, we already broke down what each one of these means, right? Was it fire of water? Jeez Louise. Let me make sure. Okay, water of fire. Yeah, okay, so this is water of fire. And remember we talked about water of fire represents the Jupiter aspect. and the water was the condensing, the fire is the expanding. For example, this talked about like gambling or banking or the stock market or things like that. The water, which is the condensing, meant the money, right? And the bank system and all that. But the fire, the expansion, is the gambling aspect. You're wanting to expand that money. You want it to enterprise. The bank's wanting to spread out and proliferate all over the place. You got water of water, which is the beauty aspect, the Venus aspect. And it's also the past, right? Water of water, Venus, it's not going anywhere. Beauty can only be enjoyed as it is. It doesn't expand. It is accumulated, right? It's already there. It's past. Old money, they say, right? Lavish and extravagance, it already exists. You have to make your way into it. You don't really create it. You step into it. And then likewise, we've got, oh, look. So water across here, fire across here, air, fire, water, earth. So somebody did mention earlier or ask earlier if the four worlds were also based on the four elements. Well, here you go. Air, fire, water, earth. And this also is layered in terms of density, right? Air is the least dense, then fire, then water, and then earth is the most dense. Just like how creation comes down in that 777 pattern, solidifies and gets more dense and becomes matter. Just like the prime intent, the first cause, by the time it makes it to your consciousness, you think you have an idea all of a sudden, and you slowly manifest it into reality. The same way your body may feel a certain thing, like your stomach may start to generate signs of hunger, and all of a sudden you think, I'm hungry, I should get something to eat. Your body knew that already, right? But hell, something sent that signal to your body already too. Gotcha. Interesante. All right, so call your attention to the diagram of figure 3A. I expect to open up more knowledge and work in the next book, but for now, please look at and give some hard, quiet thought to the lower part of the diagram, as that is where we are now and where we will be for some time, and where we will work for some time until we transcend it all. Yeah, man, the hard part is getting up out of that first level. After you learn how to get past this first lower level of the earth plane, things become a bit more easier, a lot quicker. Therefore, in strict accordance with my policy of making all these books your working books with operating directions, here are the operating secrets for the preceding 3 pillars and the diagrams thereto appended. Awesome, awesome. So for all 47 of you who stuck around for these 9 hours, let's get to the juicy bits. In the preceding 3 pillars, chapter 1, in the preceding 3 pillars chapter, I described the various symbols for each Sephiroth, and also included colored plates of each. The unfortunate and others have given this much in references or a few scattered plates, such as those in Israel Regardie's Tree of Life, facing page 128, but no real directions as to how to use the symbols, especially on and for the earth plane. So here goes. First, return to the first book, The Art and Practice of Astral Projection, and turn to the symbol method on page 75. Sure, why not? I mean, I got it right next to me, right? Cool, right there. The symbol method on page 75. Nice, somebody got it. Boom, page 75. All right, here we go. At the time the book was written, the prices of the supplies were relatively low. Now they have gone so high, I cannot carry them anymore. Try your local 10-cent store first, and in most cases, they can serve you. At first, it will probably be all right to use the symbols as given in this book, but if and when you take up real serious work, you should draw, paint, and make your own, and eventually draw and paint them on parchment, real parchment, which is as expensive now as it was 1,000 years ago. So I will proceed assuming you have the symbol in one way or another. Follow directions as given in the symbol method. I am here going to repeat the before mentioned truth, the basic fact that all outer teachings come from the inner, and also that the inner is the real thing, while the outer is the symbol only of the inner thing. I will also repeat until it runs out of your ears that we, the fallen souls, cannot deal successfully with this outer world in any way other than through the inner world first. Yeah, this method that I'm about to teach you has been called the Tatwa method of astral projection. So that's confirmation, Narwa. Or astral projection through and by means of the Tatwa symbols. This method has also been called clairvoyance by means of the Tatwa symbols. In the case of the following instruction practices, the distinction between clairvoyance and astral projection disappears and the two things become one for all practical purposes, which is something I've called to your attention before. Vayu, Tejas, Apas, Prithvi, Akasha. Okay, so yeah, I remember reading this. You should do the work yourself, he says. Yeah. And he's talking about drawing these circles, and he's talking about the different colors of them. He talked about the qualities of the four elements. Yeah, and the different qualities of those elements. So that was all in the symbol method of that book. Okay. So hopefully you guys remember that part. Whew. All right. Let's get to it. So yeah, assuming you have the symbol in one way or another, follow directions as given in the symbol method. And that's basically using the proper colors and the paint and the tools and all that good stuff. Oh, cool. So here's the color version of those diagrams. Gotcha. Oh. Oh, yeah. Okay. For now, when you project through the, in this case, composite symbol. Oh, and I just remembered in Initiation to Hermetics, Franz Barden also talks about projecting into the elements and filling yourself with these elements. Oh, man. Synchronicity at its finest, says Elisha Magic. Okay, like I said, Ophiel drops little hints and clues, but he's slowly building a pyramid that you don't see until you stop and turn around, right? Cool. All right, so let's continue. For now, when you project through the, in this case, composite symbol, you should find yourself on the plane of that God force. Move carefully and explore your way quietly. That plane is the sphere of the force that rules what you are interested in and working on. You should feel the boss. If you don't feel like the boss, then don't enter that plane to do any work until you do feel so or have gained enough knowledge to handle the operation. That is very key. If you don't feel like the boss, don't enter that plane. Don't summon no spirits if you're going to end up being scared of that spirit, right? I summoned XYZ, go extra spirit, but I don't trust him. Well, then why did you summon him? But yeah, that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. You should feel like the boss. If you don't feel like the boss, then don't enter this plane. And if you can't rap, don't enter my lab. Boss. Oh shit, screenshot. Yeah, Saturn's Guru says hold it up for like 3 seconds so we can get a screenshot. I don't know if it's in the PDF. It might not be, but yeah, if you want to get a screenshot of it, let me line it up. All right, have at it. Oh, there's colors in the PDF. Awesome. Thank you, Kenna. Beautiful. Dressed in all black, you would think I was racist. Gaining the necessary feelings of being the boss and gaining the necessary knowledge are matters that I cannot help you with directly. You have to do that yourself. Make your own development. You can also tune into Travis Mage's videos. I'm sure he can help you with that. Narwa says, and no, I haven't read the book. If you're interested, I do have the PDF available underneath that video. Cool beans. You are welcome, Saturn's guru. I would suggest, however, that you first explore the 4 elemental forest planes through these symbols as a means of getting the necessary knowledge and experience. As I read this book over, and especially these sections, and today, and the next 2 days are the dark of the moon, but don't you become suggestive just because that is the way the dark of the moon affects me. It might only be a suggestion with me too. I want to allow for that also. I'm having a little damp, dull feeling about the force value of the book. I want to give you strong occult directions and always in each new book, open up new paths to power, as another old cliche has it. Actually, in the books up to now, you have had it. You got the basic. You got the basic. Now is use, development, and that, to a tremendous extent, depends on you and your devoted application in your future. I trust you see this. In other words, the time is now coming and may be at hand when I have given you all the detailed techniques. Now comes their use. And I'm wondering, will my future giving consist of essays on the occult instead of detailed technique instructions? Your magical work, after you assimilate the opening parts, will consist of your growth based on emotion, desire, sometimes miscalled will. Ooh. What I'ma do with all this swag? Put a for sale sign on it and put it in a bag. Your magical work, after you assimilate the opening parts, will consist of your growth based on emotion, desire, sometimes miscalled will. Rene Cortez says, you don't really see it until you try. Therefore, do the work. Bingo. I'm not trying to get you all excited about the next book as if this book is not so hot, but I myself have reached another step plateau into which I was dragged. This man is talking about being dragged. He's talking about the basic. He's talking about the book is hot, but this was written in 1975. I'm telling you, man, this dude is like time traveling and shit. I was dragged by a growth process of elimination, contradiction of terms, and in the last year, a whole new inner vista has presented itself, and my own personal work led, I hate that word, it implies something is doing the leading, straight to the Gnostics and their ideas, which fit in with all that has gone on before. Students, I'd like to write 25 books on the occult before I pass away. I want them all to be good for you and not pot boilers. I am trying not to slip, but if I should, take it easy, will you? He says, if you catch him slipping, be easy on him. Go easy on him. I say this, and then it will probably never happen, as it is always the unexpected that gets to me. As we are on the subject, I might as well announce the next 2 books here and now. I do this merely as an idea of a notification of convenience. No pressure. There should be a book tentatively called What You Needed to Know About the Occult But Could Never Ever Find Out. And this book should be followed by a Gnostic book, title undetermined yet. In other words, it's called The Art and Practice of Contacting the Demiurge. Writing has started on the first book, but not on the Gnostic book. Also, I'd like to call your attention to a number of interesting, I think valuable, little essays on occult subjects which are now available. I call them occult vignettes. You will find the present list in the back of this book. These vignettes are now in copy type form, but they should be in pamphlet by the time you read these words. 2. I call your attention to the appended Tree of Life diagram in which the Sephirah are depicted as compound elemental force symbols instead of in the usual single elemental way. Figure 3. Also, I call your attention to the section in the first book, The Art and Practice of Astral Projection, called The Symbol Method. Those of you who have read the Astral Projection book by Iram, which is Mary spelled backwards, Y, may recall that Iram gave no great detailed directions as to how he managed to project, but did state that his projection was by the symbol method. I was quite angry and upset when I read this years ago, as I then didn't know what the symbol method was, not yet having acquired the Golden Dawn books edited by Dr. Francis Israel Regardi, which books you should eventually own for research and reference, so save up your pennies. However, to get on with the working of these forces depicted in this Tree of Life diagram, you should know from your study and meditation of and on the material given in this book entitled The Art and Practice of Clairvoyance, that each Sephirah has connected with it a number of human activities of a special kind. As I said, you will find the list more or less complete in the aforementioned book, and you can supplement this list by looking at ordinary astrology books and magazines. Oh, yes, philosophy. Well, he already determined the outcome, right? Elijah Magic Birdman rubs hands. Narwa says microdosing works. Yes. Come on, ride a train and ride it. Whoop whoop. Kenna says living life in HD off the microdose. Soon indeed. Where we at though? So now you know some different kind of knowledge which Dion Fortune did not give to you. You know the tree is divided into future, present, and past types of actions, so be governed thereby accordingly. You know that all the actions that make up the physical plane are connected to some certain Sephiroth, and you know that each of these Sephiroth is symbolized by a compound symbol. You know that there is only one material in the physical cosmos, and this one material therefore can react only with itself, and this reaction is only done by different parts of the material acting in a different manner from other parts of the same material, but still being the same basic material. You can use the idea of different vibrations of the same material if that is clearer for you. Wow, Ophiel. Jeez. That was a mouthful, but you know there is only one material in the physical cosmos, and this one material therefore can react only with itself, and this reaction is only done by different parts of the material acting in a different manner from other parts of the same material, but still being the same basic material. You can use the idea of different vibrations of the same material if that idea is clearer to you. Remember the 4 kinds of forces, or to repeat, the forms of vibrations that forces take, which is air, movement, movability, fire, which is expansion, water, which is condensation, and earth, which is stability or inertia. I gotta know how to demonstrate the effects of weight on inertia. I like that. Narwa says, it is curious whether Ophiel is narrating or whether something is narrating to Ophiel or whether Ophiel is dictating to the author. Now, I am possibly gonna, well, yeah, I would just say that, you know what Ophiel actually is, or who or what Ophiel is, whatever. Yeah, I think that is interesting. And I think that's why I'm so attracted to these books. Now, With that review out of the way, yeah, if we had that Ghostbusters meter thing that you can like wave over an object and tell how much ghostly plasma stuff is on it, I'm sure Ophiel's books would have ghost plasma all over it. If anyone can remember that word for ghost plasma. Now, with that review out of the way, we can proceed with the how use. We will assume you desire to acquire. We will assume you would desire to acquire something or to become something pertaining to the nature of and ruled by Jupiter Zeus, or as you now know, water of fire. We will assume you have done the usual kind of working visualization, maybe a talisman which should have this compound symbol on it. Now comes the, oh wow, I'm so glad I waited to make that thing I was going to make. Cool. Now comes the heavy heretofore unknown secret from old times, a combination of two occult devices or techniques, creative visualizations, and symbol method projections. Yes. You were given the method of symbol projection in the first book, The Art and Practice of Astral Projection, but I will repeat it here with some additions. Following the above idea of using the symbol of water of fire, which you should make for yourself, you place the symbol in front of you in a good light and look at it steadily for a few minutes. Then turn your gaze aside onto a piece of white paper. You should then see the symbol in complementary colors on the white paper. Then close your eyes. Ah, yes, and I just bought new color pencils and everything. Close your eyes, and you will again see the symbol against your inner sight background. When you see this inner symbol, then seize the symbol. This comes with practice. Let me say that again.
It's 2 o'clock.
Thanks, Mac. When you see this inner symbol, then seize the symbol. This comes with practice, and enlarge the symbol in your imagination. Expand the symbol until it becomes as large as a door in simmering complementary color. Then project or step through the curtain door. So that's how you enter the symbol. That's how you enter the element through the symbol, all right? Where you will find yourself is where the forces or the vibrations of what you want or are interested in are at. Ectoplasm. Thank you, Kenna. That's exactly the word I was looking for, ectoplasm. Narwhal says also phenotypes. Narwhal says all sorts of things are determinable. It is a matter of developing the mental energy to scry and see for yourself. It all depends on your own temperament. Transubstantiation. Exactly. The rest is up to you. Be careful and explore the place carefully, and make your request demands carefully. This is the same way that you contact the goetic spirits, for those of you still having trouble with that. The rest is up to you. Be careful, explore the place carefully. Like the book Demons of Magic, or even Goetia Pathworking, when it describes to you what to visualize and what to use your five senses on, visualizing that atmosphere helps you tap into that energy or the first cause behind those entities. So let's continue. The rest is up to you. Be careful and explore the place carefully, and make your requests demands carefully. This part is something you will have to do for yourself, as I cannot do it for you. But move carefully and quietly. Also, you can use the same method on any article which is in the nature of a symbol, a picture, a drawing, a trademark. Follow the same method as outlined. One of the objects of this operation is to put you in tune with the vibrations of this place. The place where the object is ruled by, with the vibrations which control the object of your desire. I repeat, you are to be brought into the aura of the object you desire. Yo. Now, also, I guess I'll spill another occult secret. He made us wait 112 pages till we got to this stuff right here. When you use a trademark or something else solid and three-dimensional, then, in addition to looking at the object, you also feel and handle the object and add the the psychometry effects to the vibes you are building up and connecting yourself to the object. In other words, instead of reading the object as you would read in psychometry, you ally yourself with the object and all it represents to you. Please note how these different occult techniques blend into each other. I may write separate vignettes on this subjects later. 3. Kenna says, LMAO, he put the nuggets in deep, right? Making sure. And then they're not fancy looking, like you really have to be reading to stumble upon this, right? It wouldn't hit the same if I like stopped and came back to this tomorrow. Okay, number 3. 3. Okay, so this is figure 3A. This one right here. Gerald Sombright says, I appreciate Mr. Peach's writing style. Same here. He's one of my favorites. Dion Fortune used to be my favorite, but then I'm starting to see that this guy here is most definitely, without a shadow of a doubt, to be real. All right, return your attention to the combination diagram, which is figure 3A. The combination diagram of the ordinary Tree of Life Sephiroth circles with their symbol combinations. You will notice in this diagram that the Tree of Life has been set up in a certain way. The 3 pillars have been designated the elemental forces air, fire, and water. Air, fire, and water. The central pillar is labeled air, facing the diagram. The right-hand pillar is labeled water. The left-hand pillar is labeled fire. Right. Right. Yeah, the central pillar is air. The left hand is fire. The right hand is water. Gotcha. I'm with you so far, Ophiel. Ha! You ask where is Earth, the elemental force of the Earth. In the case of this diagram, the elements change paths from one element to another, and as a rule, the element below can be considered Earth to the element above. Oh, the element below can be considered Earth to the element above. Air and fire. Fire is earth of air. Water is earth of fire. And earth is earth of water. Okay, and as a rule, the element below can be considered earth to the element above. The line of change can also be considered the element akasha, which is not shown here. When you make your diagrams, you can insert the akasha symbol on the line if you wish and color it indigo. So the line that goes across that separates here is akasha. Akasha is almost like an invisible membrane. Interesting. Narwa says it's basically, well, talking to yourself. Yes. Interesting. All right, keep it pushing. Now look at the other division of the Tree of Life. Notice that the diagram of the Tree of Life is divided into 4 horizontal sections, 3 sections of 3 Sephiroth each, and 1 section of 1 Sephiroth divided into 4 symbol sections. The main sections are cross-labeled air, fire, water, earth. Air, fire, water, earth. Section 1, section 2, section 3, section 4. Okay. Indicating that all the elements are present in earth. Now, having got ahead of myself, I will have to go back and fill in. The building blocks of the physical universe are the 5 elemental forces. To repeat, elemental air, elemental fire, elemental water, and elemental earth. These forces are real, but not real. Great mystery here. See my other writings. But You live and act as if these elemental forces were real. The Sephiroth on the tree are the elemental forces, and they create and build up and constitute the physical universe by acting and reacting on and with each other. I feel like wrinkles are forming in my brain right now, for real. Interesting, interesting. So let's see. The Sephiroth beneath is the earth to the Sephiroth, and the Sephiroth above is like the air, I suppose. Okay, so now having got ahead of myself, I will go back and fill in. The building blocks of the physical universe are the 4 or 5 elemental forces. To repeat, elemental air, fire, water, and elemental earth. These forces are real, but not real. Great mystery here. But you live and act as if they were real. The Sephiroth on the tree are the elemental forces. And they create and build up and constitute the physical universe by acting and reacting on and with each other. As you know, because I've said it elsewhere, the undifferentiated elemental essence known as Akasha comes into the physical universe from beyond Kether and then takes on the characteristics of each elemental forces in turn as it descends down to earth. One more time. As you know, because I have said it elsewhere, the undifferentiated elemental essence known as Akasha comes into the physical universe from beyond Kether, right? Ein Sof, and Ein Sof are. It comes into the universe from beyond Kether and then takes on the characteristics of each of the elemental forces in turn as it descends down to earth. So, as we're looking, this essence comes down and begins to take on water of air, then fire of air, and then water of fire, and then fire of fire, and it begins to take on all these elements until it manifests down in the physical plane. Rene Cordes says, and that's the down moving triangle, precisely. It would appear that the first arriving force, having gone on down and become some more advanced form, would then act and react with later arriving forces, let us say lighter forces. And as I said, these actions and reactions from the physical world, for clearness, it could be said that as soon as the forces begin to differ from each other in qualities, they can then react with each other to form combination of qualities, which combinations constitute all physical things according to matter plus position on the tree. I'll read that part again for clearness. It could be said that as soon as the forces begin to differ from each other in qualities, they can then react with each other to form combinations of qualities, which combinations constitute all physical things according to matter, plus position on the tree. And that reminds me of like the zygote in the womb, how it begins to multiply from a division of 2 sides to 4 sides to 8, and the cell keeps multiplying with itself until it becomes different organs of the body and things of that nature. Interesting. Glitch Hiker K says, same here. Back to the sigil work. This makes sense why some company logos are so influential. The grip is way beyond the physical realm. Eggs Blackley. Therefore, look again at this diagram. Each Sephiroth has alongside it a compound symbol. This compound elemental force symbol is the elemental force symbol for that Sephiroth. Ponder and meditate on this hard. The way these forces are used is through the symbol as is follows. Of course, you should have a deep reason for using the system, and you should make positive preparations well in advance for the operations. Much information is contained in the Golden Dawn books, the information parts, not the ritual parts. Let's take a look at it briefly before we dig into that part there. Not that one, but the one previous. Yeah. Wrinkles in My Brain, cool song title, right? All right, so, oh, that one's not colored. This one has the color on it. The element, all right, so red for fire, and that would be dealing with that Saturn plane. Interesting. Nathan Hartzell says, so do you believe an music artist's main logo has a very big influence depending on what it is? Absolutely. I always find myself wondering about Skrillex's label, Owl's. It's clearly a sigil, right? How do you say it? Owl's. His label? It's clearly a sigil. But yeah. Any company or anything, you know what I'm saying? And that's how these sigils can affect other people who have no idea what it's about, because it's not like we said last night in our movie after party thing. Yeah, and OVO is a sigil. Forex Alchemist, I believe that has something to do with Drake. I don't really keep up too much with, Drake is a walking sigil, precisely. But like we were saying, the subconscious mind is non-local. It's not yours. It's a frequency that you tap into. It's the subconscious mind isn't a collection of all the things that it's not just, right? Let me put it that way. It's not just a storehouse of all the things that you've experienced. It goes beyond just you. So if you see a sigil, just because you've never seen this before, it still has an impression upon your conscious mind when you see it, because this has been around a whole lot longer than any of us. And furthermore, going up the tree, this glyph itself has a deeper meaning with that first cause. Just because we see it for the first time and don't know what it is doesn't mean it does not have an effect. It absolutely has an effect. And that's why certain things, this is like the building block of reality right here, right? So if you really look at how the models for a lot of chemical compounds look, right? When you look at the H2O compound, a lot of those chemical models are big ass circles connected with little lines. It's not an accident that they are designed and interpreted and manifested in that way, because everything in science has a correspondence with the spiritual, right? So yeah, when you see a sigil or symbol, it still has an effect on you, whether or not you understand why. But that's also why you can do a meditation and get to the inner planes and pierce through to get that original meaning of that symbol. You feel me? This is pretty darn interesting. Glitch Hiker K says, man, if they taught this side of life in design school, I would have had a much easier time. Well, you can now. You can implement this in everything you do. You really can. If it comes to creation and you create anything, you can implement this science in anything that you create. As a matter of fact, that would be recommended and advised, to keep it real. That's how it's going to have a deeper impact with people, because it has substance. It has deeper substance. Forex Alchemist says, no wonder why some celebrities are called icons. Absolutely. And if they reach a certain level, I mean, I don't know for sure because I've never met a person like that, but I'm led to understand that it even gets to the point that what the things that these people do in their daily lives is part of their iconography. You know what I'm saying? That's why public character assassination attempts are made, to attack the energy, to attack the reception of the energy behind a person, like the whole R. Kelly thing, right? R. Kelly, while he was singing and doing his thing, he represented an energy, right? He represented an energy. And the only way to really dismantle that energy is to attack the symbol, right? The energy's not going anywhere, but you're defeating an access point that the general public has. To tap into that step in the name of love, I believe I can fly, or whatever song you remember from R. Kelly, for you to tap into that vibe, you listen to R. Kelly. Same with Michael Jackson, right? You tap into Michael Jackson to get that energy. But when they do these smear campaigns to attack the character, for some people, that's going to kill that access point for them. Oh, I don't listen to Michael Jackson anymore because he went to court for this, right? Although it didn't really affect many people, it did affect some people, but that's okay. But yeah, when you see certain people getting quote unquote taken out or taken to court for some bullshit or whatever, it's usually an attempt to attack that symbol in your mind. You feel me? Exactly, Forex Alchemist. Forex Alchemist says, I see what you mean. Like they break people's perspective of the energy. Right. You can't change the energy. You can't hurt the energy, right? All you can do is affect the interpretation of it, right? Like, yeah, I'm not even going to give that person any attention. But it's all about you and your focal point. You know what I'm saying? Stay focused. Don't let something distract you. Distraction is the only weapon, quote unquote, that the quote unquote enemy has. But even that quote unquote enemy is a representation of an energy. You feel me? Saturn is often called the tester, right? Satan, the accuser, the enemy, right? Somebody pops up in here to try to cause distraction. They're not, you know what I'm saying? They're not the bad guy to be defeated. They're symbolizing a certain energy. Are you going to pay attention to the troll that pops up in the chat talking about some bullshit? Are you going to get caught up in him and start going back and forth with this dude? Or are you going to recognize that and bypass it and transmute it and prove that you're worthy to get to that next level of the first cause, get it closer to the first cause? Same thing with the coronavirus or whatever shit's out right now to get you into fear, to get you to focus more on the manifestation versus the first cause, right? So what are you focused on? Are you focused on first cause or are you focused on what's already manifested, right? You can't change what's manifested if you're just focused down here. You have to focus on first cause to really cause lasting change. KP says, I was here from the beginning and just woke up. Fuck. Nice, nice. I knew you were here, KP. Narwa says advertisement. Yeah, I saw that. Forex Alchemist says, it kind of comes back to the Demiurge book. Our biggest distraction is ourselves. So if you get the distraction on your side, you control both energies. Eggs Blackley. Narwa says the individual is just as much pulled and pushed, and the individual is pulling and pushing. Exactly. Exactly. Woo! I love it. Step in the name of love. Drip, drip, drip. Where we at? Mm-hmm. All right. To continue to use, you first decide exactly what it is that you want to do or accomplish in regard to what subject in the world you are interested in, like the sephirah or symbol pertaining to that subject. You then draw and paint that symbol on a 4x4 card. Check the proper colors, but you select the color that appeals to you among the shades available. For example, there are a number of reds from cardinal to crimson, and the one you select is your color. When this preliminary work is completed, you proceed as follows. Select a comfortable position. Shine a light on the card symbol. Look at the card for a time, but do not do so for so long that you strain your eyes. After a time, shift your gaze to a plain piece of paper. You will see the symbol on the plain piece of paper in complementary colors. Shut your eyes, and you should then see the symbol on the back of your eyelids, as it were. Enlarge the symbol in your imagination, and then step through it. You should then find yourself inside the plane of that symbol. And if you should then act accordingly, and that is not what I can tell you how to do exactly, your actions then depend on the preparations that you made previously and what you want to accomplish with the forces on that plane. See my other writings and the one suggested courses that lead to illumination and, for want of a better word, power to function on this earth plane through the knowledge of the descending forces of the inner planes. Cool. So I'm definitely practicing this as soon as we wrap this book up. For those of you who got the PDF and are wanting to look through this later on, this is currently chapter 4, workings. Toward the end of chapter 4, he pretty much breaks down this very simple meditation technique of stepping into that element and putting it to use. All right, chapter 4, if you got the PDF, thank you. All right, chapter 5. How many chapters? I think it said like 10 or something. How is this only 5? Step in the name of love. How are there 10 chapters and there's only this many pages left? Like, strange. Very strange. Nathan Hartzell says, so, like, what is the sensation of entering a new plane through a sigil to you? Well, that's something that you're going to have to find out, right? I can only, like what Ophiel says also, I can only tell you so much. That's the leading the horse to water. You drinking is actually figuring out what that sensation is, because I could tell you how it feels to me. It's going to be different for you, because when we're starting to get to your personal imagination, it's going to be different. But basically, when you sit down in front of that candle, in front of that sigil, and you're stilling the body through meditation, you get still, you're focused all of your existence on that sigil, you close your eyes, right? And you use your imagination to kind of help you along, and you go through that sigil. It's, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Try it yourself and get the doubt out of your head, because I can already hear that doubt. Oh, this ain't working. Oh, I didn't do it right. Oh man, I can't. This ain't working. No, get all that out of your head and just do it. Just do it. Just do it. Don't worry about, am I doing it right? Just do it. Just do it. That's what I would answer to that. My imagination is really vivid, you know what I'm saying? Because I've been doing this for a long time. So with me, you know what I'm saying? It's, Nathan Hartzell says, yes, sir. That's why I'm still having problems with projection, because as soon as the vibration comes in, my mind fucks up. Right. Just let go. Like, you're not being judged on this. You're not being graded. You know what I'm saying? There's not going to be any thing like that to worry about. Like, just do. Forget about if it's right or wrong. Just do. You're your own worst critic. You really are. So let go of that. All right, let's go. Chapter 5. All right. What you should have gotten from the first part of this book was more basic knowledge about the Cabala ideas system. Actually, there is a tremendous amount of other material written down, but I have not pursued it because I've felt that much of this material would be redundant, and also much of this material was speculative, and the rest was a philosophical dissertation of the nature of the Middle Ages debates on how many angels can dance on the point of a needle, and etc. I feel satisfied to believe that I got a set of knowledge workings out of the Cabala, which, while not all by any means, will do until more comes along. That is, will do for most any and all kinds of necessary work you need or want to or have to do on this physical plane. Wow. I like that connection you just made, Oya Solosophy. Just do it. Nike, goddess of victory. Think about that. The Nike, just do it. The goddess of victory. You can't have victory unless you just do it, unless you just take that step and do it. So that kind of adds light on that whole Nike thing right there, which is a god, which is an energy, right? So they're invoking a certain energy. Nike is not just a shoe company, it's also an energy that they've attached to their brand. Interesting. And interesting to note that victory is actually the name of one of these spheres. I believe that one is called victory. It slips my mind. Maybe somebody can search it in Google, but yeah, Nike, just do it. You can't have victory unless you do it. But let's keep going. Oh, there are higher things indeed, and I shall never cease to pursue the higher things and get them down on paper and books for you. But the higher things will not add more to your present basic workings. It is somewhat as if you were to consider the driver of an automobile. As a driver, you have a good use and control of the automobile. You do not need to be an automobile engineer in order to operate the car. But in fact, an automobile engineer might not be a good car driver at all. But if you want to graduate from an automobile driver to an automobile engineer, there's no reason you should not do so, but many will not choose to do it. The above layout sounds rather inverted, but it is true nonetheless. So, with this clearly understood, we can proceed along the lines of knowledge with no fear that something is being neglected or overlooked. So in other words, if you have a car, it's good enough to be the driver of the car. You can still get from point A to point B. You don't have to be an engineer of cars to drive a car. As a matter of fact, it's very possible that an engineer of cars would be a terrible driver. But to be a car driver, you could become an engineer, but it isn't necessary. Same with this art and practice of Cabala magic. Just to be able to drive the car is fine enough. All right, you don't have to be a master magus, right? As long as you can use this and you get results, you're winning. You know what I'm saying? You're in the right place, on the right track. You're doing just fine. All right. So with this clearly understood, we can proceed along the lines of knowledge with no fear that something is being neglected or overlooked or left out. We have up to now been studying how to accomplish changes in this plane through various kinds of leverages, mental leverages and metaphysical leverages and magical leverages. The only thing is that we go higher. We come closer to source of all mental, metaphysical, and magical leverages, the much more direct source from which all pours out from, and theoretically the necessary work power should become easier and easier, say, once we near the source. We would not, for example, have to make a talisman to accomplish a certain object. We would proceed to do it directly by being near the source. I have not completed my studies of the source, indeed hardly started the studies, and I will do no more than hint here and say I will try my best to get it in the next book, but will tie up all the loose ends I can here and now. All right, first yawn, and I'm at the end of the book. I think I'm going to make it just fine. Fine. I like that. Nara says to Nathan Hartzell, you will definitely know when you know it when you feel it. Be like a dog chasing cars. Be like a dog chasing cars. Being in the process of it is it. It's not about the goal or where you're coming from. It's being in the process of it. Just like how this is talking about the past, the present, and the future, right? As long as you're in the present, you're in that middle pillar path. You're lined up with source to manifestation. You want to be in the present. You want to be a doer, not, yeah, I'm going to write this album one day. I'm going to be a rapper. No, do it. I'm going to be creating this project. No, be creating it. Not, yeah, I used to did this. I did this 10 years ago. Yeah, back in the day I was XYZ. No, you are or you are not. Right? Is you is or is you ain't, my baby. Let us continue. I have not completed my studies of the source, indeed hardly started the studies, and I will do no more than hint here and say I will try my best to get it in, try my best to get it in the next book, but will tie up all those loose ends I can here and now. And even if I'm not able to write the next book, you have enough knowledge and workings here and in previous books to carry on all you need. So therefore, to proceed, we will start this part with the statement that while we know there is a higher source, as Forrest said, what we now are dealing with is a complex of forces and powers below the source. Below means below in point of origin. So yes, there's a source, but what we're dealing with are the powers and forces below the source. Below in reference to point of origin. Here's the point of origin, and we say it's below, not because it's lesser or it's evil and dark, but here's the origin, and all the powers are quote unquote below it. There was an old time author many years ago and read by me many years ago. I thought memory wise that I had in mind Judge Thomas Townsend's book, The Hidden Power, which you should read for your education. He was a metaphysical mystic, not magic, but on re-examination, I do not find the statement in his book I was looking for. At any rate, my memory says an old-time occult author said as follows: there is no thing, nothing in this universe, no material but God material in existence. Therefore, speaking broadly, in this material universe, there are many different things differing from each other, yet all these different things are the same one thing in basic actuality. All different things are the same thing in reality, source-wise. Let us use an old cliche. Physical things differ in different shapes and appearances from each other because each has different vibrations. Each operates on a different wavelength. Each wavelength causes a different appearance of each same different looking thing. I think that quote he's referring to is from Initiation to Hermetics, but I might be wrong. I used to bench about 350, says Forex Alchemist. Nathan Hartzell says, see, why are you describing me? I have plans of music. What are you doing today, right? What are you doing today? And that's not to talk down on you, bro, but everything you do is a cycle. So what are you doing in today's cycle to get you to where you want to be? You know what I'm saying? Got to get in the flow, got to get in the water, got to get your boat in the water, right? Mark Bjornby says, has he been reading from this book for the past 10 hours? Started streaming 10 hours ago, according to YouTube. Very observant is he. Oya Philosophy says, was going to mention Initiation into Hermetics, Travis. Yes, yes, good stuff. Oya Philosophy says, would you consider doing a study reading group of Initiation into Hermetics? Shit, you think this small book of this is only taking 10 hours? Do you know how long it would take to do that one? I mean, no, shit, I better watch my mouth before I say I'm ready to do that. As I've stated before, I've liked to take that book slowly because each section requires a little bit of attention and practice. But I don't know, maybe if universe says it's time to do that, then I will definitely do it. That's for absolutely certain. Forex Alchemist says, Travis Focus Game 100. It must be done. Nathan Hartzell says, well, I'm actually trying to study magic before I do, and you're a good teacher. That's why I'm listening to The Magician. Awesome. Awesome. And I should probably finish that book. Huh. But yeah, don't try to study magic. Study magic. Right? What did the little green elf man on Star Wars say? Do or do not. There is no try. Awesome. Let's continue. So yeah, let us use an old cliche. Physical things differ in different shapes and appearances from one another because each has different vibrations. Each operates on a different wavelength, which wavelength causes a different appearance of each the same different looking thing. Beautiful. Beautiful. Great goodness goddess. Hey, she is back. Awesome, awesome. Daryl Holland says you would have to take that book chapter by chapter. Yeah, that's more realistic. We could probably do that. Break it down chapter by chapter. Maybe focus a week or 2 or 5 or 7 or however many chapters are in there. That'd be interesting. Fuck it, man. Let's just do every book. My channel is now the audiobook channel. We're doing nothing but books. Maybe I'll start a second channel for that. I don't know. We'll see. We shall see. I'm going to do my magic and we'll see what manifests. We'll see what manifests. I'm not trying to manifest, $5 million, but I am trying to manifest certain things. I don't want the money to buy Lamborghinis. I want it so that I can study and practice the rest of my life without having to be distracted by things that I don't want to be distracted. I mean, really, I'm already living that life, but more would be great. Jesus said, I come so that you can live life more abundantly. Here in my garage. Thank you. See, thank you. You understand what I'm getting at. I'm gonna show you these three things. I read a book a day. That Ty Lopez shit, right? Flex Washington says, if I had $5 million, I still wouldn't buy a Lambo. Knowledge, right? Knowledge. Read a book a day. Knowledge. On my Ty Lopez shit. Gerald Sombright, I think you know what I'm talking about too. Here in my garage. Bring them out. Where are we at? Yeah. All right. After you have digested oh wow. Imagine, because when you look up Ty Lopez and all these internet marketers, you get flooded with their ads. Imagine like being flooded with occult ads. Goodness gracious. Here we go. After you soon. After you have digested the preceding, we can go on. As there is nothing but God, material in the universes, non-physical and physical, above Kether and below Kether, everything is nothing else. I can digress here for a moment. In the next book, we will go into the matter of the kind of material there is in the universe. And I may repeat this whole paragraph. Here I just want to mention in passing that different Gnostic systems postulated the existence of two substances in the cosmos, and these two substances were called light and darkness, and so on. The two substances system was called naturally dualism, which idea never entered my head before. With that idea out of the way, there is another concept we must contend with, and that idea concept is matter real, really real, or an illusion real? Is this really your phone number? Are you really gonna call me? Gerald Sombright says, only thing close to occult ads you're gonna get is Gaia. Yeah, awesome, because I see an untapped opportunity. But, we shall manifest what we shall manifest. There exist secret societies. Yeah, and those really dry, lame meditation apps and stuff like that, Yeah, man. It's untapped territory because it almost seems that no one that actually has the real knowledge knows how to do internet marketing. except this guy. But all things in due time. Perfect time. All right, let's stay focused on the task at hand. Is matter real, really real, or an illusion real? I can give an answer to this saying simply, matter is not really real. Even physical physics shows that physical matter has more holes than material in it. But we should act as if matter is real, but keeping the truth in the back of our minds at all times. Therefore, then, the physical plane world must be established so that it appears hard and solid, acts as if it is hard and solid, and deceives all human beings into thinking that it is hard and solid. How can such universal delusion be brought about? Well, it is no great secret. The physical plane solid illusion creation is accomplished through the deployment of the senses, plus the employment of the 5 elemental forces, reacting with and on each other, and thus creating a solid appearing world. Forex Alchemist says marketing is a magic profession. Absolutely, bro. Thinking about mimetic magic and how these colors and how the logos and how mantras and you know what I'm saying, all these different things. Absolutely. Advertising is the place for wizards and magicians and maguses. I'm going to teach you how to start an internet marketing company. Logos, right? Logos. Advertising and oh my gosh, there's so many different places that I feel like I'd like to go into in the future, but one thing at a time. One thing at a time. In more detail, you arrive here on this earth plane, equipped with 5 senses in embryo. You grow up, and the physical plane world expands through to your senses. In the diagram, you are the 5-pointed star, and each point is a sense, a physical sense. Your senses form a sphere around you, somewhat analogous to the sphere of availability, as given in the book, The Art and Practice of Getting Material Things Through Creative Visualization. So we look at the symbol of the star in the circle, the pentagram in the circle. Those would represent your 5 senses, right? And then that circle around it would represent your sphere of, what they call it, your sphere of availability. All that you can see, sense, touch, taste, and hear. Sense, touch, taste, and hear. Yeah, it's 5. First time I got it. Like the room that I'm in, I think that there's stuff beyond this room, but my senses only receive as far as I can see. That's an example of the manifestation of that star within the circle, if that makes sense. So in the diagram, you are the 5-pointed star, and each point is a sense, a physical sense. Your senses form a sphere around you, somewhat analogous to the sphere of availability in the book, The Art and Practice of Getting Material Things Through Creative Visualization. This sphere has been much overlooked in magic knowledge. An occult secret left out in the open freely. An occult secret left out in the open freely, and thus hidden, as indeed most all occult secrets are likewise so in the open and hidden by this obviousness. Gerald Sombright says marketing is most definitely most high wizardry. Absolutely. Knowledge. Outside the, and hell, who's to say that these people that we just talked about don't practice the same thing? I'm just saying. Outside the egg-shaped, I didn't make it too well egg-shaped. Outside the egg-shaped magical mirror are raw, undefined, undelineated vibration type, layer type thought form types and shapes, and just plain forces, which forces, shapes, thought form types, layer types, vibration types, undelineated, undefined raw force pressure are converted into the object and things of the physical plane. Your physical plane, which makes up your physical world by you. In other words, you make the non-solid solid and the non-material material. You do it. You are the magician and the one tarot card. So just like my example, as far as being in this room, my senses can detect these 4 walls and everything within it. Now I know that there's people upstairs. I know that there's rain outside. I know that you guys are somewhere looking on your phones and stuff. But since my senses don't observe you, you're just vibrations, and all these other things are just vibrations. And now that doesn't make you any less real than you believe you are, but in my perspective, I am not picking you up by my senses, so it exists as vibrations that have yet to be translated. Interesting. And likewise, you can't see me. You can see my book in my hand and my unicorn pen, but to you, hell, I can't even see me right now. I can just see my book and my unicorn in my hand. Oh man, I'm having a epiphany here. Interesting. Yeah, like you said above, Nathan Hartzell, you don't know a sense until you sense it. Right, because I'm sure you've heard before, people are like, well, what if we're in a place and what's on the other side of that door, it doesn't exist until I open the door. We've all heard a theory kind of like that. Well, it's true. You know what I'm saying? Sure, it may exist there, but you're literally not able to sense it with your eyes or your ears. So it rests on the other side as an a yet uninterpreted vibration. And the person on the other side, the same is for them. You exist as a vibration that they have not interpreted yet. I feel some gears turning. Moldvox says Schrodinger's cat. Absolutely. Moldvox says NLP is in advertising, which NLP is only a stone's throw away from what the fuck we're dealing with right now. Know what I'm saying? Nathan Hartzell says, I feel like humans are missing a part that some beings have. Possibly. Let's continue. Hot diggity dog. You are the one that converts these senses and these vibrations into solid matter. Your perception. You do it, it says. You are the magician in the one tarot card. That's one of the secrets hidden out in the open. And I repeat, you do it by means of the magical power in your 5 senses. Another aside, as to who you or we or I am are exactly, I am not prepared at this time to designate exactly and define in precise terms that what and who we were or are, or how we got here, or what the hell we are doing here, and why don't we remember anything as to a foreness, etc. I have a few rather weak ideas, but if I go around talking weak ideas, man, you got some weak ideas, man. Your ideas are weak, man. Forex Alchemist says, when are the Anunnaki coming, man? Man, get out here with these weak ideas, man. I have a few rather weak ideas, but if I go around saying and talking weak ideas, then some people will jump on that. Some people will jump on that saying and re-say, see, I told you Ophiel knew nothing. I don't think any human being will ever know all about it here. With any kind of a little bit of luck, I hope to have some stronger ideas as to who we are in the next book. At least I will have what has been spoken or written up to now by saints and sinners, and maybe we can go on from there. So, leaving out the great question of who we are, we go on to where we left off. You are the creator of your physical magic mirror universe through your magical 5 senses. As might be said in thinking, you are perceiving the physical universe. You are in reality doing the opposite of perceiving from out to in. You are projecting in to out the physical universe. What if your eyes, and this is me talking, not Ophiel, what if your eyes are projecting rays that when the rays land on things that can be seen, it's manifesting them as things that you're looking at, right? What if when your eyes are closed, you don't see anything? I don't know. I'm just saying there's so many ways to take this. But one of the keys is not to be so solid on the things that you think you believe. Don't be too solid and rigid. No, that ain't true, brother. You can't tell somebody something ain't true because it may be true for them. Raymond L. Peace, greetings. What's up, family? What's up? What's up? Forex Alchemist says solidifies like double slit experiments. That's what I'm getting at. You got it. How the molecules or whatever don't their behavior is adjusted based on whether or not you're actually looking at it. You know what I'm saying? Nathan Hartzell says, you know, this is actually so funny because the same point this book about magic presents was covered on TEDx with only science. Yeah. Just like NLP is only a stone's throw away from this, so is some concepts in quantum physics. Like all this stuff is more related than people would like to understand or would like to believe. Forex Alchemist says all energy, but when you look at gets solid. Pretty much. Not even like the four walls, like behind me. I can't see behind me unless I turn around. So is it still there? You know what I'm saying? Is it still there? Forex Alchemist says, I think we're all about to reach enlightenment if we keep going. Yes, man. This is the analogy of that mountain, that holy mountain that you have to climb. Some people fall off, you know what I'm saying? Some people don't make the whole journey, but that's okay, right? Holy shit. Moldvox says that's freaky as fuck. Gerald Sombright says superposition. Exactly. Exactly. I really feel something right now. Like, of course, this is stuff that I knew, that I know, but going back around and seeing this again with some of the stuff that I know, it's really opening some things up for me. I think this is happening because I'm reading all these books together like this, right? Because we're looking at this man's wisdom that's spread out by years and years. And we're just reading it all in a matter of days, like back to back. We're getting decades of knowledge from one man who intently studies this stuff. I'm just saying. Crazy. Oya Philosophy says, I used to ask myself, if all my five senses were taken away, would I still in this realm? I like that Metallica video for the song One. And it's about the dude who was in the war and he pretty much couldn't use his five senses after he was done with the war. And I think that's the whole theme of that story and even that video, you know. 1001010101101. Hyper uppercut. Yoga fire. Yoga flame. Hadouken. I twist and juke him. I twist and juke him. Just twist and juke him. Let's keep going. I twist and juke him. I twist and juke him. All right. Now I realize that the preceding leaves unanswered more questions than it answers. But remember, I do hope to write more and more books. So let's leave something for later. No, Ophiel, don't do it. Learn the present knowledge well, and then the foundations for more knowledge is laid. Again, I repeat, the main object of the past books and this present book and the books to come is to give out hard workable knowledge and to work with Cabala magic. You do not need to know it all now. Dara Holland, I love it. Dara Holland says, that's the point. Let's move forward with this knowledge. Movox says, people in sensory deprivation tanks create their own 3D realities. Right. Moldvox says people have come out of comas speaking new languages. Shit. At 2:34 a.m. I twist and juke him. All you have to know for now is that it is through the power of the elemental forces. 11 hours, golly. You do not need to know it all now. All you have to know for now is that it is through the power of the elemental forces which you possess in your five senses that you control and create the physical world plane which surrounds you. Ooh. Yeah, I'm gonna highlight that. This is the new flavor in your ear. Look at the next diagram in this book. I have replaced the conventional circles with symbols. Please note the symbols carefully. You will recall I told you that there was only one substance in the universe above Kether and below Kether. This statement is true. However, you know that here on the earth plane there are different substances. Yet, you also know that each of these different substances, are composed of the same basic things, electrons and what is beyond electrons. Or, as can be said in another way, one basic substance reacts with other parts of itself to make different combinations of itself, which combinations react with each other to constitute the physical plane world. However, do remember the substances referred to as forces, acting as if they were substances reacting with your senses, and thus creating the illusion of solid substances. This makes you think about genetics and genealogy, how you got a father and mother and they make kids and all the different genes combine and all the different people of the world have children with each other. And you think about the Adam and Eve concept, how there was just one dude and one chick, and after several generations, there's so many different genes interacting with itself, right? Which might be behind the metaphor of Adam and Eve. Know what I mean? Flex Washington says 13 more hours to go. Shit. 24-hour Ophiel marathon. Nathan Hartzell says, I hate the story of Adam and Eve. God really let that shit happen. Yeah, man. Party people! Party people! You should now have some ideas as to what...
It's 3 o'clock.
Thanks, Mac. You always have to do that as soon as I start a sentence. You realize that, right? One objective says, you are tapped in on your Bobby Hemmett. Oh, yeah. Movac says, I've always thought Pandora's myth was the source of the Eden myth. I can see that. Raymond L says, we got class tomorrow. Split it up in 2 live streams. I could, but I'm so close to the end. And what kind of example would I give to the kids if I don't finish what I start? This for the youth. This for the youth, for the community. All right, we got to do this for the youth, for the next generation, the community. Each one teach one. I got to build the school for the kids. Oh, you withdrew your 25 donation? Oh, man. That guy is funny. Dr. Umar Johnson. Let's get back here. You should now have some ideas as to what it is all about. The physical plane, and you. Your employment of the elemental forces in combination is you creating your world. Again, I say 1,000,000 questions are not answered here, but some light has been thrown. Better than some shade. And you should be able to get on with living and even progressing. I can see that I'm running out of material for this book, as all points to the theme of another book, the nature and contact of the demiurgus. So he finally reveals the name. I can see that I'm running out of material for this book, as all points to the theme of another book, the nature and contact of the demiurge, who apparently is the maker of these elemental forces. He probably already had this book planned out and then kept researching and found out about the demiurge halfway through this book, and now he's kind of like saying, oh yeah, I also been researching this. Interesting. What's also interesting is that there's 10 chapters in this book. We're only on 6, and there's only this much left. Raymond L, thank you for your donation. 555, that's the number of change, and we changing some shit right now because this information is life changing, even for me. Keep the party going, family. I'll listen in bed for a bit. Peace, bro. Peace. We're definitely going to talk about this tomorrow. That's for sure. For sure. Nathan Hartzell says, I believe the fruit they partook of wasn't physical, though, if the story is true. I don't think this can be true. You know what I'm saying? I think it's all metaphorical. Like, it would not make sense to be thought of that way. If anything, it definitely relates to this, right? Think about it. You got God who created man, which is Adam, and Adam, out of Adam was taken Eve, the rib. That's the same story as what we're talking about. This light coming from the first cause, then a space created to work, then the tools are introduced, right? And then that kept on happening, right? Let's keep going. The nature of contact of the demiurge, who apparently is the maker of these elemental forces, we are studying, but does not constantly supervise their use. You do that. So the demiurge works, but he's not always looking at you because he's the blind idiot god. All right. You do that, except possibly in some cases, it can be influenced in definite ways, as presented in the art and practice of getting material things through creative visualization. So there's the art and practice of contacting the demiurge. There's also the art and practice of getting things through creative visualization. There is the art and practice of astral projection. There's the art and practice of clairvoyance. And all these books are connected. Holy cow. Holy cow. So chapter 6. Here is an easy way to make tree of life diagrams with paths. When made, paint the diagrams in the king scale and the queen scale. Also, the paths in the king and queen scale. I am not satisfied completely with these colors, nor the ideas behind these colors. To be absolutely plainly open, I have not found a blinding explosion of divine revelations behind the colors, or indeed any power attribution to any system of colors that seem to produce any kind of results, hardcore results on this physical plane. I have not been able to find out where these color ideas came from originally, or what working significance they really have. I sometimes feel that these colors are as screwed up as much as the occult is. For example, it seems that as the color of Kether, white, or absence of color, sounds correct. Also, Chakma, gray, right? Kether, Chakma. The Sephirah is beginning to take on some matter substance. Therefore, the former white is tinged with matter, hence gray. Now we come to Binah, the sphere of Saturn. The color for Saturn is black. Now this is very funny. Funny, however, in the sense of being strange, not in the sense of amusing. Quoting Noel Coward from the play Blithe Spirit. Black is also the color of coal tar, from which all other colors can be made by chemically creating coal tar. Correlate this fact with the idea that Saturn is the ancestor of all the family of the gods. Black can be made into all colors and is also the family of all the ancestor of all the gods. Interesting correspondence, right? In other words, all comes from through Saturn. There's another idea conception color connected with the Binah Saturn Sephirah. It is taught, and I have accepted it because it hangs together, that each Sephirah and the goddesses connected with it are positive to the Sephiroth below it and negative to the Sephirah above it. Or another way of saying it is male positive to what is below it and female negative to what is above it. Deja vu. Or there's a connection with each Sephirah. There should be two colors connected with each Sephirah, a positive male color and a negative female color. The male color of the Sephirah of Saturn is black, and the female color is indigo. The female goddess is Isis, the great mother of all. These ideas also hang together because Isis is the great mother of all things, from which all beings come. And indigo is a vegetable dye from which all colors come from too, analogous to all colors coming from black tar. So the symbolism hangs together. So you can safely assign the two colors, black and indigo, to Binah. Now, when we come down to the Sephirah of Geburah, the sphere of Jupiter, Zeus, is blue. And we don't find a color assigned to the goddess Juno, Jupiter's wife. Juno did have a totem bird assigned to her, the peacock, which certainly has plenty of colors in its body. This is all I can come up with, however. Do you have any ideas? It would seem somewhat logically that the complementary color to blue should be the color assigned to Juno, but the complementary color to blue is orange. But orange is the color of Hod and Mercury, which is a bit confusing. The solution probably lies in the correct shade of blue. You cannot help but noticing that there are a number of shades of blue, from dark blue to light blue, and for each shade, the complementary color varies too. Probably for your own individual work, you should explore and discover the correct shades of these for your own personal use. So paint the two trees in the main color for one and in the complementary color for the other. To close this section, I also note that there are shades of red from dark crimson to light, also shades of green and shades of orange. The moon does seem to have one shade of violet only. Even in Hollywood, when they want moonlight in the studios, they use a violet lavender screen over the floodlight. These colors are a puzzle mystery. No one teacher now living among those I have studied and contacted can give me any valid knowledge, information on the color ideas that I can use or convert to power uses of the present nowness. The reason I give them to you now, here, is to get them out of the way so we can proceed along the path, even if the path is not so exact, knowledgeable, and exact as I'd like it to be. Use the colors and the shades that appeal to you. Make you good and right as fire, Mars red, air, Zeus, sky blue, gold, Apollo, yellow, etc. for now. Never forget for an instant that you are the tree of life, and that all those forces and astrological forces are in you and coursing through you every second of your physical existence. My teaching job is to tell or to teach you this fact, to become aware of this fact, and to make a strong effort to use this fact as quickly as you can in your life. The use of these facts become an art, the art of magic. Also, these astrological forces become the actual physical world plane through the agency of the elemental forces into which they transform. Hmm. 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 Chapter 7. The nature of inflowing force. Apparently, the whole physical universe is sustained and maintained by inflowing force from the outside the physical universe. That's what that spiraling is right there in Kether. It's actually coming in. It's flowing in, right? I must apologize that I do not get all the full revelation about this inflowing force at once. I hate this piecemeal stuff, but that is the way it comes to me. I have long given up the idea that any revelation finding was final, although in my early times and writings, I thought it was, and so indicated, for which I now apologize in every position imaginable. For heaven's sake, now absorb all this material, the material already given previously, and the material in this book, and use it, but be prepared for more in the future. The future material, of which I am as yet ignorant, should add more enlightenment, not less, to that already given. For example, 1. I have had access to some high-grade knowledge from Jewish sources. 2. Previously, I was led into an examination of Gnostic literature as summarized in several old books, in which summaries I discovered the demiurge, the Gnostic half-god, who I first thought acted as a governing contact agent between the non-material first cause God and the material world. Seems like every time anyone gets introduced to the demiurge, it like takes over their whole study. 3. Now I am presented with the idea that this demiurge half-god that is half physical, half non-physical, created the physical world. of course under some kind of direction from the first cause, which idea was not in my original conception of the demiurge. 4. Now, in translating these concepts down to my daily life living, I have found a number of vital ideas which suggest working techniques for us. These techniques are what is really important to us, techniques that we can use to bring about desirable changes in our daily lives so that we can regulate our daily life in an intelligent manner. I have given you a great deal of these techniques now in my previous books. The use of the techniques outlined in these books should put you pretty far ahead for a starter. As some of you may be reading my books for the first time, I feel I should give you a list of these books and a brief description of what their contents here, so you can have an understanding of what went on before and bring yourself up to date. I thought you already did that. Please believe me when I say I wrote these books with a certain layer of thought consciousness in mind. Now I find that while they do contain that certain layer I had in mind, they also contain germs of a deeper layer of more advanced thought ideas, which I was not aware of when I first wrote that book. I hope this doesn't sound too goofy to you. I don't fully understand it myself, but that is the way the cookie crumbles. Saying probably outdated by the time you read this. Weird. And I was just thinking how you keep using terms that are like popular right now. And he just mentioned how he's using outdated terms. You goofy. But while I call it to your attention, don't flutter about it, but read the books like fast. Get the data and use the data for your life's benefit. For those who are reading my book for the first time, others skip. In my first book, The Art and Practice of Astral Projection, I gave 4 rather simple methods of leaving the physical plane and exploring other places. I now know that this book was given to me. That is, the idea was pushed onto me to do the book in order to enable people to not only explore as much of the inner plane as they were capable of doing, but this exploration resulted in students being able to see astral light for themselves, which astral light is the demiurge itself. So that just brings to attention how, I don't know if you guys have heard of E.A. Coetting. He's got 3 main courses. One is like omniscience, which is like soul travel, astral travel. He's got omnipotence, which is like how to evoke spirits. And then he's got omniscience, which is like how to do what's the word, tarot, fortune telling, and all that stuff. And basically these are all the different things that Ophiel's teaching. One of them is the art of astral travel. One of is the talismans book, that's for the evocation and invocation. And then the other is the Oracle of Fortuna, which is how to do the fortune telling. I've taken one of those courses and I definitely see similarities to what Ophiel has been talking about. So literally people are selling this knowledge for like a super jacked up price simply because no one has taken the time to read for themselves. That is crazy. Interesting. But hey, you know what I'm saying? If you know that this stuff is gonna become mainstream, might as well become the first one to figure it out and make a little bit of cash off of it, I guess. I can understand the sentiment. I can understand that. It looks like I happen to be one of those who come to give it away for free, at least for those who are willing to invest the time, the 11 hours to stick around and listen, right? And read along. You're either going to pay money or you're going to pay time and energy, right? Either way you're paying, it's a trade-off, right? Divination is the word I was looking for. Thank you, Dara Holland. Interessante. All right, so reading the art and practice of astral projection had 4 ways to astral project, and he said a lot of the students who did try it began to see that inner light, that inner white light known as the demiurge. Now, I have seen it for quite some time, but I never thought anything of it after all these years. I I even drew my own picture of this entity, and that is the one entity that has never changed in all of my 20 years of working with spirits. And it never let me name it anything. Like at first I thought it was Lucifer, then I thought it was something else. But now I'm starting to understand this entity that I've been seeing, this white light, this thing I thought was an angel, has been the demiurge. Chapter 7, in this book, I finally understand this one entity that's been visiting me for 20 years. Goodness. I feel an ice cold chill surround my body right now. Let's continue. This exploration resulted in students being able to see astral light for themselves, which astral light is the demiurge itself, made visible. This seeing was accompanied by some new discoveries, which made me realize that there were more details to come. Some details have come, and I will pass them on to you as fast as I can get them down and published. The second book was called by the long title, The Art and Practice of Getting Material Things Through Creative Visualization. In this book, I nailed down the basic concept, my basic concept of occultism, which is occult knowledge should be of use to you first on the lowest planes, and then, and only then, go on to the higher planes, whatever that or those are. This book, The Art and Practice of Getting Material Things Through Creative Visualization, does point out a method of utilizing your powers to bring about improved material conditions in your life. However, the methods, while they do work, do not explain in detail how they work, and I always did want those details in more exact form. As I said, more material is forthcoming in the future books as fast as I can get it down and printed. However, use this book's directions, and you should get a satisfactory starting results. The next book was called The Art and Practice of the Occult, and I see now was a starting introduction to the Tree of Life, the elemental forces and compound elemental forces, and their uses in a practical manner. So go and do. The next book was called The Art and Practice of Clairvoyance, and was intended to bridge the gap in your personal consciousness between you and the forces, astrological forces, that flood the cosmos, and to link the forces up with yourself so you could use them in your daily life living. The fifth book was called The Oracle of Fortuna, and was a little divination system designed to build up a link in yourself with the basic forces in the physical universe as embodied in the tarot card retranslated into a deck of ordinary playing cards. The sixth book, now just out of the throes of publication, is called The Art and Practice of Talismanic Magic, and is written to give you an understanding of how to link yourself to the cosmic forces around you in an intelligent, controlled manner through an old talisman's idea systems. The seventh book, now in the real throes of being written, probably to be called The Art and Practice of Cabala Magic, will contain further Cabala Tree of Life knowledge of a gradually increasing kind. You have this now. These books and the others, hopefully to come, are for your benefit. I suggest you get them and not read them, but study them hard. I saw a white flash during Kundalini in mind's eye. Is that the demiurge? It depends. But wow, I'm just thinking back now. I'm kind of like blown. Like there's a specific entity that has always appeared to me from my very first entry into the occult study 20 years ago. Like from the very beginning, there's a specific entity made of white light. Very specific entity that's always been around me, and it used to teach me stuff before I started studying, and it never let me name it. It never let me call it anything. Like that's been curious for 20 years. I never called it anything. Holy cow. I used to draw it all the time, right? And I know exactly what it, and there was a point in my time when I was in Orlando living there going to Full Sail, it used to manifest physically to me, right? I used to see it in shadows. I used to see it in reflections, the corner of my eye. Like the presence was really strong. And that was like the first time I moved away from home, like really far. So maybe it was there to kind of, I don't know, keep me company or whatever. Nathan Hartzell says, most every Christian I hear talk about Satan, Lucifer, say that he disguises himself as a great light. Moldvox says, holy guardian angel. Yeah. And I used to get visions sometimes of this thing. Oh my gosh. Wow. I used to get visions of myself, of this thing as it fell to heaven, and it split into two parts. It split from like a human and an animal thing, and there was also a mechanical element. And I used to see that I was an aspect of it, like all kinds of shit before I actually started studying. And it's really coming back to me now that I think about it. But I need to finish this book and not focus too hard on that thing. But that is really crazy. Ay. Chills. The chills. Ooh. All right. Dear students, I criticized Crowley and others for not producing clear and concise and coherent texts of occult material, and now I find I am doing the same thing myself. But apparently I recognize what I'm doing and calling your attention to it while they never did. I do hope to connect all these different sections together properly, but if I don't make a beautiful connection, then absorb the different sections themselves, as each is valuable and workable. I guess a summary is in order, both for you and for me. What I'm trying to do, or being led to do, or being kicked into doing, is to expound a system or part of a system of thinking, acting, and doing, of dealing with the forces, the inner forces that make up the cosmos, physical and otherwise, so that you can and will be able to start to control yourself and to control your circumstances. Just fucking highlight all of it. I make no doubt that there are many ways of doing this, many systems, and as the cliche goes, many paths. I cannot do them all, nor do I even want to know about them all, or even about many of them, as the ideas and symbolism are different in each, although basically the same. It would seem logical that in the beginning, one system and one system only should be followed up by a student until a degree of proficiency is acquired, and then the other systems will fall into place naturally. Yes, that's kind of what I was saying earlier about studying the glyph of the tree and the energies behind it. And as you go out into the world to study more, you'll start to see the pieces fall into place. In my books and in this book, a sort of Cabala system has been followed. The system of the Tree of Life diagram. To make a long story or search longer, my studies into the bypaths surrounding this Tree of Life diagram, plus astral projection, plus creative visualization, has led me to personally a rediscovery of an astral light, which led me on back to some fragments of Gnostic teachings, literature, concepts of a half demi, half gorgeous God, half demi, half virgis God, who deals with the physical world in some mysterious manner, but which manner can be learned by you and duplicated by you to a fair degree, by hard work and dedication to a more satisfactory degree. Then this is what we have done up to now in this book, as I have been doing right along. May I make an aside? An aside is a part in an old-time play or movie in which an actor steps out of character to say something to the audience in a semi-private or semi-confidential nature about the play. I am confounded and somewhat appalled when I read over the scholarly works referred to about the astral light and about the Gnostic demiurge, and last read about Mithra, and realize how close these people were to the great truths, only one step more, the great truth that I have been pursuing down backwards, being unable to perceive it forwards, as is usual with me. The great truth, the one step more, to be very exact, is the control of physical matter. Now, it could be that their ancient worthies did make the last step, but never recorded it down on a written record. Nor many people could read and write in those days, or maybe as soon as it dawned on an individual what a power he had acquired, maybe he just disappeared. And I wonder if this is what happened to Ophiel and maybe even Bobby Hemmett, right? Hmm. Or, right? Or maybe as soon as it dawned on an individual what a power he had acquired, maybe he just disappeared, or at least shut up. And how can disappearances or silence be traced at this date 2,000 or 3,000 years later? Also, as I said before, and will say again, the modern historical scholar, the historians, are not looking for occult happenings or anything like that. And so we occultists will look in vain for evidence of discovery and development, use of occult matters in the histories of Mithra and the Gnostics and related societies and religions in ancient times. End of aside. Interesting. In other words, once you reach that level, once you finally reach that level, it's as if you don't teach anymore, you don't record anymore, you don't keep telling people, you just kind of keep to yourself on that higher plane or something of that nature. Shadows 218 says, damn, yo, you've been doing this for almost half a day. Soldier on, man. Flex Washington says, sometimes I think Bobby turned into an ascended master. Right. I think that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, like what we said earlier, if you've got bodies on multiple planes, who's to say there isn't a way to keep your consciousness in a higher body, right? Not focused in this physical body. What if you can transfer your consciousness to one of those higher bodies and live the rest of your life there, while the lower body does the basic root things like, you know, walk around, piss, eat, shit, survive, right? And who's to say a lot of these quote unquote sleeping people, the masses of asses, who's to say that their higher conscious isn't in their physical body right now? Who's to say it's not in a higher place, but their physical body are just roots walking around and being a physical antenna or connection point for their higher selves, right? And what if people like us who are doing the work, we're the fallen light who's come down to earth, living in this physical body? Oh my goodness, so many things. Stay focused. Where we at? To return to Gnostics and some of their teachings, they said that man had the possibility of escape from his physical plane mess through knowledge or wisdom, Sophia, a Greek word, or rather, man could acquire the power to bring order out of the usual physical plane confusion by acquiring knowledge. I feel sure they meant that knowledge leads to wisdom. Some further information from Gnostic sources gives a pattern of ideas, which ideas are more or less in accord with basic systems of universal construction, such as the idea that a piece of God came down from above and got itself enmeshed in matter, sometimes referred to as 7 layers or coverings of matter, corresponding to the 7 planetary gods and goddesses, 5 male and 2 female. This piece of God is also called the spark, or as others put it, the divine spark, which divine spark apparently is you now. How we got this way, the way you and I are now, I don't know, and neither does anyone else. Later, I'll try to connect up the preceding ideas with another set of similar ideas from another source, and hopefully the connection will cast more light on it. But the Gnostics said, I repeat, that the way out was through knowledge. I suppose it means self-knowledge or knowledge of self. Damn. Like, what if we're tripping off of these quote-unquote dead people and these zombies, right? All these basic motherfuckers. What if their true self is still in the higher planes and we're the ones that have fallen to earth, right? The angels that have fell to earth or whatever, stuck in hell, trying to figure out how to get back up. Golly. The coup is in the cabs, not the cabs in the coup, says Moldvox. I don't know what that means, but that feels relevant. Ay. Lex Washington says I'd quit, LOL. Oh my goodness. I have so many thoughts running through my head right now. So many. Like I want to focus on those instead of this book, but I need to stay here. I think, oh my gosh, so many freaking things. Knowledge. I'm going to bring this section to a close. I, and now you, are out on the fringes of the great unknown. Big deal. And we are more or less on our own. Now is one of those times where Ophiel's talking directly to me. I wish I could find definite confirmation. There you go. Definite confirmation. This is some crazy, wild stuff, man. I wish I could find definite confirmation in some already written book. Not hints, but definite confirmation, in caps no less. The spirit of Ophiel is with me. This is scary, guys. I think I might have to wrap this up because I'm starting to shake in my boots and I'm getting scared. And I don't know if I can sleep tonight. Lex Washington, that's the moment you take your hat off and throw it on the ground, right? Ain't that a bitch? We're supposed to be asleep, right? We're supposed to be up in another realm. Well, we complaining about all the people around here asleep, trying to wake them up. We trying to wake people up. They are comfortable sleep. Think about that. Golly, so many things, but stay focused. We're trying to wake these people up. Here we go. So I didn't have to mill about in this manner, but don't be discouraged. You do have a thing that does work, and that is the basic knowledge I have given here, that the physical plane is run, managed, governed by a half-god called the demiurge, and there is every possibility that knowledge is already given, can bring you to him or it, and you can influence him or it, which is certainly something greatly to be desired above gold and jewels. Yeah. I think he keeps putting this knowledge thing out there on purpose because the whole Ty Lopez joke. Sarah Holland says, fuck sleep. 4X Alchemist fucking demiurge. I love it though. I love it. Like this is interesting. Really interesting. I really feel like this dude is talking to me in real time right now. I mean that the knowledge I have already given you in my book, The Art and Practice of Getting Material Things Through Creative Visualization, does work. Go to it. Honestly, I think I might read that book again, like on a personal breakthrough. I might even have to listen to that video again to see some of the things y'all said. Whew. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. I really want to tear into this honey bun, but I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait until I finish this book. Who needs to eat food when you're eating knowledge? I'm going to tell you these 3 things here in my garage. Ay. Chapter 8. Elsewhere, I made a reference to a Jewish scholar whom I met through others. He is a man of wide Catholic, not Roman Catholic, tastes and interests. A very capable mind, which apparently is a ready language getting ability. A ready language getting capability. So that he not only has the Hebrew, modern and ancient, but also Arabic, as well as the Hindu Sanskrit. And he appears to have covered the top inner secret religious writings in each of these 3 fountainheads of religion. And he further states he found correlations in these tops, which made them all the same ideas, basically. Apart from these religious matters, he seems to be a physical scientist and is presently working on a new type of seismograph that, I hope, will predict earthquakes in advance, although he didn't say that positively. He claims to have used that knowledge about Yod-He, Vav-He to bring himself wealth, and I do know that he owns 2 houses right in the middle of a quite expensive district here in Los Angeles. He himself is too much of a non-crusader to gather this stuff together and give it to you to help you in your life. in your life struggle. Although he will talk to people about these subjects if they come to him, but not in large numbers. I would say that this material is too ephemeral for most students. Personally, I found this material much too stiff for me, and I have to confine myself to asking him specific questions and then attempting to untangle something from the answers, which can be used practically. The following is the gist of the material I got from him about the aspects of the higher inner Jewish doctrine. There is a vast countenance called Eric Anpin, the lesser countenance called the Zohar Anpin. The vast countenance just does nothing, just stands and sits there and watches the lesser countenance. The lesser countenance dreams this universe along in a continuous dream. Dion Fortune said that this physical plane world was a thought form projection being projected by some god. Thus, you could say the lesser countenance creates this world, which is somewhat analogous to the tastes of the actions of the demiurge, when it was said that the demiurge dealt with the physical plane, acted and was the agent of non-physical God in dealing with the physical plane, which physical plane could never, by the very nature of its being, be contacted by the non-physical God in any way. So the physical plane could never be contacted by the non-physical God in any way. Also, I want to add here that I found that there was a group of scientists who taught the above somewhat differently. They said the demiurge, instead of being an agent, as stated before, was a creator who created this physical world, as indeed it might have done at the order of a non-physical God, who, even though non-physical, can dream, can't he? Well, exactly what may be the answer to the above puzzle. The job you have is to find out how to influence what's his name, and that is possible, and that is your job, and that is what magic is. So be it. Amen. Oh my goodness. This is getting heavy, man, because I'm remembering a bunch of shit. This is getting heavy. Does anybody know about Shiva and about how Shiva kind of just like relaxes and chills? But yo, so basically what he just said here is he knows this Jewish dude who speaks Sanskrit and Hindu and Hebrew and all this other stuff. And he talks about basically, when you talk about creation, there's like a big God and a little God, right? And the big God pretty much doesn't do anything. Sits there in perfect balance. Right? Perfect peace, just is what it is what it is. Now that lesser God is the one that actually does all the work, right? The lesser God is the one that actually creates the universe, creates the physical world and all that stuff. And it's half physical, half not physical. And that kind of leads us to remember Mercury, and how Mercury is the one who connects the realm of man to the higher God, right? And we also think of Mercury as being consciousness or thought. And we think of the demiurge as being created from our thoughts, basically. I am seeing something like tongue-in-cheek here. Ooh. Evo7 says, doesn't Shiva smoke weed? Flex Washington says Shiva is in constant meditation, constant creation. Right. That's what I'm thinking of. That's what led me to ask that. Moldvox says if he wakes up, he can destroy it all. Right. And how does he destroy it? He destroys it through his third eye. He burns everything up, as Bobby Hemmett says. Yeah. Flex Washington says it was hell to pay when they woke that man up. Vrosky DMT Chakra says 3 o'clock to 3:30 is important. Absolutely. I'd even wager that 3 o'clock to 3:33 is important.